The level 8 martial arts school instructor abandoned his students to save his own skin, declaring that you were all as good as dead. Little did he know that you were simply using the mutated Wolf King as a weapon. With a single move that swept through the enemy ranks, you reduced the wolf pack to a pile of scattered remains. I'm out of here. Xiong, the level 8 martial arts school instructor, left you behind and vanished into the depths of the jungle in an instant, leaving everyone in despair. The mutated wolf leader, with its crimson eyes, charged at you with a terrifying strength of 37,000 gene. Just as everyone thought you were about to be torn to shreds, you didn't flinch or dodge. Instead, you used both hands to forcefully pry open its bloodthirsty maw. Oh whoa! With a piercing howl, you ripped its massive fangs out by the roots, sending blood gushing everywhere. The next second, you grabbed its tail and swung this colossal beast weighing several metric tons like a blood-soaked warhammer, smashing the charging wolf pack with a series of boom, boom, boom as bones snapped, tendons snapped, and flesh flew everywhere. Xiong, peeking from afar, instantly wet his pants. At the start, you obtained the infinite modification system. At level 1, the system grants 1 modification point per second. You can modify any attribute. You can modify what others have, and you can modify what others don't have. Strength, defense, agility, crit, evasion, everything is modifiable. The higher the system level, the more points you gain per second. 1 point equals 1 attribute point. AB rank strength talent is rare? Awakening strength gives you 400 gene? Sorry, but I earn 3,600 points an hour. That's 3,600 gene of strength. What SAB rank talent? A rank talents? S rank talents? They're all pushovers. I'll crush them all, every single one. Pingjiang Province, Sealy No. 1 High School. Today is the annual day for Awakening class talents. Ding! Participating in the Awakening ceremony. Infinite modification system binding in progress. The system is finally here. It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these past 5 years? Inside the Awakening arena, Zhang Tian let out a long, defiant howl to the heavens. He was a transmigrator. Exactly 5 years ago, Zhang Tian had just finished his graduate studies when he was killed by his graduate student husband, who had rushed over to find him, and then he was transported here. 5 years had passed. He thought he'd lost his chance at the system and was about to give up and just drift through life, but unexpectedly, the system hadn't abandoned him after all. Sure enough, tomato novels didn't let me down. System, what features do you have? This system grants 1 modification point per second. Modification points can be used to modify any of the hostess attributes: strength, defense, agility, magic resistance, crit, evasion, and more. +1. +1. Right before Zhang Tian's eyes, the modification points kept rising. Holy crap, is this for real? Zhang Tian gasped. After all, in this parallel world, there were all kinds of class talents, some with devastating attacks, others with formidable defense. A person's attributes are limited, but these points are infinite. Doesn't that mean he's about to become invincible? Just thinking about it got him excited. Next, a system panel appeared before Zhang Tian. Host, Zhang Tian. Level, 0. Modification points, increasing +1. Strength boost, currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Agility boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Crit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 1. Energy points required to level up, 0-100. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a +2 modification points per second. After glancing at the panel, Zhang Tian turned his gaze toward the Awakening arena. E-rank talent, next. E-rank talent, next. Each class is worse than the last. You're the worst class I've ever taught. Many teachers in charge of the Awakening couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After awakening nearly 200 students, almost all of them turned out to be E-rank talents. At this rate, what hope does Sealy No. 1 High School have for this year's martial arts college entrance exam? Next up,
Class 1 President Zhang Tian.
When this name was called, numerous teachers and students turned their expectant gazes toward him.
After all, Zhang Tian's academic performance.
He had consistently ranked first in the school. Generally speaking, a student with outstanding academic performance who awakens a talent in the martial arts track shouldn't be too shabby either. Everyone speculated he was at least a B-level talent. If he really were a B-level talent, then Zhang Tian would have a good chance of breaking into the top 100 in Xinjiang province on this year's martial arts college entrance exam. Go, class president, many students from class 1 cheered excitedly.
Oomph, what is he so cocky about? Many students from class 2 and other classes muttered under their breath.
Under Zhang Tian's leadership, class 1 had always kept them in the dust. This time, they were hoping with all their hearts that Zhang Tian would awaken the worst possible talent. Zhang Tian's awakening failed. He has no talent. However, the very next second, before everyone had even finished speculating, the testing equipment displayed the result.
What? The class president actually failed to awaken? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
The students and teachers of class 1 couldn't believe it, and some of the teachers were in disbelief as well. In this world, according to statistics, 80% of people successfully awaken, which means only 20% fail to awaken and remain ordinary people.
Is the class president going to become an ordinary person?
In this era, it's extremely difficult for an ordinary person to make a name for themselves. They belong at the very bottom of society. Haha, justice prevails. Zhang Tian failed his awakening. But with his academic results, he'll still be able to work as a clerical staff member at my family's company. Immediately, several sarcastic individuals spoke up. Fearing the instrument might have malfunctioned, the testing teacher had Zhang Tian retake the test, but he failed again. Neither the students nor the teachers in class 1 knew what to say to comfort him. After all, his awakening had failed, but Zhang Tian didn't care in the slightest. After all, he had the infinite modification system.
No matter how powerful a vocational talent might be, could it possibly surpass the system?
After about another hour had passed, the awakening ceremony at Sealy No. 1 High School finally came to a close.
The last item on the agenda was the principal's announcement regarding the martial arts college entrance exam scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Next, I'd like to say a few words. I've summarized what I'm about to say into the following 6 points. After school, Zhang Tian was getting ready to go home.
He checked his modification points. After more than 2 hours of accumulation, he had reached 8,200 points. System, allocate all of them to strength.
Ding! Strength modification successful. Hostess current strength is 8,200 gene. Boom! Instantly, Zhang Tian felt a primal force surging through his body.
A faint smile touched his lips. According to the statistics on class talents he reviewed, even an A-rank strength type talent would only grant a maximum of 800 gene of strength upon awakening, whereas in just over 2 hours, he had already reached 10 times that amount. By the time the martial arts college entrance exam rolled around in 2 days, his strength would likely start at least 100,000 plus.
Wouldn't he then sweep the competition? What is the top 100 in Xinjiang province? That is so lame.
His goal was to become Xinjiang province's martial arts champion. At this thought, Zhang Tian grew excited. He strode quickly out of the school grounds, determined to head home. However, just a few steps past the school gate, he ran into an acquaintance. Zhou, the class president of class 2, had awakened a grade B giant talent, a strength type. At that moment, Zhou, accompanied by a few underlings from class 2, surrounded Zhang Tian.
Ha, Zhang Tian, I never expected you'd. Boom!
But before Zhou could finish his sentence, Zhang Tian had already grown tired of listening to his nonsense. He didn't have time to deal with Zhou, that idiot, so he simply punched the kid closest to him, sending him flying. That's right, he really sent him flying. With his current strength of 8,200 gene, and the henchman weighing less than 200 gene, the guy soared more than 10 meters into the air. He then crashed into a tree and passed out from the shock.
Whoa!
Zhou and his crew sucked in a sharp breath.
Damn it, wasn't Zhang Tian's awakening supposed to have failed? How could a single punch pack that much power? Joe was utterly stunned. He'd awakened a grade B strength talent, yet he knew full well he couldn't send someone flying into the air with a single punch. Little did he know, Jiang Tian had actually held back otherwise. That guy probably wouldn't have come down yet. Come at me all at once. With that, Joe's other henchman charged forward as well. Thud, thud within seconds, the tree was covered with bodies. As for Zhou, the last one to attack, Jiang Tian lifted him with one hand and, like a basketball shot, tossed him directly into the campus artificial lake several hundred meters away. Splash! The lake erupted in a spray of water. This scene gave students watching the spectacle both on and off campus quite a scare. Oh my god, didn't Jiang Tian fail his awakening? Didn't they say he was just an ordinary person? Zhou weighs over 200 Gene, and Jiang Tian tossed him into the lake like a basketball. You're telling me that an ordinary person? Is that a fucking ordinary person? When Jiang Tian returned home, his father, Jiang Gua, immediately asked, "So, what talent did you awaken?" "No talent." "No talent?" Jiang Gua sighed, looking as if he'd aged several decades in an instant, his face etched with the wear and tear of life. Well, it's a blessing to lead an uneventful life. But immediately afterward, Jiang Gua added another sentence, afraid of breaking his son's heart, because he knew Jiang Tian was very proud and competitive. In that case, go online right now and cancel your registration for the martial arts college entrance exam. Switch to the liberal arts exam. Jiang Gua continued. Since registration was handled uniformly by the school and martial arts majors were given priority, anyone who failed to awaken a talent had to cancel their martial arts registration online themselves. No need, father. Trust me. Jiang Tian merely gave a faint smile. Jiang Gua didn't say much more, choosing to see it as his son's final act of stubbornness. After all, the martial arts exam didn't start until the day after tomorrow, and he believed Jiang Tian would be able to adjust well. And thus come to terms with this reality. As for Jiang Tian, he returned to his room and looked through the messages and materials posted in the group chat. Most of the messages were meant to comfort him, and there were also many private messages. The materials consisted of the school's guidelines for the martial arts college entrance exam, as well as general information on skills relevant to the exam. Skills were intended for students who had successfully awakened their abilities, but since the files were shared in the group chat, Jiang Tian downloaded a copy to review. All skills were categorized by tier ranging from level 1 to 10, and within each tier, there were basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate skills. These included fist techniques, spear techniques, and sword techniques. After all, having just a superpower wasn't enough, one had to combine it with skills to stand out in the martial arts college entrance exam. Only then would one have the means to defeat hordes of monsters. Jiang Tian looked through some of the skills. Most weren't suitable for him, to be precise. The basic and intermediate skills weren't a good fit, whereas the advanced and super skills were promising. He first looked at an advanced skill, the Crimson Flame skill, a super skill, the Divine Wind skill, and an ultimate skill, the Great Sun Halberd skill. These are all meant to be cultivated by psychics. I wonder if I can do it? Jiang Tian thought to himself. His physical strength was already formidable, and the skills he deselected were a perfect fit for him. He began by opening the details for the Crimson Flame skill. Ding, detected modifiable skill, Crimson Flame skill. Modify? Ha? Jiang Tian suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. What was going on? Could this skill actually be modified? Crimson Flame skill, novice. Modifiable, 134910. Since he lost some time returning from school, his modification points had now reached 1,349. According to the system's requirements, he only needed 10 points. That would be enough to upgrade the Crimson Flame skill from novice to adept. Modify. Jiang Tian pressed the button. The next second, the details of the Crimson Flame skill became much simpler in his mind, as if he practiced it hundreds of times. 1,339 100. Spending another 100 modification points, the Crimson Flame skill, an advanced skill, advanced from adept to expert, and then from expert to master,
costing another 1000 points.
Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel excited.
After all, every skill is divided into 4 tiers: novice, adept, expert, and master, and this was a single advanced skill. Even for a terrifying S-rank talent, it would be impossible to reach the adept tier in less than half a month. Even for those with extraordinary aptitude, it would take at least 3 days. As for him, Zhang Tian, he had reached master in just a few seconds.
Sure enough, modification is awesome.
Zhang Tian planned to directly upgrade the super skill Divine Wind and the ultimate skill Great Sun Halberd to master as well, but he didn't have enough points at the moment.
Oh well, he did just do it the next day. When he woke up early the next morning, 10 hours had passed since he last spent his points. Zhang Tian checked his current modification points.
Available modification points, 36,000. Zhang Tian first upgraded the Divine Wind skill and the Great Sun Halberd skill to adept. Unlike advanced skills, super skills required double the points, and ultimate skills required double that amount, but it wasn't too much, and Zhang Tian could still handle it. It took 20, 200, and 2000 points to upgrade the Divine Wind skill directly to master. Then, 40, 400, and 4000 points were used to upgrade the Great Sun Halberd skill to master as well. With 29,400 points remaining, Zhang Tian allocated them all to strength. Combined with the 8,200 gene of strength he gained yesterday, his strength now stands at 37,600. After finishing everything, Zhang Tian left the room. His father, Zhang Guo, had already left for work. On the table, he had left Zhang Tian a bank card along with a note. It told him to go buy something for himself and have some fun.
Zhang Tian took the bank card.
He already knew exactly what he wanted to buy: super alloy. He planned to use it to forge a battle halberd, so he could finally put his Great Sun Halberd skill to good use. Super alloy is officially certified as the only item allowed in the martial arts exam arena.
Moreover, this alloy has high density and extreme hardness, capable of easily piercing the defense of even the toughest monsters.
The downside is that it's a bit heavy. Even a piece the size of a dagger weighs 6,000 gene. For others, this might be a drawback, but for Zhang Tian, it's an advantage. He needed a weapon that was both heavy and razor-sharp, otherwise, relying solely on his bare hands to tear monsters apart might not go so smoothly during the martial arts college entrance exam.
After breakfast, Zhang Tian arrived at the Super Alloy specialty store.
"Hello, I'd like to have a battle halberd custom made."
"A battle halberd?
Are you sure you're not mistaken?" the owner asked skeptically.
"Let me remind you, Super Alloy has an extremely high density.
A battle halberd made from it would weigh at least 100,000 gene."
Zhang Tian silently did the math.
Although his current strength hadn't yet reached 100,000 gene, based on the rate at which his modification points were increasing, he would reach that mark by 6 p.m. today. Plus, the martial arts college entrance exam wouldn't start until 9 a.m. tomorrow, by which time his strength would be close to 200,000 gene. So he'd have more than enough to handle a 100,000 gene super alloy battle spear.
It'll be a battle spear. Just go ahead and forge it.
Alright.
The shop owner didn't say another word. Why turn down money when it's offered? The two then went inside to discuss the spear's design and dimensions.
Zhang Tian paid the deposit, and the owner said it would be finished today, by 9 p.m. at the latest. Leaving the super alloy shop, Zhang Tian checked his bank balance and found it was severely depleted. It had been 50,000 before, but now there was only 10,000 left. He'd already paid 40,000 as a deposit, not to mention the remaining 360,000.
This is so damn expensive, Zhang Tian muttered in exasperation.
But making money wasn't exactly a challenge for him now. He currently had 37,600 strength. All he had to do was head to the next dungeon, fight some monsters, and collect some rare tier 1 materials. After all, monster materials were worth a fortune, and if he got lucky, he might even find a few energy cores.
That would cover the remaining balance.
The nearest dungeon was about 100+ li from Sealy City. To get there, he'd need to take a special official portal, one created by a spatial talent user. Inside the portal were people heading to the dungeon to farm materials, mostly between levels 1 and 10, along with some martial arts school instructors taking their students along for the experience. After all, once you've awakened your class talent, you have one day to get familiar with the monsters, though this requires an instructor to escort you. Wealthier families can afford this expense, and martial arts school instructors often have their students kill monsters to temporarily boost their levels. Although you can't gain many levels in a single day, you can at least gain one level, and at most, you might gain 3 levels, though this, of course, depends on the instructor's skill.
Young man, are you planning to go into the dungeon alone?
An instructor from a martial arts school looked at Zhang Tian with a puzzled expression. After all, the dungeon had a very high mortality rate. Without an instructor escorting them the entire way, the death rate for a novice entering the dungeon was nearly 100%.
Young man, why don't you join my class?
I happen to have one spot left, and the price isn't high, just 100,000 will do.
Hey, kid, don't listen to him. This guy's only level 8. I'm different, I'm level 10.
You'll be safer if you join my class. Suddenly, many martial arts school instructors were trying to persuade Zhang Tian, but he wasn't interested.
Sorry, there is no need for that. Zhang Tian refused.
Mainly, he didn't have the money, and even if he did, he wouldn't spend it this way.
Wouldn't it be much better to go to a spa and get a massage from a young model?
Besides, the highest level among these martial arts instructors was only level 10.
If they encountered a ferocious monster, it was doubtful they'd even survive.
After all, before coming here, Zhang Tian had checked the data. In this monster dungeon, the highest level monsters reached level 13. Get ready, we're about to teleport, the official in charge of teleportation barked, and the crowd immediately fell silent. A flash of white light, and Zhang Tian and the others arrived at the dungeon. It was a dense jungle, though, of course, they were currently in the outer perimeter. Monsters in the outer perimeter were generally scarce and not very dangerous, so the martial arts school instructors were taking their students there first to get a feel for things.
Zhang Tian also made his way deeper into the dungeon.
He could see that it wasn't just martial arts school instructors and students here, there were also some players farming materials. The first group he encountered was the Wolf Hunting Guild, a squad dedicated to hunting ice wolves. When ice wolves are defeated, they drop ice crystals, which are the primary ingredient for crafting Tier 1 potions. The buyback price is quite high, usually around 500 per crystal, and since ice wolves are typically level 1-3 with a decent drop rate, they're the most commonly hunted target. Zhang Tian decided to try hunting a few ice wolves himself, but the teams he encountered had already staked out their territories, so he had to venture further in to find an unclaimed area. Before long, he arrived at a spot where no teams were present.
Howl! No sooner had he set foot there than a level 3 ice wolf charged out.
Generally speaking, such an ice wolf is usually the pack leader.
Oh my, kid, you're really out of luck running into a pack leader like this. You'd better run. Yeah, kid, don't just stand there.
Ice wolves have extremely fast attacks and agility. Even if I ran into one, I'd have to lie low for a while, said a level 3 party leader.
Why isn't this kid moving? Looks like it's his first time here, he's probably scared stiff.
Everyone was busy dealing with their own ice wolves and didn't have time to help Zhang Tian for a moment. They all looked on with regret.
Man, I wonder whose kid this is. What a shame. Why didn't he sign up for a party before coming in? Venturing into the dungeon alone? That's just. As the group discussed, the ice wolf leader had already pounced on Zhang Tian. Its massive wolf claws were over a meter long, and its strength was astonishingly high. Bang!
Zhang Tian charged straight at it to test its strength. He wanted to see just how powerful this ice wolf was, but the moment they made contact, he realized its strength was nowhere near his own, at least by his rough estimate. That claw strike just now had a strength of around 6,000 gene.
Zhang Tian didn't kill the ice wolf with a single blow.
Instead, he used it to get a feel for the fight. Once he was ready, he decided to test his Crimson Flame skill.
Boom!
He unleashed a powerful punch, cutting through the air with a fierce wind.
The ice wolf assumed this human teenager was trying to challenge its authority. After all, what kind of strength could an 18-year-old possibly have?
The nearby party members who were grinding monsters were also momentarily baffled.
Is this kid going to go head-to-head with the ice wolf? Even I, with my C-rank strength talent, Wouldn't he dare to be so reckless, how could he? Everyone shook their heads. This kid was still too young, combat wasn't he fought like that. To deal with the ice wolf, you needed combat tactics, you had to avoid its sharpest attacks. Who would just charge in head-on? However, the very next second. Oh whoa! The ice wolf leader let out a wail, then Zhang Tian punched a huge hole right through its skull. Instantly, blood mixed with white brain matter gushed out. Thud! The massive wolf's corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He killed the ice wolf with a single punch? That's a level 3 ice wolf leader. No way, I must be dreaming. This can't be real. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. This was way too outrageous. Had that kid really killed the wolf captain with a single punch? And it looked so effortless, too? For any of their squads, taking down such a formidable wolf captain would require planning a strategy first, then several people ganging up on it, and fighting for a quarter of an hour or half an hour or so. But here he was, this kid just charged in head-on and took him out instantly? Instantly took down an ice wolf? Whoa! The crowd sucked in their breath again. The ice wolf's skull was protected by scales, yet that punch still punched a bloody hole right through it. That punch must have packed the force of 10,000 Jin. While everyone stood there in stunned silence, Zhang Tian walked over to the ice wolf captain's corpse and picked up the energy core that had fallen to the ground, a tier 1 energy core. The buyback price was around 1,500. If he could get another 300 of these, he'd have enough to cover the remaining balance on his super alloy battle spear. With that thought, Zhang Tian grew excited and pressed deeper into the area. The outer zones were already packed with players, and since the ice wolves there were low level, the drop rate for energy cores was too low. He decided to take on some higher level ice wolves. In this middle zone, there were still a few squads farming materials, but their numbers were relatively small, and the members of these squads were generally higher level. Whereas level 3 and 4 ice wolves had been rare before, they were quite common here. There were even level 5 and 6 ones. Naturally, the battles were much more intense. Holy shit, run! The ice wolf boss is out. Just then, a burly man burst out of the bushes ahead and took off running. Boom! An ice wolf standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters long leapt out and crushed the burly man to the ground with a single swipe of its claw. Holy crap, an 8th level ice wolf boss? The moment they saw the massive ice wolf, every member of the several party groups farming monsters here was overcome with fear. Ice wolf leaders typically only appear in the inner zones. They possess exceptional strength and agility. Given the current situation, there was no way they could outrun it. Even those among them with agility talents couldn't outrun an 8th level ice wolf leader. We're done for. We're as good as dead. This is my first time in a party farming materials, and I'm already going to die, someone couldn't help but lament. Run! Someone shouted, preparing to scatter. That way, their chances of survival would be much higher. As for which ice wolf leader would chase whom, that would just come down to bad luck. Oh whoa! However, just then, the ice wolf leader let out a roar, and instantly, more than a dozen massive ice wolf captains appeared, all at level 6. Are they hunting us? Asked an experienced player. Ice wolf packs go on the hunt at regular intervals, and this was clearly one of those times. Moreover, when these creatures hunt, they don't spare a single person. They're determined to kill them all. Let us go all out, damn it, someone suggested, as their retreat was completely cut off. To catch the thief, catch the king first. If we take down the ice wolf leader, we'll be saved. In an instant, several level 6 squad leaders charged toward the ice wolf leader. Boom! All of them had strength-type talents. After activating their talents, their muscles bulged, making them look like little giants. Take this. Those guys put on quite a show, but the actual impact of their attacks was pretty lackluster. Crack! Of the 3 who charged forward, one was torn in half by the wolf leader's claw, while the other 2 had gashes in their chests so deep you could almost see their hearts beating. They might as well be dead. The 3 strongest fighters were taken out by the wolf leader in a single round. From the battle just now, Zhang Tian had also sensed that the wolf leader's tearing strength was at least 25,000 Jin, perhaps even higher.
Those level 6 little giants had strength of just over 3,000 gene. No wonder they were killed.
What do? We can't run away, and we can't fight back.
The crowd grew even more terrified at this moment. Survival was their top priority.
Hey, is anyone around? Someone, please save us. I'll give you all my money. Whoever saves me, I'll give myself to them. A few women even shouted this out loud. Ha ha, you're lucky to have run into me.
Just then, a familiar voice rang out, and a martial arts instructor walked over, accompanied by 6 students.
Zhang Tian remembered that the instructor was an 8th level practitioner. Back when they were teleporting, he even asked Zhang Tian to sign up for his class.
As for what his talent was, Zhang Tian hadn't seen it yet and was a bit curious. Let me introduce myself.
I'm an instructor at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy. My name is Xiong. I'm a professional boxer with a strength-type talent. I can definitely save you, but as for the price, 1 million per person, not a single cent less. Xiong seized the opportunity to extort them. After all, they were about to die. What good was 1 million at this point? Saving their lives was the priority.
But we don't have that much money, several of them said. They were just gathering materials to sell for a living and weren't exactly wealthy. You can write me an IOU and pay me back once you're out, or pledge something valuable as collateral. Either way, I won't haggle.
The group hesitated. I say, stop hesitating.
The instructors at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy are hand-picked elites, basically unbeatable at their level.
He is a level 8-2. Taking on a wolf leader is absolutely within his capabilities. Yeah, what are we waiting for? I'm in, anyway. Master Xiong, here is my bank card. There is 200,000 in it. For the remaining 800,000, I'll write you an IOU for now. Some nodded, and the rest quickly agreed as well.
After all, while 1 million was a lot, for them, it was just a matter of a few years. They still had plenty of time left in their lives.
1 million, it's worth it, absolutely worth it. Xiong collected everyone's bank cards, then tucked the IOUs into his pocket. Once everything was in order, he finally turned his attention to the wolf leader. As for the wolf leader, he didn't seem to be in a hurry either. He wanted to see what exactly this group was up to. Ice wolf? I've killed at least 800, if not 1,000. Is that all you've got?
Xiong flashed a contemptuous smile, then activated his talent, causing his fists to swell to a full half-meter in size. His boxer talent manifested, and those fists came with some armor-piercing capabilities, a definite advantage against a monster like Ice Wolf.
Students, watch closely. See how I take care of this guy.
Xiong didn't forget to show off in front of his students. After all, if they thought he was impressive, they'd sign up for his classes in the future or refer others. These were all wealthy families. Tuition fees easily ran into the millions, which meant a steady stream of money flowing into his pockets.
Oh, whoa!
The wolf leader lunged forward swiftly, colliding head-on with Xiong's massive fist. Instantly, both were sent flying backward 5 or 6 meters. The wolf leader took a hard hit. His claws went numb, but Xiong wasn't faring much better either.
After all, the wolf's claws possessed immense strength and sharpness. Faint streaks of blood were already visible on his fists.
Xiong grit his teeth against the pain. It seems I'll have to bring out some real skills if I'm going to take you down quickly. He began channeling his supernatural energy into his fists, and a crimson fist force began to coalesce.
Students, watch closely.
This is a tier universal advanced skill, the Crimson Flame skill.
Its attack power is immense.
It took me, your teacher, only 3 years to master it to the expert level.
With that, Xiong launched his attack. Oh, whoa! This time, the wolf leader was blasted more than 10 meters away.
His massive body crashed to the ground, sending shockwaves through the area like an earthquake. Instantly, the students and bystanders burst into applause.
Just as expected, the instructors at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy are top-notch. Once I'm wealthy, I'll definitely send my kids to train here. My relative was just talking about enrolling their child in a class recently. I think Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy looks great. Instructor Xiong is definitely a top-notch teacher. Wow, instructor, you're amazing. See?
I told you Taixiong Martial Arts Academy was great.
You should listen to me and sign up with me.
Faced with the praise from the crowd and his students, Xiong looked even more smug for a moment. He even seemed a bit carried away. But Jiang Tian noticed something different. Although the wolf leader had been blasted more than 10 meters away, he hadn't actually sustained much damage.
There was no bleeding or anything like that. Even though he slammed heavily into the ground, it was nothing to an ice wolf with its rugged hide.
Oh whoa! The wolf leader let out a howl, his eyes turning blood red, and the aura emanating from him grew even more ferocious.
A mutated wolf leader? Jiang Tian mused.
He was an excellent student and had memorized various monster encyclopedias by heart clearly. This wolf leader had undergone a mutation.
Once a mutated ice wolf enters its mutated state, its strength increases by nearly half.
In other words, the wolf leader's strength had jumped from roughly 25,000 gene to 37,500 gene.
Xiong's in for it,
Jiang Tian said with a faint smile.
Teacher Xiong, be careful.
That thing seems to have mutated, a student warned. After all, the wolf leader's aura had grown ferocious, it was plain to see.
Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing unexpected will happen. Xiong chuckled lightly.
Oh whoa! The mutated wolf leader's agility was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance from over 10 meters to right in front of Xiong, then swiped at him with its claws.
What? That fast?
Xiong's pupils contracted, and he finally took the threat seriously, but it was too late. He blocked the wolf leader's attack with a flurry of punches.
Boom!
But in the next second, he was sent flying several meters backward, his fists covered in blood that kept streaming down, the scent of which only made the wolf pack even more ferocious.
I took your full power strike, so how about mine?
Xiong was getting a little annoyed. He'd just been praised, only to be sent flying the very next second. Determined to make up for it, he immediately activated the Crimson Flame skill. This time, with all his might, a massive crimson fist shadow coalesced in the air.
Boom!
The fist shadow slammed straight toward the wolf leader, who instantly manifested a layer of red scales on his head and charged head-on into the attack.
Thud!
A thudding sound echoed as Xiong's fist shadow was shattered, yet the wolf leader, showing no loss of agility, continued his charge.
Oh no! Xiong sucked in a sharp breath.
He expected the mutated wolf leader to be formidable, but he hadn't anticipated just how powerful it would be. His attack had been completely nullified. A head-on confrontation was clearly no longer an option, but if he retreated, the students and people behind him would surely die. Yet if he didn't retreat, taking the blow head-on would likely spell certain doom. At this critical moment, Xiong activated an evasion maneuver.
I'm out of here.
His figure became incredibly swift as he plunged into the nearby jungle.
Yes, he ran. He was also a level 8.
If he really wanted to escape, unless the wolf leader pursued him directly, those level 6 wolf captains simply couldn't catch up, and there was plenty of prey in that area. The wolf leader clearly wouldn't chase him.
As for abandoning his students,
these people were all going to die anyway. They wouldn't survive.
Who would be left to spill the beans on him?
Once he got out of there, he'd just make up an excuse for the parents, blaming it on a monster uprising. After all, monster uprisings happened all the time. That excuse would hold water. Plus, he pocketed a hefty sum. All in all, this trip had been well worth it. With that thought, he sped up even more. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Tian's location, the wolf leader seemed to have anticipated Xiong's escape all along and didn't pursue him further.
It was about to give it its all to kill this human.
But it wouldn't be much better off itself, so it might as well hunt these weaklings instead. Its next target was Jiang Tian.
At that moment, Jiang Tian was checking his system panel. More than 3 hours had passed since he used up his modification points that morning, and his modification points
had now risen to over 11,000. Previously, his strength had reached 37,600 gene, which was practically on par with the wolf leader's 37,500 gene.
But now
System, allocate all modification points to strength.
Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 48,600 gene. Feeling the immense strength surging through his body, Zhang Tian smiled.
With a strength advantage of over 10,000 gene, he had more than enough to take down this massive beast.
Boom! The wolf's head slammed into Zhang Tian.
The immense force of the impact caused his feet to plow a furrow into the ground, sending him flying backward nearly 1 meter. But immediately, he planted his feet firmly and steadied himself. Just then, the wolf leader's massive jaws snapped straight toward Zhang Tian.
Its massive fangs, a full half-meter long and incredibly sharp, resembled divine weapons.
But in the next second, Zhang Tian used the strength in both hands to force the wolf's massive jaws apart. No matter how hard the wolf leader struggled, it couldn't close its jaws any further.
You don't even have the strength to bite someone, and you call yourself the wolf leader? Zhang Tian sneered.
That bite had generated nearly 40,000 gene of strength, but it was all for naught. It still couldn't match his own strength.
Then, Zhang Tian gripped the two massive wolf fangs and unleashed a burst of strength.
A whoa! The wolf leader let out a wail as blood gushed from its mouth. Its fangs as sharp as giant swords were forcibly yanked out by Zhang Tian, creating a scene of extreme brutality.
Intense pain surged through the wolf leader's brain.
It tried to run, but Zhang Tian had already grabbed one of its paws and began tossing it back and forth. Thud! The massive body slammed into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground like an earthquake. Seeing this, the surrounding wolf captains rushed forward to come to its aid. Zhang Tian grabbed the wolf leader's tail, using it as a weapon to knock the captains back.
A whoa!
Wails rang out continuously as level 6 wolf captains kept falling to the ground, occasionally dropping ice crystals and even energy cores. This made the material farming parties green with envy, but who dared to go up and pick them up? They knew full well just how powerful the teenager before them was. He was the one who had defeated the wolf leader with his bare hands.
All right, I'm done playing with you.
Zhang Tian slammed a fist into the wolf leader's scales, shattering them into dust in an instant, and the massive wolf's head was torn to pieces. An energy core fell out.
Is that it? He's dead?
The people nearby hadn't even had time to react. After all, it had all happened far too quickly.
Are we saved?
Yes, we're saved. The group embraced each other, weeping with joy. They thought they were as good as dead, but never expected such a dramatic turnaround. It feels so good to be alive. As for Zhang Tian, he gathered up the materials. After all, they were worth a fortune, and he still hadn't received the final payment for his own work.
Bro, you're so cool. We decided to join you on your adventures. The students wore expressions of utter satisfaction with a bodyguard like this to guide them. Their safety would be absolutely guaranteed. My rates are steep, 200,000 per person. Zhang Tian seized the opportunity to ask for money.
Compared to harvesting materials, which was backbreaking work, he'd much rather take these guys out for a spin. After all, it was just for the experience. He'd occasionally find a few weak monsters for them to take down.
No problem, we'll transfer it to you right now.
The 6 students, 3 boys and 3 girls, immediately pulled out their phones to transfer the money to Zhang Tian.
Zhang Tian realized he'd been too hasty.
He hadn't expected these guys to be so wealthy. If he'd known, he would asked for even more. After checking his account, 1.2 million had already been credited. Zhang Tian decided to continue on with these 6 rich, clueless guys.
Hold on.
Just then, a shout rang out from the bushes, and Xiong leaped out from among the foliage. Xiong had originally been running away, but as he ran, he heard the howls of a wolf pack. Drawing on his years of experience, he knew these were the death cries of a dying pack. So Xiong reasoned that perhaps some powerful fighter had passed by and rescued those guys, so he had to go back and check it out. If that powerful fighter was still there, Xiong wouldn't mind taking credit for it, claiming he'd invited him to make up for running away. But if that powerful fighter wasn't there, haha, that would make things even easier. He'd just need to find an excuse to keep those people from returning. After all, as a martial arts school instructor, word absolutely couldn't get out that he'd abandoned his students in a time of crisis. So Xiong peered through the grass and immediately saw the ground
littered with wolf carcasses. He scanned the area and didn't spot any powerful figures, which meant the powerful fighter who saved them had already left. Since that was the case, he could keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, if these people returned and reported his good deed to the martial arts school, what awaited him wouldn't just be ruin and disgrace, but also legal punishment and a manhunt by numerous martial arts schools. After all, in this line of work, while making money is easy, there is also an unwritten rule: for a martial arts school instructor to abandon a student is the most unforgivable offense. It crosses the industry's red line. Master Xiong, oh, wait, Xiong, why are you here? The students asked, puzzled. I went to get reinforcements a moment ago, so I'm a little late. Reinforcements? You were clearly just running away, weren't you? Although those students were naive and deep-pocketed, they weren't complete fools who knew nothing. Alright, since you figured it out, I'll lay my cards on the table, no more pretending. As for what happened today, only the dead one be able to spill the beans. Upon hearing this, the nearby teams of material harvesters who hadn't had time to leave were also filled with disgust. Do you have any morals left? You abandoned your students and ran away, and now you're coming back to silence them? With your character, I'm afraid the Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy isn't much better. I say, once we get back, we've got to expose this so-called Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy, the crowd shouted angrily. Ha, you won't be going back. As soon as Xiong finished speaking, he moved to silence them, charging forward with a ferocious roar. However, in the very next second, Zhang Tian shattered his limbs, leaving him lying limp on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Zhang Tian. Could it be that you're the powerful figure who saved them? He asked in disbelief. After all, Zhang Tian was just a teenager who had only recently awakened his talent. Even an S-class talent couldn't possibly achieve something this terrifying. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this guy? Xiong was speechless. He couldn't sense any signs of supernatural abilities emanating from Zhang Tian, which meant Zhang Tian didn't possess any at all. He was a completely ordinary person through and through. But could an ordinary person really kill a pack of wolves? Before he could figure it out, the 6 students had already tied him up and dumped him in a secluded spot, planning to take him back with them on their return trip. What followed was Zhang Tian and those 6 guys farming materials together, mainly with Zhang Tian taking down monsters, though the others occasionally killed a few as well. After nearly 3 hours of hunting, all 6 students had reached level 2, which made them ecstatic. This meant their chances of passing tomorrow's martial arts college entrance exam were much higher. As for Zhang Tian, he didn't really care. Since he wasn't a psionic and couldn't level up by killing monsters anyway, letting those students take a few kills didn't matter to him. Ding! Energy points have reached 100. The system is about to upgrade. System upgraded to level 2. Earns 2 modification points per second. Host, please continue killing monsters. Keep up the good work. Upgrade requirement, 0500. He need to slay 500 monsters before the next upgrade. Clearly impossible today, so Zhang Tian decided to head out with those 6 guys. Before leaving, he allocated all 10,800 points earned over the past 3 hours to strength. Since the other attributes weren't yet available for modification, strength was his only option. At this point, Zhang Tian's strength had reached 58,400 gene. From yesterday to today, in just over 12 hours, he had already amassed this much strength. It was truly terrifying, even for an S-rank strength talent. Without at least level 25, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve such a terrifying level. Moreover, now that the system was at level 2, the rate of increase was even more ferocious. +2. +2. Afterward, Zhang Tian returned with the students. Without him even having to say a word, the students had already told their parents, and soon a crowd of well-connected individuals showed up, the Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy. Before long, reporters and the like were swarming the place. Zhang Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to what happened next. After dropping off the 6 students, he received thank you payments from their parents, 500,000 per person, bringing his total earnings to another 3 million. With that, the balance in his bank account reached 4.21 million.
He then sold some of the materials he collected to a scrap dealer, netting another 340,000. Afterward, Jiang Tian found a place to eat. Now that his strength had increased, his appetite had grown, and he got hungry much more easily. But for someone with several million in the bank, that was no problem at all. After eating, Jiang Tian took another look at the details regarding the martial arts college entrance exam. It was set to officially begin at 9 a.m. the next day and would last for 3 days. After giving it a quick review, he headed home to sleep. Perhaps because he was so exhausted, he slept straight through until 6:30 p.m. Jiang Tian got up and first checked his modification points. Available modification points, 64,000. After another round of adjusting his strength, Jiang Tian's strength shot up to a staggering 122,400 gene. Next, he headed to the super alloy store to pick up the battle halberd he had custom made. Before long, Jiang Tian arrived at the store. As soon as he walked in, he spotted the battle halberd displayed on the shelf, the very one he commissioned, glowing brilliantly. This halberd weighs 108,000 gene. Are you sure you can lift it, young hero? The shop owner asked with some concern. No problem. Jiang Tian walked straight over to the halberd, gripped the shaft with one hand, lifted it right off the shelf, and then demonstrated his great son halberd skill with it. Holy shit, holy shit. Throughout the entire process, the shop owner had nothing else to say. He wasn't very educated, so he just kept exclaiming, holy shit. After this halberd was forged, it took more than a dozen of the shop's employees over an hour to carry it, and yet this young man had actually lifted it with just one hand? Is this even human? Oh, by the way, young hero, here is a dagger for you. The shop owner pulled out an exquisitely crafted dagger. For the martial arts college entrance exam, sometimes a dagger is more useful than a halberd. This was part of the shop's customer appreciation program. After all, the deposit and final payment totaled 400,000. If he didn't give something away, he'd lose repeat business. Plus, this young hero's strength is astonishing. Giving him a dagger is also a way to curry favor. Thank you. Jiang Tian paid the balance, then took the matching halberd sheath and left. Both the halberd and the dagger come with their own sheaths. After all, super alloy is too heavy. Ordinary sheaths aren't safe enough. So these matching accessories are also for safety. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian woke up. Jiang Gua had already left for work. Seeing how composed Jiang Tian had been the previous day, he assumed Jiang Tian had cancelled his registration for the martial arts college entrance exam on his own. So he didn't bother with it. As for the liberal arts college entrance exam, that would take place after the martial arts exam. Besides, Jiang Tian's academic scores were excellent, ranking in the top 100 in Pingjiang province wouldn't be a problem. When the time came, he, as a father, would still have something to be proud of. Although it wasn't as promising as the martial arts exam, at least his son's future position and salary wouldn't be any lower than his own. The martial arts college entrance exam began at 9 a.m. After waking up at 7:30, Jiang Tian slung his battle halberd over his shoulder, secured his dagger, ate a hearty breakfast, and boarded the bus designated to transport examinees to the exam venue. The college entrance exam is an extremely important event in Xia Kingdom, especially the martial arts track, which serves as a means of selecting individuals with special abilities. Therefore, for every exam in every region, dedicated buses are provided to transport candidates, and traffic restrictions on the roads leading to the exam venues had been implemented 3 days in advance, ensuring a smooth, congestion-free journey. Jiang Tian held his admission ticket, swiped it, and boarded the bus. Thud. However, the moment he stepped on board, the bus suddenly lurched downward, as if struck by a heavy object. It even nearly burst a tire. If the bus hadn't been built to such high specifications, it would likely have been crushed beyond repair on the spot. What's going on? For a moment, both the bus driver and the candidates on board were puzzled. Could it be this examinee? The driver glanced at Jiang Tian. The guy had nothing else on him but a long case slung over his shoulder, no other distinguishing features. Naturally, the driver wouldn't have suspected that the case contained super alloy. After all, something that massive would weigh at least 100,000 gene. Not only could the examinees on the bus not lift it, but he himself couldn't either. So, he had no choice but to get off the bus to check several tires, as well as the spare. There were 4 spare tires, a mandatory requirement, after all. Anything could happen on the road, and if a tire blew out and there were no spares, it could cause the candidates to miss their entrance time. He simply couldn't bear that responsibility under any circumstances. "Is there something heavy on the bus?" he muttered to himself. When he first checked the 4 tires, they had been standing upright, but now they were all flattened. This special-purpose bus was built with cutting-edge technology. It wasn't supposed to sag even with 100 people on board. Yet here it was, sagging with only a dozen or so passengers? Never mind. He decided not to worry about it as long as the bus could make it to the exam site without any problems. That was all that mattered. After waiting a while, all the examinees in this area had boarded the bus. "Sha Chang, check the attendance status for the candidates in this section," the driver called out. Sha Chang was an artificial intelligence system developed using the latest high-tech research in Xiaogua. As soon as a candidate scanned their admission ticket, Sha Chang would receive the information. Combined with the previously entered database, it could determine if any candidates were still missing. "Everyone's here. We're ready to depart. I'll now begin navigating for you. The total distance is 4 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of 12 minutes. Sha Chang's voice rang out. The bus started up smoothly. At that moment, some of the students who had boarded later also noticed Zhang Tian. "Isn't that Zhang Tian, the class president of Class 1? Is he taking the martial arts college entrance exam too?" A few students who recognized Zhang Tian murmured among themselves. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Tian was a well-known figure at number 1 high school. His failed awakening had only increased his fame, so by now, he was practically a household name within Sealy number 1 high school, that is. "I don't know. I guess he just hasn't given up yet. Ah, what a shame. He is just an ordinary person now," said a pretty girl regretfully. Before his awakening failed, she had been one of Zhang Tian's little fangirls. Back then, she had a secret crush on Zhang Tian. After all, he was tall and handsome, and there were plenty of girls who secretly liked him. She didn't even know where she ranked among them. Back then, she thought she'd never have another chance in her life, but who would have thought fate would play such a cruel trick? Zhang Tian's awakening failed. She, on the other hand, succeeded in her awakening. Although it was only a D-ranked talent, it was still so much better than being an ordinary person. In the future, talented individuals and ordinary people were destined to live in completely different circles. So this girl gradually let go of her feelings. Let us not talk about him. Let us discuss the standout students from our school taking the college entrance exam this time. I think Shou is pretty impressive. He actually awakened a B-level strength talent this time. Whether our Sealy number 1 high school can secure a spot in the top 100 in the province depends on Zhou. I think it's possible. In the past, Sealy number 1 high school has had B-level talents make it into the top 100. I just realized even though Zhou is kind of ugly and has that greasy, slicked back hair, now that his B-level strength talent has awakened, the more I look at him, the more handsome he seems. Several girls chimed in. They were all D-level talents themselves. If they could hook up with a C or B-level talent, their future prospects would be much brighter. In fact, this was a common tactic used by many low-level talent girls. Ha! A B-level talent hoping to make the top 100? That's ridiculous. As the girls were chatting, a discordant voice rang out from the back seat. Judging by their attire, those guys were candidates from Pingjiang Province's Elemental High School. Element High School is actually much stronger than Sealy number 1 high school, and the students who have awakened there are all elementalist talents reportedly. The lowest rank is C level. This time around, Element High School had at least several dozen B-level talents and over a dozen A-level talents among its awakened students. Every year, Element High School secures at least 20 spots in the provincial top 100. On several occasions, Element High School students have even made it into the top 10. Oomph, what nonsense are you spouting? I think you're just jealous that others have B-ranked talents, several girls retorted immediately. You really won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Those students from Element High School unleashed their talents.
See that? AB rank talent and Earth elementalist. And this is actually the weakest talent among the 5 of us. Mine's an A-level talent, I'm a what elementalist.
With that, the other students from Elemental High School activated their talents one after another, leaving the students from Sealy No. 1 High School speechless. After all, the highest-ranked student at Sealy No. 1 High School was only at the B level, while 2 of these students were at the A level. There was simply no comparison.
You're just frogs at the bottom of a well.
Spending too much time at a trash high school like Sealy No. 1 High School really narrows your horizons.
Why even bother with this trash?
After the martial arts college entrance exams, they probably won't even make the minimum cutoff for the first-tier superpower universities.
Speaking of which, what was the cutoff for first-tier superpower universities last year? I think it was 450 points.
As far as I recall, only about 100 students from Sealy No. 1 High School made the cut.
It'll probably be even lower this year.
With over 1,000 students in the entire school and a pass rate of less than 10%, what a disgrace.
The students from Element High kept taunting them.
The girls looked furious but didn't dare say a word. They could only turn to Zhang Tian, hoping he'd say something in their defense.
But Zhang Tian had no intention of engaging with them. What was the point of arguing? He'd rather save his energy for the exam.
Around 8:20, the buses from each district arrived at their designated locations, the specific entry points for the martial arts college entrance exam in each area. The exam venue was reportedly a dungeon created by a Xia Kingdom powerhouse ranked 90 or higher, featuring various environments, terrains, and monsters ranging from level 1 to level 10. After getting off the bus, Zhang Tian spotted his homeroom teacher, Shirley. As his homeroom teacher, she had naturally arrived at the exam site early. After all, her students' test scores were what mattered most to her. She hadn't slept well at all these past few days, and a large part of that was because of Zhang Tian. Shirley had assumed that Zhang Tian would awaken a Class B talent and secure a spot in the top 100 in Pingjiang province. That way, she would not only earn bonus points toward her upcoming professional title evaluation, but she would also receive a generous bonus.
But now, it seemed that wasn't going to happen. Zhang Tian, why are you here? Didn't you cancel your registration for the martial arts college entrance exam? Shirley asked anxiously. Registration for the exam had to be cancelled by the day before.
Of course, it was possible not to withdraw, but he had to take the exam. If he didn't withdraw and still failed to show up, it would be recorded as a serious breach of duty on his personal record.
Don't worry, teacher. I'm here specifically to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Trust me. Don't joke around, Shirley said helplessly.
She thought Zhang Tian had failed to awaken his talent, suffered a severe blow, and couldn't accept the reality.
Sigh. She sighed, feeling helpless.
According to the entrance exam regulations, as long as registration wasn't cancelled and he had his admission ticket, he was allowed to take the exam. Then I'll help you win first place, Shirley offered encouragingly, though deep down she knew it was unrealistic, not only because Zhang Tian hadn't successfully awakened, but even if he had. It was impossible for Sealy No. 1 High School to take first place. This had never happened before. Moreover, Sealy No. 1 High School was taking the exam alongside Jiuzhang High School and Element High School, both of which had far deeper academic traditions. After all, Jiuzhang City and Element City were much more economically developed and had far greater resources. Even with only 1 day left before the Wuka College entrance exam, these two high schools could still produce candidates at levels 3, 4, 5, or even 6, while in previous years, their highest-ranked candidates had reached level 8. The highest-ranked student from Sealy No. 1 High School this year was merely a level 3 Zhou. What hope could there possibly be?
Thank you, teacher.
After Zhang Tian finished speaking, he walked toward the entrance, where the mayors of Jiuzhang, Sealy, and Element, as well as the directors of education from all 3 cities, had gathered. Also present were the principals and homeroom teachers from the 3 high schools. In short, all the bigwigs had arrived. Among them stood a burly man surrounded by a crowd. He exuded an intimidating aura. A single glance from him was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. He was the proctor for this exam site, Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 powerhouse and a grade B talent blade master. Once all the candidates at this exam site had arrived, Lin Jingxiong announced.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to reiterate the details of the martial arts college entrance exam. First is the schedule. It begins at 9 a.m. and will last for 3 days.
Once the exam begins, you will be teleported to your respective dungeons. Use your talents and supernatural abilities to slay monsters. Monsters range from level 1 to level 10, and the points awarded vary accordingly.
Killing a level 1 monster earns you 1 point, while a level 10 monster is worth 1,000 points.
Of course, I hope you're up to the task. After all, nationwide, the total number of people who ever managed to defeat a level 10 monster across all years can be counted on one hand. After speaking for about 6 minutes, the candidates began collecting their spatial watches, devices crafted using spatial type talents. Equipped with the latest artificial intelligence, they allowed users to check their scores, rankings, and other information anytime, anywhere. Additionally, the spatial watches contained other provisions. There were 3 energy pills to replenish supernatural energy. Of course, these 3 pills alone were far from sufficient. Candidates would need to manage their energy needs on their own. Of course, most candidates make do with what is available on the spot, either by slaying monsters and consuming them, or, for certain specialized talents, by drawing energy from the environment. For example, a wood elementalist has a constant supply of energy as long as they're in a forest, and the same goes for a fire elementalist near a volcano.
Finally, there's the matter of safety.
After all, the martial arts college entrance exam is a dangerous endeavor, so the spatial watch features a red button. Simply pressing it,
you'll be instantly teleported out of the dungeon.
Zhang Tian collected his spatial watch and, while he was at it, used the AI Sha Chang to check the interior space, discovering it was just a single cubic compartment.
It wasn't very large.
He wondered if he could store his super alloy battle halberd inside the spatial watch so he wouldn't have to carry it, but unfortunately, the space was too small to accommodate the halberd.
It was just too long. It's currently 8:45.
There is still a quarter of an hour before the exam officially begins.
If any of you want to form teams, you can start doing so now.
Lin Jingxiong emphasized at the end that the martial arts college entrance exam wasn't a solo event. Teamwork was allowed. That's why those with strong talents often formed small squads. This way, when facing fierce monsters, their kill rate would increase significantly, and their survival rate would also improve considerably.
Joe, can I be on your team?
Instantly, quite a few students from Sealy No. 1 High School gathered around Joe, all of them E or D level talents. On their own, reaching the first-tier admission cutoff for the Supernatural Abilities University might be difficult, but teaming up with Joe AB level talent would make it a breeze.
Little dragon, please? For a moment, a few girls even tried to charm him with cute, coquettish gestures, which really tempted Joe.
In the past, no girls had ever paid attention to him because of his short, unattractive appearance, so suddenly being the center of attention made him feel quite smug inside.
He patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. He also glanced at Zhang Tian, as if to say, you used to be so popular, but now I've stolen the spotlight back, haven't I?
However, Zhang Tian didn't even glance at him, instead observing the situation at the other high schools.
Chen Luan, C rank talent strength. Anyone want to team up? Me C rank talent agility. I'll team up with you. Me too.
In an instant, calls to form teams rang out non-stop. Elemental High School, in particular, quickly assembled their teams on the day of their awakening. The school had already arranged the optimal team combinations for them. The school had then specifically assigned teachers to lead them into dungeons to level up, so their coordination and teamwork were exceptionally strong. Their school had even hired specialized instructors to train them using mock exam questions.
Judging by the results, the average score for Element High School's examinees was at least 520 points.
Moreover, the difficulty of these mock exams was even higher than that of the regular martial arts college entrance exam. Finally, at 9 a.m., the examinees from the 3 high schools entered the exam hall.
A flash of white light later, Zhang Tian found himself in a field of ruins. It appeared to be the aftermath of a massive battle between monsters and humans in an abandoned city.
Surrounding the abandoned city were varied terrains, making the area ideal for elementalists to utilize their talents.
Shadows of various monsters began to emerge, though most were level 1 monsters.
Monsters of this level made up 60% of the total, as the exam was designed with the majority of candidates in mind. So as soon as they touched down, quite a few candidates began slaying monsters, seemingly unable to wait. Before long, various rankings began to emerge. Zhang Tian, however, was in no hurry. With his battle halberd slung over his back, he was strolling through the mountainous terrain in front of the abandoned city. He planned to stock up on some food first. He heard that monster meat was rich in energy. Although he wasn't a talent bearer, he still expended physical energy and got hungry. Plus, with a battle halberd weighing 108,000 jin on his back, he needed to stock up on food in advance. It wouldn't be easy to find food later if he got hungry, and if he happened to encounter a high-level monster while weak from hunger, things could turn out badly. Zhang Tian deftly pulled out his alloy dagger. Don't let its small size fool you, it weighed a full 7,000 jin. Plus, he just spotted some unicorn green cattle monsters nearby. These unicorn green cattle were level 2 monsters, and knowledge about them flashed through Zhang Tian's mind. The blue unicorn ox is incredibly rich in nutrients and energy. A single piece of its beef is equivalent to an energy pill. He planned to kill a few, roast them on the spot, and fill his spatial watch to the brim. Circling around to the rear of the 2 blue unicorn oxen, Zhang Tian prepared for a sneak attack. With a single, forceful throw, he hurled the dagger forward. A 7,000 jin blade enhanced with the armor-piercing capabilities of super alloy. Combined with Zhang Tian's 120,000 jin of strength, one unicorn blue ox was instantly killed on the spot. The other turned around, spotted Zhang Tian, and charged at him with all its might. The unicorn blue ox's charge, coupled with its sharp horns, made its onslaught as powerful as a cannonball. Zhang Tian swung his battle halberd, striking the unicorn blue ox squarely on the head. Boom! A massive crash echoed through the air. Zhang Tian's hand went slightly numb from the impact. The bull's head was incredibly hard, and the force of its charge was immense, amounting to roughly 10,000 jin of strength. But the unicorn horned green bull didn't fare much better either. Struck squarely on the head by the halberd, its skull shattered instantly, and a mixture of red and white fluids gushed out. Killed 2 level 2 monsters, plus 10 points. The voice of the AI, dumb strong, rang out. Zhang Tian didn't pay much attention to his current score, however. Instead, he hoisted the 2 one-horned green oxen onto his shoulders and made his way to a small spring. With practiced ease, he used his alloy dagger to slit open the hides, extract the beef, and chop a few branches to skewer the meat. After building a fire, he began to showcase his culinary skills. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled beef wafted through the air. Zhang Tian took a bite himself. As soon as it touched his tongue, he felt a pleasant surge of energy coursing through his body. After eating 1 beef shank, Zhang Tian felt full of energy. He then prepared to grill the remaining 400 plus jin of beef and store it in his spatial watch. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. As he grilled and ate, Zhang Tian decided to check his point status. Sha Chang, check the current points rankings. Sure, here are the points rankings. An electronic screen appeared before Zhang Tian's eyes. Zhejiang High School, Hanli, B rank talent, Titan Giant, points, 45, rank, 1. Element High School, Zhaokun, B rank talent, Earth Elementalist, points, 42, rank, 2. Element High School, Maxian, B rank talent, Gold Elementalist, points, 39, rank, 3. Zhang Tian glanced at the list briefly. Given the current rankings, no ranked talents had made it into the top 3, which meant that was where ranked talents would enter, and there were still relatively few monsters there. A short while later, after grilling all the beef to perfection, Zhang Tian shut down the AI and stood up to leave. He had no immediate plans to enter the middle zone. He'd stick to hunting level 1 monsters in the outer zone for now. After all, he still needed to kill 500 monsters before the system could be upgraded to level 3. While monsters in the middle and inner zones offered more points, they were significantly tougher to defeat and fewer in number, which would inevitably slow down the system's upgrade. Having made up his mind, Zhang Tian slung his battle halberd over his shoulder, grabbed his dagger, and set off. At the same time, several thousand drones were flying high in the sky, capturing footage from all over the area, part of the live broadcast organized by the official Martial Arts College Entrance Exam Committee. The broadcast would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Generally speaking, candidates with B or A level talents were the main focus of the coverage. As for the others, they were only shown in occasional segments. Oh my, isn't that Hanli from our Jiuzhang High School, how did he end up in first place? The principal of Jiuzhang High School said smugly. Don't say that. Being first for a moment doesn't mean you'll stay there forever. We at Element High School currently hold 6 spots in the top 10, not bad at all. The principal of Element High School also boasted, while the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School remained silent. After all, not a single student from his school had made it into the top 10. It was truly embarrassing. Even that B-level talent, Joe, was currently ranked 45th, and over the past few minutes, his ranking had been steadily dropping. Oh my, Principal Lee, why aren't any students from your Sealy No. 1 High School on the list? The principals from the other 2 schools said to Li Ping, the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School. Li Ping looked embarrassed and couldn't argue. Come on, don't just stay silent. Tsk, now they're not even in the top 50. Oh my, the best student from Sealy No. 1 High School is currently ranked 65th. That's not bad. It's about the same level as in previous years. We finally managed to cut to a live feed of the Sealy No. 1 High School students, only to have them get beaten up by Monster. Ha! The remarks from those 2 principals grew harsher with every sentence. Once the principals finished speaking, it was the Education Bureau Director's turn, followed by the 3 mayors. Needless to say, the other 2 were taking jabs at the third. Lin Jingxiong, however, paid little attention to all that. He studied the live feed in front of him intently, his attention drawn to several candidates with impressive talent scores. Who is this Yin Jiping? I didn't see him in the top 10 earlier, and now he has actually surged to first place, Lin Jingxiong kept praising aloud. Examiner Lin, this Yin Jiping is one of Jiuzhang High School's top contenders this time around. He is an A-class talent marksman. His gilded spear alone weighs over 10,000 jin. What's more, in just a few days, he has cultivated a Tier 1 universal skill, the Great Sun Spear technique, to the Adept realm. Is that for real? He reached the Adept level in just 1 day? Even Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 player, couldn't help but be startled by this news. The Great Sun Spear technique was a super skill back when he was still a test taker. It had taken him half a month just to reach the novice level. For Yin Jiping to reach Adept in a single day, he was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Sha Chang, pull up Yin Jiping's livestream. Lin Jingxiong ordered. Immediately, a livestream feed appeared before him, showing Yin Jiping in the midst of slaying a monster. It was a level 3 stone armor beast. These beasts were renowned for their defense. Even against a level 3 opponent, it was difficult to break through their defense unless the attacker was 2 levels higher than the stone armor beast. But at that moment, Yin Jiping wielded his gilded spear with the fluidity of a dragon, executing a constant stream of techniques, hooking, thrusting, and piercing that left Lin Jingxiong and the other top players watching in awe. His spear technique is truly that refined? Lin Jingxiong couldn't help but praise him once more. Examiner Lin, this isn't even the full extent of Yin Jiping's abilities. He hasn't even used his spearman talent skill yet. If he does, it'll be even more ferocious. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem for Yin Jiping to rank in the top 10 of this exam site, or even the top 100 in Pingjiang province, right? Of course, the principal of Jiuzhang High School said proudly once again. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Tian's location, he found a spot at the edge of the ruins to rest. After nearly 10 hours of fighting, he had finally killed enough level 1 monsters on the outskirts to reach the 500 mark. It wasn't that he lacked firepower, rather, those monsters were familiar with the terrain and were incredibly fast, and the killing intent radiating from Jiang Tian struck fear into them. System, level up. Jiang Tian said, eager to see if the level 3 system would unlock the next attribute modification boost. Ding, level up successful. Level 3 system unlocks defense attribute modification. Current system effect, plus 3 points per second. Immediately, an attribute panel appeared before Jiang Tian. Host, Jiang Tian. Current available points,
234,891. Modification points, adding +3. Strength boost, 122,400 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor. Note, armor reduces physical damage. Agility boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Crit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 3.
Energy points required to level up, 1000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect at the next level is a gain of 4 modification points per second.
After nearly 10 hours of monster hunting yesterday and today, Zhang Tian's modification points had already surpassed 230,000, so we decided to make some adjustments first. As for strength, I'll round it off for now and set it to 200,000 gene. He then spent 77,600 modification points to boost his strength to 200,000 gene. With 157,291 modification points remaining, Zhang Tian paused to think.
System, add 3,000 points of armor for me first.
He spent 150,000 points to add 3,000 points of armor to himself, leaving him with 7,291 points remaining.
What does 3,000 points of armor mean?
Currently, even the most advanced high-tech alloy combat armor in Xia Kingdom only adds 800 points of armor per tier, and a person can only wear 1 suit at a time. Zhang Tian was effectively wearing the equivalent of 4 suits of high-tech combat armor. The key difference is that while others feel the weight of their armor, he remains completely unburdened. After making these adjustments, Zhang Tian was about to rest. After all, he'd been fighting all day, and it was time to get some sleep at night. With 3 days to spare, there was no need to rush. As for the over 400 gene of beef in his spatial watch, he'd already eaten more than 300 gene. There was no helping it though his strength was formidable, his stamina consumption was truly immense. Still, for Zhang Tian now, finding some monster meat was no big deal. Ding! Strength has surpassed the 200,000 gene mark, activating the hidden system skill 3-meter golden body. 3-meter golden body, upon activation, your body size increases to 3 meters, and your strength doubles. Lasts for 1/4 of an hour. Is there such a good thing? Zhang Tian was just about to rest when the system suddenly dropped another reward. Ding! Host, whenever an attribute reaches a certain value, it triggers a hidden system skill. This applies to defense, agility, crit, and other attributes as well. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Tian couldn't help but get excited. He already had a cheat, and now he had another one on top of it. This left no chance for those talent users to defeat him. While resting, Zhang Tian took a moment to check his current ranking. With 506 points, he shouldn't be doing too badly. A ranking list appeared before Zhang Tian's eyes. Elemental High School, Meng Tian, Grade A Talent Wood Element 763 points, Rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yanxue, Grade A Plus Talent Shadow 761 points, Rank 2. Zhejiang High School, In Jiping, Grade A Talent Gunslinger 732 points, Rank 3. Sealy No. 1 High School, Zhang Tian, No Talent, 5,000 points, Rank 10. Zhang Tian wasn't the least bit surprised by this ranking. He knew that the B-class talents who had initially held the top 10 spots would inevitably be replaced by A-class talents as time went on. After reviewing the list, Zhang Tian turned over and fell asleep. He was certain that, besides himself, the proctors, the principal, and the other administrators were all watching him, wondering what expression they'd have when his ranking appeared. What kind of expressions would they have? Sure enough, over at Lin Jingxiang's table, along with the mayor, the director of education, and the other principals, everyone was closely watching the score changes. They scanned the list one by one, starting from first place, and their expressions remained relatively normal. But when they reached 10th place, Lin Jingxiang nearly stumbled and fell. Holy shit, who the hell is this Zhang Tian? He made it into the top 10 without even having a talent? Are you fucking kidding me? Lin Jingxiang was dumbfounded. This was completely absurd. Everyone in the top 10 was an A-level talent.
How could Zhang Tian make it into the top 10 without one? Besides, the student in 11th place was also an A-level talent, and yet Zhang Tian had more points than him? What?
Zhang Tian South in 10th place, shouted the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School and homeroom teacher Shirley.
Both of them clearly remembered that Zhang Tian hadn't awakened any talent skills. Impossible.
It must be a case of mistaken identity. Maybe there's another student named Zhang Tian in another class, Principal Li Ping muttered to himself.
Sha Chan, pull up Zhang Tian's footage for me. Lin Jingxiang shouted.
The other mayors, the director of education, the school principals, and a group of homeroom teachers all turned to look as well. After all, a guy without a talent making it to 10th place was absolutely explosive news, because without a talent, one is destined to be unable to use supernatural abilities. Killing a monster without using supernatural abilities was practically a fairy tale. Of course, it was possible to kill one through sheer physical strength, but how much strength could an ordinary person possibly have?
At most, a few hundred gene.
Soon, an image appeared before everyone's eyes. In the footage, Zhang Tian was sleeping in a certain spot, with a super alloy dagger and a battle spear lying on the ground beside him. However, when not in use, they were always sheathed. Is that Zhang Tian? Lin Jingxiong looked at the teenager in the image. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him that this guy could make it into the top 10? He wanted to see how Zhang Tian killed monsters, but it was already late, and the candidates had all found places to rest, so naturally, he couldn't see anything. So Lin Jingxiong decided that the next day, he would keep a close eye on this Zhang Tian to see just who this guy really was. Just as Lin Jingxiong and his group were about to leave, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared high in the sky in the distance behind Zhang Tian.
It's the Stinger Wasps, everyone present shouted.
The Stinger Wasp was a level 5 monster. The barbs it fired had extremely strong armor-piercing capabilities, and they always moved in swarms. In an official experiment, even the most powerful Tier 1 alloy battle armor could only withstand 6 seconds of a Stinger Wasp's attack before being pierced by their stingers. Keep in mind that Tier 1 alloy battle armor boasts 800 armor points, which is essentially equivalent to the armor value of a level 10 Class B defensive talent. Lin Jingxiong believed that Zhang Tian clearly couldn't withstand the assault, so in that case, he'd have no choice but to press the button on his spatial watch. What a shame his run in the top 10 ends here, Lin Jingxiong sighed. He originally wanted to see what Zhang Tian was capable of, but bad luck had led him to encounter a swarm of Stinger Wasps. Only teams with advanced talents could eliminate such a monster swarm. Ideally, a grade B fire elementalist or earth elementalist would have a decent chance of standing up to them. After all, Stinger Wasps aren't very large and possess extremely fast flight agility, making them very difficult to kill, which is why almost no candidates ever hunted them.
The
mayor of Sealy City, the director of education, the principal, and homeroom teacher Shirley, among others, also expressed their regret. After all, Sealy No. 1 High School had originally had a top 10 contender. It's worth noting that even during the tri-school college entrance exams, Sealy No. 1 High School had never placed in the top 10.
Luck is part of one's ability. Don't lose heart.
Perhaps Sealy No. 1 High School will have another top 10 contender in the future. The principals of Jiujiang High School and Element High School sneered, but everyone knew that was impossible. At that moment, a level 6 Stinger Wasp Queen appeared on the screen. She was nearly twice the size of a regular wasp, measuring a full half-meter in length. Moreover, the barbed stinger on her tail glinted with a cold, menacing light. Led by the queen, the swarm had positioned itself for a surprise attack. "Quick, contact the nearest rescue team," Lin Jingxiong shouted. Although the spatial watch used in the martial arts college entrance exam had a button to teleport out, most of the time, when facing a monster ambush, there simply wasn't time to press it. Therefore, the rescue team's assistance was the only guarantee of the candidate's safety. Swoosh, swoosh. But by then, the Stinger Wasp Queen had already launched her attack, a massive stinger, along with dozens of stingers from the swarm, all firing at once. "It's over," Lin Jingxiong shouted. The rescue team clearly wouldn't arrive in time. Zhang Tian was likely about to be riddled with stings. Over on Zhang Tian's side, he had naturally noticed the Stinger Wasps approaching, but he didn't react immediately simply because this monster flew too fast. He intended to wait until the swarm drew near, and until the queen was close, before swiftly taking her down. Without the queen to lead them, eliminating the remaining stinger wasps would be much easier. The reason he wasn't afraid of the stinger wasp's attacks was, first of all, because he knew this type of monster, though its armor-piercing ability was strong, it could only penetrate up to 1,000 points of armor at most. With 3,000 points of armor, what was there to be afraid of? Clink, clink, clink. The stinger wasp's stingers kept striking Zhang Tian's back, but he didn't feel a thing, and the stingers snapped the moment they touched his back. At the same time, a faint smile played on Zhang Tian's lips. The moment had come. He grabbed his dagger, spun around swiftly, and with 200,000 gene of strength, hurled it forward. The dagger's incredible flight agility left the stinger wasp queen with absolutely no time to react. First, the stinger wasp queen believed that after her barrage of stings, Zhang Tian was as good as dead. Second, Zhang Tian's 200,000 gene of strength and the dagger's blinding speed were simply too much for her to handle. Bang! The razor-sharp super alloy dagger possessed exceptional armor-piercing capabilities, and while the stinger wasps excelled in attack and agility, their defense was their weak point. As a result, the dagger instantly pierced the queen's skull, and she fell to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining stinger wasps scattered in all directions. Zhang Tian grabbed a handful of pebbles from the ground. He hurled them densely into the air. Although he couldn't aim precisely, the sheer number of stones created a hail of projectiles, and in just a few seconds, all several dozen stinger wasps fell from the sky. After dispatching them, Zhang Tian checked his score. The single battle had added 156 points. His ranking shot up to 8th place in an instant. It seemed that killing high-level monsters really did yield a lot of points. Afterward, Zhang Tian continued to rest. Since the stinger wasps weren't suitable for eating, he waited while resting to see if any other monsters would come to ambush him. Meanwhile, over at Lin Jingxiang's location, he took out all the stinger wasps? Lin Jingxiang said in astonishment. He had been serving as an exam proctor for over a decade, and every year, prodigies emerged. He'd seen plenty of prodigies among the ranked talents, but this was definitely the first time he'd witnessed such a breathtaking scene. A single person took down a group of level 5 and level 6 monsters in just a few seconds? If a team of elementalists with advanced talents had taken down this swarm, he might have believed it. But an ordinary person with no special abilities just tossing a dagger and a handful of pebbles and those wasps were killed just like that? Damn it, does the kill have to be this simple and brutal? The 3 mayors, bureau chiefs, and school principals standing nearby were also so stunned they couldn't speak. To be honest, among all the teams at Jiajiang and Elemental High School, there were a few capable of taking down a wasp swarm this easily, but for a single person to wipe out the entire enemy team? That had never happened in the history of their high school. This has to be fake, right? Is Xiao Chang showing us a sci-fi movie? Asked Xiao Ling, the mayor of Jiajiang. Nonsense. This is a live broadcast, Lin Jingxiang snapped. I suspect this Zhang Tian is using banned substances, so I demand a thorough investigation into him, said the mayor of Element City. Mayor Shen is right. It's obvious that Zhang Tian has no superpowers, yet he is still so ferocious. That means he is using banned substances. You people at Sealy No. 1 High School are truly shameless. If your awakening failed, you should just accept reality. Instead, you're using banned substances to take the college entrance exam. I'm going to report you to the provincial authorities. Instantly, the mayors of Jiajiang and Element City, along with the school principals and other officials, all began to level accusations. Li Ping, Shirley, and the others didn't know what to say. After all, judging by Zhang Tian's condition, this wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Given that, he must have used banned substances. I agree as well, even Lin Jingxiang nodded, then ordered, Xiao Chang, scan Zhang Tian to see if he has used any banned substances. Xiao Chang was a high-tech AI, and since Lin Jingxiang held high-level permissions, he could instruct the Xiao Chang app on Zhang Tian's watch to perform an automatic scan. Copy that, scanning now. Just wait until you get reported. Get ready for punishment from the provincial authorities.
With an incident like this happening, you, as mayor, bear responsibility. In an instant, the mayors and officials from the other two cities launched into a barrage of accusations. Scan complete. Zhang Tian has not used any banned substances, everything is normal. However, the very next second, before they could finish celebrating, Xia Chang's voice rang out. What? Chao Ling, the mayor of Jiujiang, and Shen Bing, the mayor of Yuansu, froze on the spot.
Not to mention them, even Lin Jingxiong ordered Xia Chang to run the scan again.
Unfortunately, the result was the same. Phew!
Sealy Mayor Zhang Desui, Principal Li Ping, Shirley, and the others all let out a long sigh of relief.
Although they still didn't understand why Zhang Tian was so formidable.
The fact that he hadn't used banned substances meant he could continue taking the college entrance exam.
Who knows?
Given the skills Zhang Tian had demonstrated, it wasn't impossible for him to rank first among the three schools. He might even break into the top 10 in Pingjiang province, though that would be a truly remarkable achievement, given that Pingjiang province has 30 cities, many of which boast a much richer academic heritage than Element High School. Meanwhile, as the candidates took a break, they checked their rankings and saw if any students from their own schools had made it into the top 10.
Holy crap, Element High School actually took 6 spots in the top 10.
As expected, we're still as strong as ever.
We at Jiujiang aren't doing too shabby either, we've got 2 in the top 5. Same here. But what's the deal with this Zhang Tian?
He shot up to 8th place all of a sudden. I've never even heard of him before.
He is from Sealy No. 1 High School, but the data shows he doesn't have a talent? Just an ordinary person? I think it might be a statistical error. He has probably an A-class talent too.
If I get the chance, I'd actually like to meet this Zhang Tian and test him out, said a few A-class talent candidates, and some B-class talent candidates echoed their sentiment.
What? Our class president made it to 8th place?
The students from Class 1 at Sealy No. 1 High School also stared in disbelief. They all remembered that their class president had failed his awakening. The candidates buzzed with discussion, then began looking for places to rest. Those in groups had it easier, they could take turns keeping watch, which was safer, while those traveling alone had to find a relatively safe spot. At the same time, they couldn't let their guard down, lest a monster launch a surprise attack.
The night passed uneventfully.
Early the next morning, Zhang Tian was the first to wake up. He caught a few unicorn green oxen and roasted them. He wanted to try other monsters as well, but in this area, only the unicorn green oxen were suitable for eating. After roasting over 400 gene, he stored them in his spatial watch and set off. At that moment, high above his head, a drone was live streaming him in real time. He knew, of course, that many big shots were likely watching him right now, their minds filled with questions. After eating a meal, Zhang Tian slung his battle halberd over his shoulder, tucked his dagger into his belt, and prepared to head toward the middle zone. This was because so many monsters in the outer zone had been killed the previous day. Plus, since the outer zone had the most contestants, the monsters there had wised up and fled to the middle zone.
Zhang Tian thought this was actually a good thing.
The inner perimeter was full of level 3-5 monsters, so the points for killing them were much higher. It was the perfect chance for him to rack up some points. It wouldn't be too much to aim for first place, right? Just as he was walking forward, a figure rushed toward him from ahead.
Zhang Tian recognized her immediately. It was Zhou Hui.
She was his classmate and, as it happened, also the vice-class monitor.
Class president?
I'm so glad to run into you, Zhou Hui said hurriedly, stopping to catch her breath.
What is going on? Are you being chased by a monster?
No, it's a guy from Jiujiang High School chasing me. He wants to steal my energy pills.
Just as Zhou Hui spoke, the pursuer arrived from behind. It was Hanli from Jiujiang High School, a Class B talent known as the Titan Giant.
Wielding a pair of gilded warhammers, the towering figure glared menacingly at Zhang Tian and Zhou Hui ahead of him.
Run! Why aren't you running? Just hand over your energy pills.
Watching this on the live stream, Li Ping, the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School, spoke up indignantly.
How can you people from Jiujiang High School act like this? Stealing other people's belongings? You can't put it that way.
The martial arts college entrance exam doesn't say candidates can't take things from each other, it only says they can't kill each other.
Examiner Lin, isn't that right? Lin Jingxiong could only offer a helpless smile in response.
After all, among psychics, it's a case of the strong preying on the weak, and the martial arts college entrance exam does indeed have no rule against taking things.
Exactly. Only candidates from your Sealy No. 1 high school would be so weak and timid.
If you've got the guts, come and fight for it yourselves. They're not going to fight for a damn thing. Their entire school has only one B-level talent, that Zhang Tian guy. Now that he is up against Han Li, I'm afraid he is doomed. Shen Bing and Chao Ling said as they watched the screen. In their view, Han Li should have more than enough to handle Zhang Tian. After all, Han Li was ranked 13th and was a strength talent. That pair of gilded hammers he was carrying had been officially approved, weighing a full 15,000 jin.
With a single swing, Zhang Tian would likely be defeated.
Li Ping, Shirley, and the others had nothing to say.
After all, since Examiner Lin had tacitly acknowledged it, what else could they do? For now, they could only hope that Zhang Tian would defeat Han Li.
Examiner Lin, as a level 56 expert, you naturally have a keen eye.
Tell us, between Zhang Tian and Han Li, who do you think has a better chance of winning?
In my opinion, Han Li has a better chance of winning.
After all, he is a psionic.
Besides being able to learn general skills, psionics also possess their own talent skills.
That is something ordinary people simply can't match. In fact, Lin Jingxiong was right.
The unique skills associated with each talent are extremely powerful, far beyond what ordinary people can withstand.
Otherwise, why would they be called psionics?
After the crowd finished discussing, they turned their attention back to the live stream.
Over at Zhang Tian's location.
Han Li, of course, had no idea that the person in front of him was Zhang Tian. Bolstered by his own impressive talent, he began to act rather arrogantly.
Hand over the energy pills.
Han Li was a strength-type contestant. 3 pills weren't enough to satisfy his energy needs, and since he didn't want to go looking for something else to replenish his energy, he simply decided to snatch them. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Some advanced talent users relied on this kind of forceful method. It was quick and practical. If you know what's good for you, hand them over willingly. Otherwise, once I take them by force, you'll get a beating on top of it. And if you make this big shot here unhappy, I'll press the button on your spatial watch and teleport you right out of here.
You sure talk a lot.
Zhang Tian didn't feel like arguing. He charged straight at him. Han Li swung a massive hammer weighing a full 7,500 at him. In his view, one blow like that would surely make his opponent behave.
Boom!
Zhang Tian simply threw an ordinary punch, barely putting any force into it, yet Han Li's massive hammer was sent flying through the air, soaring farther and farther away. Finally, it became nothing more than a fleeting speck of light.
What? Han Li was stunned. Could you be a strength-type talent too? Looks like I'll have to take you seriously.
Han Li clenched both fists, and a massive fist shadow materialized. It was the Tier 1 Universal Advanced Skill, Crimson Flame Skill. He had already reached the novice level, allowing him to conjure a fist shadow half a meter in size. Crimson Flame Skill, he roared as the fist shadow charged forward, whistling through the air.
And you have the nerve to call that the Crimson Flame Skill?
Zhang Tian wore a look of contempt, then condensed a massive fist shadow 5 meters wide. Instantly, the sky was nearly filled with fist shadows.
A shadow loomed over Han Li's head. Holy shit! Han Li's body went numb instantly.
Having practiced the Crimson Flame skill himself, he was well aware of its power until now. He thought he was the one who mastered it most deeply. After all, he reached the adept level. But now, looking at his opponent's fist shadow, it was clearly at the master level.
Damn it, how could someone master a tier advanced skill in just one day? Even an epiphany wouldn't be this absurd, right? Oh no!
Han Li hurriedly tried to block, but it was already too late. The fist shadow struck him, instantly smashing a huge crater into the ground.
Boom!
The next second, a massive figure climbed out of the crater. It was Han Li, who had activated the Titan Giant talent. At that moment, he stood over 2.5 meters tall. His muscles bulged, radiating an intimidating aura, and a faint yellow glow shone from his skin. You may have mastered this fist technique, but it's a shame its attack power isn't strong enough.
Are you sure? If I hadn't held back for fear of killing you, would you even be able to stand up? Jiang Tian said.
Killing was strictly prohibited among examinees. If it occurred, the first consequence would be disqualification, followed by punishment under the laws of the Xia Kingdom. That was why Jiang Tian had restrained his strength when he threw that punch earlier. Otherwise, with 200,000 gene of strength combined with the master-level Crimson Flame skill, Hanli a mere B-rank strength-type talent wouldn't stand a chance.
Even an S-rank defense-type talent would be instantly wiped out with a single strike. Can you still block this move of mine? Gravity boost 5 times normal gravity.
Hanli stomped his feet on the ground, and the gravity in that area instantly increased 5-fold. Aside from himself, every target in the area suffered a severe deceleration effect.
Mount Tai crushing down.
Hanli leaped into the air, then crashed down heavily, like a human bomb. Combined with his height and weight, this strike carried a force of at least 50,000 gene.
Isn't this guy going to dodge?
Lin Jingxiong and the others watching the livestream remarked.
Is he going to take it head-on?
You have to admit, this Jiang Tian managed to force Hanli to unleash his talent ultimate. That's quite an achievement.
But that's as far as it goes. Within this gravity zone, Jiang Tian simply can't move. Just then, Hanli the human bomb came crashing down. Boom!
Jiang Tian lifted him up with one hand, just as he had lifted Zhou back then, with a stylish basketball-style throw, flung Hanli hundreds of meters away. The height was just right given the Titan Giant's defense. He shouldn't die upon landing.
50,000 gene of strength? And he just lifted him like that?
The Titan Giant was defeated in less than 2 rounds.
Zhejiang Mayor Chao Ling had thought victory was in the bag just a second ago, but the next second, he was slapped in the face and it stung.
Jiang Tian and Zhou Hui rushed over to Hanli. Though his life wasn't in danger, he was reeling from the fall. Jiang Tian immediately pressed the teleportation button on his spatial watch. With a whoosh and a flash of white light, Hanli was teleported out of the exam hall, marking the premature end of his college entrance exam. Although he earned quite a few points by slaying a monster yesterday, he still hadn't reached the admission cutoff for a top-tier psychic university. It was just bad luck that he run into Jiang Tian.
No problem. We're classmates anyway, helping each other out is only natural. Class president, can I tag along with you? Zhou Hui asked.
Having witnessed Jiang Tian's terrifying strength, she decided to latch onto him for protection. Just by tagging along with Jiang Tian, she figured she could probably scrape her way into a top-tier university.
All right.
With your abilities, if you run into those guys from Zhejiang or Element High again, who knows what might happen to you?
Jiang Tian was more than willing to help his classmates.
Class 1 had 18 students who were very close-knit. Aside from him, who hadn't awakened a talent, most of the others had awakened D-rank talents. Now that he was capable, it was only natural for him to lend a hand. If they followed him, not to mention anything else, getting into a top-tier superpower university wouldn't be a problem. After all, the martial arts college entrance exam is a pivotal event that shapes a psionic's entire life. Getting into a better university means access to vastly different resources and training.
Their future prospects would also be much brighter. Elsewhere, in many parts of the inner zone, numerous advanced monsters were being slain.
However, unlike in the middle and outer zones, these weren't being taken down by individuals.
Instead, they're being taken down by teams working together.
After all, the monsters here are all level 6 or higher, and it would be quite difficult for a group of level 5s to handle them on their own.
But working as a team is a different story.
Each talent can play its part effectively. Support talents can boost the group's attack power and defense, and some can even provide group speed boosts. Attack-type talents handle the main assault, and in the end, they split the kills to earn points, helping the entire team progress.
What's going on? That guy Hanli still hasn't come back?
In one squad, the members were taking a break after Hanli had said he was going out to find something to replenish their energy. But he'd been gone for quite a while and still hadn't returned. That guy is always dragging his feet. If he doesn't come back soon, we're not going to wait for him, otherwise, our score will get overtaken in just a few minutes. But if we don't wait for Hanli, our team's strength will take a huge hit. Those guys from Element High aren't going to wait for us. Right now, we're in the top 5, but Jiaojiang High only has one spot left, even I've dropped out of the rankings. A guy holding a gun spoke up. He was none other than Yin Jiping, one of Jiaojiang's top players and an A-class talent gunner. Let us wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't show up, we'll go hunt some level 6 stone armor beasts. Yin Jiping said. Wait a minute, where is Han Li's ranking? Suddenly, someone in the group shouted out loud. Just a moment ago, he checked the ranking points and noticed that Han Li's name was gone. At first, he thought Han Li had been knocked out of the top 50, but upon closer inspection, Han Li's name wasn't in the top 100 or even the top 200. He checked all the way down to the 1000th rank, but Han Li's name was still nowhere to be found. As for the rankings beyond that, he didn't bother checking. After all, with Han Li's B-ranked talent, there was no way he could have fallen that far. Could it be because Han Li finished his college entrance exams early? That's the only possibility. Otherwise, there is no way his ranking would be missing. Did he run into a ferocious monster? We're on the edge of the inner perimeter. There is no way we'd encounter a monster of that caliber. I think there is definitely something fishy going on. He must have been trying to steal someone else's energy pills and ran into a tough opponent, Yin Jiping speculated. Could it be those ranked talents from Elemental High School? Never mind that. Since Han Li has finished his college entrance exams, we can't fall behind. Let us take out the stone armor beast herd first, then see if we can find someone else to join us. Yin Jiping ordered. As the leader of the team and a ranked talent, he held authority over the others, who were all B-ranked talents. Naturally, those with lower ranks had to follow his lead. Led by Jiang Tian, the members of Class 1 quickly gathered. They then formed a party and began the second day of monster hunting, focusing their activities primarily on the outer and inner perimeter areas. After all, low to mid-level monsters were plentiful and not too difficult to defeat, whereas the inner perimeter and core areas were home to level 7 monsters and above. These monsters could only be defeated by a party, so some advanced talent candidates naturally chose to clear the easier targets first before tackling the more difficult ones. The day passed quickly. In a certain area of the middle enclave, Jiang Tian and the other 17 students from Class 1 sat around a campfire, roasting a unicorn horned blue ox on a spit, as they chatted cheerfully. Class President, you're so amazing. You even took down a level 5 spotted fierce tiger with a single move, Zhou Hui and the other girls said admiringly, while the boys also praised him one after another. Class President, didn't you fail to awaken your talent? How can you be this strong? Did you receive some divine legacy, allowing you to successfully awaken your talent after all? That must be the Class President's secret. Let us not pry. By the way, Class President, we won't hold you back tomorrow. Now that each of us has over 1,100 points, with our talent levels, entering the inner perimeter would only slow you down. Besides, you've already let us have so many monsters. With our current scores, we're more than qualified for a top-tier superpower university. Instantly, all 17 classmates spoke in unison. They knew exactly what their talents were capable of, so they didn't harbor any illusions about entering the inner circle, and even if the class president didn't mind, they would still slow him down. Judging by the strength he displayed today, becoming number 1 in Pingjiang province was definitely not a pipe dream. Okay. Jiang Tian didn't say much more. Alright, the blue ox is roasted. You've all been busy all day, go ahead and eat. In reality, their energy pills had long since run out, and after a full day of activity, they were all hungry. It smells so good. Just one bite is pure satisfaction. Oh, right, let us check our score rankings again. Sham Chang, pull up the score rankings. The next second, the familiar points panel appeared. Sealy number 1 high school, Jiang Tian, no talent, 5,763 points, rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yanxue, a plus talent, Shadow Assassin, 1,761 points, rank 2.
Zhejiang High School, In Jiping, a talent, gunner, 1,532 points, rank 3. Holy crap, the class president already has over 5,000 points?
Zhou Hui and a few other girls gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They knew Jiang Tian had killed a lot of monsters today. But he let them take some of them, and even so, his score had still reached a staggering 5,000 plus? They kept track of the college entrance exam scores from the 3 training schools before it seemed no one had ever reached over 5,000 points.
Of course. Don't you guys realize how many monster groups our class president wiped out today?
Level 5 monster groups each with dozens of monsters, and he took down nearly 20 of them. I remember the all-time high score in our Pingjiang province is 7,324 points. If our class president puts in a little effort tomorrow, he might just break that record. What do you mean might?
I say it's a sure thing.
Right here and now, I'm celebrating our class president breaking the record in advance. Too bad we don't have any alcohol or milk tea to celebrate with, but once the college entrance exams are over and the scores are released, I'm definitely throwing a banquet at the biggest hotel.
We'll all celebrate our class president together then.
Yeah. The group was in high spirits, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Meanwhile, after dark, the other test takers found a place to rest and check the score rankings.
Holy crap, over 5,000 points? Are you kidding me? He is definitely in the top 10 in the province, and it's only the second day. He has even outranked an A+ talent. Who the hell is this Jiang Tian? No talent? Doesn't that make him just an ordinary person? Is this for real?
At that moment, nearly every examinee was glued to the score rankings on their screens. Somewhere else, by a campfire, sat a young woman with a long sword strapped to her back, none other than Lu Yanxue, the only A+ talent candidate in this testing center. Based on her talent alone, she would have been automatically admitted to Tianjin University, but she insisted on taking the college entrance exam to experience it firsthand and see just how difficult it really was. Earlier, after climbing to first place, she had maintained a commanding lead over the rest of the field. She assumed her position was secure and hadn't worried about it. After all, she was an A+ talent. That alone was enough to make her proud, but who would have thought a Jiang Tian would pop up an ordinary person with no talent at all? The worst part was that he outscored her by over 3,000 points. Damn it, she couldn't accept that.
Could it be that I'm not even as good as an ordinary person? Lu Yanxue clenched her delicate fists. There's still one day left. There are level 10 monsters in the core area that's my key to overtaking him. Lu Yanxue muttered to herself.
Killing a single level 10 monster was worth 1,000 points, and each exam hall had 15 level 10 monsters deployed. That meant 15,000 points were up for grabs, but she also knew that level 10 monsters were the final challenge. They wouldn't be easy to take down. Still, she was confident. As a swordsman talent with unmatched attack and agility, reclaiming first place shouldn't be a problem. Besides Lu Yanxue, several other teams featuring a ranked talents were in the mix, including Gunnerin Jiping and Wood Elementalist Meng Tian. Who the hell is this Jiang Tian? Over 5,000 points, is he even human? Since when did Sealy No. 1 High School produce such a cocky brat? What's this brat's background? He charged straight to first place without saying a word. Even Lu Yanxue was outshone? Do you guys think there's a possibility? What possibility? Jiang Tian's team let him kill all the monsters, so he racked up all the points by himself. That way, his individual score is sky high, but the others basically have no points at all. The martial arts college entrance exam is a life-changing event. Without a score, you can't get into a supernatural ability university. Not even money or connections will help. Someone remarked, after all, the martial arts college entrance exam is the most rigorous event in Xia State. It's all about scores, and nothing else matters. Maybe Jiang Tian's family bribed those people, giving each of them a few million or tens of millions, so they give up on the exam and work for Jiang Tian instead. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. After all, it's happened before. Pfft, how despicable. And I thought he was some kind of badass. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person coming up with their own theories, all based on their own wild imaginations. As for Lin Jingxiong, he had naturally been watching the live stream the whole time. Although he checked out some other streams, most of his attention was focused on Zhang Tian. He couldn't help it, the guy was just too captivating. It's safe to say that he spent 2/3 of the day watching Zhang Tian. Judging by Zhang Tian's performance today, Lin Jingxiong was truly blown away. A Tier 1 advanced skill Crimson Flame, a super skill Divine Wind, and an ultimate skill Great Sun Halberd, all at the master level. Lin Jingxiong simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a single person master 3 skills to the master level in just one day? Not even an S-class talent could pull that off, right? Could this guy actually modify his own skills? In addition to the major candidates and examiners watching the livestream, countless citizens of Xia Nation were also glued to the college entrance exam broadcast every moment. After all, the martial arts college entrance exam was a grand spectacle. Meanwhile, various companies and organizations were scouting for outstanding candidates among the examinees. Jiang Gui's company, called 6 Nuclear Bombs, the name of a sports drink brand, was also watching the livestream at that moment. Jiang Gui, your son's name is Zhang Tian, right? According to the latest score rankings, your son is in first place, said Chen Lu, the owner of 6 Nuclear Bombs. That's impossible. My son failed his talent awakening and isn't even taking the Wuka college entrance exam. It must be a case of mistaken identity, Jiang Gui replied, though he secretly hoped his son had achieved such a result. Look! That live stream in the top right corner looks just like Zhang Tian. Quick, zoom in on it, Boss Chen Lu ordered, and his secretary immediately zoomed in. Holy crap, it really is your son, Jiang Gui. No doubt about it. Zhang Tian has visited the company before. I've seen him a few times. That's the kid. I never would thought he'd come in first across all 3 schools on this year's martial arts college entrance exam. You know, we've never had a top scorer in Sealy City before. Zhang Gui glanced at the screen, then rubbed his eyes, thinking he might still be half asleep. Alright, stop rubbing your eyes, Zhang Gui. This is for real, your son is about to come in first. He is really bringing honor to our Sealy City, the boss said with a smile. Old Jiang, you're a lucky man to have such a promising son. When he gets into a top-tier superpower university, remember to throw a celebration for us. Faced with everyone's praise, Zhang Gui simply scratched his head and said with a smile, I definitely will. But deep down, he was a little confused. Didn't his son say his awakening had failed? Was he just joking with him? Right, that must be it. Meanwhile, the many students in the first and second grades at Sealy No. 1 High School who were watching the livestream also looked up to Zhang Tian as their role model. In the future, I want to be just like senior Zhang Tian and bring honor to our Sealy No. 1 High School. Speaking of this Zhang Tian, I actually used to teach him PE. Back in his freshman year, I taught his music class. Some teachers also spoke excitedly. They'd all be too excited to sleep tonight. The third day arrived quickly. Today was the final day of the martial arts college entrance exam, a day for a last-minute push to boost scores. However, this last-minute push only applied to those with B-level talent. Those below B-level had essentially given up, as most low and mid-level monsters had already been wiped out. The few remaining were in hiding. Even if they were found, there weren't many left, so they wouldn't add much to the score. Tier 10 monsters, on the other hand, were worth 1,000 points each, making them highly coveted. The exam venue, inner core area. Zhang Tian, with his battle halberd slung over his back, made his way toward the territory of the Stone Armor Beast King, a Tier 10 monster, a tier super monster. Even among Tier 10 monsters, there are different sub-tiers, just like skills divided into low, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate. The higher the bloodline tier, the stronger the combat power. For example, a level 10 advanced monster would absolutely stand no chance against a level 10 super monster. Upon arriving at the Stone Armor Beast King's territory, Zhang Tian saw a rock before him that looked like a small mountain. He knew this wasn't just a rock, it was the Stone Armor Beast King itself. Boom! Sensing that someone had trespassed onto its territory, the Stone Armor Beast King rose to its feet. Due to its massive size, its movement caused the entire area to shake as if by an earthquake. With its body fully extended, the stone armor Beast King stood a full 5 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick stone armor, a defense type tier super monster.
Is he going to take on the stone armor Beast King alone?
Zhang Tian was now the main focus of the livestream, so the drone was constantly filming him, and naturally, it wouldn't he miss this showdown with the stone armor Beast King.
Looks like it. That SA level 10 stone armor Beast King. I doubt anyone could break through its defense unless they're also an S rank attack talent, and even then, they have to be level 10. But after the candidates awaken, they only have 1 day. Leveling up to level 10 in that time is just ridiculous, right?
It might be possible if he teamed up with others. The numerous viewers watching on screen chimed in. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Zhang Tian, it was just that this was simply too far-fetched, even though they seen him kill many monsters yesterday. But those were all level 5 and level 6 monsters.
To suddenly take on a level 10 one and go solo at that, was that even realistic?
Meanwhile, over on Lin Jingxiang's side, he also furrowed his brow.
Since you dare to go, you must have a trump card up your sleeve. Weren't those moves from yesterday your trump cards? Lin Jingxiang wondered.
He assumed those 2 sets of skills from yesterday were all Zhang Tian had. Judging by the way things looked, it seemed there was an even more powerful trump card in store. Meanwhile, the mayors of nearby Jiuzhang City and Element City, along with the directors of education and school principals, all chimed in.
That's way too cocky, going after the stone armor Beast King all by himself? He's definitely going to fail.
If not, I'll live stream myself eating a whole pig in 3 bites. Haha, you guys from Sealy No. 1 High School are just way too confident.
So what if we're overconfident?
So what if he fails? He'll still score over 5,000 points, way higher than your students. I doubt your students could catch up even if Zhang Tian didn't try to boost his score today.
Perhaps having been provoked too much, the mayor of Sealy, the director of education, the principal, and others fired back in turn. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top. Taking down 15 monsters isn't impossible.
The 2 sides launched into a heated war of words, arguing so fiercely that spit flew everywhere.
The scene cuts back to Zhang Tian. Let me test just how high your defense is first. With that, Zhang Tian hurled the dagger. Bang!
The next second, the dagger bounced off the stone armor Beast King's shell and fell to the ground, leaving only a white scratch on its surface.
Your defense is incredibly high.
Zhang Tian marveled, though he hadn't used his full strength on that strike, only about 70%, and besides, the dagger was simply too small.
If he used a battle halberd instead, the outcome might have been different.
Meanwhile, the stone armor Beast King had been enraged. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a torrent of molten lava and rock fragments. A dozen or so rocks, each a full half meter in size, hurtled toward Zhang Tian at breakneck speed.
Boom, boom. Zhang Tian didn't even bother dodging, he let the rocks hit him.
After all, he had 3,000 armor, and since the stone armor Beast King wasn't a strength-type monster, that was more than enough. For a moment, neither side could break through the other's defense.
Then let us try my battle halberd. Zhang Tian pulled the sheath off his battle halberd. What on earth is inside that sheath? Many viewers watching the livestream typed their curiosity into the chat.
By this point, the number of viewers in Zhang Tian's livestream had already surpassed 1 million.
That dagger looks like it's made of super alloy.
I'd guess there's a battle halberd inside that sheath also made of super alloy.
A viewer commented in the chat.
After all, Zhang Tian had never used a battle spear before, so they had no idea what was inside.
That's gotta be a fake.
Super alloy has an extremely high density. If that were a battle spear, it'd probably weigh at least 100,000 gene.
+1. +1.
Instantly, 1 million viewers flooded the chat.
Holy crap, it really is a super alloy battle axe.
The viewers watching the livestream were instantly stunned.
A battle axe weighing 100,000 gene, how can he even lift it? Could Zhang Tian be an awakened strength-type talent?
But even as an S-rank strength-type talent, without at least a level 20 character,
he shouldn't be able to lift this battle axe, right? Oh my god, and Jiang Tian's even holding it with one hand?
Not to mention the viewers flooding the chat. Even Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 powerhouse, felt a chill run down his spine.
That kind of strength, could Jiang Tian have awakened an S rank or higher talent? It might even be a god rank talent.
Such cases hadn't never happened before. After all, awakening stones were man-made technology, and since they were technology, there were inherent limitations.
There must be some loopholes that can't be fully detected.
The more he thought about it, the more convinced Lin Jingxiong became that this was the case. Once the college entrance exams were over, he was determined to use a special, secret detection method to test him. This method was man-made and could be said to detect talent with 100% accuracy. If this method failed to detect anything, it would mean he truly had no talent. He'd be a completely ordinary person. And that was the most terrifying part of all. Meanwhile, back on screen, the Stone Armor Beast King had already curled into a ball and was charging forward with tremendous force. This was one of the Stone Armor Beast's two primary attack methods, the Stone Roll. As for the other, it was the stream of rubble it had spewed earlier. Taken on its own, the Stone Roll might not seem particularly lethal, nor did it possess any sharp edges, but when combined with the Stone Armor Beast King's 5-meter-tall frame and massive weight, once it starts rolling, it carries the force of a landslide. It's safe to say that only another level 10 strength type super monster or ultimate monster could withstand it. Jiang Tian, with his solid general knowledge, naturally understood this principle. But now that he possessed 200,000 gene of strength, he wasn't about to be intimidated. No need for fancy techniques, he'd just go head on. Boom! Watching the stone ball hurtling toward him, Jiang Tian brandished his battle halberd and charged forward immediately. However, due to the Stone Armor Beast King's incredible agility and the sheer force of the impact, Jiang Tian was still knocked back several meters. But he quickly regained his balance. Bracing himself against the stone ball with one hand and gripping his battle halberd with the other, he thrust it with all his might, driving it deep into the Stone Armor Beast King's body. It went in nearly a meter deep, almost the entire spear was embedded, yet still no cry of pain came from the Stone Armor Beast King.
It doesn't even scream when hit like this? Boom!
Jiang Tian shook his spear with all his might, and instantly, the Stone Armor Beast King's stone armor shattered into fragments and fell away. At a glance, the armor on this creature was a full meter thick. No wonder he hadn't been injured. True to its name as a stone-armored beast, its entire body was covered in thick stone armor. Once the armor shattered, a yellow beam of light coalesced around the stone-armored Beast King's head. Its monster talent skill activated, instantly causing all the surrounding rubble to coalesce onto its body. It had once again formed a thick layer of stone armor. This was precisely what made the stone-armored Beast King so terrifying, its ability to generate stone armor almost without limit. But Jiang Tian had also figured out the trick. Although the Stone Armor Beast King's agility was fast, it still took about 5 or 6 seconds to solidify a gap long enough for him to strike again. The reason he hadn't attacked earlier was precisely to find the Stone Armor Beast King's weak spot, so he could deliver a killing blow. Because he noticed earlier that even after the stone armor shattered, the Stone Armor Beast King's skin was still protected by a layer of scales. In other words, a defense-type monster has more than just one layer of defense. But the scales weren't all-encompassing. Since it was a monster, it inevitably had to eat, drink, and relieve itself. Jiang Tian planned to target its anus, driving his halberd straight through its rear end. At that moment, the Stone Armor Beast King began to reform its stone armor, but just as it did, Jiang Tian struck again with his halberd, shattering it instantly.
"Now's the time I'm taking your ass,"
Jiang Tian roared, and the sharp super alloy spearhead plunged deep into the Stone Armor Beast's anus. Roar! A wail rang out as the Stone Armor Beast King's anus ruptured. With this weak point attacked, the Stone Armor Beast King collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Tian gave the spear a forceful twist. Instantly, the Stone Armor Beast King's internal organs churned violently, nearly destroyed, essentially a death sentence.
Holy shit, is that it? That was way too fast. That was a level 10 super monster, and a defense type at that.
Well, no matter how high its defense rating is, the asshole is still a weak spot.
Even the boxing champion is afraid of getting his asshole blown up. 1,000 points in the bag. Looks like the gap between everyone else and Zhang Tian is only going to keep getting wider.
Viewers watching the live stream commented one after another. By this point, the number of viewers in the other contestants' live streams had dwindled to almost nothing. They all rushed over to watch Zhang Tian's live stream. Throughout the entire broadcast, if you didn't turn off the chat, you could barely see anything but the subtitles. Zhang Tian stepped forward, just about to finish off the stone armor beast king, when suddenly, a dangerous aura swept in, followed by a massive shadow crashing down. Whoosh! Zhang Tian rolled aside, dodging it at the last moment. Boom! The shadow slammed into the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. When Zhang Tian looked closely, he saw a red phosphorus python appear beside the stone armor beast king. The creature was nearly 20 meters long, with a body about 1 meter thick. Its entire body was covered in red scales, and it periodically spat out emerald green poisonous mist or venom. Even stone would be instantly corroded upon contact. White smoke billowed from the affected areas, clearly indicating just how corrosive the snake's venom was.
Damn, a sneak attack? Zhang Tian stared at the red phosphorus python. It had hidden itself remarkably well. He'd been so focused on the battle earlier that he hadn't even noticed it. Or perhaps the intense battle fluctuations here had attracted the red phosphorus python. Based on the cultural knowledge in his mind, Zhang Tian knew that this red phosphorus giant python was also a tier 1 super monster, likewise at level 10, but unlike the stone armor beast king, it wasn't a defense type creature, it was a classic attack type. It also possessed a set of sturdy scales. Although its defense wasn't as formidable as the stone armor beast king's, it could easily withstand ordinary attacks. Hiss hiss. The red phosphorus python kept flicking its tongue as its massive tail flung several boulders toward Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian drew his battle spear, but since he just stabbed the stone armor beast king in the butt, a foul stench wafted from the spear, along with some filthy residue, none other than the stone armor beast king's alligay. Put. Zhang Tian, utterly disgusted, tossed the halberd into a small pond nearby to let the water rinse it off for a moment. As for the boulders, Zhang Tian shattered them all with a single punch each, no problem at all for someone with his current strength of 200,000 gene. Boom! Another whoosh cut through the air. While Zhang Tian was shattering the stones, the red phosphorus python's massive tail lashed out again, striking Zhang Tian squarely across the back. Thud! With a single blow, Zhang Tian's entire body was sent flying. He hadn't expected the red phosphorus python to possess any intelligence at all. It actually employed tactics. He certainly underestimated these monsters. With a thud, Zhang Tian landed in a patch of grass, and instantly, a searing pain shot through his back. There was no bleeding, though after all, following his previous modifications, Zhang Tian's armor had reached a staggering 3,000, and the red phosphorus python's tail strike dealt physical damage. It hadn't caused any substantial damage to Zhang Tian, but the pain was still very distinct. My armor still isn't high enough, Zhang Tian muttered. Although there was no actual damage, the pain was still affecting him, so he opened the modification panel. Now at level 3, the system granted 3 points per second. After more than a day, his points had reached a staggering 256,723. He opened the system modification panel. Host, Zhang Tian. Modification points, increasing +3. Current available points, 256,723. Strength boost, 200,000 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, 3,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor value. Agility boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Crit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 3. Energy points required to level up, 24 1000. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a 1-second increase of 4 modification points. System, give me 2000 armor. Zhang Tian made the modification directly, spending 100,000 points to add 2000 armor to his stats,
bringing his total to a staggering 5,000 armor.
Ding!
Armor has reached 5,000, activating the hidden skill 3-meter golden body enhanced version. 3-meter golden body enhanced version, once activated, strength and defense are doubled for 15 minutes.
Zhang Tian nodded slightly.
This was actually pretty good after all. Previously he only doubled his strength, but now doubling his armor meant 10,000 points. Basically, that meant he could stand there and let the red phosphorus python strike him without feeling any pain. With 156,723 points remaining, Zhang Tian didn't rush to make any modifications, he left them as they were. After all, he could use them anytime he needed to. Now he wanted to go out and test whether he'd still feel any pain when the red phosphorus python struck him. While Zhang Tian was making his adjustments, the many viewers watching the live stream of the college entrance exam held their breath.
Where's Zhang Tian? Why isn't he here?
I just switched over from another stream.
Zhang Tian got hit by the red phosphorus python and is in the bushes right now. I wonder how he's doing. Could Zhang Tian be dead? Don't be ridiculous. He is probably just injured. If it were serious, the rescue helicopter in the air would be already landed. He is definitely injured. After all, Zhang Tian's strength is extraordinarily high.
Where there are strengths, there are weaknesses, so his defense must be his weak point. The red phosphorus python is an aggressive monster, after all.
Comments in the live chat stream poured in, with viewers analyzing the situation and sharing their opinions.
Most believed that Zhang Tian probably wouldn't be able to get back on his feet.
But just then, a figure looking as handsome as a movie star emerged from the grass. Wow, Zhang Tian is actually okay? Unbelievable, he got hit by the red phosphorus giant python's massive tail and didn't he even get hurt? No way.
He probably vomited all his blood while he was in the bushes.
After all, how can a human body compare to a monster? I think Zhang Tian is just putting on a brave face right now.
With the drone streaming live, he doesn't want to lose face. At that moment, Zhang Tian stepped in front of the red phosphorus python.
Bring it on!
He still crossed his arms in front of him, signaling the red phosphorus python to keep whipping him.
Hiss!
The red phosphorus python flickered its tongue. Although, as a Tier 1 creature, it couldn't speak, it was thinking to itself, is this for real?
Someone actually wants to get whipped? But it wasn't about to hold back. Its massive tail swept out immediately, a ferocious strike that could shatter even the strongest Tier 1 tech alloy battle armor currently in existence. If even that were hit, it would shatter to pieces, let alone this little human standing before it?
Viewers watching the livestream, seeing that Zhang Tian didn't flinch at all, began flooding the chat with comments once again.
No way, no way. Is Zhang Tian really going to take on the red phosphorus python's attack head on? This is an aggressive monster. Could it be that Zhang Tian has awakened dual talents, strength and defense? Dual talents? That's never happened before.
But even with a defense-type talent, without the protection of battle armor, his defense is pitifully low.
I think this is a bit dangerous. Probably not. The confident look on his face tells us this blow is no big deal.
In fact, just as the vast audience watching the livestream had speculated, after being struck by the giant tail, Zhang Tian didn't feel a single twinge of pain, he merely stumbled back a short distance. Not only that, but Zhang Tian felt that this lash had actually sped up his blood circulation throughout his body. It felt incredibly pleasant. When the red phosphorus python saw that Zhang Tian was completely unharmed after being struck, its snake eyes widened in shock. It swept its massive tail at him again, launching 5 or 6 consecutive attacks. Unfortunately, however, facing Zhang Tian with his 5,000 armor, it simply couldn't land a hit, not a single one. After 5 or 6 strikes, the giant red phosphorus python began to feel its strength waning. After all, snakes are cold-blooded creatures. While they may possess sufficient burst power, their stamina is certainly limited. So it opened its massive jaws, preparing to spit venom. But just as it opened its mouth, its entire body was yanked upward by Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian grabbed the snake's tail and, exerting all his strength, began hurling the red phosphorus python back and forth. Thud, thud, thud. Every time the massive serpent's body slammed into the ground, it triggered a significant tremor, leaving the area in constant upheaval as clouds of dust billowed into the air. Although the red phosphorus python was covered in scales, it couldn't withstand the repeated blows. Soon, its body was covered in wounds, and it lay barely alive beside the stone armor beast king. Zhang Tian was about to deliver the finishing blow to these two Tier 1 top-tier monsters, but just then, a pang of hunger struck him. He had simply expended too much energy earlier. He hurriedly pulled out a leg of the unicorn blue ox from his spatial watch and began to eat. After finishing, Zhang Tian prepared to deliver the finishing blows to the two behemoths, securing the 2,000 points. The commotion up ahead has stopped? Just then, different voices came from either side of Zhang Tian, and two teams emerged from the area. One was 5 Elements, the Ace team from Elemental High School. The other was 1 Shot, 1 Kill, the Ace team from Jiuzhan High School. The leaders of both teams were ranked talents. The former was led by Meng Tian, an rank wood elementalist, while the latter was led by Yin Jiping, an rank gunslinger. In addition to their leaders, each team also had 2 other A-rank talents. The rest were all B-rank talents, all of whom had ample experience hunting level 10 monsters as a team. As for C-rank talents, there were none after all. For a level 10 final boss, lower-ranked talents would only be a burden. They had originally been searching for the monster alongside the two teams, but upon hearing a massive commotion coming from Zhang Tian's side, they all rushed over here at the same time. The result was a pleasant surprise the moment they arrived. What do you call a pleasant surprise? This, damn it, is a pleasant surprise. They expected another fierce battle, but instead, both top-tier monsters were lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, just waiting for them to finish them off. Although snatching monsters from others isn't exactly honorable, there is no rule against it and you only earn points by killing them. Now that they arrived, it was the perfect chance to deliver the finishing blow. You must be Zhang Tian. I have to admit, you've got some real skill to beat 2 top-tier monsters into this state, but unfortunately, your luck wasn't on your side. Here's the deal, we won't ask for much, we'll just take 1, said Meng Tian, the wood elementalist. So what if there's a live stream? Points are what matter most, the means don't matter. The remaining 1 is naturally mine, said Yin Jiping. He didn't want to offend Meng Tian, the wood elementalist, but Zhang Tian had just killed 2 top-tier monsters. In his current state, did he even have the strength left to go up against me? As soon as he said this, the viewers watching the livestream were filled with indignation. Damn, how can he be so shameless? He is a test taker just like the rest of us, yet he is stealing someone else's loot. Those 2 teams seem to be test takers from Element City and Jiuzhan City. It's truly disgraceful. What kind of schools are these, producing such unethical test takers? In my opinion, we should just report all the officials in those 2 cities and demand that the provincial government send people to conduct a thorough investigation. They're bound to uncover something after all. When those in power set a bad example, those below will follow suit. That makes sense. Faced with the criticism from viewers in Sealy City and other regions, viewers from Element City and Jiuzhan City began to push back. What is so shameful about it? The martial arts college entrance exam is meant to select candidates with powerful abilities in the first place. Besides, there is no rule against snatching someone else's monster. I think you're just afraid that Meng Tian, Element City's ace player, will outperform your Zhang Tian. Exactly. We in Jiuzhan City feel the same way. If you don't agree, let your Zhang Tian come and fight us. If he wins, we won't say a word. Damn it, have you guys no shame? Zhang Tian just finished a match and now you're at it again? Besides, the 2 of you are ganging up on a single player. You've got some nerve saying that. Hey, I already said it. So what? If you don't like it, come fight me online. The livestream's comments section was flooded with arguments, tens of thousands of messages per second, nearly causing the stream to crash. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. As the various groups argued with increasing intensity, the official moderators had no choice but to mute everyone. Otherwise, if the chaos continued, who knows what might happen? They might even end up arranging an offline brawl. Meanwhile, over at Zhang Tian's end, although he was surrounded by nearly 20 people, he wasn't the least bit flustered. His unicorn blue ox leg had already replenished its energy, and he was brimming with confidence. He still had 150,000 modification points left to use, and he hadn't even activated the 3-meter golden body enhanced version yet. For these people to think they could beat him was nothing but a pipe dream.
So what if there are ranked talents? Captain, let me take him on. From within the elemental team, a B-rank talent Earth Elementalist stepped forward. He refused to believe that this Zhang Tian was really that formidable. Earth Elemental, Meteor Strike. The current terrain had them standing firmly on the ground, making this move perfectly suited for an Earth Elementalist as long as his feet were planted on the ground. He could draw an endless supply of Earth Elemental energy virtually inexhaustible while also greatly boosting his own defense. The Earth Elementalist activated his talent skill, gathering Earth elements to form a massive meteor that plummeted from the sky, heading straight for Zhang Tian's head. Boom! The meteor crashed down. Zhang Tian braced the falling meteorite with just one hand. By a rough estimate, this meteorite weighed nearly 50,000 Jin, and the Earth Elementalist across from him was only a level 5. To be able to summon this much Earth element, it was true that Elementalists relied on the terrain. As long as the terrain was right, they could unleash combat power far exceeding their own. But what a pity! So what if the terrain was ideal? Could you really compare to a cheated cheater? Zhang Tian hoisted the meteorite and, as if bowling, hurled it directly at the Elementalist team. Earth Element, Lava Barrier. On the other side, the Earth Elementalist once again channeled the strength of the Earth element to form a massive lava barrier. It blocked the oncoming meteorite. An Earth Elementalist rooted to the ground. His defense is truly unbeatable, the guy said with immense smugness. Boom! But in the next second, his lava barrier was shattered by a single punch from Zhang Tian, who then slammed him to the ground with another blow. The guy lost consciousness instantly. You should count yourselves lucky that the college entrance exam rules forbid killing each other, otherwise, you'd all be dead today. Zhang Tian said coldly, his gaze icy at that moment. Oomph, big talk. He was caught off guard by your sneak attack just now. Do you really think you can hold us off now? Meng Tian ordered his team to launch an immediate attack. A grade B gold elementalist, whose talent allowed him to summon gold elements, convert other elements into gold, and alter the size of his own body at will. He could transform into any metal or form extremely hard alloys. The gold elementalist's hand coalesced into the shape of a pistol. It was clear this guy spent a lot of time jerking off. Bang, bang. The elemental pistol instantly converted the elements in the air into metal, then condensed them into bullets that fired toward Zhang Tian. Let us lend a hand, said the gunman in jeeping. They all knew that Zhang Tian, having scored over 5,000 points, was no ordinary opponent, so it was best to take him down together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to claim that top-tier monster which was worth a full 1,000 points. Watch this threefold sword chi. A B-rank talent swordsman flashed his long sword, and instantly, over 100 sharp sword chi strikes surged through the air. Throwing weapons. An A-rank talent weapons master had a silk pouch strapped to his waist, filled entirely with throwing weapons he crafted himself. As a weapon master, he was skilled in handling all kinds of weapons, and his talent skill was launching hidden weapons. Don't let their small size fool you. They were forged from super alloy. Their attack power and armor-piercing capabilities were extremely strong. In an instant, a barrage of fierce attacks flew toward Zhang Tian. To play it safe, Meng Tian even summoned the wood element, causing several thick vines to surge up from beneath Zhang Tian's feet. Wood element, entangle. The vines tightly bound Zhang Tian's feet, turning him into a stationary, living target. Meanwhile, in front of the live stream cameras. Holy shit, this is totally unfair. So many against one. How is Zhang Tian supposed to stand a chance? Could it be that our very own Zhang Tian from Sealy City is about to be eliminated here? Even if it ends now, he has still over 5,000 points. Those guys would have to kill 5 top-tier monsters just to catch up. For a moment, many viewers supporting Zhang Tian were filled with deep concern. Meanwhile, on Lin Jingxiang's side, the mayor of Sealy City, the director of education, the school principal, and others were seething with indignation. Examiner Lin, aren't you going to do anything about this?
According to the rules, as long as candidates aren't killing each other, they're allowed to spar with one another. With these words, Lin Jingxiong all but acknowledged that those guys were ganging up on Zhang Tian. He was also eager to see just how strong Zhang Tian really was. He always had a feeling that Zhang Tian's abilities went far beyond what met the eye. Besides, if it ever came down to a life or death situation, a rescue team would be dispatched from the helicopter, so there was no need to worry about safety. As for Zhang Tian, faced with such a barrage of fierce attacks, he merely smiled faintly. These were all physical attacks, and with his current 5,000 armor, he could completely ignore them.
Bang, bang.
Sure enough, whether it was the 3 absolute sword chi, the gold elementalist's pistol bullets, or attacks like the golden spear, when they struck Zhang Tian, he didn't feel a thing. Sword energy shattered the moment it touched him, and metal bullets instantly fell to the ground. The weapon master had exhausted his entire supply of super alloy projectiles, yet they were still ineffective.
Ha! Both teams stared in disbelief. This was completely absurd. How could this guy's defense be so strong?
These two teams were the absolute top contenders in this exam hall, yet even when they joined forces, they couldn't break through his defense.
This can't be possible.
I must be dreaming, said the gunner, Yin Jiping.
With Zhang Tian's defense like this, there was simply no way to hit him. This guy isn't even wearing battle armor.
Where did he get such high armor values?
At least 1,500 armor points, right?
The members of both squads were instantly stunned. This meant that for most of them, their attacks and abilities had become useless after all. They couldn't even make a dent in him.
Zhou Xian, you lightning elementalist, it's time to step up, Meng Tian called out. Zhou Xian was a key member of his team.
Generally speaking, elemental talents are limited to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's rare to find anything beyond those.
But Zhou Xian was an exception. He had awakened the lightning element.
This kind of lightning attack wasn't a simple physical attack, it also carried a certain amount of magical damage. Zhou Xian took a step forward and merely waved his hand lightly. A thundercloud immediately coalesced above Zhang Tian's head, followed by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. With my true chi and the creative power of heaven and earth, Thunder God, aid me! Zhou Xian roared, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb struck down. But by then, Zhang Tian had already broken free from Meng Tian's vine restraints. The vines were extremely tenacious, but in the face of 200,000 gene of strength, they were easily snapped and could not restrain Zhang Tian at all. If it weren't for Zhang Tian wanting to gauge the strength of his opponent's attacks,
could his opponent really pin him down?
After breaking free, Zhang Tian dodged the lightning. He hadn't yet unlocked the magic resistance modification and didn't want to experience the power of lightning firsthand, even if his opponent wasn't very high level. He decided to end the battle quickly, starting with the lightning elementalist. He grabbed his battle halberd from the water. The foul odor had diminished considerably, but a faint stench still lingered.
Quick, protect Zhou Xian! Meng Tian shouted.
Immediately, wood elements coalesced, forming several massive walls of wood that blocked Zhang Tian's path. But Zhang Tian's war spear was forged from super alloy and possessed exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. The wood barriers couldn't withstand it at all, and he shattered them one after another. Then the fire elementalist and water elementalist joined forces. In the end, none of them managed to stop Zhang Tian.
Stop him!
Yin Jiping also stepped in.
After all, he was on the same side as the elementalist team, so he raised his gilded spear, ready to face off against Zhang Tian.
Try my great sun spear technique,
Yin Jiping declared proudly. This was a tier 1 super skill, and now that he had reached the expert level, he was confident that, with his skill, stopping Zhang Tian would be no problem. Bang! However, the very next second, the moment his gilded spear made contact with Zhang Tian's super alloy battle spear, Zhang Tian sent him flying with a single strike.
There was nothing he could do. His gilded spear weighed only 10,000 gene, while Zhang Tian's super alloy battle halberd weighed 108,000 gene. They were in completely different leagues. Moreover, his prized Great Sun Spear technique was outclassed by the even more advanced Great Sun Halberd skill. After taking that blow, the gilded spear in Yin Jiping's hand was knocked out of his grasp, and his arm went so numb he nearly lost sensation.
Fear instantly gripped his heart. What kind of monster was this Jiang Tian, exactly?
His terrifying defense was one thing, but his strength was also extraordinarily high.
Thud!
Yin Jiping's body slammed heavily to the ground, and Jiang Tian's figure appeared before him once more.
What are you trying to do? Do you still want to kill me? Killing is prohibited during the college entrance exams. Do you really want to break the rules? Yin Jiping smiled slightly. He knew Jiang Tian was filled with murderous intent.
But the rules were his safety net. I'm an A-class talent, one of the very few and a key candidate for the nation's future development.
I don't believe you'd dare do anything to me.
Yin Jiping continued to speak with arrogance. In reality, ever since he de-awakened his Class A talent, several prestigious universities specializing in superpowers had already offered him conditional admission, telling him he only needed to go through the motions of taking the college entrance exam. Although these universities weren't among the top 10, they were still highly renowned.
I wouldn't dare kill you, Jiang Tian said.
After all, the rules for the martial arts college entrance exam were set by the entire Xia nation, and with his current strength, he wasn't yet powerful enough to break them. Otherwise, it would mean going up against the entire nation. He still needed time to accumulate points and level up his system. He needed to develop further.
I'm still not strong enough. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. If he could take down a level 99 psychic with a single punch, wouldn't he be the one calling the shots? However, even though he couldn't kill this guy, he could still cripple him. Crack!
With a sweep of his battle spear, Jiang Tian severed Yin Jiping's arms. As a spearman talent, losing both arms effectively rendered him useless. This was even more agonizing than death after all. The talents he took such pride in were now completely useless.
Ah!
An agonized scream rang out as blood gushed from Yin Jiping like a fountain. Meanwhile, at a certain clan residence in Jiujiang City, the Yin family watched the livestream.
Ziping!
The entire Yin family cried out in anguish, their gazes fixed on Jiang Tian with murderous intent.
How dare you cripple the pride of the Yin family?
I'll make sure you die a miserable death, said Yin Liang, Yin Jiping's father and the current head of the Yin family. It must be noted that the highest-ranked talent in the Yin family had always been only grade B. Now, after finally producing an A-grade talent, his arms had been severed.
The Yin family would never forget this grudge. Meanwhile, the vast audience watching the livestream was left speechless.
Due to popular demand, the moderator had now lifted the chat mute for everyone.
He cut off Yin Jiping's hands? Well done. That's exactly what should be been done.
If it were me, I'd have cut off his legs too.
Way to go. Beat those stinking dogs from Jiujiang City to death. Go ahead and cut off those elementalists' hands too.
Viewers from Sealy City flooded the chat with comments they'd been seething with anger while watching earlier, so naturally, they found this incredibly satisfying.
However, some viewers from Jiujiang City and Element City felt this was unfair.
The college entrance exam strictly prohibits killing. This Jiang Tian has committed a grave offense. In my opinion, he should be disqualified, handed over to the courts, and sentenced harshly.
Exactly.
If he dares to violate the rules now by chopping off someone's hands, he'll dare to commit murder, arson, home invasions, and even betray the country in the future. People were saying all sorts of things. After all, this was the internet, where everyone spoke their minds freely.
You guys were really having a blast just now.
Jiang Tian held his blood-dripping battle spear and glanced at the others, instantly sending a chill down their spines.
You've already severed Yin Jiping's arms. Are you going to attack us next? Said Meng Tian, the wood elementalist.
You've incapacitated so many examinees, all of them A and B class talents.
You're definitely going to be sentenced to death.
The crowd threatened him, hoping that Jiang Tian's icy gaze would force him to back down.
So what if I am?
Jiang Tian charged toward the gold elementalist and the weapons master with his battle spear in hand. These two had been the most ferocious during the earlier attack. It was safe to say that if his defense hadn't been so high, his life might have been in danger. These two were undoubtedly ruthless individuals. The weapons master specialized in ambushes with hidden weapons, but after the recent exchange, he had long since exhausted his supply. The gold elementalist immediately transformed his entire body into metal, turning into an aircraft, ready to fly away.
Clang!
The sound of hard metal clashing rang out as Zhang Tian struck the aircraft directly with his halberd, bringing it crashing down.
Ah!
Such a ferocious offensive was, of course, unstoppable. Zhang Tian also severed both of their arms. As for the others on the field, Zhang Tian naturally had no intention of sparing them either.
Anyone who had attacked him earlier would get away. Quick, send the rescue team down to stop him. Seeing this, Lin Jingxiong immediately ordered. If Zhang Tian wasn't stopped, all 20 odd of them would be crippled.
If such a major incident occurred at the exam site under his supervision, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment when higher-ups demanded accountability. For now, he had to save as many as possible.
Stop!
Several helicopters quickly landed in the area, and a dozen or so level 30+ rescue personnel jumped out, including medical specialists. They immediately began treating the candidates with severed limbs while forming a protective barrier in front of the remaining candidates. These candidates couldn't afford any further casualties. So young, yet so ruthless toward your own people, you'll be a menace in the future. The speaker was the rescue team leader here, a level 33 strength D-rank talent.
My own people? Do they consider me one of their own?
When they immobilized me and ganged up on me just now, I didn't see you coming down to say my own people then.
Now that you see I've won, you're coming down to play the good guy? In any case, you weren't injured. Their attacks didn't do you any harm. No harm?
Take any other contestant in that situation, they'd be dead or crippled at best.
If it weren't for my high defense, I'd probably be crippled by now. And now you're telling me I'm ruthless? They were just two monsters. We're all contestants, why can't you just let them have it? Can't let them have it? Fine, let me fuck your wife, and I'll let them have it. How about that? Zhang Tian retorted. Are you kidding me?
I spent a lot of effort defeating those monsters, why should I give them to someone else? It was unreasonable for them to try to steal them in the first place.
I was acting in self-defense.
Besides, you're no saint yourself. Those words left the rescue team captain speechless. Many viewers watching the livestream also rallied behind Zhang Tian.
Yes, right. Zhang Tian is on the side of justice. I support Zhang Tian. Exactly.
He didn't have the skills to take what belonged to others, and he got beaten up. If it were me, I'd just die and be done with it.
Why complain when you're a loser who can't even fight? What a total loser. Over 20 of them took on one guy and got crushed, and now they want the rescue team to explain themselves?
With the situation escalating to such a serious level, Lin Jingxiong quickly boarded a helicopter and rushed to the exam site. Meanwhile, around the exam site,
roar!
A dozen or so beastly roars rang out, followed by a barrage of attacks pouring down from the sky, a dense barrage of spike projectiles, massive boulders, and monster breath attacks.
It's a monster ambush.
Everyone, quickly form a defensive formation, the rescue team captain shouted urgently. A circular psychic defensive formation immediately materialized in front of the group. Soon, the attackers revealed themselves. They were the 15 level 10 top-tier monsters that had been deployed. Among them were 2 ultimate monsters, 5 super monsters, and the rest were all advanced monsters. Each was of staggering size, even the smallest stood 4 meters tall, and they were now furiously attacking the defensive formation. This is bad, the rescue team leader thought in alarm. At this rate, the defensive formation would be breached very soon. Quick, notify the other nearby rescue teams. Even if they sent the alert, it would take time for the other teams to arrive. Moreover, among the 12 members of this rescue team, 3 were medics with no combat capability whatsoever. 3 were agility type, with very weak combat ability. There were also 2 support type and 3 potion type members. Essentially, only the rescue team captain was suited for combat. If they continued to maintain the defense formation, once it was breached, both the examinees and rescue personnel here might be killed by the monster. Therefore, someone had to go out and fight the monster to hold off its attacks. The rescue team leader stepped forward. After all, he was the highest level person here and possessed a strength type talent.
Once outside, he engaged the ultimate monster, the mighty ape. The mighty ape was a strength-type monster. Although only level 10, it was an ultimate tier monster. This is equivalent to the god tier level in human talents, so even at level 10, the power of this mighty ape reached nearly 230,000 gene. There was nothing to be done. Monsters possess terrifying innate strength by nature, let alone one of the ultimate tier. Boom! After just 2 rounds of combat with the mighty ape, the rescue team captain had both arms shattered. He stood no chance. His strength was now only a little over 70,000 gene. For a D-rank talent which was practically trash, taking 2 hits was already the absolute limit. Left with no choice, he retreated to the defensive formation, now hoping that other rescue teams would arrive in time, though he knew that was wishful thinking. However, at that moment, Zhang Tian stepped forward. Don't get the wrong idea, Zhang Tian wasn't there to save anyone. To him, whether this group lived or died had nothing to do with him. He was there to rack up points. After all, he was still short of the record-breaking 7,000 plus points. But taking down these 13 monsters would be enough. He grabbed his battle halberd, first finishing off the stone armor beast king and the red phosphorus python, then charging toward the nearest gale armor hedgehog, a defense-type monster, and an ultimate tier 1 at that. But the spikes on its back packed quite a punch. It was a well-rounded ultimate monster, excelling in both offense and defense. Is this guy going to face 13 top-tier monsters all by himself? This scene had not only the rescue team on edge but also the viewers in the livestream, all holding their breath in anxiety. Even through the screen, one could feel the frenzied attacks of those 13 monsters. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Lin Jingxiong urged from the helicopter, but no matter how fast they went, it would still take over 3 minutes to reach him. At that rate of attack, he certainly wouldn't be able to hold out. All they could do now was hope that Zhang Tian could hold off those monsters. Clang! Over on Zhang Tian's side, his halberd struck the armored hedgehog's back, instantly sending a shower of sparks flying. A large swath of the armored hedgehog's spines was immediately mowed down by the halberd. The armored hedgehog seized the opportunity to fire its spines, but thanks to Zhang Tian's incredibly high defense, he didn't feel a thing. But aside from the Gangjia hedgehog, the mighty gorilla was also launching a sneak attack from behind, slamming an iron fist toward him. Boom! Zhang Tian blocked the punch, feeling a slight tingling in his arm. This ultimate monster was indeed formidable. Its strength was immense, clocking in at a full 230,000 gene. System, I want to modify. Zhang Tian opened the modification panel, but he still had over 100,000 points left to use. As the system opened, the modification panel appeared. Host, Zhang Tian. Modification points, loading, +3. Current available points, 166,723. Strength boost, 200,000 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, 5,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor value. Agility boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Crit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 3. Energy points required to level up, 24 1000. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a 1-second increase of 4 modification points. Zhang Tian thought to himself that his armor was already sufficient, so he decided to simply pour all his modification points into strength. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 366,723. Instantly, a massive surge of primal power flooded Zhang Tian's body. A faint smile touched the corner of his lips as a set of superpower statistics flashed through his mind. The Xia Kingdom conducts research on both superpowered individuals and monsters, maintaining statistical data on the limits of each tier. Take Tier 1, for example. For psychics, the maximum strength achievable is 70,000 gene, and even that requires a god tier talent, along with the use of rare potions to temper the body. Only through a combination of these methods can one reach the peak of 70,000 gene. As for monsters, due to their formidable physiques, a Tier 1 ultimate monster can reach a peak strength of 250,000 gene.
The mighty gorilla before him possessed 230,000 gene of strength. It could be said that it was nearing its peak. But all of this was still nothing to speak of in the face of Jiang Tian. After adjusting his strength, Jiang Tian decided to test the system's hidden skill, 3-meter golden body. After all, he had never used it since obtaining it, and since there were no side effects, he might as well give it a try. Boom! In the next second, Jiang Tian's body burst into a golden glow, and his height shot up to 3 meters. Roar! Just then, the mighty ape launched another surprise attack with a swinging punch. Thinking you're too good for me, are you? Under the 3-meter golden body, Jiang Tian's stats doubled, and his strength reached a terrifying 720,000 gene. He immediately countered with a punch. The mighty ape's arm was shattered by Jiang Tian's blow, and it let out an agonized howl. Next, Jiang Tian went on the offensive, delivering a punch that pierced right through the mighty ape's chest, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Boom! The massive body crashed to the ground. The mighty ape had been instantly killed by Jiang Tian in a single move. At this sight, the surrounding candidates, rescue teams, and viewers watching the livestream all gasped in shock. After all, they knew just how ferocious the mighty ape was. They just witnessed the rescue team captain, a level 30+ character, have both arms broken, and now this power gorilla had been instantly killed by Jiang Tian with a single move? This guy's strength was truly terrifying. Gang armor backstab. Taking advantage of Jiang Tian's preoccupation with the power gorilla, the gang armor hedgehog and other monsters launched a coordinated ambush. Go ahead and stab me in the back, go ahead. Most of those attacks were physical strikes, but with Jiang Tian's current armor rating of 5,000, he didn't feel a thing. He walked up to the Gangjia hedgehog, ripped off every single spike covering its back, and then thrust them one by one directly into its body. He literally turned the Gangjia hedgehog into a honeycomb. And you, clawed leopard, you think you can scratch me? The massive clawed leopard's pair of razor-sharp claws were once again snapped off by Jiang Tian, who then landed a punch squarely on the leopard's head. Crack! A huge crater appeared on the ground. The clawed leopard was beaten so badly by that single punch that even its mother wouldn't recognize it. Flame Fox, is that right? I'll show you what Flame Fox really means. Jiang Tian moved on to a bright red fox and ripped out its set of sharp fangs with a single bite. In short, the scene was extremely bloody. For a moment the 13 monsters stood before Jiang Tian, completely helpless. At that moment, he had transformed into a golden war god. In just over a minute, all 13 of these top-tier monsters had fallen one after another, and Jiang Tian earned the remaining 13,000 points, bringing his total to a staggering 21,349 points. Not only had he broken the Pingjiang province record, but he had tripled it. Brutal, so brutal, viewers watching the livestream began flooding the chat once again. I've watched so many college entrance exam videos, but this one is by far the most intense. ID called Jiang Tian an absolute badass. One person taking on 13 wait, to be precise, 15 top-tier monsters all by himself? That is something that has never happened in the history of the martial arts college entrance exam. And the key is that he did it alone. You have to realize that in the past, teams made up of advanced talents were the ones taking down top-tier monsters, and even then, it took them an hour or so to kill just one. But Jiang Tian? He finished them all in just 1 minute. He is a true killing god. I decided from now on, I'm not going to be a fan of that idol Koen anymore. I'm going to be a fan of Jiang Tian. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tian gained countless new fans, almost all of whom were on his side though. Of course, there were the occasional trolls taking shots at him. But they were quickly put in their place by a group of righteous fans. Meanwhile, the proctor, Lin Jingxiong, had also arrived. Normally, it would take the helicopter over 3 minutes to reach the site, but Lin Jingxiong had forced it to go faster using his superpower. As a result, he arrived in just over a minute. He was afraid the monster would break through the defense formation and kill the rescue team and the examinees. But when he arrived and looked around, Lin Jingxiong was stunned. Dead? The sight of the monster's corpses littering the ground met his eyes, and the manner in which they'd been killed was incredibly brutal. Is this your doing? Lin Jingxiong asked, looking up at the 3-meter-tall Jiang Tian standing before him. Or did you do it? Jiang Tian retorted. Lin Jingxiang staggered backward, seemingly unable to accept this reality. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a man of the world. As far as he could tell, the martial arts section of the college entrance exam in this testing center was nearly over. After all the monsters had been killed, and these injured candidates needed to be taken back for further treatment. As for Zhang Tian, he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. With so much having happened, he would need to report the matter to his superiors for instructions. But before reporting, there was one thing Lin Jingxiang absolutely had to confirm: whether Zhang Tian actually possessed a talent. "Zhang Tian, do you mind if I test your talent?" "Not at all." "Alright, then." Lin Jingxiang proceeded to use the secret technique for the test. A strange, miniature formation emerged from beneath Zhang Tian's feet, and beams of light enveloped him. A dozen or so seconds later. No talent? Lin Jingxiang was dumbfounded. After all, while scientific testing equipment could make mistakes, a manual secret technique test never did, which meant Zhang Tian was indeed an ordinary person. But could an ordinary person kill so many top-tier monsters in just 1 minute? With the situation urgent, Lin Jingxiang quickly used the AI Sha Chang to report the incident involving Zhang Tian in the exam hall to the provincial leadership. Meanwhile, clips from Zhang Tian's livestream were edited into various videos and reposted across major official forums, racking up millions of views in a single second. In practically a single day, the incident sparked heated discussion throughout Pingjiang province and even across the entire nation of Xia. After reporting the situation to provincial authorities, Lin Jingxiang first shut down the live stream here. While waiting for instructions from the province, he naturally took Zhang Tian, the central figure in the incident, into temporary custody. Zhang Tian was accommodated in a luxury hotel. Lin Jingxiang knew that this young man was Pingjiang province's martial arts champion. After all, with over 20,000 points, his future prospects were bound to be limitless. Although Lin Jingxiang was merely the exam proctor, he couldn't afford to offend Zhang Tian lightly, so he arranged for him to stay at a 7-star hotel, a truly lavish arrangement. As for Zhang Tian himself, he didn't mind at all. After all, a single night at such a hotel cost at least tens of thousands, and he was more than happy to enjoy the luxury, especially with all the fine food and drink at his disposal. Afterward, Lin Jingxiang rushed to the provincial capital for a meeting. There, various leaders from Pingjiang province convened an emergency meeting, with Zhang Tian as the sole topic of discussion. Chanda City, the provincial capital of Pingjiang province, was the venue for this emergency meeting. At that moment, in the office, Governor Zhou Liren sat upright and composed, while below him were the officials in charge of college entrance exam affairs in Pingjiang province, along with several scientists specializing in biological superpowers. "What are your views on this incident?" Zhou Liren asked, referring, of course, to the matter involving Zhang Tian, since the other exam venues had remained calm and proceeded without incident. "Governor, it was those 20 candidates who attacked Zhang Tian first. Moreover, there is video evidence to prove it. Given the ferocity of their attack, Zhang Tian's actions constituted self-defense. In my opinion, he did nothing wrong. On the contrary, we should hold those 20-plus candidates accountable." A biological scientist spoke up. He was born in Xili City, and since Zhang Tian was also from Xili, he naturally sided with Zhang Tian. "I don't think that's right. Zhang Tian acted with such ruthlessness he directly severed the arms of so many examinees. That's a clear violation of the college entrance exam regulations. He must be severely punished." "I agree. Those who had their arms severed are all grade A and grade B talents. How can we justify not punishing Zhang Tian?" The other two bioscientists retorted, "No need to guess, these two jerks were from Elements City and Zhejiang City, and some of the examinees were even their distant relatives. Talk some fucking bullshit. Imagine you're walking down the street and more than 20 people are chasing you to beat you up. You act in self-defense and knock them all down, but now the court sentences you for intentional assault. Would you accept that?" Zhang Daili, a biologist from Xili City, said with righteous indignation. "Why wouldn't I accept it?" "I'd accept it," said the biologist from Zhejiang City. Smack! Zhang Daili slapped the guy across the face. "You dare hit me?
I'll fight you to the death. Look at you, you can't even handle a single slap, yet you're supposed to accept being attacked by over 20 people? You? Faced with Zhang Daili's words, the man from Zhejiang City was indeed at a loss for words. I think Zhang Daili is right. Zhang Tian acted in self-defense and shouldn't he be punished. Instead, those 20-plus examinees should be held accountable, and this incident should be noted on their records.
Immediately, many people chimed in agreement.
Examiner Lin, as the proctor, what is your take on this? Asked Provincial Governor Zhou Liren.
I also support the self-defense argument. Besides, if Zhang Tianhen stepped in to kill those 13 top-tier monsters, those candidates and the rescue team would likely have faced a grim fate. Zhou Liren remained silent. Instead, after reviewing the video footage several times with the group, he instructed Xia Jia to retrieve the score rankings for this year's college entrance exam. Since every examinee was equipped with artificial intelligence, points for slaying monsters were tallied in real time, and each examinee's total score was immediately transmitted to the central database upon the exam's conclusion. As provincial governor, Zhou Liren naturally had the authority to access this information. A massive scoreboard appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhang Tian, Sealy No. 1 High School, no talent, 21,349 points, rank 1. Lu Yanxue, Element High School, A+ talent, swordsman, 4,349 points, rank 2. Zhou Chao, Changda High School, A talent, gold elementalist, 4,213 points, rank 3. Looking at the scores and rankings, the gaps from Zhang Tian down were relatively small, but the difference between first and second place over 17,000 points was simply absurd. Moreover, this Lu Yanxue was quite famous in Pingjiang province after all. Upon awakening an A+ talent, one is automatically admitted to Tianshan Supernatural Abilities University. Lu Yanxue took the college entrance exam just to get a feel for the difficulty, but who would have thought that a talent of her caliber would not only fail to take first place but actually fall so far behind? Governor, did this girl use banned substances? No, she didn't. Xia Chang scanned her at the time, said Lin Jingxiong.
If that's the case, it's terrifying. An ordinary person with no special abilities is completely outclassing an A+ talent. In my opinion, this Zhang Tian must have developed a rare, beneficial genetic mutation.
It is precisely because of this mutation that he possesses nearly limitless strength and extremely high defense. He can even withstand attacks from a Tier 1 top-tier monster. Therefore, I suggest we conduct research on Zhang Tian's cells. By mapping out the sequence of his mutated genes, we can develop a corresponding genetic serum and apply it to superpowered individuals. That way, the combat effectiveness of our Xia nation as superpowered individuals will definitely skyrocket. And once this technology is developed, Pingjiang province's status within the entire Xia nation will become pivotal. The biological scientists spoke in unison. Their expertise lay in biological science, so whenever a new species emerged, they would throw themselves into researching it with great fervor. I agree with this proposal. Since Zhang Tian is from your city of Sealy, I'll entrust this research to you, Zhou Liren said to Zhang Daili. Additionally, regarding this college entrance exam incident, I am announcing the following 3 decisions. First, Zhang Tian is declared the top scorer in Pingjiang province. Second, the more than 20 candidates involved will be held accountable, and this incident will be firmly noted on their academic records. Third, we will generate public attention for Zhang Tian through extensive publicity. After all, it's been a long time since Pingjiang province has produced such a remarkable figure. Governor Zhou Liren announced these 3 decisions, which were, in fact, the result of careful deliberation. He had just reviewed public opinion across major media outlets and found it to be almost unanimously in support of Zhang Tian. Not to mention Pingjiang province, the entire country of Xia was abuzz with the news. Moreover, with other provinces having produced outstanding students in recent years, Pingjiang province should not be left behind. Understood. Upon receiving the orders, officials across the board sprang into action. Staff from the Public Relations Department began posting various messages on official forums. Zhang Tian, who already enjoyed widespread public support, was now further emboldened by this development. Holy crap, this is great! Zhang Tian really is in the clear. He is still our top scholar from Pingjiang province. Of course he is.
It was self-defense, what else could it be? The authorities finally did the right thing.
If the authorities had found Zhang Tian guilty this time, I'd have gone straight to the governor's house and taken a shit.
Taking a shit?
That's nothing, I'd dig up his ancestors' graves. Usually it takes the authorities 4 or 5 days to issue a statement.
How come they did it in less than a day this time? No kidding. Didn't you see how many points Zhang Tian scored this time?
Here's the thing, Zhang Tian, Lin Jingxiang explained their purpose.
Alright, then.
Zhang Tian didn't really care.
After all, he was just an ordinary person. What was there to study? It was just some cells and blood, wasn't he it? Thank you very much.
After collecting the samples, Zhang daily couldn't wait to take his team back to the lab to begin their research.
For a biology enthusiast like him, research was everything.
By the way, Zhang Tian, I'm sure you've seen the announcement you're now the provincial top scorer.
The mayor of Sealy City, the director of education, the school principal, and others are all waiting for you.
On the way here, they all called me, saying they've set up a banquet at the Huangtian Hotel and are just waiting for you, the guest of honor, to arrive. Lin Jingxiang said. He was also among the invitees this time after all, as a permanent examiner for the 3 major high school entrance exam centers in Sealy City, Zhejiang City, and Yuansu City. No matter which city was celebrating, they would naturally not fail to invite him.
All right,
Zhang Tian said, then headed toward the Huangtian Hotel with Lin Jingxiang. Earlier, while at the hotel, his father, Zhang Guo, had also called to tell him that the city leaders had invited him to the Huangtian Hotel. Inside the Huangtian Hotel, Mayor Zhang Desui, Director of Education Lu Nan, Principal Li Ping, and Zhang Tian's homeroom teacher Shirley were all present. At the same time, Zhang Guo was surrounded by a crowd. Also in attendance was Chen Lu, the owner of Zhang Guo's company. Chen Lu was overjoyed to be there. He had come this time to ask Zhang Tian to endorse his company's beverage, 6 nuclear bombs. He had also convinced Zhang Gui that as long as Zhang Tian agreed to endorse 6 nuclear bombs, the beverage's future sales would undoubtedly grow exponentially.
You must be Zhang Tian's father. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The officials warmly shook hands with Zhang Gui, chatting animatedly, while Chen Lu took the opportunity to greet them as well.
Just as everyone was chatting, Zhang Tian arrived on the scene. "Oh, here comes Examiner Lin and our top-scoring student," the mayor exclaimed, and immediately the ceremonial band began to play. Quick, let us take a group photo first." The mayor led Zhang Tian to the photo area in the hall, where the two took center stage, followed by Lin Jingxiang and Zhang Guo. Next came the director of education, the school principal, the homeroom teacher, Chen Lu, and others. First, they took a group photo, followed by individual portraits. Once the photos were finished, they entered the private dining room for the banquet. During the banquet, "Zhang Tian, this is a reward from Sealy City for you," said the mayor of Sealy, handing Zhang Tian a bank card containing a 1 million yuan bonus. In fact, the municipal government awards 1 million yuan to any student from any city who achieves the top score on that year's college entrance exam. Additionally, as Sealy City's first top scorer, you'll receive a villa in the city center as a bonus, Mayor Zhang Desui declared generously. On top of that, the school and the Education Bureau also awarded him a scholarship. Zhang Tian naturally accepted everything. After all, why turn down money? He loved these materialistic officials who knew how to speak only through money and villas. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food. "By the way, Zhang Tian, which superpower university are you interested in?" Mayor Zheng Diliu asked. "Speaking of which, Zhang Tian, you probably don't have a deep understanding of the top superpower universities in our Xia kingdom right now, so let me tell you a bit about them." Lin Jingxiang said solemnly. After all, students generally only know the surface details and are unaware of the inner workings or insider information regarding specific superpower universities. But as an exam proctor, he naturally knew a great deal, if not 100%, then at least 90%. Our country has 4 psychic universities: Heavenly God, War God, Elemental, and National Defense Psychic University. Among them, Heavenly God Psychic University only accepts students through direct admission, that is, those who have awakened an A+ or higher talent. Since you don't have a talent,
you naturally can't get in.
After all, this university's creed is that divinity is innate, only those with a high enough talent can become gods.
So, you can rule out this university.
Zhang Tian, however, dismissed Lin Jingxiang's words with disdain.
So what if they're gods?
Once he has built up his power, he'll kill even gods right before their eyes.
By then, taking down a god with a single punch would be no problem at all. Next is the Elemental Abilities University, which only accepts elementalist talents. That leaves just the National Defense University and the War God University.
There is no clear ranking between these two, but the National Defense University focuses on building military forces, while the War God University focuses on cultivating elite combat power.
For a badass like you, I recommend the War God University.
The instructors at the God of War University include plenty of level 90 powerhouses. Whether it's skills or talent abilities, they possess extraordinary expertise. They'll definitely be of the greatest help to you.
Plus, classes there are one-on-one between instructors and students. If you can win the favor of Principal Mu Qing, you'll skyrocket to success in the future.
Given your terrifying prowess, Zhang Tian, becoming Principal Mu's student shouldn't be a problem. Lin Jingxiang emphasized, his tone brimming with solemnity.
Who is this Mu Qing? Zhang Tian asked. He wasn't very familiar with this person. Principal Mu is the 16th principal of War God University.
Her talent is an S-rank offensive swordsman. Her strength is said to be above level 90, and she has deep connections.
Is it hard to become his disciple? Not really. Principal Mu accepts only one student each year, the winner of the freshman entrance competition.
Zhang Tian didn't really care much about who his teacher was. After all, a teacher's role is to guide you in cultivating skills and pass on their insights from practicing them. Although skills become increasingly difficult as you progress, without some guidance, trying to train a novice skill on your own is practically impossible, especially for Tier 3 skills and above.
But Zhang Tian was different.
He had modification points. No matter what skill he learned, he could instantly modify. First of all, divine dungeons are filled with monsters possessing the maximum stats for that tier, and their levels exceed that of the dungeon itself.
Upon entering, players are capped at the dungeon's maximum level.
So even a level 90 powerhouse entering a Tier 1 divine dungeon would be capped at level 10. Therefore, the only way to obtain a divine blessing is to assemble a team of elite psychics. Currently, the Xia Kingdom has dispatched 3 elite teams to the Tier 1 divine dungeon, all composed of psychics with top-tier stats selected from major psychic universities. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. In fact, many perished inside, and those who narrowly escaped were left missing limbs.
Yes, we need to secure the divine blessing.
This will not only boost our own strength but also serve as a deterrent to the petty neighboring nations.
Then should we bring Zhang Tian over right now and send another team of psychics into a Tier 1 divine dungeon? No rush. He has just won the top spot on the imperial exams. It's time for celebrations. We shouldn't spoil his joy. Let us wait until he enrolls at a metropolis-based psionic university before approaching him.
Xia Jie emphasized. Elsewhere, at the 4 top psionic universities in the capital, Heavenly God, War God, Elemental, and National Defense Universities, the directors of admissions were discussing the matter with the faculty in charge of recruitment.
At Heavenly God University. Director, should we try to recruit the Zhang Tian? One teacher asked. No need.
Don't forget Heavenly God's guiding principle, only those born with exceptional talent can become gods.
That Zhang Tian is nothing more than an ordinary person, even if his strength and defense are astonishing right now. Without supernatural abilities, he'll ultimately be unable to grow.
His future potential will remain stuck at this tier, so let us not waste our energy on him. Besides, we at Celestial God University only accept students through direct admission.
Let the other 3 universities fight over that unwanted trash. But Zhang Tian scored over 20,000 points on the college entrance exam.
Humph, the admissions director said disdainfully. That's only because the students with the highest talent were all granted direct admission here. They didn't even take the exam. In any case, my mind is made up, Director Zhao Chuanyang finally declared sternly.
Inside Elemental University. Director, should we try to recruit Zhang Tian? He is the top scorer in Pingjiang province, over 20,000 points. But at our Elemental Abilities University, we only have elemental mentors.
While they're certainly skilled at guiding students with elementalist talent, Zhang Tian isn't an elementalist. I'm afraid we might end up misleading him.
Come on, director, let us not worry about that for now. Let us go snatch him up first. Once we VE secured him, we can recruit some teachers.
With our university's reputation, it won't be hard to find instructors capable of guiding Zhang Tian.
You're right. So, director, should I go to Pingjiang province to recruit him? No. He is the top scorer. Do you think he is some small-time hoodlum?
At the very least, I, as the director, must go in person.
Even that might not be high-profile enough. Li Yangming, the director of Elemental University, said this.
After consulting with the president regarding the recruitment terms they could offer, he boarded the university's private jet and rushed to Sealy City.
Inside War God University. Hurry.
Notify our university's private jet immediately. We're heading to Sealy City right now to recruit Zhang Tian.
Director, is there really any need to rush? Given the god of war's temperament, he'd surely look down on going there. Those offers from Element University 1T mean a thing to Zhang Tian. Now there's only the National Defense University left to compete with us. With our resources and top-tier faculty, we should be able to win him over, right?
You're seriously underestimating that cocky bastard Li Yangming. That guy always makes a personal visit whenever he spots an outstanding candidate. He is probably already on the private jet by now.
Stop blabbering, come with me, said Director Xiaobing. But we haven't even asked the president for the best possible recruitment terms yet. We can discuss that on the way. Inside the National Defense University.
Director, the private jet you requested for the flight to Sealy City is ready.
Let us get going. Director Lin Li said.
As for the recruitment terms, he'd already worked them out with the president this time. He was brimming with confidence. And so, representatives from 3 of the 4 top universities hurried off to Sealy City, while other faculty members were sent ahead to negotiate with top students from other provinces. In short, the priority was to get Zhang Tian into bed, to secure him. As for Zhang Tian, after the banquet ended, he and his father, Zhang Guo, first moved into the villa awarded by the city in the downtown area, and then he began frantically grinding through dungeons. Even though his system was now at level 3, Zhang Tian felt it was far from enough. Once he reached the capital, there would be plenty of skilled players, so he had to level up his system as quickly as possible while he still could. He needed to earn more modification points and unlock more attribute modifications. After grinding for several hours, Zhang Tian's energy points reached 600, still 400 short of the 1000 required for a level up. However, the monsters in this dungeon had been nearly cleared of monsters, so it was clearly no longer worth staying. He would have to head to another tier dungeon or move on to a tier 2 dungeon. However, Sealy City currently had only 1 dungeon, and the closest one was in Changde City. Zhang Tian decided to rush over there, but just then, his father called to tell him that admissions directors from 3 universities had arrived at their home and asked him to hurry back. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. What was bound to happen had finally happened. I wonder what offers those universities have in store. With that thought, Zhang Tian hurried back home. A short while later, in the villa in the city center, Zhang Tian saw Lin Li, Li Yangming, and Xiaobing standing in the living room. That's right, they were standing there, and it seemed they were in the middle of an argument, one that had apparently been going on for quite some time. They were hurling all sorts of insults at each other. It was hard to imagine that these were the admissions directors of 3 universities. Li Yangming, doesn't your Element University only recruit element talents? Zhang Tian isn't one, so what are you doing here? Asked Xiaobing, the director from War God University. You can't put it that way. Our school has a private jet. I can go wherever I want. What business is it of yours? Besides, who I recruit is my prerogative. What the hell does it have to do with you? Go wherever you want? Then why don't you just go die? You dare curse me? Do you think I 1T slap you?
Come on, then. Who is afraid of who? We're all level 60 perfect. Let us have a fight.
Faced with the altercation between Xiao Bing and Li Yangming, Lin Li, the director of the National Defense University, stepped in to break it up.
All right, stop arguing. We're all here to recruit students. Zhang Tian is back now, so let us just discuss our respective offers first. Humph. The two snorted coldly in unison.
Li Yangming let go of Xiao Bing's ear, and Xiao Bing let go of Li Yangming's hair, bringing an epic showdown to an end.
You must be Zhang Tian. I'm Lin Li, director of the admissions office at the National Defense University.
I won beat around the bush. If you enroll at our university, we'll provide you with an annual stipend of 1 million, and upon graduation, you'll be appointed as a university-level officer. As a military man, Lin Li spoke with efficiency and got straight to the point, presenting the terms he'd already agreed upon with the university president.
What? A university-level officer? Li Yangming and Xiao Bing exclaimed in surprise. After all, the National Defense University had never before offered the rank of university-level officer as a condition for admission.
Based on the current official hierarchy in Xiagua, a university-level officer was equivalent to a mayor, and such an officer also commanded a large number of superpowered soldiers. It could be said that this was far more prestigious than being a mayor. If you think that is too low, I can request a higher rank from the president. It's not impossible to raise it a bit. Even a major general is within reach. Lin Li once again made a bold claim.
Major general? Lin Li, are you kidding? That's equivalent to a provincial governor.
The other two directors were momentarily speechless. But they quickly spoke up. If they didn't, Zhang Tian might just agree to Lin Li's terms. Zhang Tian, Element University will provide you with a 2 million annual stipend. Moreover, the president has several close friends, all with strength levels above tier 75 as long as you enroll at our university. The president will pull some strings to have those powerhouses serve you personally and provide you with meticulous guidance. Additionally, we'll grant you the highest level access to Element University's skill library. You'll have free access to any skill, even tier 9 ones. Li Yangming said this. He'd arranged it with the president on their way here. Since you're offering such generous terms, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Here's my offer, Zhang Tian. If you join our War God Academy, in addition to a 3 million annual stipend,
we'll also grant you full access to our skill library.
Elemental University's skill library isn't nearly as extensive as ours here at War God Academy. Their collection consists mostly of skills related to elementalists. Furthermore, our War God Academy's resource repository contains all kinds of cutting-edge resources, and you'll have full access to it.
On top of that, we'll give you 10,000 points every year.
Upon hearing this, Lin Li and Li Yangming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If one were to ask which of the four universities held the largest collection of supernatural resources, it would undoubtedly be War God Academy. It contained resources ranging from tier 1 to tier 9 as long as you had enough points to redeem them. And the annual bonus of 10,000 points was more than enough to redeem a wealth of resources. It was enough to tempt even the two deans. They also realized that the terms they offered might not be all that appealing to Zhang Tian. After all, resources were extremely rare, especially tier 6 and above. Those required entering the monster battlefield and fighting to the death to obtain.
Then I'll choose War God University, Zhang Tian said without hesitation.
At War God University, both the resources and the collection of skills would be most advantageous to him.
All right then.
But if you ever run into any trouble in the capital in the future, feel free to call me.
We'll definitely lend a hand if we can,
said the deans of the other two universities. In reality, this was also a way to build connections in advance. After all, Zhang Tian's future prospects were bound to be limitless. They might spend their entire lives as deans, a position that, of course, remains out of reach for ordinary people. As deans, they held a certain amount of power and influence, which would be helpful to Zhang Tian as a newcomer to the capital.
Here is your acceptance letter from War God University.
You can fly with me on a private jet to register right now, or you can go on your own tomorrow. Either way, you have 3 days.
Xiao Bing said, If I enroll now, does War God University have its own Tier 1 dungeon, or are there many Tier 1 dungeons in the capital? Zhang Tian asked. That was his top concern at the moment. Of course. The capital isn't far from the monster battlefield, and our university has several Tier 1 and Tier 2 dungeons perfect for you to hone your skills. That's great. What are we waiting for? Let us head out right now. Zhang Tian said excitedly. Clearing several Tier 1 and Tier 2 dungeons would let him level up the system by at least 2 levels. That would mean 5 modification points per second. But let me pack my things first. No need, Zhang Tian. At War God University, all facilities are provided for students, you just need to show up, said Xiaobing. After a brief farewell to his father, Zhang Tian boarded the private jet bound for the capital. The capital of Xia Nation was nearly 100,000 kilometers from Sealy City, but thanks to modern aviation technology, the flight took just over 3 hours. After a 3-hour flight, the private jet finally landed at War God University's own private airport. That's right, as Xia Nation's top university for superpowers, it would be rather beneath its stature if it didn't have its own private planes and airport. Moreover, it wasn't just faculty who could use the private jet, students could as well. They could even request specific flight routes if traveling for leisure seemed like too much trouble. They could simply take a private jet. However, this requires spending points. Aside from the points the school grants annually, there are other ways to earn them, such as through the task board posted by the school. Completing tasks earns points, and tasks come in various difficulty levels. The higher the level, the more points you receive. Additionally, there are various competitions organized by the school. Achieving a certain ranking in these events also yields a large number of points. In short, at War God University, points are king. Students can transfer points to one another, though this requires verification by the AI Sha Chang and the recipient's consent. After off the plane, Xiaobing took Zhang Tian on a tour of War God Academy. Once they defamiliarized themselves with the entire campus, he finally led Zhang Tian to the residential area. Is this where the students live? Zhang Tian looked at the luxurious 2-story villa in front of him. It was even bigger than the villa he'd been awarded in the city center. Yes, these are the modest accommodations our school offers. I hope you'll be able to adjust, Zhang. Xiaobing's unspoken message was clear. Don't look down on these conditions, Zhang. You call this modest? Zhang Tian was speechless. Good grief, the first floor alone was nearly 800 square meters. With this much space, surely more than one person lives here? Don't be ridiculous, Zhang. Only one student lives on each floor. If a bunch of students lived here, word would get out, and other schools would think we're poor. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? So there's only one student per floor. Rest assured, Zhang. I'd better show you around first, Xiaobing said, leading Zhang Tian inside. Once they stepped inside, the facilities proved even more luxurious. In addition to the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and private bathroom on the first floor, there was also a gym, a swimming pool, a private movie theater, a hot spring pool, and more. An elevator connected the upper and lower floors? The utility bills must be pretty high, right? Zhang Tian asked again. You're joking again, Zhang. If students had to pay for utilities, this would be some kind of fly-by-night university. People would laugh their heads off. Not only do you not have to pay for utilities, but the school also has a dedicated cleaning staff to keep the place spotless. In short, we'll make sure you're completely satisfied with your stay, Zhang. This area is for this year's freshmen. Right now, you're the only one living in this building, Zhang. Once the rest of the admissions process is complete, other students will move in. Make sure to get along with them when they arrive. Zhang Tian stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Is this really what college is supposed to be like? Are they treating me like royalty here? How could a university like this even exist? I'd give this a thumbs up in a heartbeat. There was no helping it. Zhang Tian's worldview was crumbling. After all, in his previous life before he traveled through time, even the most advanced universities weren't this luxurious. Also, here's your student watch, Zhang. The necessary permissions have already been activated. If you have any questions, just ask the AI, Sha Xiang.
You can check your credits or course schedules, just give a shout.
Really?
Zhang Tian decided to give it a try after all, he'd never had such a thoughtful AI in his previous life.
Sha Xiang, where am I right now?
You are currently in Rose Campus, one of the freshman residential areas.
Your exact location is the living room on the first floor of Building A8. If you need to go anywhere, Sha Xiang can navigate you there. Sha Xiang, check my credits. Hello, your current student credits total 10,000. After experimenting with it a bit more, Zhang Tian was thoroughly satisfied.
Shaquan could solve any problem, which meant all he had to do was call out to Shaquan whenever he needed help.
Alright, Zhang, I've got to head back and report. Remember to contact me if you need anything.
Xiao Bing said before leaving Zhang Tian alone in the villa, lost in thought. After staring blankly for a while, Zhang Tian checked the time. It was still an hour before dark, so he decided he might as well head to the dungeon to hunt some monsters.
Sha Chang, see if there are any quests I can take on.
The new student quests aren't available yet, but there are some veteran quests you can try. Soon, Sha Chang projected a quest list in front of Zhang Tian.
Bounty missions.
1. Collect 10 hearts of the Flame Lion.
Reward, 100 points. 2. Collect 1 vial of biling snake venom. Reward, 50 points. 3. Collect 5 black scales from the iron armor beast. Reward, 40 points. Zhang Tian started by looking at the bounty missions.
These were typically posted by students, some of whom were alchemist talents who needed monster materials to brew potions and improve their skills.
However, since alchemists lack combat prowess, they had to offer bounties for other students to complete these tasks.
Of course, the War God Academy's resource repository had no shortage of these Tier 1 and Tier 2 materials, it was just that exchanging them for points himself would cost significantly more. Take the Heart of the Flame Lion, for example, one of the fiercer Tier 2 monsters.
Exchanging for 10 of them at the resource vault costs 200 points. With a bounty quest, the cost is only half that.
Plus, many students with combat-oriented talents are heading into the dungeon for training anyway, so they might as well pick up a quest while they're at it. It's a win-win, gaining experience and earning credits at the same time.
Bounty missions were the most abundant.
In addition, there were training missions and challenge missions issued by the school, which offered even more generous credit rewards.
Zhang Tian gave them a quick glance.
Training Mission 1, the Berserk Dragons in the Tier 2 dungeon have been running rampant lately. Teach them a lesson and show them who's boss. Requirements: collect 10 Berserk Dragon horns on your own, no partying allowed within 1 hour.
Quest reward, 500 points.
Challenge Quest 1, numerous copper armored zombies have appeared on the outskirts of a Tier 1 divine dungeon. Go and steal 10 of their bronze greatswords to bring back for research.
Groups allowed, no time limit.
Quest reward, 1,000 points. Zhang Tian skimmed through the training quests posted by the school. The rewards were fairly generous, and the points for these challenge quests were ridiculously high, but it had already been a full 4 months since they were posted.
He was a bit puzzled. Why hadn't anyone claimed them yet? Aren't 1,000 points tempting? Is a Tier 1 dungeon really that tough? And why does it have to be stealing? You could just kill the bronze armored zombies outright and collect the bronze greatswords, wouldn't that be the same? If you can collect them openly, why go to the trouble of stealing them?
Sha Chang, is there anything different about this Tier 1 divine dungeon? He asked. When you enter a Tier 1 divine dungeon, your level is capped at 10, and even the weakest monsters inside are max stat monsters. Take these bronze armored zombies on the outermost ring, for example. They're strength type mobs with a strength of 70,000 gene. Once you get to the middle and inner rings, the stats get even more terrifying. After hearing Sha Chang's explanation, Zhang Tian understood. For others, entering this divine dungeon meant starting at hell difficulty right from the get-go, since their talents were suppressed. But for him, someone who had modified the game, it was a great place to earn points.
What do you mean, max stat mobs? Maximum stats? There's no limit to my modifications, okay?
Considering it was getting late, Zhang Tian decided not to accept any training or challenge missions, since he still didn't know how to enter the divine dungeon. He didn't plan on going in for the time being, so he couldn't be bothered to ask Sha Chang about it. He decided to tackle some bounty missions first. Earning 100 points shouldn't be a problem, right? Do I need a weapon before going in? Zhang Tian frowned. After all, he hadn't brought his super alloy battle halberd with him when he arrived. Weighing 108,000 gene, it would been a hassle to carry on the plane. Besides, he heard that the War God University's resource repository contains several alloys even more powerful than super alloy. Not only did they possess superior armor-piercing capabilities, but they also had greater density and hardness. Currently, he knew of only one, the purple spirit alloy, whose density was nearly double that of super alloy. That meant a purple spirit alloy battle spear of the same length would weigh 216,000 gene. And above purple spirit alloy were purple Chang and purple blue alloys. However, the exchange points required were staggering. Take the heaviest and most powerful purple blue alloy, for example. A single bullet tip weighed nearly 1 million gene. With his current strength, he still couldn't lift a purple blue alloy battle spear, and even exchanging for something as small as a single bullet tip would require 150,000 points. For now, he stick with purple spirit alloy. Sha Chang, how many points does it cost to craft a purple spirit alloy battle spear? 40,000 points. 40,000? Zhang Tian couldn't help but gasp. Resources in the War God were indeed plentiful, but they were also incredibly expensive, though they were definitely worth the price. However, Zhang Tian instantly abandoned the idea of exchanging for it. He'd better save those 10,000 points for now. Even though a single punch would kill an enemy, it would still leave him splattered with blood. But a quick wash with Koen laundry detergent should clean it right up. Besides, with a high-tech washing machine, it shouldn't be too hard. Having made up his mind, Zhang Tian had Sha Chang navigate him to the nearest dungeon, where he set out to complete bounty missions and earn system upgrade points along the way. He was currently 400 points short. Zhang Tian wondered to himself just how many monsters there would be inside this Tier 1 dungeon. Soon, guided by Sha Chang, Zhang Tian arrived at the entrance to a Tier 1 dungeon. It was a portal created using spatial magic. Naturally, the dungeon wasn't located on campus. Instead, it was inside a specially created secret realm. Beep, student ID. According to the rules, to enter the school's portals, one simply needed to swipe their student ID. But the moment Zhang Tian swiped his, the administrator standing nearby noticed right away, this was a freshman ID from this year. Excuse me, student. The Tier 1 dungeon you're about to enter is filled with level 7-10 monsters. I suggest you go to the Tier 1 dungeon over there instead. It's filled with level 1-5 monsters. That would be a better fit for you, the administrator said. Although freshmen knew where the dungeons were, they weren't very familiar with the monsters inside, so the administrator offered some guidance. Between these two dungeons, which one has more monsters? This one. Then I'll take this one. Zhang Tian didn't hesitate for a second. Farming experience points was what mattered most. Points were secondary. He definitely had to go where there were more monsters. A flash of white light later, Zhang Tian found himself inside a Tier 1 dungeon. Everyone here was a returning student from God of War University, and their levels were generally quite low. After all, the higher level players had all gone to the Tier 2 dungeon. The monsters there offered much more experience than the ones here. Hey, a freshman is here. Want to join my party? We'll take you through the whole experience of slaying monsters. It's not expensive at all, just 200 points. No, thanks. Zhang Tian refused. Just a moment ago, he watched this group fight. It took them so long to take down a level 7 monster. And they wanted to take him along? Wasn't that just ridiculous? Besides, none of these guys were combat type talents. They were all support or agility types, with a few potion type talents mixed in. They were probably just here to kill time. After all, as combat type talents and upperclassmen at the God of War University, taking that long to defeat a level 7 monster would be a laughingstock if word got out. Junior, just because we're not combat type talents doesn't mean we're useless. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. We're all level 20, so guiding you won't be a problem. Zhang Tian couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply walked deeper into the dungeon. Most of the monsters here were already being fought by others, and he wasn't about to compete with them. Besides, there were too few of them anyway.
Sha Chang, where are the monsters more concentrated in this dungeon? Following Sha Chang's guidance, Zhang Tian arrived at a hotspot for monsters.
Here, they were gathered in groups, sometimes as few as 4 or 5, other times as many as a dozen or so. Based on the monster types, Zhang Tian selectively accepted bounty missions.
Finally, as night fell, the dungeon closed, and Zhang Tian was forcibly teleported out.
His haul was quite substantial. He collected the materials needed to complete 5 bounty missions. After exiting, he went to the designated location to turn them in, and the upperclassman credited him with a total of 270 points. Afterward, Zhang Tian headed to the school cafeteria to see what was on the menu. As soon as he walked in, he saw all kinds of food, things that fly in the sky, run on land, swim in water, and roll around in bed.
Ahem, that one doesn't count.
There were also delicacies made from monster meat. The prices weren't high either. For a meal consisting of 8 dishes and 9 bowls of rice, he spent only 5 points. After finishing his meal, on his way back, Zhang Tian checked the system panel. Energy points, 1011. 1000. That was enough to upgrade the system.
Upgrade.
Ding, upgrade successful.
Host, Zhang Tian. Modification points, increasing +4. Current available points, 438,769. Strength increase, 366,723 gene. Currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense increase, 5,000 Hu. Currently modifiable 50 points equals 1 armor value.
Agility increase, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked.
Crit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 4.
Energy points required to level up, 11 2000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a 1-second increase of 5 modification points. Holy crap, I already have this many points? Zhang Tian marveled.
He hadn't even checked it for the past couple of days, and it had already surpassed 400,000 points. It looked like it was time for a round of modifications. As for strength, Zhang Tian decided to first spend over 130,000 points to boost it to 500,000 gene, then spend another 100,000 points to increase his armor by 2,000. That left him with exactly 240,000 points remaining, which Zhang Tian decided to save for now. He could always make adjustments whenever needed.
As for exactly how to adjust them? That would depend on the specific situation, but what exactly was that situation?
Back at the villa, Zhang Tian relaxed in a comfortable bath while watching a movie. The robotic butler had even laid out a variety of snacks and drinks for him. Don't let the fact that it was just a robot fool you. It had been programmed with a comprehensive collection of snack recipes and a wide range of drink and cocktail recipes, and its skills were absolutely on par with those of a 5-star chef. No need to spend a dime, and with someone there to attend to him, Zhang Tian felt utterly at ease. In short, outside the villa, Shaquan handled everything. Inside the villa, the robot butler took care of everything. After finishing his bath, Zhang Tian started playing games on the big screen. And let us be honest, in today's technologically advanced Xia Kingdom, there really are quite a few games to choose from. Plus, they all offer an immersive 3D experience. The next day, Zhang Tian slept in until 11 a.m. After enjoying a lavish breakfast prepared by the robot butler, he got ready to go dungeon crawling. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a few uninvited guests. "I suppose you must be Zhang Tian." The leader of the group, dressed in bodyguard-style attire, was followed by a burly man, none other than Xia Jia, the head of state of Xia, and his secretary, Xiao Xiaoji. "Who are you?" "Xiao Xiaoji, the president's secretary." "Our president would like to see you," he added. "See me?" "Sorry,
I'm busy, I've got to go earn points in the dungeon. Jiang Tian replied.
The president summoning him couldn't possibly be good news. He must have seen the video of his college entrance exam. There was no need to say more, he was definitely being sent to some dangerous dungeon. Otherwise, given the head of state's status, he wouldn't be short on skilled experts around him.
Why would he need to ask a newcomer like him?
So it had to be an extremely dangerous dungeon like the Divine Dungeon.
Jiang Tian, this is an opportunity to serve your country. You'd better cherish it. Secretary Qiu Xiaoji emphasized. Ha!
Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to respond to these people.
They were trying to morally blackmail him, using the pretext of serving the country to make him work for free and go into some dungeon? Sorry, I have no morals, you can't blackmail me.
Also, here is 3 million, that's for your trouble.
Ha! 5 million. Ha! 10 million. Deal. 20. Qiu Xiaoji cut him off immediately. Damn it! Jiang Tian cursed inwardly. If he'd known, he would waited a bit longer to agree.
Riding in a private car, Jiang Tian, Qiu Xiaoji, and the others soon arrived at the office of leader Xia Jie, where several other high-ranking officials had already gathered.
Also present were several hand-picked prodigies who were to be dispatched to a Tier 1 divine dungeon as well.
These prodigies were super geniuses from the 4 top-tier supernatural universities.
It could be said that any one of them was a figure who would dominate their era.
Judging by their attire, Jiang Tian had no trouble determining that some of them were from Tianjin University. There were students from the National Defense University, the Elemental University, and, of course, the War God University as well.
President Xia Jie introduced himself and was very courteous to Jiang Tian, which made the other prodigies a bit unhappy. After all, Xia Jie had never been this polite to them. Especially the guy from Divine God University, as the one with the highest talent, he was naturally feeling resentful. Let me introduce you to your teammates for this mission, Xia Jie said politely.
These 3 are seniors from Celestial God University: S-rank talent Shadow Master Josya, S-rank talent Alchemist Zhang Niu, and S-rank talent Weapon Master Chen Yang.
Hello, everyone.
Jiang Tian greeted them warmly, but the 3 seemed aloof and somewhat dismissive.
Jiang Tian, of course, knew all about those guys from Celestial God University.
With their exceptionally high talents, all of them having been admitted without entrance exams, they naturally had reason to be proud, but Jiang Tian didn't care for these particular individuals. These 3 are seniors from Elemental University: a plus talent Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian, a plus talent Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing, and S talent Earth Elementalist Xiong Er.
Hello, Jiang Tian. The 3 greeted him warmly, in stark contrast to those 3 guys from Tianjin University. Hello, seniors. Last but not least is Qin Jun from National Defense University, an A+ talent healer. Hello, Jiang Tian, Jr. The 2 sides exchanged pleasantries once more. There's one more person, my daughter. She'll be joining you as well.
As soon as Xia Jie finished speaking, Xiao Wenjing stepped forward. Jiang Tian was already familiar with Xiao Wenjing. She was the campus beauty of War God University and an S-class talent gunner herself, skilled in martial arts involving swords and staffs.
Her combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable.
At Xiao Wenjing's appearance, the 3 guys from Tianjin Academy suddenly became quite enthusiastic, especially the 2 men. Jiang Tian surmised that these 2 jerks were likely Xiao Wenjing's suitors.
Hello, everyone. I hope you'll look out for me on this mission.
Not at all, Wenjing, you're the one who should be looking out for us, said the 2 sycophants from Divine Heaven Academy.
Next, Xia Jie personally outlined the mission: to enter a Tier 1 divine dungeon and obtain a divine blessing.
Based on the tier of the divine dungeon, there should be 1 to 3 divine blessings inside. You've all been chosen by me as the prodigies of Xia Kingdom. You're the ones with the best chance of breaking through to divine tier talent.
As for the divine blessings, I don't want you to bring them out. Use them immediately once you obtain them. Who you give them to is entirely up to you. After all, at your age, you have the best chance of breaking through to divine tier talent. Alright, I'll personally escort you to the entrance of the divine dungeon.
The entrance to the Divine Dungeon was not located in the capital of the Xia Kingdom, but within a mountain range south of the capital, and there was only this one entrance. The group arrived here aboard a private jet. Since it was the Divine Dungeon, the entrance was naturally heavily guarded by Xia Kingdom troops to prevent anyone from accidentally wandering in and meeting their doom, or to keep out those with ill intent. This was especially true for foreigners, for instance, those from the island nation who were constantly keeping an eye on other countries' divine dungeons. Führer. The general stationed here saluted Xia Jia. His name was Nanguan Tian, an 82th level powerhouse. It was precisely because of his presence that the area remained relatively secure. Of course, while Nanguan Tian was the public face, behind the scenes, top-tier experts from various prominent clans took turns guarding the area. The prodigies who had arrived this time were the descendants of these clan masters.
Open the entrance portal.
Yes, sir. Also, General Nanguan, lend your purple spirit ally battle spear to Jiang Tian for a while. He doesn't have a weapon that suits him yet.
Can he even lift it? Nanguan Tian frowned.
I may not be a strength-type talent, but my purple spirit alloy battle spear weighs a full 200,000 jin. But since the leader had spoken, there must be a reason.
Nanguan Tian simply handed it over. Be careful, it's pretty heavy. Nanguan Tian handed over the halberd. Jiang Tian caught it with just one hand.
With his current strength at 500,000 jin, handling 200,000 jin was a piece of cake. It feels like nothing in my hands, as light as paper, Jiang Tian said, then immediately demonstrated the Great Sun halberd skill.
It is a bit light, but it'll do for now, Jiang Tian said nonchalantly. Nanguan Tian. Nanguan Tian was speechless. Jiang Tian was definitely taking a dig at him.
Leader, who should lead this operation?
We've got to have someone in charge, right? The three guys from Tianjin University asked. Will Wen Jing be the leader? Asked Weapon Master Chen Yang. No. No? The three guys from Divine God University were overjoyed inwardly. Since it wasn't going to be Xiao Wenjing leading, that meant they would be in charge. Who else here, besides the three of them, was qualified for this mission?
After all, the members of Divine God University were all natural-born gods, and their talent was the highest among this group.
Jiang Tian will be in charge.
Once we enter the Divine Dungeon, he'll have the highest combat power, so you'll all have to follow his lead, declared leader Xia Jia. The three guys from Tianjin immediately looked down on him, and some even muttered under their breath. So what if he's a little stronger? He doesn't even have any special abilities. For him to be commanding us? That's a joke. Of course, aside from those three arrogant heavenly gods, the rest of the participants were quite cooperative with Jiang Tian.
No problem.
Whatever Junior Jiang Tian says, we'll do exactly that, said Qin Jun and the others. Jiang Tian didn't take the attitude of those three heavenly gods to heart. He assumed Xia Jia also disliked them. After all, although he was the head of state of Xia Nation. However, Xia Nation also had several powerful aristocratic clans that wielded considerable authority and influence. The three brats from the Celestial clan hailed from these very clans, and Jiang Tian had long been fed up with them. He simply refrained from confronting them out of deference to the clans backing them, so letting Jiang Tian teach them a lesson this time was just as well.
Alright, here is half a scroll of the map showing the outer perimeter of the Divine Dungeon.
Remember, once you're inside, just head toward the giant tree at the very center, Xia Jia emphasized once more. Then the group entered through the entrance. Inside lay a desolate wasteland of ruins, seemingly the aftermath of some battle, with debris and weapons strewn across the ground, all of them cast in bronze. The bones appeared to be human-shaped, though they were enormous. The shortest stood at least 3 meters tall.
Jiang Tian couldn't help but wonder if these bones were actually human.
After all, where on earth are people 3 or 4 meters tall? But he had also read some history of the Xia Kingdom, which claimed that the first humans created by the gods were this massive, though their stature gradually shrank as the environment changed over time. He didn't know if that was true or not, but in any case, they just follow the half-scroll map for now. Look, there is a huge tree just as we expected, Qin Jun said, pointing ahead. The group looked over and saw a tree soaring into the clouds, but since it was too far away,
they couldn't make out what was on it. However, they could faintly see a yellow glow emanating from it. Following the map, the group headed in that direction, but the map was far too incomplete. After walking for a while, they reached the very end of the map. From here on out, they would have to find their own way. There are two paths ahead. Which one should we take? Xiao Wenjing asked, implying, Zhang Tian, it's your call. But at that moment, the three guys from the Heavenly God faction stepped forward. Chen Yang put on an air of arrogance. In truth, he had this idea from the moment they arrived. He wanted to replace Zhang Tian. As a disciple of a prominent clan, when had he ever been led by anyone else? Even the professors at Divine God University had to treat them with deference, so they believed they were the best leaders for the job. After Chen Yang finished speaking, the other two Zhou Xia and Zhang Niu also voiced their agreement. What do you all think? Chen Yang glanced at the others again. Zhang Niu, the alchemist, continued, as you know, we're not allowed to bring potions into the divine dungeon. Without me brewing potions, where will you replenish your supernatural abilities? So just agree. These words were clearly meant to force everyone into compliance. The rest of the group furrowed their brows. They only just entered, and already there were disagreements. This wouldn't bode well for the journey ahead. They might even have to split up, and the divine dungeon was a very dangerous place. I still support our junior classmate Zhang Tian. After all, he was designated as the leader by the Führer, said Qin Jun. As a member of the Ministry of National Defense and a soldier, he had been trained to obey orders since childhood. We're also on Zhang Tian's side. The others all voiced their support for Zhang Tian. In truth, they'd long been fed up with Chen Yang and his crew. They're just bronze weapons. How could they possibly compare to modern alloys? Chen Yang's weapon master talent shone through as he instantly pulled out a multitude of alloy weapons. He fired them off at lightning speed. In his view, bronze was far too soft. How could it possibly withstand his alloy weapons? Shadow Zhou Xia, wielding two razor-sharp daggers, entered stealth mode and launched a surprise attack on the bronze-armored corpses. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, Chen Yang's various weapons struck the bronze armor, but none had the slightest effect. The bronze cast armor seemed incredibly resilient. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fear began to grip Chen Yang's heart. He was using purple spirit alloy, which possessed immense hardness and extremely strong armor-piercing capabilities. And now, striking this bronze armor, a metal of relatively low hardness, it had left only a tiny mark? At the same time, Zhou Xia also ended her stealth mode and thrust both daggers fiercely at the bronze-armored corpse. ZZZZT. Two intense sparks flared up. Although the daggers left 2 scratches on the bronze armor, they still failed to breach its defense. How can its defense be this high? Zhou Xia was at a loss. As a shadow talent user, her first attack after ending stealth should have dealt 20% increased damage. Yet it still failed to breach the defense? Could this be maximum armor? Zhou Xia speculated. If so, this is trouble. It seems the rumors are true. The divine dungeon really is filled with monsters at peak stats. As prodigies of the celestial gods, they hadn't believed it at first that the divine dungeon could contain such extreme stats, but now it seemed to be entirely true. This bronze-armored corpse must represent the absolute limit of armor. Don't worry. Although these guys have high armor, their strength must be their weak point, Chen Yang speculated. Just like human talents, you can only excel at one thing. Just then, a massive bronze broadsword came crashing down, and Chen Yang hurriedly raised an alloy longsword to block it. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Chen Yang was completely unable to withstand the bronze broadsword's blow. He was knocked to his knees, and rumble. Nearly 200 bronze armor corpses stomped their massive feet on the ground, causing the earth to shake like an earthquake. Bronze armor corpses? Zhang Tian spotted the uninvited guests and immediately felt a surge of joy. After all, the challenge quest seemed to be obtaining 10 bronze greatswords. He'd been wondering if he'd even run into them. And here they were. Wasn't this a surefire 1,000 points? Bronze armored corpses. Everyone, run! These clang! Xiao Wenjing blocked the blow, but she was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps. Zhang Tian was slightly taken aback. The fact that Xiao Wenjing could pierce the bronze armor with a single thrust meant her had definitely reached the tier 1 limit, and retreating only 5 or 6 steps suggested her defense wasn't half bad either. But compared to him, there was still a huge gap. Bang! The purple spirit alloy battle spear came down with a single strike, instantly cleaving the bronze armored corpse in two. There was no way around it with Zhang Tian's 500,000 gene of strength, combined with the Xiling alloy's armor piercing capability. Breaking through tier 1 limit armor was no problem at all. The divine dungeon does indeed suppress those with supernatural abilities, but for Zhang Tian, there was absolutely no suppression after all, he was just an ordinary person. Ding, defeated an advanced monster, earned 10 energy points. However, at that moment, an even bigger surprise flashed through Zhang Tian's mind. 10 energy points? He remembered that he usually only got 1 energy point for killing a monster, so why 10 now? This copper-armored corpse was clearly human, not a monster, so how was it classified as an advanced monster? Never mind. Zhang Tian couldn't be bothered to think about it, he'd just keep killing. With so many of them here, 2,000 energy points should be more than enough. That would be enough to level up the system to level 5. So he began slaughtering them relentlessly. A single swing of his halberd would kill 3 or 4 copper-armored corpses at a time. By now, the corpses seemed to have sensed Zhang Tian's ferocity. So they all charged straight at him, determined to take down this killing machine. Bring it on! Zhang Tian opened the system panel. After a night of earning points, combined with the over 200,000 points he hadn't used earlier, his total had now surpassed 400,000. System, add 200,000 gene of strength. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 700,000 gene. He boosted his strength solely to quickly dispatch the bronze-armored corpses and save time. There was no need to increase his armor, since those bronze broadswords didn't even make a dent in him. Any normal person would have been split in two long ago. After adding 200,000 gene of strength, Zhang Tian's battle halberd cut through the air with fierce momentum, like a tiger among sheep. The 200-plus bronze-armored corpses were swiftly wiped out. About 3 minutes later, the group looked at the ground covered with the corpses of the bronze-armored zombies, or rather, their shattered remains. Some had been cut in half, while others fared even worse, reduced to fragments. This guy's combat prowess is truly formidable. No wonder Father wanted him to come, Xiao Wenjing thought to herself, deeply impressed. She, too, prided herself on being an offensive-type talent. But even after all that time, they only managed to defeat a single copper-armored corpse, and yes, merely defeat, not actually kill it, because its defense was simply too high. Zhang Tian, on the other hand, had wiped them all out. Moreover, it seemed that not only had his strength surpassed the limit, but his defense had as well. When she'd been surrounded by several copper-armored corpses earlier, she'd been slashed in the back, and instantly, her Tier 1 battle armor had shattered into pieces. Yet she'd seen Zhang Tian take dozens of slashes just now, and the only result was a few tears in his clothes. He seemed completely unharmed. That armor value must be at least over 2,000. As for Zhang Tian, he was currently checking the system. Energy points, 2,000. Apart from the few killed by Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing, he had taken down the rest himself, just enough to reach 2,000 energy points, enough to level up. Ding, level up successful. An attribute panel then appeared before Zhang Tian's eyes. Host, Zhang Tian. Modification points, adding +5. Currently available, 247,889. Strength boost, 700,000 gene. Currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, 5,000 armor. Currently available for modification 50 modification points equals 1 armor. Agility boost, currently available for modification 100 modification points equals 1 agility. Crit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 5. Energy points required to level up, 3,000. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is an increase of 6 modification points per second. Agility modification unlocked?
Zhang Tian felt a surge of joy, though he wasn't too sure what agility actually meant.
He decided to ask the system first. System, what does 1 point of agility represent? Ding.
Host, 1 point of agility represents the distance you can travel in 1 second, that is, the distance of your teleportation.
Ha! Zhang Tian exclaimed with delight. That powerful?
According to theoretical data on psychics compiled by the Xia Kingdom, for agility-type talents, the maximum agility for Tier 1 is 50 points, meaning the teleportation distance is 50 meters.
He currently had over 200 points. Didn't that mean he could directly boost his agility to 2,400 points? Meaning he could teleport 2,400 meters in 1 second? He was a bit dazed. Was he even human anymore? In his previous life, he would definitely entered the Olympics and left Bolt in the dust. Add 2,000 points to my agility.
Zhang Tian didn't allocate all his points to agility at once, he saved some for a rainy day.
Ding, modification successful. Current agility, 2,000 points. Whoosh.
With a mere thought, Zhang Tian had already appeared 2,000 meters away and instantly vanished from sight.
Huh, where's Zhang Tian? Xia Wenjing and the others wondered. Did he just vanish in a flash?
Zhang Tian was teleporting back and forth non-stop, charging straight into every mountain he encountered.
After all, with 5,000 armor, nothing here could stop him. Since taking a detour was out of the question, he simply plowed through. Boom!
Explosions rang out one after another as boulders were reduced to dust by Zhang Tian's impact, and massive mountains crumbled under his force.
Awesome! Zhang Tian returned to the group. What was that just now?
Nothing much, just testing out my agility.
Let us keep moving. Zhang Tian said eagerly.
With so many copper-armored corpses here, there were bound to be more ahead. By cutting a path through them like this, leveling up would become much easier. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and the others had also heard the massive commotion coming from Zhang Tian's direction. They stopped in their tracks, turned around, and found a spot to sneak a peek.
Those guys aren't dead? And he actually took out all those copper-armored corpses?
Chen Yang said through gritted teeth. He hadn't expected Zhang Tian to be that powerful.
Damn it, he cursed angrily, instantly feeling a twinge of regret.
If he'd known Zhang Tian was this formidable, he should joined his group from the start.
After all, why wouldn't you take advantage of someone clearing the path for you? But a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Actually, things were better this way.
Earlier, the alchemist Zhang Niu had already gathered some materials and concocted several potions, one of which was an invisibility potion. So they decided to follow behind Zhang Tian, letting him lead the way. Once they actually reached the place where the gods bestowed their blessings, they would step forward to claim them. Just thinking about it, Chen Yang admired his own cleverness. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian had already arrived at the central enclosure, where he encountered another wave of monsters with maxed out stats, a combination of strength and agility. They were birds wielding steel spears, moving with astonishing speed. Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing's single target attacks could barely land a hit, forcing them to rely on area of effect skills.
But area of effect skills drained too much psychic energy. Damn it! Xia Wenjing cursed loudly.
Moments ago, she had unleashed her gun Shi, only to have every shot dodged, not a single one hit its mark. As for Zhang Tian, after eliminating a group of flying birds, he encountered the Flying Bird King. Based on his assessment, this Flying Bird King's agility had reached 55 points. That meant it had surpassed the 50-point limit of Tier 1 agility. No wonder it was called the Divine Dungeon, because for anyone else, it would be impossible to get through. The Bird King let out a strange screech, as if taunting Zhang Tian, cackling smugly.
Crack!
However, in the very next second, it saw its own head get severed, and its heavy body crashed to the ground.
Are you kidding me? With 2,000 agility points, you dare to show off with just 55 agility points? Of course I'm going to beat you to a pulp. After another estimated 3 minutes, over 100 flying birds successfully provided Zhang Tian with 1,100 energy points. The group made it through the middle section and arrived at the inner area. They were already very close to that giant tree. The closer they got, the more they could appreciate the tree's immense height. It stood at least 10,000 meters tall, with lush foliage and branches heavy with red fruits. Could these be transformation fruits? Xia Wenjing asked. Inside the divine dungeon, aside from the blessings of the gods, transformation fruits were the most precious items. This was because transformation fruits could solidify a psionic S foundation, bringing them closer to their limit values. For example, the Tier 1 strength limit is 70,000 gene. An ordinary D-rank strength talent would never be able to reach this value, but with enough transformation fruits, even a D-rank junk talent could reach the limit of 70,000 gene. Consequently, everyone couldn't help but get excited. But there was one problem: the tree was too tall, and there weren't even any branches at the bottom. It was completely bare, with a height of nearly 1,500 meters. So, to pick the transformation fruits, they would have to climb the tree. Perhaps for others, climbing it would be a challenge, but for Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing, it was no problem after all. Zhang Tian's teleportation range was 2,000 meters. With a mere thought, he instantly appeared atop the tree. As for Mei Qingqing, she summoned the element of wood, and immediately, thick vines surged up from the ground. After wrapping each person securely, the vines continued to grow higher and higher, lifting the group up into the tree. There are actually this many transformation fruits here? The group looked up at the tree and counted nearly 200. With only 5 of them, that meant each person could get over 40. Wait, let me try one first. Just as everyone was about to eat one to test it, Mei Qingqing, the wood elementalist, stopped them. Even though they look similar, we can't let our guard down. The others agreed, so they let Mei Qingqing test one first. After all, wood elementalists are immune to the toxins in any fruit. So having Mei Qingqing test for poison was the best choice. Zhang Tian, of course, didn't rush in either. Although his armor was strong, most toxins dealt magical damage, and it wouldn't be good if he accidentally harmed himself by ingesting one. Not bad. These are genuine modified fruits and fully ripe ones at that, Mei Qingqing exclaimed joyfully. A red glow emanated from her body, and she felt her control over wood element had increased significantly. Moreover, just one fruit had already raised her limit considerably. Next, the group counted exactly how many there were: exactly 225, meaning each person could get 45. After receiving their shares, everyone ate a few, quickly pushing themselves to their respective limits. As for the remaining fruits, it wouldn't be too late to replenish them once their levels went up. As for Zhang Tian, he also ate one. After swallowing it, he felt absolutely nothing, so he checked his stats panel. It seemed there had been no change at all. His strength was still 700,000 gene, his armor was still 5,000, and his agility was still 2,000. Not a single point had changed. It seemed this item had no effect on him. However, he wasn't foolish enough to give his share away to others. After all, keeping it meant he could sell it later, perhaps for a high price, or trade it for other materials. While Zhang Tian and his group were dividing up the transformation fruits, Chen Yang and his companions were green with envy. They had previously insisted on going their separate ways, but later followed Zhang Tian, which was how they ended up here. But the 3 of them, a shadow, an alchemist, and a weapons master, clearly had no chance of climbing the tree, and besides, the distribution was already over. No problem. They didn't eat much. The leftovers are all stored in their spatial watches. We still have a chance, Chen Yang and his companions said from a distance, their eyes gleaming with cunning. It's not the right time yet. With that, the group kept their distance and continued to follow them while remaining invisible. From atop the giant tree, Zhang Tian and his group enjoyed an extremely wide field of view. To their surprise, they could even see the innermost core area, where a massive palace stood. The palace radiated a divine glow, leading the group to speculate that this was the very place where the divine blessing resided. After climbing down, the group headed toward the palace. Along the way, they encountered several more monsters with peak stats, but this time, having modified the fruits, they had all received power boosts. There was no doubt, however, that Zhang Tian was the main force. He single-handedly handled 98% of the monsters, while the rest of the group handled the remaining 2%. It seems this is indeed the place where the gods bestow their blessings.
The group arrived at the palace gates, a set of metal doors topped with two beast heads, each with a pull ring in its mouth.
Are we supposed to pull this gate open? Qin Jun asked, frowning. Shall we try? Zhang Tian stepped forward, gripped the handles with both hands, and gave them a hard tug.
The gate didn't budge an inch, but some text appeared on its surface. However, this script differed from the current writing system of the Xia kingdom. As a time traveler and not a native of this land, Zhang Tian naturally had no idea what it meant.
Does anyone here recognize this? Let me take a look.
As the daughter of the Führer, Xia Wenjing was quite knowledgeable and had studied some of the ancient scripts of the Xia kingdom. It describes events from the age of the gods. The palace was built by a chief god, and inside are blessings left by that chief god as well as blessings left by 3 attendant gods. However, opening the gate requires a deity at the peak of Tier 1. This gate represents the limit of a deity's strength at Tier 1, that is, a force of 1 million jin.
As Xiao Wenjing explained the general gist, the group's reactions ranged from joy to concern.
They were delighted because there were 4 divine blessings inside, including one from a chief god, and it was well known that a chief goddess blessing could guarantee the evolution of a talent to the divine level. There were also 3 blessings from other deities, although they only offered a certain probability of success, that was still sufficient. However, the cause for concern was that the limits of deities and humans were clearly not on the same level. At the human limit for Tier 1, even a god-tier strength talent could only muster 70,000 jin of force. Yet this gate required 1 million jin of force to open, indicating that pushing it open would be exceptionally difficult.
Zhang Tian, how much strength do you have now? Xiao Wenjing asked. 700,000 jin.
The 4 of us have all reached our maximum of 70,000 jin of strength. Even with yours added, that's only 980,000 jin. It looks like we won't be able to push this gate open, the group said dejectedly.
Not necessarily. However, Zhang Tian stepped forward and spoke up.
He wanted to try out this divine blessing as well. If he could become a god-tier talent, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It wouldn't be a big deal if it didn't work, but he had to give it a try while he had the chance.
Boom!
Zhang Tian immediately activated his 3-meter golden body, causing his entire form to grow to 3 meters tall. Instantly, his attributes doubled, revealing 1.4 million jin of strength.
Ha! 2 massive golden hands gripped the pull ring tightly.
Zhang Tian thought to himself, since this requires 1 million jin of strength, he might as well give it his all, right? So, he strained with all his might.
The next second,
the gate flew off its hinges.
Ha!
The 4 people behind him were stunned, and Zhang Tian was stunned as well.
Was this really the limit of a Tier 1 deity?
A mere 1 million jin didn't seem like such a big deal after all.
Didn't you say you only had 700,000 jin of strength? Xiao Wenjing asked blankly.
Zhang Tian must have activated some kind of skill that gave him a strength boost, something similar to our talent skills, the others speculated. But regardless, the fact that the gate had opened was the best possible outcome.
Zhang Tian stepped inside first, wary of any traps.
In his 3-meter-tall golden form, his strength and armor were doubled. Even if there were any traps, they wouldn't do him any harm if they hit him. Upon entering the palace, they found 4 massive carved stone statues of deities inside. Judging by their appearance, they were likely deities of the Xia kingdom, with the one in the center being the chief deity. The other 3 were attendant deities. Each statue held a luminous pearl in its hand. Divine blessings, the group rejoiced, never expecting to obtain them so easily. Although the divine statues stood 100 zhang tall, this was no challenge for Zhang Tian. With a mere thought, he teleported and instantly seized the main deity's blessed spirit pearl. Naturally, the others had no objections to this. After all, if it weren't for Zhang Tian, they would never have made it this far. They wouldn't even have been able to defeat the copper-armored corpses in the outer perimeter. And with 3 blessed spirit pearls already in their possession, they were more than satisfied. So, the remaining 3 spirit pearls were also retrieved. However, there were 4 of them: Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing, Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian, Gunner Xiao Wenjing, and Healer Qin Jun. It was inevitable that someone would be left without one.
You guys should use them. As a support class, my combat effectiveness will inevitably be inferior to yours. We'll still need you on the front lines of the monster battlefield, Shin-jun said. No, Shin-jun. Your support abilities cover an entire area that's extremely rare. You're far more valuable on the monster battlefield than I am, so I'll step aside and let you have it, said Fire Elementalist Jung Tian. Actually, you guys should take them. As the leader's daughter, I should lead by example. As they kept passing the responsibility back and forth, Zhang Tian, watching from the sidelines, was a bit baffled. Why did the script seem so different from what he'd imagined? Wasn't the divine blessing supposed to lead to a massive brawl the moment they saw it? And then a bloody, all-out slaughter? Why was everything so harmonious? And judging by the expressions on their faces, they seemed genuinely sincere, not like they were putting on a show. As for Zhang Tian himself, he had just used the blessing, but unfortunately, he still felt nothing. He was unable to absorb the divine blessing, not even that of the Supreme God. And taking the divine blessing out of here was clearly impossible, since this spirit pearl couldn't leave the divine dungeon. Oh, come on, stop arguing here, take it. Zhang Tian teleported over to the group and tossed the Supreme God's blessing to them. Everyone stared at him, completely baffled. Zhang Tian, have you lost your mind? This is the Supreme God's blessing. Yeah, Zhang Tian, you deserve the most credit for this mission. If you don't use the Supreme God's blessing, we feel bad taking it. Zhang Tian sighed. Hey, it's not that I don't want to use it, I just tried it a moment ago, and it doesn't work on me, he said, exasperated. As expected, he was still best suited to be a modification monster. Ha! Well, okay then. The others realized that Zhang Tian wasn't just being modest, he genuinely couldn't absorb it. So now, each of them could get one. But that raised another question: who should receive the Divine Spirit's blessing, Spirit Pearl? Zhang Tian couldn't be bothered to think about it. He simply teleported behind the statue to see if there were any other items to take, like divine artifacts or something left behind by a deity. Even if there were no divine artifacts, there had to be at least some gear, right? Although he was already very powerful, who could ever turn down gear? Zhang Tian, Mei Qingqing, Qin Jun, and Xiao Wenjing looked at the spirit pearl blessed by the Supreme God and fell into deep thought. After a long moment, they spoke in unison. What elementalists have a significant advantage against monsters, and the Mei family is one of the main forces on the monster battlefield. So we decided to bestow the main goddess blessing upon you, Qingqing. Xiao Wenjing handed the spirit pearl to Mei Qingqing. Oh, really? Mei Qingqing looked at the spirit pearl before her, feeling a bit at a loss. Come on, Qingqing, just take it. We're all good friends now. All right then. Mei Qingqing stopped hesitating. She knew the Xia kingdom desperately needed a god-tier wood elementalist, and at that moment, she felt as if a heavy burden had been placed on her shoulders. But just then, several figures suddenly appeared. Since you're refusing it, just give it to us. 3 figures suddenly materialized, none other than Chen Yang, Zhou Xia, and Zhang Niu. Were you following us? We have invisibility potions, following you is a piece of cake. Damn it, give it back. Xiao Wenjing and the others were about to strike, but they suddenly realized they seemed to have been poisoned. They felt dazed and weak. Wenjing, what is wrong with me, Chen Yang? All these years, you've kept rejecting me. Well, fine, today I'll finally fulfill my unfulfilled wish. With that, Chen Yang's face took on a lecherous expression as he unbuttoned his pants. What are you doing? What am I doing? You tell me. You're shameless. The group now realized that it must have been Zhang Niu, the potion master, who had secretly poisoned them while he was invisible, rendering them unable to use their supernatural abilities. Stop struggling. That SA potion specifically designed to suppress supernatural abilities. Ha. Xiong Er said, then walked toward Mei Qingqing. He was one of her suitors. Unfortunately, Mei Qingqing had no interest in him, not only because Zhang Niu was incredibly unattractive, but also because he, or rather, the clan family, had terrible character.
As a family of alchemists, the clan often oppressed smaller clans, forcibly acquiring their businesses to create monopolies and drive up prices, ruining countless alchemists' families. What she despised most was their perpetually arrogant, superior attitude. Don't come over here," Mei Qingqing shouted, but she lacked the supernatural abilities to fight back. As for Zhou Xia, one of the three, she was on Chen Yang's side, so naturally she wouldn't intervene. Although, as a woman, she felt this was wrong, she was on Chen Yang's side, so she'd just pretend not to see it. "Where's Jiang Tian?" Xia Wenjing called out. After Jiang Tian had handed over the spirit pearl a moment ago, he'd vanished. Could he have been taken out by these guys? Impossible. Jiang Tian's terrifying strength even the gods couldn't match it. How could he possibly be taken out by these three muggles? Whoosh! Just then, a battle halberd flew toward them at breakneck speed. It was none other than Nanguan Tian's purple spirit battle halberd. With a single strike, Chen Yang's head flew high into the air. The halberd's momentum didn't waver. The next blow struck Zhang Niu's right shoulder, sending him flying through the air along with the weapon. Thud! He slammed violently into the wall. Jiang Tian's figure emerged from behind the statue. Seeing this, Zhou Xia immediately stepped back, ready to fight at a moment's notice. "Jiang Tian, you're actually unharmed?" Zhang Niu exclaimed in terror. That toxic potion was supposed to suppress psychic abilities. Could it be that Jiang Tian really had no psychic powers at all, and was just an ordinary person? But how could that be possible? Could an ordinary person really wield a Xiling alloy battle spear? "Sorry to disappoint you," Jiang Tian said, fixing his gaze on Zhou Xia, the last one remaining. Zhou Xia immediately activated her shadow cloak ability. But the very next second, Jiang Tian's punch forced the invisible Zhou Xia to reveal herself. There was nothing she could do. Although Zhou Xia was a kilometer away from Jiang Tian, his teleportation range was 2,000 meters. She had barely become invisible and hadn't even moved yet when Jiang Tian teleported right beside her and landed a punch. Cough, cough. Zhou Xia coughed repeatedly. "You're not even human." She thought her invisibility would keep her safe, but wasn't Jiang Tian just way too fast? Cough, cough. Zhou Xia tried to stand up, but she realized her ribs were broken. Her whole body ached so badly she had no strength left, and it seemed her internal organs had ruptured as well. "My battle armor?" Zhou Xia looked down, unfastened her outer garments, and inspected the battle armor underneath. It had already been shattered. As one of the outstanding descendants of the Shadow Clan, Zhou Xia naturally wore high-tech battle armor developed by the clan. After all, while her talent granted her formidable offensive power, her defense was alarmingly weak. That's why any psionic who awakens a shadow talent would seek out a suitable suit of armor to protect their life. As for the clan being a major family, it possessed its own dedicated research and development team, and its high-tech battle armor was exceptionally sturdy. Not only is it lightweight, but it can also withstand most Tier 1 physical and magical damage. However, no matter how advanced the technology, it remains merely a Tier 1 suit of armor. After all, Tier 2 equipment cannot be brought into a Tier 1 divine dungeon, and then there's Jiang Tian's terrifying strength. After Zhou Xia's punch, although she wouldn't die immediately, she would slowly die in agony from the pain of her ruptured internal organs. This was Jiang Tian's punishment for her. With two of them already dealt with, only the alchemist Zhang Niu remained. This guy was even weaker in combat, and with a halberd pinned through him into the wall, he was completely helpless. "No, don't kill me. We can talk this out. How much do you want? I'll give it all to you once I get out. We Zhang Nius are very wealthy." Zhang Niu watched as Jiang Tian effortlessly killed Chen Yang and Zhou Xia. With the strong fighters already dead, he, a complete weakling, had no chance of escaping, so his only option was to play nice. "My clan has plenty of rare potions, all the latest research. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you as many as you want once we get out of here." Zhang Niu pleaded incessantly, his previous haughty demeanor completely gone. "Don't beg for mercy, that's so boring. I still prefer your defiant attitude. Snap out of it." Jiang Tian, big brother. "Oh no, master, my lord, please spare me. Seeing that Zhang Tian remained unmoved, Zheng Niu turned his gaze towards Xiao Wenjing.
Xiao Wenjing, you're the Führer's daughter, you carry even more weight.
Please talk some sense into Zhang Tian and stop him from doing something foolish. Otherwise, if he kills me on a whim, he won't be able to bear the wrath of the clan. Zhang Niu thought to himself that he and Zhang Tian didn't really have much of a grudge to begin with. The reason Zhang Tian was going all out like this must be because he had his eye on Xiao Wenjing or Mei Qingqing after all. One was the campus beauty of the War God Academy, and the other was the campus beauty of Elemental University. So, killing him was likely just a way to impress these goddesses.
Qingqing, I was wrong. Please beg Zhang Tian to spare me. Zheng Niu pleaded once more.
Hoof. We, the Xia family, aren't afraid of your clan's wrath. However, Xiao Wenjing showed not the slightest pity for Zhang Niu. Zhang Tian has the full protection of our Xia family. Zhang Tian, our Mei family also firmly supports you, Mei Qingqing said.
Inside the dungeon, there were rules to begin with. Life and death were left to fate. What place was there for the laws of noble clans?
Besides, they'd all been treated that way before. They weren't exactly saints, so naturally they hoped Zhang Tian would eliminate this menace once and for all.
Crack!
Zhang Tian smashed Zhang Niu's head with a single punch, then pulled out his battle spear. Fortunately, although Zhang Niu's potion suppressed psychic abilities, it caused no actual physical harm. All he had to do was wait a moment. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Tian snatched the 4 spirit pearls from Chun Yang's hand.
Go ahead and absorb them.
Thank you, Zhang Tian, the group exclaimed gratefully, especially Mei Qingqing and Xiao Wenjing, whose faces flushed crimson. Oof. Once we get out of here, I'm definitely going to tell my dad about this and have him expose these 3 scoundrels' misdeeds, Xiao Wenjing said.
Our Zhang family will join in too.
I, Qin Jun, may not be from a prominent family, but I'll definitely report this to the principal as well.
Everyone chimed in.
After resting for a while longer and regaining their supernatural abilities, they began absorbing the spirit orbs. Watching the others absorb the spirit orbs, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Supernatural ability users really had it good, unlike him, who knew nothing besides modifying things.
Boom!
Just then, however, a phantom image of the Supreme God appeared above Mei Qingqing's head. Rays of divine light descended, and Mei Qingqing's entire appearance was transformed beyond recognition. Wood elements swirled around her, and all manner of flowers and plants bloomed everywhere. So Qingqing's spirit pearl was a blessing from the flower fairy Supreme God, said Xiao Wenjing.
The flower fairy controlled the wood element and could be considered the progenitor of the wood element among the deities. Did it work?
Mei Qingqing herself found it a bit hard to believe. Indeed, the Supreme Goddess' blessing was truly wonderful. Her talent had instantly leaped to the level of a god-tier wood elementalist. Before this, she had only been an A+ talent, and the gap between SSS and SSS talents was enormous. In the moment of success, Mei Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Zhang Tian once more, her eyes brimming with gratitude and tinged with some inexplicable emotion, as if. As for the others, Xiao Wenjing had advanced 2 levels from an S-rank talent to an SSS rank talent. Xiong'er, the Earth Elementalist, advanced 1 rank, moving from S-class to SS class. Zhang Tian, the Fire Elementalist, advanced 2 ranks, moving from A+ class to SS class. Let us go, it's time to head out, Zhang Tian said, feeling a touch of disappointment. They hadn't found a single thing behind the statue. It was completely empty.
Forget about divine gear, they didn't even find a single broom. What a letdown.
Before long, the group reached the exit and stepped out, filled with excitement. Whoosh! A flash of light shot past as they emerged from the divine dungeon.
You're out.
Leader Xia Jie was waiting at the entrance. Seeing that everyone who emerged had advanced in talent rank, Xia Jie couldn't help but feel overjoyed for quite some time. But when he saw that Chen Yang and the other 2 hadn't come out, Xia Jie's expression grew serious.
Jing, where are Chen Yang and the others?
Dad, those 3 guys were killed by Zhang Tian.
That is so despicable. Xiao Wenjing recounted the entire incident in detail.
Dad, you have to help Zhang Tian, or I won't talk to you anymore, she said angrily.
Don't worry.
For your sake, and for Jiang Tian's sake, even though the clan are quite powerful, our side has plenty of influence as well.
They'll have to think twice before taking action.
Xia Jia explained. In reality, many prominent families were allied with one another. For example, the clan formed a nearly unbreakable alliance. But Xia Jia could also ally with the Mei and Zhang families, as well as the presidents of Elemental University, War God University, and the National Defense University. Combined, their ranks of experts were no fewer than those on the other side.
All right, let us get out of here first.
Xia Jia led the group away. Along the way, he contacted the Mei and Zhang families and others rather than waiting for the clans to come knocking. It would be better to strike first and go cause trouble at the clan's doorstep.
As for what Xia Jia would do next, Jiang Tian naturally didn't concern himself with it, but after killing Chen Yang and the other two, those three families were bound to come after him.
But he wasn't afraid of them in public. After all, arresting students from the War God Academy without cause would be a direct slap in the face to the school, so there was a rule in place at the War God Academy. In the face of any unreasonable provocation from outsiders, students can strike back without hesitation. If you kill them, it's a testament to your skill. As for the rest, the principal will take care of it. This was one of the reasons Jiang Tian had chosen the War God Academy in the first place. Take life and death in stride. If you're not satisfied, just fight. After returning to campus, Jiang Tian was ready to head back to his villa. After all, this trip had left him quite exhausted, and it was time for a good rest. Before heading back, he first contacted the butler robot through Sha Chang to have hot water drawn in advance and snacks and drinks prepared, so he could start enjoying himself as soon as he returned to the villa. As he passed by a training ground on campus, Jiang Tian stopped. He overheard a moment ago that an agility track instructor was teaching the Tier 2 universal skill, Shadow Step. This was the ultimate skill among Tier 2 skills, not only suitable for agility track students but also for students of other talents. More crucially, it was the function of Shadow Step. Shadow Step was a teleportation skill. At the novice level, it allowed for a 10-meter teleport at adept, 50 meters at expert, 100 meters, and at master, the maximum range was 200 meters. This is an astonishing figure, considering that the maximum range for Tier 2 agility is only 150 meters. Since Shadow Step stacks with agility, once Shadow Step is mastered, the maximum agility range can be increased to 350 meters, a highly enticing prospect, whether for enhancing the agility specialization or boosting the combat effectiveness of other talents. After all, mastering it allows one to advance for offense and retreat for defense. Even though Jiang Tian can currently teleport 2,000 meters, he is still more than happy to gain an extra 200 meters. Otherwise, if he were to modify it using points, 100 points would equal 1 agility. That would mean spending 20,000 points, so Jiang Tian decided to give the extreme Shadow Step skill set a try. He was a bit worried, though after all, he had only just awakened, just like his Tier 1 classmates, and he wasn't sure if he could even practice Tier 2 skills or if the system would allow him to modify them. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tian headed to the training ground, where he listened as the instructor explained his insights and the fundamentals of the extreme Shadow Step. The extreme Shadow Step is a Tier 2 ultimate skill. As your teacher, I'm an A+ talent in the agility discipline. Back in my day, it took me just a short while to reach master level. Teacher, how long did it actually take you? A student asked curiously. I wasn't planning on saying, but since you insist on asking, I might as well tell you it took me 3 months. What? Only 3 months? Upon hearing this, many students could no longer sit still. They were all currently at Tier 2, that is, in the level 1120 range, and just 1 month had passed since before this class began. Their teacher had assigned them a task, to preview the Shadow Step skill set in advance. As a result, over the past month, almost none of the students had reached the expert level. Forget expert, even adept had only been achieved by a dozen or so students, while most were still at the novice level. But don't assume the novice level is easy just because the students of the God of War are all prodigies. If this were any other, less prestigious university for psychics, it wouldn't be realistic to expect students to reach novice in a month, let alone in 3 months. Now, let me demonstrate it for you, the teacher said smugly, then began teleporting across the training ground.
In an instant, he once again left the other students in awe. It doesn't seem that hard, does it? Zhang Tian asked.
He borrowed a copy of the Extreme Shadow Step skill manual from a senior student standing nearby to take a look. He had originally thought it couldn't be modified, but it turned out. Ding, detected modifiable skill, Extreme Shadow Step. 436,745.40. It only took 40 modification points to reach novice level, so Zhang Tian naturally clicked, without hesitation. 436,695.200. Going from novice to adept required 200 modification points. Continuing on, going from adept to expert required 2,000 points, and reaching master required 7,000 points. Zhang Tian spent a total of 9,240 modification points, instantly upgrading Shadow Step to the master level and gaining 200 agility points. Isn't that a better deal than spending 20,000 points? After completing the training, Zhang Tian turned and walked away. But just then, the teacher, who had just finished his demonstration, paused and saw a student leaving the room. He was immediately furious. "Young man, don't you know this is class time? Are you trying to skip class?" The teacher scolded. Leaving class early was something he could not tolerate. "Sorry, I'm not your student. I was just passing by to take a look at the Shadow Step. Now that I've mastered it, of course I'm leaving. Why else would I stay here? Just passing by? And you've already mastered it? Are you kidding me? You learned it in such a short time?" "Yep, I've already mastered it." As soon as Zhang Tian said this, the teacher burst out laughing in exasperation. "Of all the braggarts I've ever met, you're the most refreshingly unique. A Tier 2 ultimate skill, mastered in one go? Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes?" "Yep." The teacher. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to show off. Come on, demonstrate your Extreme Shadow Step." Whoosh, 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 Zhang Tian teleported instantly, filling the entire training ground with his afterimages. The next second, the teacher fell deep in thought. He just wanted some peace and quiet. Because he realized his own training had gone to the dogs. This thing takes 3 months to master? After finishing his demonstration, Zhang Tian didn't forget to toss out that line as he walked away. Class dismissed. The teacher completely lost it. Screw this class, damn it. That guy just now looked really familiar to me. He looks like Zhang Tian, the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingzheng province, said one student. I think so too. But the freshman haven't even registered yet. Could he have arrived early? Quite a few students pulled out their phones to check the official media footage, and sure enough, they saw the video of Zhang Tian taking on 15 top-tier monsters during his college entrance exams. Is that really Zhang Tian, the underclassman? But didn't Zhang Tian just finish his college entrance exams? Logically, shouldn't he be a Tier 1 student? How did he manage to instantly master a Tier 2 ultimate skill? For a moment, even those upperclassmen known as war gods felt a bit deflated. As for Zhang Tian himself, he hadn't given it much thought. He simply wanted to learn a Tier 2 ultimate skill he had no intention of showing off. Soon, he returned to his villa. After discovering he could learn Tier 2 skills, he began wondering if he could learn more of them or perhaps even Tier 3 skills. So he decided to visit the school's skill library the next day to see if there were any suitable options. But before going, he decided to ask Sha Chang. Sha Chang, are there any requirements for accessing the skill library? There aren't any specific requirements. Since you were specially recruited by Director Qiao Bing, your skill library access is set to the most advanced general level. That means you can browse the skill library from Tier 1 to Tier 9. After hearing Sha Chang's explanation, Zhang Tian decided to visit the skill library the next day to see it in person. Although he could view skills through Sha Chang on his student watch, the skill library had a dedicated training area on site. Zhang Tian figured it would be a good opportunity to test the power of his skills there. Otherwise, if he practiced at the villa, he was afraid he might tear the place apart. Once he made up his mind, Zhang Tian went back to the challenge section, submitted the items for this challenge: 10 bronze broadswords from the corpses of copper-armored zombies, and earned 1,000 points. So far, he had accumulated 13,000 points. With that, Zhang Tian asked Sha Chang to open the resource database at War God University to see what he could exchange his points for. Sha Chang opened a list of items and projected it directly in front of Zhang Tian's eyes. Thanks to advances in high technology, the projection was crystal clear even without a projection screen. And it was even in 3D with no pixelation. First to catch his eye were resources for tempering the body and the like resources that could further strengthen his physique. Zhang Tian spotted several rare items. The cheapest cost 3,000 points, while the most expensive ones ran into the tens of thousands. And the key point was that they came in such small bottles you could practically drink them in a single gulp. Zhang Tian wasn't sure if using these would even work for him. After all, he couldn't even use the spirit pearl bestowed by the main god, so he figured these would likely be useless as well. Still, he decided to give it a try. Through Sha Chang, he exchanged a bottle of fire dragon essence worth 3,000 points from the resource library, then browsed through the other resources. He had no interest in potions for restoring supernatural abilities or healing wounds, but at the bottom of the resource list, he spotted a panel for point redemption. There were many ways to earn points in God of War. Aside from quests, students could also collect materials to exchange for points. Zhang Tian glanced over it briefly and immediately noticed a line of eye-catching text: modification fruits. 1 transformation fruit equals 50,000 points. 50,000 points? Zhang Tian was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't expected this item to be worth so many points. But after giving it some thought, he understood. Transformation fruits were only produced in the Divine Blessing dungeon. They were undoubtedly extremely rare and played a significant role in pushing a person's limits. After all, a person's limits are practically set at birth, and only a few rare materials can push them further, and the transformation fruit was undoubtedly one of them. It was even a top grade one, so 50,000 points per fruit was actually a very fair price. The transformation fruit wasn't of much use to Zhang Tian, so he decided to exchange some points for items he actually needed, such as a battle halberd forged from purple blue alloy. He did pass on the purple spirit alloy version at only 200,000 Gene. It no longer felt right in his hands. He needed purple blue alloy with even greater density and hardness. That way, his battle halberd would weigh 1 million Gene. Zhang Tian then checked the exchange requirements for purple blue alloy and roughly estimated that a single battle spear would cost about 200,000 points. He decided to exchange 4 modification fruits. He currently had 44 left. Of course, even though the point exchange rate was high, he wasn't foolish enough to trade away all his modification fruits. He saved them for when he might need them in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhang Tian contacted the instructor from the resource management office through Sha Chang. The instructor would provide on-site service, delivering the fire dragon essence, collecting the transformation fruits, verifying their authenticity, and then awarding Zhang Tian the corresponding points. Once everything was settled, just as Zhang Tian was about to take a bath and relax, a projection appeared at the entrance of the villa. It turned out the instructor from the resource management office had arrived. Zhang Tian thought to himself, they got here way too fast, didn't they? But upon further reflection, he realized that since the staff member from the resource management office was a level 72, rushing over here would be a piece of cake for her. Zhang Tian opened the door and stepped outside. Hello, teacher. I'm Zhang Tian, the student who was here to redeem points. So you're Zhang Tian. You're here to check in this early. I watched your college entrance exam video. Impressive. The teacher seemed to be a bit of a fan herself. She was a female instructor. She looked to be only about 26 years old. Zhang Tian had seen her profile through Sha Chang. Her name was Lily, and her talent was a gold elementalist. Lily was dressed in a pink, Lolita-style outfit, which really caught Zhang Tian's eye. That look didn't seem like something a 26-year-old would wear. She looked more like an innocent 18-year-old girl. But at 26, she also had the aura of a mature woman, so Teacher Lily could pull off both the cute and the mature looks. Teacher, these are the transformation fruits. Zhang Tian took out 4 of them. Please appraise them for me. This big? Lily's breathing quickened at a single glance, and her body slowly began to tremble. It was the first time she'd ever seen such large modification fruits. Huge. After all, the ones she'd seen before were roughly the size of an egg, whereas Zhang Tian's modification fruits were larger than a fist, their color a deep, purplish red. These are fully mature modification fruits, Lily exclaimed shortly afterward.
Fully matured? Zhang Tian was puzzled.
He wasn't an expert in this field, so naturally he didn't know the difference in effects between mature and immature fruits. Lily steadied her chest, which had been trembling with excitement at the sight of the transformation fruit, then explained. Inside every divine dungeon, there is a divine tree that bears transformation fruits. They're generally ready to eat after 10 years, but a 10-year-old transformation fruit has a relatively minor effect on raising one's limits. Then there are the 100-year-old and 500-year-old ones. Their effects are much more powerful. But it's only after 1,000 years that a transformation fruit reaches full maturity.
Once fully mature, the effect on raising one's limits is quite significant.
Basically, just 3 of them can allow a psionic to push their limits to the absolute peak within their respective tier. Lily stared at the transformation fruit in her hand, her excitement so intense she could hardly contain it, constantly stroking her chest.
Even a single transformation fruit like this is extremely rare.
If you were to put one up for grabs, who knows how many people would go crazy fighting over it, and yet you actually have 4, Lily said enviously.
Do you need points to exchange for any resources?
Teacher, I'd like to trade for a purple-green battle halberd to play around with.
What's that? A purple Cheng battle spear? Lily pondered for a moment.
Here's the deal, Zhang Tian, I'll use my points to get you an identical battle spear, and in exchange, you give me these 4 enhancement fruits.
Plus, I'll throw in an extra 40,000 points for you. How does that sound?
After all, the school's point exchange rates are just the base price. In reality, these items are worth far more than that.
Zhang Tian thought it over.
Since he was after the purple-blue battle spear anyway, trading with Teacher Luo would earn him a favor plus an extra 40,000 credits.
Why not? Was this what a rich woman's generosity looked like?
He felt like he was being sponsored by a rich woman, and a young, attractive one at that.
Alright, I'll leave it to you, teacher.
Lily tucked the 4 enhancement fruits into her pouch, then transferred 40,000 points to Zhang Tian.
Do you have any more enhancement fruits like these? I'd be willing to buy them.
I don't have any left, Zhang Tian lied. Faced with such a wealthy young lady, he didn't feel right turning her down, so he had no choice but to say he was out. After all, money loses value over time. Rare resources, on the other hand, would only become more valuable. Judging by how Lily had been trembling just now, he knew just how precious this stuff was. Zhang Tian even felt like he'd gotten the short end of the stick.
Alright, never mind if you don't have any. By the way, here's the fire dragon essence you redeemed.
Lily reached her right hand between her breasts and pulled out a small vial of red liquid, the fire dragon essence.
Zhang Tian took it. It still had that milky scent.
He took a whiff, then downed it in one gulp.
Hey, what are you doing? Spit it out.
Lily saw what was happening and hurried to stop him, but it was already too late.
This stuff contains an enormous amount of energy.
Drinking it all in one go would cause even a level 30 psionic to explode, let alone someone like you.
Spit it out. Explode?
Zhang Tian pondered for a moment, then felt the fire dragon essence coursing through his body. He realized there did indeed seem to be some energy there.
But it wasn't enough to cause an explosion.
Soon, the energy was absorbed by Zhang Tian, and he checked his stats panel.
Strength, 710,000.
He noticed his strength had increased by 10,000 gene. It seemed this fire dragon's blood wasn't useless to him after all. If that was the case, he could try consuming other resources in the future.
You're okay? Lily stared at Zhang Tian in disbelief.
Even if she had drunk a bottle of fire dragon's blood like that, she would have felt the energy colliding inside her body.
But Zhang Tian was completely fine. Was this guy really that freakishly strong? He really was a freak, but she loved it. Zhang Tian checked his balance. He still had 50,000 points left.
He planned to exchange them for another dozen or so bottles of fire dragon essence, which would allow him to increase his strength by over 100,000 points again. But then he had a thought: wouldn't consuming advanced resources grant an even greater boost? Teacher Lily, I'm thinking of exchanging for a bottle of Thunder Dragon Essence to try it out. Zhang Tian glanced at the Thunder Dragon Essence. It cost 30,000 points, 10 times the price of Fire Dragon Essence. He just didn't know if the strength boost would also be 10 times as much. If so, it wouldn't be a loss if it were even more. He'd be coming out ahead. Although modifying the system could also increase strength, using existing resources to boost it would allow him to grow stronger in two ways at once, a much better outcome. Thunder Dragon Essence? That S-tier 7 dragon blood, intended for players level 70 and above. Even I wouldn't dare drink it. Forget about it. What if you explode after drinking it? Lily flatly refused. After all, she would be held responsible if anything went wrong while a student was redeeming resources. Just let me try it, Zhang Tian pleaded. If Lily didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to redeem it anyway. All right then, but it has to be under my supervision, Lily said, crossing her arms. She then led Zhang Tian out of the villa and to the resource management office. The resource management office was quite large. Besides Lily, other teachers helped manage it, and many students came there to exchange resources in person. After exchanging a bottle of Thunder Dragon Essence, the two returned to Zhang Tian's villa. Their original plan had been to go to teacher Lily's residence. However, other teachers were there at the time, making it inconvenient, so they simply returned to Zhang Tian's villa instead. Alright, I'll watch your back, but I still recommend you absorb it while taking a bath. Lily got ready and formed a protective shield with her gentle psychic power. Should Zhang Tian feel any discomfort, this shield would divert the energy away from his body. That way, he wouldn't explode. Why bother with a bath? It's too much trouble. Zhang Tian opened the bottle and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Crackle crackle. Tiny arcs of lightning danced and coursed through Zhang Tian's body, making him feel comfortable at first, but the energy soon became erratic. Zhang Tian felt a slight twinge of pain, but after about a minute, the lightning arcs vanished. All done. Zhang Tian let out a long sigh of relief. All done? Are you sure? Lily's eyes widened as she scanned Zhang Tian's body, looking here and there for any signs of his body exploding. That's impossible. The Thunder Dragon Essence blood is so volatile, and you absorbed it all that easily? Lily had seen others absorb Thunder Dragon Essence before that person was over level 50, and even then, they had to use a bath to absorb it gently. Yet the process was still fraught with danger and excruciating pain, lasting nearly an hour. But Zhang Tian finished in just 1 minute? You absorbed it way too fast, Lily said somberly. After completing the absorption, Zhang Tian checked his stats panel. Strength, 750,000. Armor, 5,000. Agility, 2,500. He noticed that his strength hadn't increased by much, only 40,000 gene, and his armor remained unchanged, but his agility had risen by 300 points. It had gone from 2,200 to 2,500, which delighted him immensely. The Thunder Dragon wasn't particularly dominant in strength, but its agility was absolutely formidable, so agility was the biggest beneficiary of this absorption. Zhang Tian wanted to absorb a few more bottles, but he only had 20,000 school credits left. He'd better save them for now. There were still plenty of resources he hadn't checked yet. What he'd just looked at was only about 2% of the resource database. After all, there were simply too many resources. Alright, since you've finished absorbing, I should be on my way, Lily said. Of these 4 enhancement fruits, 3 were enough to push her to the limit in this tier. As for the remaining one, with her connections and resources, the value she could get from selling it would likely far exceed anyone's imagination. Elsewhere, within the clan, at the home of Chen Li, one of the clan's stewards, and Chen Yang's father were also present. Zhou Qing, the father of Zhou Xia, and Zhang Ziden, the father of Zhang No. Their expressions were grave. I imagine none of us are very satisfied with the outcome of this divine dungeon, are we? Chen Li began. Isn't that stating the obvious? We didn't get the divine orb, we didn't get the transformation fruits,
and our son is dead. How could we possibly be satisfied? Zhang Zidong said angrily. Zhang Niu was one of the descendants highly favored by the clan head and was highly likely to take over the clan in the future. But now, he had died in the Divine Blessing dungeon, and even his status within the clan would plummet. Humph, it's all that Jiang Tian's fault, the group exclaimed angrily. Since they naturally dared not cause trouble for Xiao Wenjing, Mei Qingqing, and the others, they had no choice but to take their frustration out on Jiang Tian. I've looked into this guy, he has no connections whatsoever. He'll be an easy target. Tomorrow, I'll send Chen-Lin to the War God Academy to bring him in. First, make him hand over the transformation fruit, then let him taste the torture reserved for psychics, Zhen Li said with a murderous glint in his eyes. But security at the War God Academy is tight. If we go in so brazenly, I'm afraid that guy might. A hint of fear flashed across Zhang Zidong's eyes. What's there to be afraid of? We just need to keep a low profile. With so many people entering the War God Academy every day, how could they possibly tell what we're up to? But what if that Mu Qing finds out? She'll probably go berserk. I just don't believe Mu Qing would dare to take on our three families just for some nobody like Jiang Tian. Ha, you're underestimating Mu Qing. When that guy goes berserk, even our family head can't stand up to him, Zhang Niu said, trembling with fear. If it weren't for the death of his son, he really wouldn't want to provoke the principal of War God Academy. That guy's a total lunatic. And the female teachers in War God are basically all crazy. Once the demon lord descends and we obtain his strength, that's when we'll turn on them. By then, that crazy woman will die too. At the mention of the demon lord's descent, the group's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, that was the very reason their three families had joined forces. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Tian's place, after a comfortable night's rest, he didn't get up until 9:30 this morning. He stayed up late playing video games again yesterday. What could he do? The 3D immersive experience was just too much fun. After getting up, he checked his student watch and saw a message from teacher Lily saying that the battle spear made of purple-blue alloy was almost finished and would be delivered to him around 10 o'clock. She also informed Jiang Tian that the battle spear was slightly larger than planned and weighed a bit more, 1.1 million Jin. Seeing 1.1 million Jin, Jiang Tian hurriedly opened the system modification panel. Currently, his strength was only 750,000 Jin, so he needed to adjust it to reach at least 1.1 million Jin. Otherwise, when teacher Lily delivered the item later, he wouldn't be able to lift it, and that would be a real embarrassment. He couldn't let her see that he was incapable. He opened the system panel. His system was now at level 5. After a night of accumulating points, plus the 200,000 plus points he hadn't used before, his total points had reached 500,000. Host, Jiang Tian. Modification points, increasing plus 5. Strength increase, 750,000 Jin currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 Jin of strength. Defense boost, 5,000 armor currently available for modification 50 points equals 1 armor. Agility boost, 2,500 currently available for modification 100 points equals 1 agility. Crit boost, system level insufficient not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient not yet unlocked. System level, level 5. Energy points required to level up, 78,000. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a 1-second increase of 6 modification points. System, allocate all points to strength. Jiang Tian clicked without hesitation. After all, the more strength he had, the easier it would be to wield the purple-blue alloy battle spear. That way, slaying monsters would become even more second nature. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 1,250,000. Feeling the primal power surging through his body, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he sat down to enjoy the hearty breakfast prepared by his robot butler. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once, and then Sha Chang's projection appeared at the doorway. Lily was already standing there. Jiang Tian opened the door and stepped outside. Here's your purple-blue alloy battle spear. Lily pulled the battle spear out of her spatial watch with what seemed like no effort at all. Teacher, aren't you a gold elementalist? This spear is so heavy, yet you don't seem to be straining at all. Who do you think you're looking down on? Lily said, her lips puffing out in a pout.
Gold elementalists can freely manipulate metal, so the gold element is weightless in our hands.
Here. Zhang Tian took it and found it much more comfortable to handle than the purple spirit battle spear.
Its sharp armor-piercing ability was also far more formidable, and he couldn't wait to find an opponent to test it out on.
Zhang Tian, are you hiding something from me? Lily suddenly asked, then leaned in close to Zhang Tian with a mischievous grin.
This sudden closeness made Zhang Tian feel a little uncomfortable.
Oh, wait, what? Teacher, you.
Oof. You got 45 transformation fruits from the Divine Blessing dungeon this time.
I told you yesterday I wanted to buy some, and you actually lied to me and said they were all gone. Hee hee, well, I just wanted to save a few as a secret stash. Spit it out. How many did you eat, and how many are left?
Lily pressed him, closing in step by step.
To be honest, I have 2 left now, and that's really all I have.
After saying this, Zhang Tian deliberately let Lily take a look at his student watch. There really were only 2 left inside. Actually, Zhang Tian had already anticipated last night that Lily would come ask him about this today. After all, given her status as a teacher, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find out that he'd been to the Divine Dungeon. Besides, Xiao Wenjing had gone with him. She was also a student at the God of War Academy, so Lily could simply ask her to find out. Fortunately, Zhang Tian had prepared another spatial watch and hidden all 38 transformation fruits inside it. Sell me both of these transformation fruits, Lily said, reaching out. This woman, her connections run deep.
That was Zhang Tian's assessment. Alright, I've given you the item, so I should be heading back. But set aside that other modification fruit for me. Once I find something suitable for you, I'll come back to trade with you.
After Lily finished speaking, she vanished. This lowly teacher seems to know everything.
He was still reeling from the mind-blowing revelation.
Zhang Tian watched her retreating figure while wiping away the nosebleed. He couldn't stop. He'd been eating too many greens these past few days. It's causing him to run hot.
Not interested? Well, that's not up to you. Besides, there's no one around here right now.
The leader sneered, and then the 6 of them launched their attack. The strength of these 6 was plain to see. The lowest was level 43, and the highest was level 56, with most of them being strength-type psychics.
Take this.
The leader, wielding a pair of mace hammers covered in spikes and weighing a full 250,000 jin, shouted.
Boom! Zhang Tian swung his battle halberd, knocking the guy's right-hand flail away with a single strike.
He then brought the halberd down in a follow-up blow, forcing the guy to block with his left-hand flail.
Bang!
A deafening crash echoed as the left-hand flail slammed directly onto his shoulder, instantly shattering the entire joint.
Purple-blue alloy battle halberd?
Terror filled the guy's eyes.
As a strength-type talent, he naturally knew the density of this alloy. A battle halberd this size must weigh no less than 1 million jin, right?
He was a D-rank strength-type talent. Even at level 56, his strength was only 250,000 jin.
Yet Zhang Tian, who had just finished his college entrance exams, was wielding a battle halberd weighing 1 million jin? Holy shit, are you even human? Am I dead?
He stared in disbelief at his falling body.
Run! This guy is a demon. The remaining 4 witnessed the scene. How could they possibly have the courage to fight anymore?
A level 56 player hadn't even lasted 2 moves. Sure, it was just a D-rank talent, but it was still a level 56 player, after all.
Trying to run?
Zhang Tian had long since figured out that these guys weren't upperclassmen from the War God Academy, and since they'd come looking for trouble for no reason, he decided to just take them all out.
With Zhang Tian's current teleportation range of 2,500, how could these guys possibly escape?
After dispatching them, Zhang Tian searched their bodies, but found nothing, not a single valuable item.
Put! Zhang Tian spat in disgust, then walked away.
As for cleaning up the mess, he'd leave that to the school's maintenance staff. As he continued on his way to the skill library, Zhang Tian felt a chill down his spine and realized the back of his shirt had been slashed open. He recalled the moment he'd been ambushed earlier. After all, as a level 45 strength type psionic, he still felt a slight tingling sensation from that slash. He had a feeling that if he'd taken another 10,000 slashes like that, he would definitely been cut to the bone. Looks like I'll have to find time to reinforce my armor. I can also check the skill library to see if there are any skills that boost defense. Before long, Zhang Tian arrived at the skill library. As he could see, there were still quite a few students there, some entering freely, while others had to wait in line. It couldn't be helped, different permissions meant different treatment, and Zhang Tian, of course, took the exclusive VIP passage. He held the highest level of access. All skills were available for free, without spending any points. That guy actually has the highest level access? Under the envious stares of the crowd, Zhang Tian walked inside. I'm so jealous. With the highest level access, there aren't even 10 people at our school who have it. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone enter the skill library that way in ages. I'm so jealous. Who is he? He looks kind of familiar. He doesn't look like one of those big shots with access. He seems like a new face. The crowd continued to murmur among themselves. As for Zhang Tian, he made his way to the Tier 2 skill library on the second floor. He wanted to see if there were any Tier 2 skills suitable for him. Something like the Extreme Shadow Step would be perfect. The skill library was like a library, with many shelves lined with skill books. Of course, if you had the time, you could flip through them one by one. If you didn't have the time, you could just call out to Sha Chang, and he would display all the skills of suitable types for you. Sha Chang, are there any agility skills left in Tier 2? Other than Extreme Shadow Step, there aren't any that suit you. Never mind then. I'll just head to the Tier 3 skill library. Zhang Tian went up to the third floor, which was just as spacious and filled with upperclassmen studying skills. In the center of the building was a designated training area where many upperclassmen were practicing. Zhang Tian had Sha Chang search through the options as well, starting with strength type skills, then moving on to defense type, and finally agility type. Finally, in the third tier, he selected a strength type skill called 100 Split Fist. It was a super skill, though not classified as an ultimate, but its power was a perfect match for Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian opened the description 400 Split Fist. Ding, detected modifiable skill, 100 Split Fist. 3,400-2,100. Zhang Tian glanced at the points required for modification and noticed that just reaching the novice tier required 100 points, whereas the Extreme Shadow Step, a Tier 2 ultimate, had only required 20 points to reach novice last time. It seems that the higher the skill tier, the more modification points are required. But it didn't matter after all, 100 points was just 20 seconds of time. Zhang Tian headed to the central training ground to test the power of the 100 Split Fist. This area had been created by spatial type psychics, so testing it there would prevent the power from leaking outside. At that moment, several upperclassmen in their 20s were also practicing the 100 Fist Blast inside the training area. Some had been studying it for a long time, while others had only recently begun. Consequently, the power they unleashed varied. Some could only condense a single fist shadow, others a few, and the most skilled could produce over a dozen. For a super skill like the 100 Split Fist, a novice can produce a single fist shadow, an adept over a dozen, an expert around 40, and a master 100. At the master level, not only does the number of fist shadows increase, but so does their power, enough to nearly tear apart the body of a Tier 3 monster, which is why it's called the 100 Split Fist. Without a doubt, this is also an area of effect skill. The reason Zhang Tian chose to learn this skill was precisely because of its area of effect nature. After all, when facing certain psychics such as shadow users or agility-based psychics, single target attacks aren't very effective. You need an area of effect attack to directly lock down their movement, leaving the opponent with nowhere to hide. I've reached novice. I made it to novice in just 3 days. Pfft, big deal. I'm already at adept. I'm no big shot, but I reached expert in just 5 days, said a senior student with a crew cut, immediately drawing envious glances from the other seniors. Aren't you just rubbing it in? Everyone knows your talent is Epiphany and A+ Epiphany talent, no less.
Who among us could possibly keep up with your skill progression? Haha, my bad, my bad.
As compensation, I'll reluctantly give you guys some guidance, said the man with the crew cut.
His reluctant guidance was really just him showing off.
But everyone was more than happy to accept it after all. Guidance on an Epiphany talent was a rare opportunity.
Let us start with you,
the man with the crew cut said, pointing at Zhang Tian, who had just arrived.
Who? Me? Zhang Tian pointed at himself. That's right, you. Why aren't you happy about it?
Let me tell you, lots of people would kill to get my guidance. You're the lucky one today.
Besides, isn't that the 100 splitting fist skill you're holding?
It's the perfect opportunity to coach you. I'm an expert, after all, the man said, looking smug. In his eyes, Zhang Tian would surely be grateful to him. He might even become his little fanboy. Damn it, why didn't this opportunity fall to me? A few people nearby grumbled, casting envious glances at Zhang Tian.
Sorry, senior, I'm not interested.
However, Zhang Tian flatly refused, dousing the smug man with a bucket of cold water.
What did you say? Not interested? Do you know I don't offer guidance lightly? Go teach someone else. Don't bother me. With that, Zhang Tian found an empty spot and had Shajia summon the trial dummies. The trial dummies were excellent for testing the power of skills. Cast from shape memory alloy, they could withstand extreme attacks without breaking and quickly return to their original form.
Soon, 100 training dummies were lined up in front of Zhang Tian.
What's this guy up to? With so many training dummies, is he planning to test the 100 split fist? That can't be real.
He just got the 100 split fist, and he has already summoned 100 dummies.
Does this guy think he has already mastered it? You've got to be kidding.
We're the only ones practicing the 100 split fist here, and no one else has shown up lately.
This guy is just a complete beginner.
Anyway, there is no limit on the number of dummies. What's wrong with him summoning a few extra to liven things up? The man with the flat top haircut sneered. But Zhang Tian paid them no mind. Instead, he was busy making adjustments. First, he spent 100 points to upgrade the 100 splitting fist to the novice level, then spent 500 points to jump straight to adept, and finally spent 4,000 points to reach expert. By this point, however, his points were severely depleted, not enough to upgrade to master, which required 10,000 points.
Ding! Insufficient points. Do you wish to run a tab?
At that moment, a system notification sounded.
On credit? Zhang Tian was a bit baffled. Could you actually do that? He'd never heard of a system that allowed credit. This doesn't come with a huge amount of interest, does it? Zhang Tian asked dismissively. No interest.
Rest assured, host.
The credit limit varies depending on the system level.
Currently, the maximum credit limit for a level 5 system is 100,000 points.
Alright.
Since there was no interest, there was no harm in running a tab. So Zhang Tian ran a tab for 10,000 points and immediately upgraded the 100 fist strike to the master realm.
He then unleashed it to test its power. 100 fist strike.
Zhang Tian roared, and instantly, the sky was filled with fist shadows, a full 100 of them, covering an extremely wide area.
Holy shit!
The people nearby were completely dumbfounded.
What the hell? 100 splitting fist at the master level? Are you kidding me? He is already at master level right after arriving?
Does this guy have a god-tier sudden enlightenment talent? The man with the flat top haircut said blankly. The others were also left speechless.
So we're the clowns after all. Yeah, with a talent like that, who needs any guidance?
Even if you reach this level in one go, it can't possibly be that powerful, the man with the crew cut muttered, trying to console himself with an excuse.
Boom! Zhang Tian's fist shadows all struck the trial dummy. In an instant, the dummy's limbs were shattered, and once broken, they did not return to their original state. Did he shatter the shape memory alloy? Everyone stared in disbelief. The shape memory alloy here was all tier 3. It had never been shattered before, yet now This guy is a strength type. Even with the 100 split fist, it couldn't possibly be this powerful. Someone speculated. After all, the 100 split fist's power bonus comes from strength, and they naturally had no idea of Jiang Tian's terrifying strength. As for Jiang Tian himself, he nodded in satisfaction. With his 1.4 million gene of strength, and the skill bonus from the 100 fist blast, each fist shadow possessed 5 times his base strength. In other words, each of the 100 fist shadows Jiang Tian unleashed carried a force of 7 million gene. Forget tier 3, even tier 5 shape memory alloy would have been shattered by that. After finishing his study of the 100 split fist, Jiang Tian headed to the skill library on the 4th floor. He already had enough strength type skills, so now he needed to see if there were any defense type skills available. Or agility skills would work, too. After all, he still had a credit limit of 90,000 points. What was there to worry about? Sham Chang, project all the tier 4 defense type skills for me to take a look? Jiang Tian ordered, and soon a list of text appeared before his eyes. Tier 4 ultimate passive skill, Iron Cloth Robe passively increases defense by 20%. A skill named Iron Cloth Robe quickly caught Jiang Tian's attention. Although Iron Cloth Robe was only a tier 4 skill, it was a passive skill. After all, activating active skills consumes one's own energy. Passive skills, however, require no energy once learned and are permanently active, and the key benefit is that staggering 20% defense bonus. Jiang Tian currently has 5,000 armor. Learning this skill would grant him an additional 1,000 armor, and as time goes on, his armor value is bound to increase even further. By then, the passive bonus would be truly staggering. Therefore, Jiang Tian decided to learn Iron Cloth Robe as his defense skill. But when he eagerly flipped through the book to take a look, he discovered that Iron Cloth Robe was only half a page, the other half was missing. This left him a bit disappointed, so he asked Sha Chang about it. However, he still got no answer. Forget it. Jiang Tian felt a bit dejected. He finally found a suitable defense skill, only to discover it was incomplete. He continued upward to the 5th floor, but there were no suitable defense or agility skills there either. The 6th floor was the same, and finally, he reached the 7th floor. There were still no defense type skills here, but he did find a very suitable agility skill. Calling it an agility skill wasn't entirely accurate, because this tier 7 skill was called walking on air. It allowed one to use the air as a foothold to walk on, and if mastered to the master level, one could even hover in midair without falling. Jiang Tian thought about his current teleportation range of 2,500, but that only worked on the ground. If he wanted to teleport into the air, he'd need a foothold to land on. It seemed that once he learned walking on air, he'd be able to hover in midair, a clever tactic for dealing with opponents or monsters possessing flight abilities. This is the one. Jiang Tian took walking on air and headed to the training ground. Unlike the area below, however, the people who came here to select skills were generally instructors from the War God University. There, on the training ground, he spotted a familiar figure. That's right, it was Teacher Lily. Besides Lily, there were several other teachers here cultivating their skills, each looking deeply focused. Teacher Lily. Jiang Tian greeted her. Jiang Tian, you're here too? A flash of surprise crossed Lily's eyes. Although Jiang Tian possessed immense, unparalleled strength, mastering a skill wasn't simply a matter of brute force. Moreover, one couldn't train a tier 7 skill without reaching level 60, a threshold Jiang Tian clearly hadn't met yet. Could this guy be using skill training as an excuse to chase after this lowly? Lily couldn't help but speculate. Yeah, I just happened to come across this treading the void skill and thought I'd give it a try. What skill? Treading the void. Treading what? Treading the void. Lily snatched the skill from Jiang Tian's hand, glanced at the cover and contents, and realized he wasn't bluffing. It really was the tier 7 skill, treading the void. This guy doesn't seem like he's here to hit on me. Could he really be here to train a skill? Lily wondered again. You really want to learn this? What else would I do? Jiang Tian said, then immediately began upgrading it. Ding, detected a modifiable tier 7 skill, walking on air. System, I'll buy it on credit. Zhang Tian said.
He then spent 3,000 points to upgrade walking on air to novice, followed by 10,000 points to adept, and 20,000 points to expert. Finally, he spent 40,000 points to upgrade it to master.
Zhang Tian couldn't help but gasp. That's way too many damn points.
Upgrading a tier 7 skill to master actually cost nearly 80,000 points.
If it were an 8th or 9th tier skill, wouldn't it cost hundreds of thousands of points? Host, just be content.
Many people spend their entire lives practicing a tier 7 skill and still can't reach master.
You upgraded to master in a second and you're complaining? Zhang Tian thought about it for a moment.
The system was right, one should be content with what one has.
Once the upgrade was complete, Zhang Tian began to perform treading the void. Whoosh! The next second, Zhang Tian's figure appeared directly in midair, where he hovered.
He discovered that as long as his energy was sufficient, he could remain suspended in the air indefinitely. In other words, he could now move through the air as if walking on solid ground, and each teleportation covered a distance of 2,500 meters. This left the group of level 60 and 70 teachers surrounding him completely dumbfounded.
Is this the master level of skywalking? Lily's eyes widened.
Her chest heaved violently, unable to settle down, and her mouth gaped open in utter shock.
Lily, is this our school's new teacher? He is so handsome. Do you have his contact info? Another female teacher walked over, staring blankly at Zhang Tian's figure.
As far as I know, aside from our principal, no one else in the entire school has reached the master level in the skywalking skill, right?
This is the first time I've seen him here. Did he just master skywalking the moment he learned it? Unbelievable, it's absolutely out of this world.
The group of male and female teachers were so stunned they nearly had a stroke.
What new teacher?
This is our school's new freshman, Zhang Tian, the top scorer on the college entrance exam from Pingjiang province, Lily explained, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration.
A freshman?
Upon hearing those two words, the other teachers were instantly petrified on the spot.
A freshman walks in, immediately learns a tier 7 skill, and masters it in a second? Good heavens, what kind of talent is this? Even a god-tier enlightenment talent wouldn't be this outrageous, right? The key point is that this is a tier 7 skill. How on earth did he cultivate it? Boom!
Just then, a powerful aura descended from the sky outside the skill library, followed by a flying sword hurtling toward them. Perched upon the sword stood a stunningly beautiful, aloof woman.
Holy crap, it's the principal! Why is the principal at the skill library?
Instantly, the students and teachers outside the skill library who spotted the flying sword couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The principal was a level 92 powerhouse who came and went without a trace. She rarely appeared on campus aside from taking on the first place winner of the freshman grand tournament as her disciple. She was practically never seen. And now that she appeared at the skill library, something major was bound to happen. The flying sword landed outside the 7th floor of the skill library. Principal Mu Qing walked on air, teleporting a few times before arriving right in front of Zhang Tian. We pay our respects to the principal. The teachers immediately bowed in greeting. They held her in the highest regard. After all, she was currently the only female powerhouse in Xia Kingdom ranked above level 90.
New student Zhang Tian, I pay my respects to the principal. Very good, Mu Qing nodded.
Xiao Bing has already briefed me on your situation. I just rushed back from the monster battlefield specifically to take you on as my student.
Are you willing?
After speaking, Mu Qing fixed her cold, striking gaze on Zhang Tian. She wore a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure. It was clear she worked out regularly. Her pale blue eyes were like a clear spring, and her long white eyelashes, resembling two tiny white brushes, made her appear even more alluring and captivating.
She embodied the very essence of an aloof goddess. I'm in. Zhang Tian replied. With a level 92 teacher backing him up, what was there to fear if those disciples from prominent clans ever crossed him in the future? Very good. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction, then tossed him a spatial watch. Consider this my welcome gift to you. Thank you, teacher.
Jiang Tian accepted it. Inside were cultivation resources suited to his needs. Perhaps because of Qiao Bing's report, there were no items designed to enhance psychic abilities. Instead, they were resources like the essence blood of powerful monsters, all of which would be highly beneficial to Jiang Tian. Spend today absorbing those resources. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the low-tier monster battlefield for some training to test your abilities and, while we're at it, introduce you to your senior sister. After giving these instructions, Principal Mu Qing stepped onto the air and vanished with a few teleports. Jiang Tian, I really envy you. You've been taken under the principal's wing before even participating in the freshman grand competition, Lily said as she stepped forward to congratulate him, but then looked at him with pity. However, the principal is very strict with her students. She trains them rigorously, so you probably won't have much free time from now on. You might not get to enjoy the best of college life. How pitiful. It's better to have a fulfilling life. Jiang Tian replied, then prepared to return to the villa to absorb the resources Mu Qing had given him. He'd be heading to the monster battlefield tomorrow, so every bit of extra strength would help. Oh, and what about that senior sister? I wonder what she looks like. The teacher is a woman, and the senior classmate is a woman too. Come to think of it, how many senior classmates do I have? Are they all pretty? As Jiang Tian walked back, he pondered these questions and soon arrived home. He took out the resources Mu Qing had given him and examined them. He felt the principal had underestimated him, since the highest tier resource among them was only the blood essence of a tier 5 monster. Moreover, many of them came with instructions on how to use them. Some even specified that they should be taken in multiple doses. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to worry about it. After all, even tier 7 Thunder Dragon blood essence was practically child's play for him, let alone this tier 5 stuff. Gulp, gulp. There were 5 bottles in total, so Jiang Tian simply downed them all in one go. Instantly, 5 surges of energy raced through his body, but they were quickly subdued by his formidable physique. His 1.4 million gene of strength and 5,000 armor had forged a formidable physique. The 5th tier essence was nothing more than a trivial matter. After barely managing to absorb it, Jiang Tian checked his stats. Strength, 1,430,000. Armor, 5,100. Agility, 2,550. He noticed that his strength had increased by 30,000 gene, his armor by 100, and his agility by 50 points. Although these boosts were minor for him, they were better than nothing. High-tier monsters really do provide better blood essence bonuses. Jiang Tian sighed, wondering which tier the monster battlefield would be tomorrow. He had heard that the monster battlefield was teeming with ferocious monsters. If he could slay a few high-tier monsters and obtain their essence, the bonuses would be significantly greater. Deciding not to dwell on it, Jiang Tian resolved to browse the capital S market. He'd heard it was thriving. He'd even visited it a few times in recent days. All sorts of resources were sold there. There were plenty of skills to be found as well. Perhaps he might even come across the other half of the iron cloth robe technique he'd been longing for, who knows? Following the navigation app opened by Sha Chang, Jiang Tian began walking toward the market. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the clan estate. The clan estate was a vast estate. After all, it belonged to a prestigious, long-established family, so both its size and the opulence of its architecture were exceptionally grand. But at that moment, Mu Qing's figure appeared above the clan. She hovered in midair, her eyes cold as she gazed down at the estate. Mu Qing had tossed several corpses at the entrance of the clan. They were none other than the men who had caused trouble for Jiang Tian earlier that day, posing as the war god senior student. They were the bodies of Chen Lin and others, one of the clan's stewards. "You old bastard, get your ass out here!" Mu Qing roared, and her overwhelming aura instantly engulfed the clan's grounds, while a massive sword energy condensed in the air. The moment Mu Qing so much as thought it, it would instantly strike down. "Who dares to make such a racket in my clan? How dare you?" A deep, aged voice echoed from the grand mansion at the very heart of the clan, and simultaneously, a figure appeared in the air, standing face to face with Mu Qing. "Oh, so it's Principal Mu. What brings you to my clan?" The old man was Qin Jun, the clan's patriarch, a level 91 weapon master with an A+ talent. But in Mu Qing's presence, he was clearly no match for her, so he had to be polite. He knew Mu Qing was a complete madwoman, and her arrival at his clan meant she must have found out about that incident. "Hand over Chenli," Mu Qing said coldly. Chenli was the one who had ordered Chen Lin to kidnap Zhang Tian, Chen Yang's father.
I wonder what my son has done to offend Principal Mu.
I've warned you aristocratic families many times not to cause trouble for my students at my school.
Did you just take my words as hot air?
At this point, it was impossible for Qin Jun to pretend he knew nothing about it. After all, he had given his approval for this matter.
He thought that with Chen Lin's level 56 strength, he'd succeed in bringing Zhang Tian back.
After all, even some teachers at War God Academy had been bribed by clans.
He hadn't expected it to fail.
Oh? Chen Jun feigned surprise.
I know absolutely nothing about this.
Here's what we'll do. I'll have Chenli come out to apologize to you, Principal Mu, and then our clan will compensate that student.
Do you think that's a fair resolution? Stop beating around the bush. My rules are my rules. Hand Chenli over immediately. Mu Qing's aura was even more imposing.
To be honest, Qin Jun really didn't want to hand Chenli over. Although Chenli wasn't the most outstanding talent in the clan, his ability to manage the family was top-notch.
He handled everything from the family's businesses to alliances with other families. Principal Mu, isn't there any room for negotiation?
You old fool, you don't understand when I speak to you nicely, do you? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't hand him over, I'm going to lose my temper.
10, 9.
Mu Qing, however, showed him absolutely no mercy, as if Qin Jun weren't a level 91 powerhouse at all, but a level 9 weakling. As soon as she finished speaking, she began counting down.
Chen Jun's mind raced.
If he let that crazy woman lose her temper here, the entire clan manor would be destroyed, and once she went berserk, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. After much deliberation, he realized his only option was to hand over Chenli.
Damn it! Chen Jun cursed inwardly.
You rotten bitch, when the demon lord descends, I'll smash you to pieces 100 times over. Despite his inner rage, Chen Jun dared not show it.
Fine, I'll hand him over.
He gave in fact, he had no choice but to give in. After the clan handed over Chenli, Mu Qing killed him on the spot. She then went to the clan and killed Zhou Qing Xiao's father, and at the clan, she also killed Zheng Ziden. This man was Zheng Niu's father.
With that, all three of them were completely eliminated.
Mu Qing knew that while this would push the three families' hatred of her to the absolute limit, it was the only way to intimidate them. Besides, for certain reasons, her relationship with the three families had long since become irreconcilable, so why should she still tiptoe around them? Who cares?
I'll just do what I have to do.
After Mu Qing left, the heads of the three families gathered at the clan. Besides Qin Jun, there were also clan head Zhou Mu and clan head Zheng Xian. We suffered heavy losses in this divine dungeon, but we can't just let this slide.
The clan head is right.
Not only did we lose 3 promising young disciples, but this is a direct slap in the face to us, and the culprit behind it all is that Zhang Tian. But that guy is under the protection of the War God Academy. It's not easy to take him down.
The academy has its own rules. Don't some of our own juniors attend the 4 great academies as well?
According to the rules between schools, they can't refuse a challenge delivered at their doorstep. Why don't we each send one of our juniors to challenge that Zhang Tian?
Let us make it a life or death duel that way, even if he is killed. Mu Qing won't have anything to say.
That sounds good. But just to be safe, let us secretly hire some assassins on the side, those desperados. As long as the money and resources are there is nothing they won't do. Also, I know some foreign assassin organizations they can help too. The group grew more and more excited as they talked, as if they could already see Zhang Tian's death right before their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian was, of course, unaware of any of this. He had just returned from market, where he'd seen many rare resources, though unfortunately, most were of no use to him.
The ones that were useful were too expensive.
Even with nearly 10 million still in his bank account, he still couldn't afford some of the top-tier resources. As for the other half of the iron cloth skill, he hadn't found it either. However, he had picked up a piece of information that might help him locate the other half of iron cloth. That was the clan. The clan was a family that collected ancient texts. It was said that their family's skill library contained many lost skills, ones not even found within the 4 great academies. However, the clan's skill library was generally only open to family members. Zhang Tian wondered if he should join the family as a son-in-law or something similar. That way, he could access the clan's skills for free. After all, some of these lost ancient skills were incredibly powerful, in no way inferior to the talents exclusive to psychics. I'll go ask teacher Lily and see if she can help. Zhang Tian had looked up Lily's profile and knew she was a member of the clan. Besides, hadn't he given her some modification fruits earlier? That counted as a favor, and now was the perfect time to call it in. If all else fails, he could always offer a few more modified fruits. After all, he was determined to get his hands on the iron cloth technique. Before long, Zhang Tian arrived at the resource management office. Teacher Lily, I heard your clan has a large collection of skill tomes. Could I go in and take a look? Zhang Tian got straight to the point. Put. Lily spit out a mouthful of salted soda. Are you kidding? Our clan's skill library, even I, as a member of this clan, need to use clan contribution points to access it, let alone an outsider like you. Besides, isn't the war god's skill library big enough to satisfy you? Here's the thing, I found a tier 4 skill called iron cloth armor, but it's only half complete. The other half is missing, so I was wondering if your clan might have it? A tier 4 skill? I can go in and take a look for you, but I can't bring it out, though I can transcribe it for you. But Lily paused here. You're heading into the monster arena tomorrow for training. If you end up in a tier 4 or tier 5 monster arena, bring me back 10 gold devouring beast inner cores. Gold devouring beast inner cores? Information about this monster flashed through Zhang Tian's mind. The gold devouring beast is a monster capable of manipulating the metal element, similar to the human gold elementalist talent. Its inner core helps gold elementalists master the manipulation of the metal element more proficiently. It also reduces the consumption of supernatural energy, making it a highly sought-after inner core among gold elementalists. However, obtaining such an inner core is extremely difficult. First, you must slay the gold-devouring beast, a top-tier monster with formidable combat power. In addition to its various metal element attacks, its entire body is enveloped in a layer of hard metal. Although it isn't a defense-type monster, its defensive capabilities are on par with those of other monsters. In fact, many defense-type monsters don't even. However, many had been forced to come by their teachers, so one could hear some students murmuring complaints. Ugh, back to the monster battlefield again. Another week of misery ahead. Several upperclassmen sighed in exasperation. They knew the route well and didn't need a teacher to escort them. With no teachers around, they felt free to vent a little. We're psychics, after all. With great power comes great responsibility in the future. It'll be up to us to fend off monsters. Stop complaining and get to training. Besides, once we finish, the school will give us rewards. I'd already made plans with my girlfriend to go on a trip this week, but then I got dragged here out of the blue. Unbelievable. Many students grumbled, and Zhang Tian could tell these guys were truly reluctant. Your senior sister is here. Just as he was looking around, Mu Qing suddenly said. Sure enough, a flying sword soared through the air from the distance, carrying a stunning figure. The 4 great schools each had designated resting areas within the monster battlefield, and within each area, different teachers had their own designated spots. Mu Qing led Zhang Tian and Lin Jin to a tent. These are your assignments for the next 7 days. Mu Qing had Shachang Project a set of subtitles displaying the mission descriptions. The 2 of them had different tasks. Zhang Tian had 10 tasks, all related to slaying monsters, while Lin Jin had 12. However, her tasks were more difficult, requiring her to slay a significantly greater number of monsters. All right, go ahead. The special forces will take you to the front lines of the monster battlefield, Mu Qing said. The Special Forces were a large army composed of psychics and served as the Xia Kingdom's main force in the fight against monsters. As for the students from the 4 great academies, they couldn't exactly be called the main force. Their primary purpose was to gain combat experience, but they would still help alleviate some of the pressure on the Special Forces in direct confrontations. "Commander Zhou, we're counting on you this time," Lin Jin said. This Commander Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Wenxiang, was in charge of this section of the monster battlefield. He commanded a division of the Special Forces and was usually responsible for escorting students from the War God Academy who came for training.
This is my junior, Zhang Tian, this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province. Your junior? Zhou Wenxiang looked at Zhang Tian in surprise. He just finished the college entrance exam, and Principal Mu has already brought him here for training? Is this kid up to the task? This is a Tier 5 monster battlefield, after all. It wasn't that Zhou Wenxiang was underestimating Zhang Tian, it was just that any fresh graduate who just finished the college entrance exams with a level no higher than 10 coming to a Tier 5 battlefield where monsters range from levels 41 to 50? Wouldn't that be a surefire death sentence? It might even end up being a liability for the unorthodox army on the front lines. Commander Zhou, don't underestimate my junior, he has quite the talent. Lin Jin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Very well. Since Principal Mu brought him here, he must certainly be capable. The group boarded a military helicopter. The monster battlefield was quite a distance away, and in the distance, they could see other helicopters ferrying students there as well. However, those were students from other universities: Elemental University, Tianshan University, and the National Defense University. Before long, they arrived at the main entrance of the monster battlefield, where Zhou Wenxiang and several other division commanders in charge of the transport had gathered. Zhang Tian also spotted several familiar faces, including Mei Qingqing and Zhang Tian from Elemental University, as well as that good-natured guy Xiong Er. Xin Jun from the National Defense University was there too, though it seems Xiao Wenjing hadn't made it. Zhang Tian, you're here too? Mei Qingqing and the others approached and greeted him. Yeah, here to gain some experience. He, Zhang Tian, this time, let us carry you. Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian said with a smile. Last time in the Divine Dungeon, he'd been held back by his lower level in strength. But on this monster battlefield, his level was fully unlocked, and thanks to the transformation fruit, his strength had improved significantly. That's right, Zhang Tian, we'll protect you this time, Mei Qingqing chimed in. You're going to protect him? Lin Jin stood to the side, a look of confusion on his face. No matter how he looked at it, these people seemed to know each other and their relationship didn't seem superficial at all. Last time in that Tier 1 Divine Dungeon, it was Zhang Tian who led us to an easy victory. The group briefly recounted their experience in the Divine Dungeon. Only then did Lin Jin have a lightbulb moment. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let us head into the monster battlefield. Zhou Wenxiang said. He handed each of them a token and continued. This token will track the number of monsters you kill and your points. This time, let us see how many of you can outscore those guys from Tianshan University. No sooner had Zhou Wenxiang finished speaking than the students from Tianshan University walked over. Ha, are you kidding? We at Tianshan are born gods. Do you really think we'd let you surpass us so easily? Our goal this time is 4 digits. 4 digits, of course, meant reaching 1,000 points. In the Tier 5 battlefield, the highest score ever achieved in the monster slaying trial was only 980 points, a record set by a Tianshan student that remains unbroken to this day. After all, that Tianshan student was an SSS tier talent, and a shadow talent at that, a talent capable of dealing extremely high damage. Even Mei Qingqing, who had advanced to SSS tier talent after obtaining the Divine Orb, wasn't confident she could break that record. And the student who set that record back then is now the president of Tianshan University. Is 1,000 points that hard? Zhang Tian retorted. Ha! The Tianshan students across from him burst out laughing. What kind of hick are you? First timer, huh? You don't even know the scoring rules for the monster arena. Forget it. Don't bother with this hick. We'd be better off spending that time killing a few monsters to earn more points. With that, the group walked away. Damn it, these guys are so arrogant. I'm used to it. Heavenly God students are always like that. Let us go, too. With that, the group joined the monster battlefield. Unlike the monsters in dungeons, the monsters in the monster battlefield were more numerous, more diverse, and far more ferocious, often coordinating their attacks with one another. That's why students who came here to train usually teamed up to take them down. Looking at the swarming horde of monsters on the battlefield, Zhang Tian's heart raced. Back when he entered dungeons to kill monsters for energy points, there had been far too few of them. He had to search for them himself, and even when he found them, many would simply flee. Nothing like the ferocious monsters here. Looks like it's time to farm some energy points, Zhang Tian suddenly thought. This place felt like a paradise. If he spent a day fighting here, wouldn't the system level him up from level 5 to level 6 in no time? If he stayed for a week, the system might even skyrocket straight to level 20 or 30. By then, the unlocked attribute modifications would be absolutely terrifying, wouldn't they? With that thought, Zhang Tian excitedly pulled out his purple-blue alloy battle spear. Senior classmates, I'm off. He brandished his spear like a war god and charged fiercely forward. Zhang Tian is way too impulsive, Mei Qingqing said worriedly. After all, this is a tier 5 monster battlefield. Why does he look so happy to me? Senior sister Lin Jin looked even more puzzled. After all, training in the monster battlefield was a grueling task. No one else. Zhang Tian also checked the stats of these blue lions. Their strength was around 500,000 gene, and their attacks were quite fierce, roughly matching his own armor. When a paw landed on him, he felt a slight jolt. Roar! At that moment, the two blue lion leaders charged forward. One clashed with Zhang Tian head-on, slamming a paw against his battle spear. Zhang Tian parried the blow and swung his spear back. To his surprise, that blue lion leader's agility was quite impressive. It dodged Zhang Tian's strike. At the same time, the other blue lion leader fired a green beam from behind Zhang Tian. Boom! The beam struck Zhang Tian, and he felt a wave of excruciating pain. Clearly, this wasn't physical damage, it was magical damage. Crack! Zhang Tian held nothing back. He activated agility, teleported directly beneath the blue lion leader's belly, and thrust his halberd in, ripping out its intestines. Having quickly disposed of the two blue lion leaders, Zhang Tian was just about to slay the other blue lions when a 5-meter-tall blue lion king charged toward him from a distance. Its massive claws slammed down on Zhang Tian's halberd. Boom! The impact was so powerful that even Zhang Tian, caught off guard, was forced back more than 2 meters despite blocking the blow. But he quickly regained his footing. This guy? The division commanders were all stunned. They had fought the Blue Lion King before. Even if they had managed to block such a ferocious charge, they would have been knocked back at least several hundred meters. Yet this guy? He was only pushed back a meter or two? For a moment, the division commanders all fixed their gaze on Zhang Tian. If I'm not mistaken, he is a freshman at the God of War Academy, right? Yes, I think we have a good chance of breaking the Celestial's 980-point record. That's not a sure thing. Do you think SSS talent is just a joke? The division commanders each had their own opinions. However, at that moment, the monsters around Zhang Tian all seemed to be treading carefully. Perhaps having witnessed Zhang Tian's formidable might just now, some of them were keeping their distance from him. 100 Fist Blast. Zhang Tian couldn't be bothered to activate agility to chase them down. Instead, he unleashed the 100 Fist Blast, sending a wide-ranging barrage of fist shadows pouring down like rain. In an instant, more than a dozen Tier 5 monsters were killed, and 70 energy points were credited to his account. After firing off a few rounds of the 100 Fist Blast, the monsters surrounding Zhang Tian actually began to move away from him. They were attempting to create distance from Zhang Tian, thereby forming a vacuum zone around him. At the same time, a flock of large blackbirds flew in from the sky. The feathers on their bodies resembled black steel needles, each nearly a meter long and looking extremely sharp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost instantly, over 10,000 black feathers shot toward him. As Zhang Tian watched these black birds, their data flashed through his mind.
Tier 5 black feathered birds, specializing in agility and feather attacks, with their strikes inflicting lightning damage, though unfortunately, the feather attacks themselves deal physical damage. Clink, 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 Zhang Tian felt a dense, prickling sensation all over his body, but with his 5,100 armor, he was more than adequately protected. However, Zhang Tian did not use the 100 split fist to attack the black feathered birds. While this technique works well against ground-based monsters, it's not as effective against agile aerial monsters. Of course, that doesn't mean he can't hit them, it just means the hit rate is relatively low. So, Zhang Tian activated Skywalk immediately. Although the black feathered bird was agile, it couldn't outpace Skywalk. Combined with Zhang Tian's 2,550 meter teleportation range, the monster could barely even catch a glimpse of his shadow. In just over 10 seconds, the black feathered bird's corpse plummeted from the sky. After dispatching the aerial monster, Zhang Tian resumed his slaughter on the ground, single-handedly chasing down a horde of monsters. Everyone, retreat for now. Wait for the top-tier monster kings to arrive and let them deal with this kid, many of the monsters said. After all, being tier 5, they had already developed sentience. Not only were they proficient in the language of Xia Kingdom, but they were also proficient in the language of the island nation. They could speak terms like Yamadai and others and even use them with greater precision. Holy crap, is this guy chasing monsters to fight them? The pressure on the allied forces along this front line was instantly greatly relieved. That agility skill he just used, was that walking on air? Several division commanders and the corps commander overseeing this sector of the battlefield were left speechless. ISNT walking on air, a tier 7 skill? It seems a lot of top-tier players can do it, but as far as reaching the master level and actually staying suspended in the air besides Principal Mu, this guy must be the second person to achieve that. The army commander was utterly stunned. He had practiced walking on air himself, but even after several years, he had only reached the expert level. This skill required not only strength but also natural talent and superior agility. Now, a freshman who had just finished his college entrance exams had cultivated it to the master realm. The army commander instantly found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian dashed from one battlefield to another. The monster battlefield was vast. Even the section where Zhang Tian was located was merely the tip of the iceberg. The monsters in that area feared Zhang Tian, but those in other regions were unaware of his terrifying prowess, so he had completely transformed into a killing machine. Wherever he went, monster corpses flew through the air, and his energy points and token points skyrocketed. Finally, the first day of the trial came to an end. Zhang Tian glanced at the 10 tasks his teacher had given him. He had already exceeded all of them. His token points had reached 2,678. In other words, by slaying so many tier 5 monsters in a single day, he had long since shattered the record set by the celestial god Principal. Keep in mind that the record set by the principal of Tianshan University was achieved over an entire cycle, that is, 7 days, yet Zhang Tian had broken it in just 1 day, and by a wide margin. But what delighted Zhang Tian even more was that his energy points had reached 13,468. First, boarding a dedicated helicopter, Zhang Tian and his senior classmate returned to the camp. After all, the battlefield was too far from the camp. They couldn't keep teleporting back by walking on air. It drained his stamina too much, and after a full day of fierce combat, Zhang Tian was already completely exhausted. By now, he was starving. He didn't even have time to upgrade the system. Instead, he used the helicopter ride to temporarily replenish his stamina, planning to eat a hearty meal once he returned to the camp. Upon returning to the camp, Zhang Tian first ate a meal to replenish his depleted stamina. Despite his fierce fighting, his energy consumption was equally intense. The energy potions provided by the military had long since run out. After eating his fill, Zhang Tian opened the system panel, ready to upgrade. Host, Zhang Tian. Available modification points, 352,374. Energy points, 13,468. 3,000. Strength attribute, 1,430,000. Currently, 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Armor attribute, 5,000. Currently, 50 points equals 1 unit of armor. Agility attribute, 2,550.
Currently, 100 points equals 1 unit of agility. It's been about 24 hours since he spent his points yesterday.
Zhang Tian's level 5 system had granted him 432,000 bonus points after deducting his outstanding balance. He had 352,374 points remaining. After checking his stats panel, Zhang Tian didn't hesitate to upgrade his system to level 6. He currently had 10,468 energy points, and the upgrade required 5,000 points. He decided to go ahead and upgrade to level 7, leaving him with 5,458 points. However, upgrading to level 8 required 7,000 energy points, so he had to put that on hold for now.
Plus 7. Plus 7. Watching his points steadily increase, Zhang Tian felt thoroughly satisfied. Another exciting development was that the level 7 system had unlocked the ability to modify the crit attribute. Crit attribute, currently modifiable 3,000 points equals 1% crit chance. Zhang Tian couldn't help but gasp.
The points required for the crit attribute were truly staggering, but fortunately, the level 7 system could be fully upgraded in just one day.
He decided to spend 300,000 points right away.
He immediately adjusted the crit attribute to 100%.
Modification successful. Current crit attribute, 100%. Remaining points, 52,374.
Crit reaches 100%, triggering a hidden skill. Attacks have a chance to deal 10,000x crit damage.
A 100% crit attribute means that when Zhang Tian's strength and skill power are applied, the effect is doubled.
For example, if his strength is 1,430,000 gene. After being multiplied fivefold by the 100 fist strike, that becomes 7,150,000 gene. Then, after being doubled by the crit bonus, it becomes 14,300,000 gene of strength. Moreover, the 100 fist strike consists of 100 fist shadows, each delivering over 10 million gene of strength.
For someone of Zhang Tian's age to possess such terrifying strength is absolutely unprecedented.
Never mind the Tier 5 monster battlefield, even in a Tier 7 monster battlefield, Zhang Tian was confident he could sweep through it.
And with the level 7 system, after a few more days of accumulating points. Just thinking about it was terrifying. After finishing the modifications. Master, I've completed the task you assigned. Are there any more tasks for me?
No, there are only so many tasks in a cycle. I just didn't expect you to finish them so quickly. I really underestimated you. Although Mu Qing was a level 92 powerhouse, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Tian was still filled with astonishment.
Junior brother, are you addicted to slaying monsters? When others finish their tasks, they can't wait to go back to school and relax, but you actually want more tasks? Why don't you do my tasks for me?
You wish. Mu Qing gave Lin Jin a sharp tap on the head.
Do your own quests. Why are you bothering your junior brother? Zhang Tian, if you want to go back, I can take you there.
No, teacher. I'm fine here. I don't want to go back, Zhang Tian refused.
As if. With a system that lets me level up twice a day, why would I leave this great place?
After eating his fill, Zhang Tian got ready to rest so he'd be full of energy the next day to keep slaying monsters and leveling up. While Zhang Tian was resting, over in the tents of the army commander and the division commanders, they were staring at the score screen pulled up by Xiaoqiang, and for a moment, they were all speechless. Zhou Wenxiang, in particular, had initially thought this freshman, Zhang Tian, was just here for a laugh, only to have him shatter the score record on his very first day.
2,678 points? This guy killed 2,678 Tier 5 monsters in a single day? How did he do that?
The Army Corps commander was utterly baffled. After all, even a Tier 5 psionic would need at least a quarter of an hour to take down a single Tier 5 monster.
Bring up the battlefield footage. Soon, the video of Zhang Tian slaying monsters was playing before everyone's eyes.
The footage, captured randomly by a drone, was a full 5 minutes long. Yet even after watching it all the way through, the crowd still felt it wasn't enough. After all, those brutal scenes of slaughter had their blood boiling. Aside from the division commander's tent, the principals and teachers from other schools were also checking their scores in their respective tents. The moment they glanced at the numbers, they froze in shock.
This was especially true for those arrogant types from Tianjin University.
These students were S-rank talents who had slain 134 monsters that day, racking up 134 points. They assumed their scores would be the highest of the event. They planned to show off in front of their teachers upon returning, but when they checked the scoreboard, they realized they didn't even have a fraction of Zhang Tian's total.
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible, the students from Tianjin University shouted, pounding on the table.
What's so impossible about it, said Yan Nantian, the principal of Tianjin University.
He was the one who had set the previous record of 980 points and was a leading figure who had dominated the previous era. He was arguably the most outstanding prodigy of that era, and many of the records he set remain unbroken to this day.
You're just too arrogant because your talent is so high, Yan Nantian said earnestly.
He then played a video of Zhang Tian slaying a monster. The moment the video started, the students fell instantly silent.
After a long moment. This guy isn't even human. How did he do that? I'll accept that his strength is astonishing, but he has even mastered the Tier 7 skill walking on air?
He has only just finished his college entrance exams.
Even the most arrogant prodigies now hung their heads in defeat.
There was nothing they could do. The video had dealt them a crushing blow. Even when they teamed up to take down a monster, it still seemed like a struggle. Yet with a single set of 100 shattering fists, Zhang Tian had killed over a dozen monsters outright. They couldn't compare, they simply couldn't. It's good for you to take a hit like this. It won't hurt your future. Get some rest, there are still 6 days left until the next monster battlefield.
Yan Nantian said this and then left.
Later, following discussions between the military and the presidents of the 4 major universities, the 5-minute video of Zhang Tian taking down a Tier 5 monster was released to state media. As soon as the video was uploaded, it immediately sparked massive discussion among the citizens of Xia.
Holy crap, this Zhang Tian is just too cool. It seems our side isn't completely helpless on the monster battlefield after all.
At least we have a rising star like Zhang Tian. I hope the military releases more videos like this.
I love watching them. Thumbs up. Is this really the limit of human capability?
He has just finished his college entrance exams, yet the potential he has shown already surpasses that of the upperclassmen.
I absolutely refuse to believe he is an ordinary person. Could this be a deity experiencing life on Earth? I think so.
With strength that high, I'd say he is the incarnation of the god of strength.
Bullshit.
With agility that fast, he must be the of the god of agility. For a time, citizens of Xia Nation were abuzz with discussion. The video greatly inspired the people of Xia Nation and boosted the courage and confidence of both the special forces and the general public in their fight against the monsters. The next day, Zhang Tian with his 100% critical hit bonus fought with even greater fervor on the monster battlefield than he had the day before, leaving the students from the 4 great academies and the special forces around him even more dumbfounded. How come it feels like his damage output has doubled in just one night? The military commander watched Zhang Tian's back as he went on a frenzied killing spree, his mind filled with confusion.
How could a single person double his damage overnight? Could it be that this guy, just like in the game, can land critical hits?
Yesterday, his 100 split fist killed over a dozen monsters with a single strike. Today, he is taking down dozens.
That's just ridiculous.
Lin Jin and the others realized that when fighting monsters alongside Zhang Tian, there was simply no room for them to contribute. Under pressure from the general public, the military had also begun using drones to livestream Zhang Tian's entire operation. Several drones were providing a 360-degree, no blind spot broadcast of his every move.
Holy crap, is this really killing monsters? Are you sure he is not just playing a mobile game? A viewer commented in the live chat.
It was just too easy to watch.
What do you mean playing with chicks?
Just check out the live streams from other special forces units, and you'll see how tough it really is.
Zhang Tian makes it look easy because he is that good. I think I just saw a Tier 5 Xuanjia beast.
I remember encountering one in the dungeon last time. I fought it for ages and couldn't break through its defense, but Zhang Tian just wiped out a whole group in one hit? It wasn't just the general public watching the stream. Students from the 4 great academies, even those who hadn't come to the monster battlefield for training, were tuning into Jiang Tian's stream, some with the intention of learning new techniques. After all, killing certain monsters requires skill. But as soon as they entered the stream, they were immediately disappointed. How the hell are we supposed to learn anything from this? The stream had only been live for an hour, and Jiang Tian's viewer count had already surpassed 10 million, and it kept growing. And so, Jiang Tian immersed himself in a daily frenzy of slaughter, right up until the 7th day. On this day, perhaps because so many monsters had been killed previously, a group of uninvited guests appeared on the battlefield, a swarm of black bats. These black bats emitted piercing sonic waves. Anyone hearing them at close range would instantly feel dizzy and disoriented, and the lower a player's level, the longer the dizziness lasted. The critical issue was that once dizzy, players would continue to be hit by the sonic waves, causing repeated dizzy spells. Furthermore, those affected would experience a sudden explosion of their supernatural powers, causing their bodies to explode and die within seconds. In an instant, the special forces were forced into a full-scale retreat, and the advantage they had fought to secure over the past few days vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone, retreat immediately, the Corps commander ordered. Withdraw to Shanhaiguan and activate the high-voltage electric fence formation. Faced with the dense swarm of black bats, not even Tier 6 division commanders or Tier 7 Corps commanders, let alone Tier 5 students, dared to engage them head-on. After all, doing so would mean facing the full brunt of the swarm's attack. The swarm numbered at least 800,000, if not a million, and at its center stood the Bat King. Even if the frontline swarm of charging bats were killed, under the Bat King's influence, those dead bats would instantly come back to life. Therefore, to defeat the swarm, one must kill the Bat King. But to kill the Bat King, one would have to leap over the swarm of 800,000 bats. Even she had been inspired by him. Teacher, Jiang Tian has been immobilized by the sonic bats. You have to go save him. Lin Jin whispered through her tears, shaking Mu Qing's arm. Open a corner of the formation. I'm going to, the army commander stepped forward and said. The rest of you principals, please follow me to rescue him, Mu Qing said. After all, they were facing a beast horde numbering well over a million, and the special forces engaged in direct combat had now retreated. So having the assistance of the other level 90 principals made things much safer. Soon, a tiny gap opened in the energy grid, and Mu Qing and the others flew out. Hurry, hurry, don't let Jiang Tian die. Jiang Tian, you absolutely must not die. Don't worry, Jiang Tian won't die. Although many spectators were trying to reassure themselves, it was obvious that Jiang Tian was likely in grave danger. Trapped alone in a wave of bats, he was facing hundreds of thousands of sonic attacks every second. Each one was a stun effect. It would be a miracle if he survived. At that moment, Jiang Tian was indeed immobilized, trapped in a dazed state. Yet he was checking his system panel thanks to the energy points he accumulated over the past few days. Jiang Tian had just upgraded his system to level 15. That's right, level 15. Since subsequent upgrades require increasingly more energy points, it had taken him 6 whole days to reach this level. However, level 15 unlocked the 5th attribute modification. Magic resistance. Ding! Level 15 system, magic resistance attribute modification unlocked. 40,000 points equals 1% magic resistance. Percentage-based magic resistance reduces magical damage and mitigates negative effects caused by magical damage. When Jiang Tian saw this feature, he was overjoyed. After all, the sonic bat's sonic attacks dealt magical damage, and the stun effect was clearly a negative effect. As long as he stacked up his magic resistance and modified it to 100%, he wouldn't have to worry about magical damage anymore. System, set my magic resistance to 100% right away. Available modification points, 4,563,478. Jiang Tian glanced at his modification points. Over the past 7 days, he'd been too busy farming energy points. Whenever he returned to his tent, he'd collapse into bed immediately and hadn't really checked his modification points. As a result, he had accumulated over 4 million points, allowing him to go all out with a major modification. Although a 1% magic resistance boost cost 40,000 points, given his high level, it would only take a few days to earn back, so it didn't seem like a huge expense.
Without hesitation, Zhang Tian spent 4 million points.
Ding, modification successful.
Current magic resistance, 100%.
Zhang Tian felt a mysterious resistance welling up inside him when the sonic waves from the sonic bats struck him. They were absorbed by this resistance.
Ding. Magic resistance has reached 100%.
Hidden skill triggered, magic damage absorption.
Converts 5% of incoming magic damage into stamina. Ha! Zhang Tian couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
After all, for any human, whether a psionic or an ordinary person, stamina is bound to run out. But now, with this skill, doesn't that mean as long as he charges into a horde of monsters,
his stamina would be infinite?
He'd never feel tired again, which would further accelerate the accumulation of energy points. At this thought, Zhang Tian grew excited. And at that very moment, he could indeed feel his stamina rapidly recovering. After all, he'd been under constant attack from hundreds of thousands of sonic bats. And all of it was magical damage. With 100% magic resistance, Zhang Tian was now immune to magical damage, a terrifying prospect, because even if you were a super monster above level 90, as long as it was magical damage, I had nothing to fear. Thus, Zhang Tian snapped out of his daze, activated Skywalk, and weaved through the swarm of sonic bats.
Boom! A massive 100 split fist attack struck down.
Because the swarm of sonic bats was too dense, they couldn't dodge quickly enough, so the single 100 split fist strike killed or injured hundreds of them. Huge bat carcasses rained down in a dense shower.
The Bat King sensed something was wrong. He realized he could no longer control this human, and it seemed the sonic damage wasn't having any effect either.
He was completely baffled, unable to fathom how such a terrifying human could exist, but his instincts told him to run. If he did, after all, although his magic resistance was 100%, his armor wasn't high enough yet, and many monsters relied on sharp fangs and claws to attack, and that was all physical damage.
So Zhang Tian knew when to stop.
Until the system reached the level that unlocked all attribute modifications, he wouldn't lightly set foot in the monster realm. He'd focus on developing his strength steadily first.
Ah, that is so satisfying. So satisfying. The division commander burst out laughing as he approached. How did you manage to recover from that stun, kid? If that had happened to me, I'd be done for. Junior brother, are you okay? Lin Jin asked anxiously, then checked Zhang Tian's body for any injuries. I'm fine. Sighed Zhang Tian sighed. Are there any other monster battlefields around here? Everyone was speechless. They thought Zhang Tian's sigh was a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death, but it turned out this guy actually wanted to go to another monster battlefield? Most people were reluctant to enter monster battlefields, eager to repel the beast horde as quickly as possible, but Zhang Tian no sooner had he repelled one horde than he was already asking to go to another monster battlefield. Are you addicted or something? The army commander asked. But right now, there aren't any reports of monster invasions at other battlefields. I'll let you know when there are. Fine. Zhang Tian pouted. Even though he really didn't want to go back, he had no choice but to return. After boarding a military helicopter, Zhang Tian and the others returned to the War Goddess Academy. As soon as they arrived, their senior classmate Lin Jin said she was exhausted from the past few days and was going to catch up on sleep, while Mu Qing naturally gave the two of them the day off. After all, they completed their mission. After returning, Zhang Tian went to the resource management office to find Lily. Teacher, have you found the other half of the iron cloth armor? Oh, you're back already? You look full of energy. Didn't the principal assign you a mission? Lily asked curiously. After all, Mu Qing was strict with her students. The missions she assigned were grueling, so every time Mu Qing's students returned from the monster battlefield, they were exhausted. But Lily could see that Zhang Tian didn't seem tired at all. The mission you assigned was too easy. I finished it in no time. I suppose so. You're a freak. You mastered Skywalk in an instant. Lily eyed Zhang Tian up and down. But did you find the inner cores I asked you to look for? Is this what you meant?
Jiang Tian pulled out a small spatial watch designed specifically to hold monster inner cores. His haul this time was incredibly bountiful. Inside, besides the swallowing gold beast's inner core, there were many others.
What's this?
Lily took a glance and was immediately stunned. The small spatial watch was completely filled to the brim with a mountain of monster inner cores. Moreover, they were all inner cores from top-tier 5th-tier monsters. There wasn't a
ordinary one among them.
Take the gold-devouring beast's inner cores, for example. These were all from chieftains and kings of the species, each one round and plump, brimming with energy. Just by looking at them, Lily could sense the ferocious energy they contained.
I found the iron cloth technique. Lily took the small spatial watch and pulled out a transcribed skill manual. It was the other half of the iron cloth technique.
I almost got caught while transcribing this, so to reward this lowly, you're giving me all these inner cores. After saying that, Lily placed Jiang Tian's spatial watch directly into the usual spot.
Jiang Tian was dumbfounded.
Why did his lowly teacher always like to put everything in the usual spot?
That essence blood from last time had come from there too, hadn't he it? Wasn't he there anywhere else? Jiang Tian wondered to himself. The day after tomorrow is my birthday party. It's being held at the clan. Are you coming?
Lily said in a coy, coquettish tone.
Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Tian replied.
The clan was one of the major clans. A birthday party there would naturally feature plenty of delicious food, certainly more varied than the school cafeteria, and who knows, maybe even some high-end ingredients. Besides, at a banquet where all these prominent families gather, there's bound to be no shortage of pretty girls. It'd be a shame not to go check it out.
Then make sure you prepare a gift, okay?
Sure. Jiang Tian had a feeling Lily was just trying to get a free gift out of him. But it didn't really matter. He heard that every year during the clan's birthday banquet, they held a free lottery to award 3 spots in the clan's skill library. A single day of viewing might not be enough for others to learn any skills. Even those with god-tier enlightenment talents wouldn't be able to learn much. That's exactly why the clan dares to offer these spots.
But Jiang Tian was different.
With his 1-second modification ability, as long as he set his sights on a skill, he could master it instantly. He just needed to set aside some modification points in advance.
And with his level 50 system, he certainly wasn't short on skill modification points. Here's the invitation. Be sure to come when the time comes. Lily rummaged around between her cleavage for a while before finally pulling out a milky scented invitation. Jiang Tian took it and examined it closely.
It listed several other major clans that would be participating, such as the Xia clan and the clan O, right, the clan and 2 other families were also on the list. It wasn't just domestic clans, foreign clans were there as well, such as the Yagyu and Ape clans from the island nation, all coming to clan for skill exchange and learning. After reviewing the details, Jiang Tian walked out of the resource management office. Since the monster battlefield wasn't active right now, he couldn't be bothered to farm tier 1 or tier 2 dungeons. His energy points were too low, and the monsters were hiding anyway, so he might as well wait until the next monster battlefield to farm. Now he needed to check his school points. After all, there were plenty of resources available for exchange. Since his last exchange for essence blood, he hadn't had many points left.
Sha Chang, check my school points. You have 120,000 points. How much? Jiang Tian was instantly stunned. 120,000. Jiang Tian couldn't believe it.
He stared intently at the string of numbers before him.
Quest duration, no time limit. Reward points, 60,000.
Description: after committing a series of crimes in the capital, Yang Wei fled into Huangshu Mountain. Please travel to Huangshu Mountain to apprehend him. After reading the mission description, he noticed the notes at the bottom containing information about Yang Wei. He is an A-rank talent, a poison master by profession, and skilled in the use of poisons.
His current level is 67.
Jiang Tian accepted the mission immediately, then looked up information on Huangshu Mountain. Huangshu Mountain, located southwest of the capital, is a mountain range teeming with toxic creatures. Toxic fumes permeate the area year-round. Under the influence of these fumes, the plants and animals on the mountain have all become highly toxic creatures.
The slightest misstep can result in poisoning. Without professional equipment or talent support, even players above level 70 dare not easily enter the outer regions of Huangshu Mountain, let alone the middle or inner regions. There was once a guy named Li Yang who accidentally wandered into Huangshu Mountain. He was killed by poison simply from stepping on a venomous insect. Keep in mind, Li Yang was a level 69 restoration type talent user. This shows just how terrifying the toxins are. As a result, no one has ever accepted this Tier 6 challenge quest, and over time, it has become little more than a formality. While Zhang Tian was accepting the quest, over at the quest center, several instructors were discussing it. Someone has accepted the quest to hunt down Yang Wei. Who is it? Who is that bold? Exactly. Isn't that just foolish? Unless this person is also a poison master and of a higher level than Yang Wei, but there are only a handful of poison masters in our Xia kingdom, and the others aren't here. Isn't that just asking for death? Instantly, the instructors began discussing the matter and prepared to contact the student who accepted the quest to warn him against taking such a risk. It's Zhang Tian who accepted it. Then it's fine. As soon as those words were spoken, the moment they heard it was that guy, Zhang Tian, all the teachers fell silent. No matter who went, it would be a near certain death. If Zhang Tian went, Yang Wei would have absolutely no chance of survival. After all, they all watched Zhang Tian's live streams. 500 armor might be considered quite good for a talent with low defense, but for Zhang Tian, who already had 5,100 armor, it was negligible. As for the agility bonus, Zhang Tian could already teleport through the air over a distance of 2,550 meters, so he didn't need that. As for Tier 4 and Tier 5 battlesuits, Zhang Tian had looked at a few, but none were suitable until he spotted a Tier 6 battlesuit that immediately caught his eye. Sky-shattering battlesuit? Zhang Tian muttered to himself, then checked its stats. Increases fixed armor by 20%. Redemption cost, 20,000 points. After reading this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel delighted. A Tier 6 item available for just 20,000 points was undoubtedly a steal. But upon further reflection, he realized the reason for such a low price. Its bonus applied to base armor. For current talent users, armor bonuses come from battle armor, which is external armor, not base armor, so the sky-shattering battle armor couldn't provide that bonus. Some defense-oriented talent users, however, prefer fixed armor bonuses over percentage-based ones. Let us take an example. A level 50 grade A defense talent provides 3,200 points of armor, but a Tier 6 top-tier battlesuit offers 2,800 points of armor for a total of 6,000 points of armor. However, if he were to wear the sky-shattering battle armor, 3,200 multiplied by 120% would only result in 3,840 points of armor. This is why no one chooses the sky-shattering battle armor. Because other battle armors of the same tier provide far too much fixed armor. But Zhang Tian is different. He has modification points, allowing his own fixed armor to reach a staggering value. Come to think of it, speaking of armor, it's been a while since I last adjusted my armor, hasn't it? Zhang Tian looked at his 5,100 armor stat on the interface. He felt it wasn't enough anymore. After all, in the Tier 5 battlefield this time, getting hit by the Beast King actually felt like a slight tickle, so he needed to level up his armor. System, give me 11,000 armor. Zhang Tian said. At a rate of 50 points per one armor, it cost him 550,000 points. But with his previous system balance plus the 15 points per second he'd been earning recently, even after spending 550,000, he still had over 100,000 left. That was the advantage of the advanced system. With plenty of points, he could make adjustments anytime, anywhere. After adding 11,000 armor, Zhang Tian's total armor reached 16,100. Next, he redeemed the sky-shattering battle armor. Once redeemed, Lily would send it to him. Now, it was time to learn the iron cloth technique. He had both halves. So, Zhang Tian spent a few thousand points to directly upgrade the Tier 4 skill, iron cloth technique, to the master level. Ding! Iron cloth master defense increased by 20%. Along with the system notification, a defense panel appeared. Host, Zhang Tian. Armor, 19,320. Magic resistance, 120%. Ha? Zhang Tian was baffled again. How come his magic resistance had increased too? Could it be that the defense bonus from Iron Cloth applies to all defense attributes? I've hit the jackpot. Zhang Tian was overjoyed. Now he was completely immune to magic damage, which would actually become an endless source of stamina for him, and with armor as high as 20,000 points. His physical damage reduction had reached an absurdly high level. Add to that 100% critical hit rate and 1.43 million gene of strength. Wow, Zhang Tian marveled. It had been less than 20 days since his awakening, and he was already this incredibly powerful. Give him another month, or even a year, to level up, and the entire Xia kingdom, indeed, the whole world, would find him invincible. No one could touch him, and he could take down any opponent in an instant. As Zhang Tian walked along, envisioning his bright future, Lilia's figure soon came into view. That PUK Tian battle armor you exchanged for. Lily rummaged around in her usual spot again, pulled out a battlesuit, and then, panting heavily, said with her hands on her hips, "Hey, why didn't you redeem it at the resource management office earlier? Now you've made this little girl run all the way here. I'm exhausted. Wasn't I just trying to see how broad-minded Lily-sensei is? You're the shy but sexy type, aren't you?" Lily said. "The sky-shattering battle armor is pretty useless. You wasted 20,000 points exchanging for this," Lily continued. "It's fine. As long as it works for me." "Fine, it's your choice what to exchange for. I'm outta here. Oh, and remember not to dress too casually when you come to my place the day after tomorrow." "Okay," Zhang Tian said, making a gesture. After seeing Lily off, Zhang Tian returned to the villa entrance. But the front door was open, which meant someone had arrived. Zhang Tian wondered, could it be my new roommate? I wonder which province they're from. What's their temperament like? Will I be able to understand their dialect? Filled with curiosity, Zhang Tian was about to step inside when, before he could even enter, a familiar figure emerged. It was his senior classmate, Linjin. "Senior? Junior, you're back. I need to tell you something. I've spoken to the teacher about it, and he has approved it. From now on, just the two of us will be living in this villa. You'll live on the first floor downstairs, and I'll be on the floor above. You go down, I go up. How does that sound, Junior?" After saying this, Linjin flashed a warm smile. In fact, Zhang Tian had long known this would happen, because during those days on the monster battlefield, Linjin had already mentioned it to Mu Qing. Mu Qing figured that since there was only one person in Zhang Tian's villa anyway, and living together would help fuel Linjin's fighting spirit, it was a good thing. "Junior brother, I've already settled in on the second floor. To celebrate my first day here, I've decided to cook dinner myself tonight to treat you. How does that sound?" "That sounds great. What would you like to eat, Junior brother?" "Just whip up something: steamed lamb, steamed venison tail, braised Peking duck, braised spring chicken." "Linjin. You call that whatever? By the way, senior sister, I heard your clan is also one of the capital's aristocratic families. Many disciples from such families live in their own homes, so why are you living on campus?" Zhang Tian asked. Although life in the school's villa was luxurious, it was still several notches below the standard of living in an aristocratic family. "What, are you looking down on your senior sister?" Linjin pretended to be furious, her lips puffed out in anger. Of course, they were puffed out even when she wasn't angry. "I'm not talking to you anymore," Linjin said, turning to walk away. "Oh my, senior sister, there's a shooting star." Where? Linjin was instantly captivated, and at the same time, Zhang Tian leaned in to take a closer look. "There aren't any." Linjin looked for a moment, realized there weren't any, and thought her junior brother was tricking her, so she turned back only to accidentally kiss Zhang Tian right on the cheek. "Senior sister, were you serious? How dare you take advantage of your senior sister?" Linjin's face flushed bright red. She hadn't expected that on her very first day moving in, her her junior brother would already be making a pass at her. What if they had to live together like this from now on? That would be so thrilling. After saying that, Lin Jin tugged Zhang Tian by the ear and dragged him into the room. Ease up, senior sister. It's falling off, it's about to fall off. Once inside, Lin Jin first went to the resource management office to exchange for some ingredients. That's right, the resource management office wasn't just for exchanging resources, you could also exchange for everyday household items. They had everything under the sun, even adult novelty items. The school provided these services purely for the students' convenience, and the quality of the items was top-notch. After Lin Jin exchanged the ingredients she needed for her evening cooking, she followed Zhang Tian's lead. The two of them started playing video games. They were all popular 3D games of the moment, and before long, they were completely absorbed in them, having a blast. After playing for a while, a staff member from the resource exchange brought Lin Jin's items over, though this time, it wasn't Lily who delivered them, but another staff member. The ingredients came in a huge bag. Zhang Tian had a hard time carrying it. Once they brought it inside, Lin Jin began to show off her culinary skills. It must be said that even though this senior sister is quite fierce on the monster battlefield, she was quite the pro in the kitchen. Whether frying, stir-frying, or boiling, everything came naturally to her. Before long, a table full of dishes was laid out on the dining table on the first floor. Junior, let us eat. You'll need your strength to play games afterward. Lin Jin brought out 2 bottles of premium liquor, not from the exchange counter, but one she brought herself. That's right, one of Lin Jin's hobbies was drinking, though she didn't drink during important moments, she only had a little to relax when she had free time. Senior sister, I don't drink. Zhang Tian protested. You don't? Lin Jin chuckled to herself. Good, he doesn't. Anyway, I can hold my liquor. Once you're drunk, I'll really give you a hard time. Ha ha ha. With that in mind, after bringing out the wine glasses, Lin Jin began drinking with Zhang Tian non-stop, one glass after another, without pause. After all, she wanted to get Zhang Tian drunk as quickly as possible. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Tian stared at Lin Jin, who was slumped unconscious on the table, and fell deep in thought. And she calls herself a heavy drinker? He hadn't even started pushing her yet, and his senior sister had already passed out. Great, now he'd have to help her upstairs to rest, and there'd be no one left to play video games with later. If you can't hold your liquor, don't try to show off. Zhang Tian grumbled, then glanced at Lin Jin sprawled across the table. Lin Jin already had a great figure, and now that she was slumped over the table, she looked even sexier. With just a quick glance, Zhang Tian caught sight of that Snow White. Why is the air so arousing lately? Zhang Tian said, wiping the blood from his nose. After eating and drinking for a while longer, Zhang Tian handed the dirty work of cleaning up to the robot butler, then helped his senior sister upstairs to rest after dinner. Although Lin Jin had only arrived today, the rooms and decorations on the second floor were already beautifully arranged. All she had to do was select a decoration template from Shakwang's system. Then, by sending the data to the robot butler, the robot would quickly remodel the room layout and decorations. The second floor was entirely decorated in pink. Zhang Tian could tell his senior sister really liked a pink home atmosphere, as he occasionally caught glimpses of her cosmetics, lipstick, and nail polish. I wonder if everything is pink. After helping Lin Jin to her bed and making sure she was lying comfortably, Zhang Tian went back to the game he'd been playing earlier. He had almost beaten the game just a moment ago. The game Zhang Tian was playing was called Miracle Heroes, a level-based game with a total of 100 levels. He had already reached level 92. However, it would be difficult to progress much further without a team, so Zhang Tian had no choice but to shake his phone in the game to see if anyone else was online. Lowly baby. Suddenly, a username caught Zhang Tian's eye. He suspected it might be teacher Lily playing, but wasn't she supposed to be at work? Could she be slacking off on the job? Never mind that he'd invite her to team up first. Anyone who made it to level 92 couldn't be just an average player, so Zhang Tian sent a party invitation. On the other side, Lily was idly slacking off at the resource management office, trying to figure out how to beat level 92,
when she spotted a player with the ID Monkey King inviting her to join a party.
Fine, I'm bored anyway. I'll play with you for a bit. Lily joined the party and turned on voice chat. Hey, is that the Monkey King?
Inside the villa, Jiang Tian froze the moment he heard the voice. It really was Ms. Lily.
Ms. Lily, it's me. Jiang Tian?
Lily was also a bit taken aback when she heard his voice, but since the level run was about to begin, she decided to focus on the game first. Both of them were top-tier players, so they cleared the levels quickly as a team. From level 92 all the way to level 99, everything went smoothly until level 100, which was truly difficult. They spent nearly 2 hours trying to beat it but still couldn't make it through. By then, Lily had already finished work. She continued playing on her way home, and the two of them kept at it until midnight.
Yay! We finally beat it.
That's awesome, Jiang Tian, Lily said via voice message as she lay in bed, too excited to sleep.
All right, time to sleep, teacher. Jiang Tian finally said goodnight and fell fast asleep.
The next day, Jiang Tian woke up around 9:30 a.m. and went upstairs to check on Linjin, who was still asleep. So, after eating breakfast, Jiang Tian headed straight for Huangshu Mountain. It would be best to complete the challenge mission today. Huangshu Mountain was nearly 1,000 kilometers away, so Jiang Tian took the hyper train, a mode of transportation even faster than high-speed rail, and the journey took only about 10 minutes. The hyper train whisked him from the capital straight to Huangshu Mountain. Mount Huangshu was shrouded in toxic mist, giving it a hazy appearance. Outside the mountain, squads of psychic soldiers from the Xia Kingdom were patrolling, partly to prevent the fugitive Yang Wei from escaping, and partly to stop tourists from accidentally wandering into Mount Huangshu and being poisoned. After all, such incidents had happened many times before.
Are you Jiang Tian? Awesome! Finally seeing you in person. I've been watching your live streams. You're so cool.
As soon as Jiang Tian reached the edge, the pair of patrolling soldiers greeted him enthusiastically. After all, Jiang Tian was now something of an internet celebrity.
Hello, everyone. Jiang Tian replied. You're going in to catch the fugitive, right? That's great. With you on the case, it'll be a piece of cake. Jiang Tian thought these soldiers were incredibly enthusiastic. By the way, if you need any equipment or supplies, we've got everything at the barracks. Help yourself. The soldiers escorted Jiang Tian to the regimental commanders. Hey, Jiang Tian, it's great to see you here. There were 2 regimental commanders stationed here, the first regimental commander, Chen Xiang, and the second regimental commander, Zhang W, who was also a fan of Jiang Tian.
As a result, he was extremely warm and welcoming, whereas Chen Xiang, on the other hand, gave him a cold shoulder, seemingly taking a strong dislike to Jiang Tian.
Jiang Tian, here are some anti-poison pills.
They can counter the miasma of Huangshu Mountain, but as for other toxins, I can't say for sure. Also, here is a map of Huangshu Mountain. However, the toxic mist is so thick right now that visibility is very low, so the map might not be much use, said Zhang Dubiao, the 2nd Battalion commander.
Thanks a lot.
Jiang Tian took the items, asked a few more questions about the situation, and then prepared to enter Huangshu Mountain. The entrance to Huangshu Mountain was a very narrow path flanked by dense jungle, though it was filled with highly poisonous plants, and venomous snakes and other creatures would occasionally appear. As soon as he stepped inside, thick miasma surged toward Jiang Tian. He first swallowed an anti-poison pill but decided to test just how potent the miasma's toxins were. The key was to determine the type of damage the toxins dealt. If it was physical damage, he'd have to see if his current armor was sufficient. If it was magical damage, he could simply ignore it. After all, he had 100% magic resistance.
Jiang Tian brushed against a wisp of miasma.
The moment it touched him, it was absorbed by a mysterious surge of strength, and part of it was even converted into his stamina. The small amount of stamina he'd just expended was fully restored. This delighted Jiang Tian. It seemed certain that the miasma dealt magical damage. He just didn't know if the other toxins did the same, so he decided to test them one by one. From the miasma to various highly poisonous plants, since Jiang Tian wasn't in a hurry anyway, he idly began testing them one by one out of boredom. The results showed that all of them dealt magical damage, even though some toxins were exceptionally potent. So, Jiang Tian stopped taking his anti-poison pills and, holding his map, headed straight for the inner reaches of Huangshu Mountain. After walking a few steps, he grew impatient with his slow pace and activated teleportation. After a dozen or so teleports, he arrived in a canyon flanked by majestic mountains on both sides.
Ah, Jiang Tian, you dare come looking for me? Today is the day you die.
At that moment, a voice rang out, and immediately afterward, massive boulders began tumbling down from the two towering peaks.
In an instant, the canyon was filled to the brim.
A man with a sinister expression appeared. He stared coldly at the piles of boulders, all traps he had set while hiding within Huangshu Mountain. Each boulder weighed over 10,000 jin. With so many crashing down, he couldn't believe Jiang Tian wouldn't die. In fact, as early as yesterday, he had received a message on his phone stating that Jiang Tian was coming to arrest him, so Yang Wei had been waiting for quite some time. He had originally thought Jiang Tian would be overwhelmed by the toxins from the outer perimeter and the others, but unexpectedly, those toxins weren't potent enough to kill him. That left him no choice but to take matters into his own hands.
Ah, such a bright future, and yet he had to come after me. What a tragic, early death. Yang Wei mused as he looked at the pile of boulders.
While hiding out on Huangshu Mountain, he'd naturally been watching live streams on his phone to pass the time. Plus, since Jiang Tian had become so popular recently, he'd watched his streams and gained some understanding of him. But he wasn't afraid after all, he was already at level 70. Reaching level 70 unlocks the talent as Second Awakening, which carries a very small chance of awakening a second talent, and he had just succeeded, in addition to his Poison Master talent. His second talent was a Strength-type talent, an AB rank at that. Combined with his current level 70, his strength now stood at roughly 950,000 jin, rounded up to 1,000,000 jin of force.
Ha ha ha, Yang Wei laughed smugly. Are you that confident?
However, the very next second, Jiang Tian's figure appeared right above his head, and he teleported straight toward him.
What? That fast? Yang Wei sensed trouble.
The two were a full 2,000 meters apart, yet Jiang Tian had reached his side in a single second.
Was this guy's agility really that fast? Surely even an agility talent couldn't be that terrifying, could it?
After receiving the warning yesterday that he should be cautious, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, why would a level 70 player be afraid of a young man who just finished his college entrance exams? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? But it wasn't until he actually faced him in combat that he realized just how terrifying Jiang Tian was.
Put.
Yang Wei steadied himself and spat out a large mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at his battle armor. When he fled the capital, Yang Wei had bought several pieces of gear, including a Tier 6 defense battle armor.
That armor had saved him countless times, and now it had been shattered in a single blow? Ha ha ha, I have to admit, your strength is indeed impressive. Yang Wei burst into maniacal laughter. Do you know my talent?
I'm a poison master and expert in the use of poisons. You could say my entire body is saturated with toxins. When you struck me just now, you were also contaminated by the toxins on my skin. Haha, that's a super toxin I concocted from over 100 species of venomous insects from Huangshu Mountain.
You might as well wait to die now.
Yang Wei sneered, looking at Jiang Tian as if he were already dead.
This toxin won't kill you instantly. It will slowly torment you and corrode your flesh. You'll suffer so much that you'll beg me to put you out of your misery. Only my secret antidote can neutralize this toxin. But if you pledge your loyalty to me and the organization behind me, I'll help you get rid of the toxin. How about it? Yang Wei pondered the offer. After all, Jiang Tian was a genius with great potential, and many members of the organization behind him had recently been captured by the Xia Kingdom. They were in desperate need of reinforcements. If he could bring Jiang Tian under his control, it would be a major achievement. Whack! But the same scene played out again. Jiang Tian's single punch sent Yang Wei flying straight off the mountain and crashing into a pile of rubble. Cough. Yang Wei hadn't expected Jiang Tian to still have the strength to fight back after being poisoned. You're not poisoned? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible.
With the toxin I concocted, even a level 70 healing talent would die within an hour at most.
There's no way you could have survived.
Yang Wei shook his head in horror. The toxin was his pride and joy, but now it seemed to have no effect. His opponent appeared to be immune to it. In fact, when they first entered, the poisonous insects Yang Wei had raised had been monitoring Zhang Tian along the way. At the time, Yang Wei had simply assumed that Zhang Tian was wearing some kind of battle armor and taking poison-repelling pills. He thought the armor and pills would block the toxin if the toxin couldn't reach him. It couldn't kill him, but now it seemed this guy wasn't afraid of poison at all.
Whack! 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 Zhang Tian, once again too lazy for small talk, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, then prepared to take Yang Wei back. No, don't take me back. I'll die for sure once I'm back there. Spare my life.
Yang Wei began begging for mercy, but the excruciating pain throughout his body left him unable to stand. However, Zhang Tian paid him no mind.
Let me go. I have something valuable to give you. Something valuable? What is it? It's the key to the Demon Fire Dungeon. Demon Fire Dungeon?
Knowledge about this dungeon flooded Zhang Tian's mind. It was a Tier 4 divine dungeon. Rumor had it that at its very center, aside from the divine orb, a set of Tier 4 divine battle armor. It was called divine battle armor because it wasn't forged by mortals, but by deities. As for why it was left inside the dungeon, that remained a mystery.
Meanwhile, in the two regimental commanders' tent, Chen Xiang and Zhang Dabia were sipping tea. With Zhang Tian going after Yang Wei this time, we're in the clear. We finally don't have to stay here on guard anymore. Damn it, I've been dying to head to the monster battlefield to earn some merit.
Zhang Dabiao grumbled. He'd been stationed here for several months already, while Zhou Wenxiang, who was at the same rank as him, had already been promoted to division commander.
How could he not be upset? Regimental Commander Zhang, I think you're overthinking this.
Yang Wei is a level 72 poison master who has even awakened his second talent.
Do you really think Zhang Tian can take him down? Are you kidding me?
Besides, Yang Wei has been trapped in the inner circle of Huangshu Mountain for so long he has bound to have set up some traps or something. Even if Zhang Tian manages to reach the inner circle of Huangshu Mountain, he'll face immense difficulties.
So forget about it. Let us just stick to our posts here.
Besides, why risk our lives on the monster battlefield?
Isn't it comfortable enough here?
Chen Xiang said casually.
I'm not like you.
You've got a clan backing you, being a regiment commander or whatever doesn't matter to you, and you're not short on resources. It's not like me. I came from humble beginnings and have had to fight for everything myself.
I'm actually jealous of you. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
It doesn't matter if you've got the skills or not.
Sometimes, it's not so bad to just be a slacker and coast through life, Zhang Dabiao sneered.
He and Chen Xiang had never gotten along on the battlefield. This guy was nothing but timid and cowardly, always afraid of dying. If it weren't for the clan's backing, this battalion commander wouldn't even qualify for the position. Zhang Dabiao, on the other hand, was a monster, one who fought his way to the top.
In terms of real skill, Chen Xiang wasn't even worth a single one of Zhang Dabiao's hands.
That's why he looked down on Chen Xiang, and Chen Xiang, naturally, looked down on him as well. Besides, Zhang Tian has been slaughtering enemies left and right on the Tier 5 monster battlefield.
Dealing with a guy like Yang Wei is absolutely no problem for him. No problem? Just wait until you're collecting his body, then? After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he took a sip of tea. How do you know you'll be collecting Yang Wei's body? Suddenly, Zhang Tian's voice rang out from outside the tent, and immediately afterward, Yang Wei's corpse was tossed inside.
Put.
Chen Xiang couldn't hold it and he spat out a mouthful of tea. You beat Yang Wei to death?
Sorry, I lost control. I punched too hard and killed him. Zhang Tian lifted Yang Wei's body slightly. A gaping, bloody hole in the guy's chest was clearly visible, a truly gruesome sight.
You killed him with a single punch? Chen Xiang asked again in astonishment. What else? Do I need 2 punches to take out a piece of trash like that? Jiang Tian said. Earlier, Yang Wei had refused to reveal where the key to the magic fire dungeon was, beating around the bush the whole time. In the end, Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. He didn't believe that with the resources of the God of War University, they wouldn't be able to get their hands on the key to the demon fire dungeon. So he lost his patience and finished Yang Wei off with a single punch. He is really dead. Zhang Dabiao came over to check as well and found that he was dead as a doornail. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling as though none of this were real. Although he thought Jiang Tian could handle Yang Wei was, after all, a level 72 psionic, and with traps and such thrown into the mix it was bound to be a fierce battle. But how much time had even passed? It was barely the time it took to sit down and drink a cup of tea, just a quarter of an hour, and Yang Wei was already brought back? Moreover, considering the time Jiang Tian would have needed to make the round trip, this meant Jiang Tian had taken down level 72 Yang Wei in an extremely short amount of time. That was truly terrifying. After all, at this age, he had never seen anyone capable of taking down a level 72 psionic, not even in the history of Xia Kingdom. What can I say? I'm not well educated, but awesome gets me everywhere, Zhang Dabiao said, giving a thumbs up. Alright, Yang Wei is now in your hands, the military. After all, this mission was jointly issued by your military and the 4 major academies. Report it quickly. Once the academy verifies it, they can finally award me my points. Jiang Tian emphasized, then left the tent and boarded the hypertrain to head back. As soon as he arrived at the school, Xia Chang sent a message saying the reward points had been credited to his account. Meanwhile, on the other side, within one of the 4 great academies. At the Celestial God Academy. What? A Tier 6 challenge mission has been completed? Who is this jerk? I was planning to take it on in a month, but now someone has beaten me to it. That has 60,000 points. Who is that jerk? Ha, you said the same thing a month ago. You never take these missions. Besides, with your skill level, wouldn't taking it be a suicide mission? We could team up. And my roommate as a healer, we have a great chance. Enough with the bragging. Let us just see who completed it. The students all looked down at the post. Jiang Tian? He did it? Didn't that guy just get back from the monster battlefield? He took a single night's rest and then went after Yang Wei? Holy crap, this guy is seriously terrifying. He is just a freshman and he took down Yang Wei. Plus, did you guys see the military statement? It says Yang Wei was killed by Jiang Tian. Are young people these days really that terrifying? Even the students at Tianjin University, all highly talented students admitted through special recommendation, found their innate arrogance crushed upon seeing this news. Faced with such news, they could no longer maintain their arrogance. After all, even if any one of them, these upperclassmen, had gone alone, they would likely have collapsed before even seeing Yang Wei. In the faculty office at Tianjin University, even the senior professors, those from the 70s, 80s, and even the 2 from the 90s, couldn't help but express their shock once again. This Jiang Tian was just an ordinary person when he first awakened, with absolutely no supernatural abilities. But how long has it been since then, and he has already grown to this level? This isn't normal. This guy didn't have his engagement broken off, nor did he lose both parents. He doesn't fit that rags to riches storyline. Give him a few more months to develop, and I'm afraid even we professors won't be able to beat him. That's a good thing, though. Our Xia Kingdom has produced another outstanding prodigy. For this international forum, we'll send Jiang Tian as our top representative. I'm sure first place won't be a problem. That's a good idea. Let us let our students see this and give them a little motivation. It wasn't just professors from Tianjin University, those from Element University, National Defense University, and several other top universities were all keeping an eye on this news. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Linjin had sobered up. As soon as he woke up, he felt a throbbing pain in his head. Did I drink too much yesterday? Did my junior classmate outdrink me? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. I can hold my liquor. How could I have been outdrunk by a junior who can't hold his liquor?
A short while later. It really does seem like I got drunk.
Oh my god.
Lin Jin hurriedly checked his body, rummaged through his pink toiletries, and inspected the bedroom.
It looks like my junior really didn't do anything to me.
That SA relief, he is a man of integrity. After Jiang Tian returned, he didn't head straight back to the villa. Instead, he tackled the freshman quests. There weren't many of them, only 50 in total, and Jiang Tian accepted them all. For other freshmen, these quests were quite challenging, but for Jiang Tian, they were relatively simple things like killing a certain number of Tier 1 monsters. The only catch was that the quest locations were quite a distance away in a dungeon on the outskirts of town.
Once Jiang Tian arrived there, he quickly completed the tasks.
As a result, he finished all 50 freshman quests in just half an hour. Afterward, Jiang Tian submitted them to the instructor at the quest center for review, and the points were credited to his account almost immediately. This time, he earned about 5,000 points, which left him feeling quite pleased.
Freshman Quest Review Center, Instructor's Office. Didn't Jiang Tian just complete the Tier 6 challenge mission half an hour ago?
How has he already finished all the freshman missions now? Asked an instructor in charge of verification, furrowing her brow. If this keeps up, Freshman 1T have any missions left to earn points from, and over time, they'll start complaining about the school.
I don't see it that way.
Jiang Tian is a freshman himself, so taking on freshman missions is perfectly appropriate. Besides, he is highly capable, it's only natural that he complete so many of them. The speaker was a female teacher. Her long legs were clad in openwork black stockings, and her slightly form-fitting business suit only served to accentuate her figure. With a delicate, oval face and light makeup, a straight nose, and arched eyebrows, her lips painted with vibrant red lipstick, anyone who saw her couldn't help but compliment her.
But you're right, this guy really is insanely strong.
He managed to complete such a dangerous mission in one go, the teacher said. I should set up a match with this Jiang Tian sometime, the female teacher muttered under her breath. She had a thing for powerful freshmen, especially someone as formidable as Jiang Tian.
Meanwhile,
after completing his mission, Jiang Tian was on his way back and decided to grab a bite to eat. Having been busy since morning, he was indeed hungry and decided to treat himself.
For some high-calorie food, the best place to go was Kennedy Chicken.
The nearest Kennedy Chicken restaurant was right ahead of Jiang Tian, and since it was a special discount day, the place was packed.
When Jiang Tian walked in, he couldn't even find an empty seat. Inside the restaurant, besides Chinese customers, there were a few foreigners.
Jiang Tian could tell at a glance that these guys were from Japan, even though he never studied Japanese. But before he traveled back in time, he taught himself the language by browsing countless websites and watching tons of movies. At that moment, those guys from the island nation were chatting animatedly, but the people nearby had no idea what they were saying.
Jiang Tian leaned in to listen. Yoshi, where can we dig up some potatoes?
Expert translation, great, these girls are really something. These Japanese guys were, of course, referring to the girls at the table next to them. Jiang Tian took a look. They were indeed quite pretty, but compared to Lin Jin and Lily, they still fell a bit short. No potato digging today, but a whole sack of potatoes.
Expert translation, their waists are so slim I wish I could touch them.
Potatoes, yeah, good luck, we're not mining coal.
Expert translation, their little butts are so perky, so sexy, I just want to.
After saying that, those guys from the island nation grinned lecherously at the girls at the next table. The girls didn't understand a word, but seeing the men smile, they politely smiled back.
Smack!
But just then, Jiang Tian grabbed his serving tray and smashed it right down on one of the islanders' heads, then slapped the others to the ground with a few swift blows. Those islanders were instantly stunned. They hadn't expected to be ambushed like that. The people nearby were even more baffled.
What the hell was going on? Why did he suddenly lash out? You guys are so unfriendly. How dare you hit me? I'm calling the police to have you arrested.
One of the Japanese men pulled out his pineapple phone 250 and dialed the security bureau. These guys just said in Japanese that your breasts and butts are big, that they want to grope you, and that they plan to, Jiang Tian said to the girls.
What? The girls were instantly outraged upon hearing this, and the people around them grew furious as well. They hadn't understood before, but now that they had a professional translator, they were naturally livid. You bunch of pieces of shit, I'm going to beat you to death. The second person to attack was the waiter who had just served those Japanese scumbags. He also grabbed a plate and smashed it down on them. Beat them to death. Beat them to death. The people nearby also swarmed forward. Baka! The Japanese bastards let out a loud shout, then displayed their strength. It turned out that every single one of them was at least level 30. They unleashed a formidable aura, thinking it would intimidate the crowd around them. Oh, so you're a Baga? You were the one yelling Baga just now, weren't you? You're the only one who dares to call us Baga? There was no shortage of psychics dining here, and quite a few were even higher than level 30. As soon as they saw those Japanese devils trying to fight back, they immediately demonstrated their own strength and beat the hell out of them. That's despicable. Those girls turned out to be no ordinary people either. They were all freshmen at Elemental University and they joined in on the beating of the Japanese. Crack! The sound of bone snapping echoed continuously as the Japanese men's hands were broken. That's too brutal. Someone shouted this, though it was unclear who. In an instant, the Xia nationals beating up the Japanese on the scene split into two factions. One was the brutal faction, who believed there was no need to go easy on these guys, they should just beat them to death. The other was the conservative faction, who thought the brutal faction was still too conservative. Is breaking their hands enough? We should break their legs, pull out their teeth, and shatter their bones. How can you possibly show the friendliness of us Xia people by acting like this? The shopkeeper came out at that moment, brandishing a large spiked club. The commotion naturally drew the attention of some passers-by outside the shop, who came in to take a look. They're beating up Japanese? I've got to go in there and throw a punch. I've got to go in there and stomp on them a few times. My mom sent me out to buy soy sauce, and I'm in a hurry, but seeing a scene like this, who cares about soy sauce? Let us just beat up the Japs right now. The shop owner ran out the door and shouted to the crowd outside. Today we're launching a Beat the Japs promotion. Beat a Jap and get a free Kenny's chicken meal. 1 hit gets you a free meal, 10 hits gets you our store's supreme VIP status, 100 hits enters you into our luxury car giveaway. What are you waiting for? Don't just talk, come on in and beat up the Japs. His shouts drew a crowd from all over the neighborhood, and in no time, the entrance to Kennedy's Chicken was packed shoulder to shoulder. Hurry up, you guys in front. We haven't even had a turn yet. While we're waiting in line, let us head over to the steel bar shop across the street and grab a steel bar. Hitting them with our bare hands is starting to hurt. The owner at the steel rod shop, as soon as he heard we were going to beat up those Japanese devils, he gave them all away for free. Now he has run off to restock at the steel rod factory. We're out of steel rods, but surely they have mops and brooms. If we don't use something to hit those Japanese devils, they won't feel a thing. After all, we're just ordinary people, not superhumans. Those guys have superpowers protecting them. We've got to get a little creative. You're right. Luckily, my place is right nearby. I'll head home and grab my chainsaw. On your way back, don't forget to bring your kitchen knife and all that stuff from home. A kitchen knife? Yeah. I slaughter pigs. Killing Japanese invaders is no different, right? The people waiting in line outside were buzzing with chatter, but just then they spotted security bureau agents arriving in a security vehicle. The fight inside wasn't over yet, so they hadn't gotten a chance to join in. Naturally, they couldn't let the security vehicle drive all the way over there. So, a group of people in line blocked the security vehicle's path. Some, afraid the agents might get out and walk over, even made up excuses on the spot. Sir, my old sow's having a difficult birth, you've got to come with me to check on her. Sir, my great-great-grandmother's getting remarried, are you coming to the wedding banquet? Sir, my 7th uncle's 6th and 5th uncle fell into a cesspool, you've got to go save him. Sir, want a DVD? High definition. Several security officers were stuck on the road, unable to move an inch, but they weren't far from Kennedy's Chicken now. Just by glancing inside, they could tell a brawl was underway. Ugh, the security officers sighed. There are too many people. We didn't bring enough gear. The security guard opened the trunk of the car, which was packed with gear batons, stun guns, and the like, even some equipment only authorized for security personnel. Come on, everyone, line up. For those who haven't joined in yet, we've got tools here. What? That's great. The people who had been blocked and thought the security guards were there to break up the fight, but when they saw they'd come equipped, it instantly warmed the hearts of those around them. So thoughtful. Meanwhile, inside the Kennedy Chicken restaurant, after nearly 10 minutes of brutal beating, those guys from the island nation were already on the verge of death. Stop hitting them. If you keep this up, they'll really die. Let them live just long enough to be carried back for treatment. They'll be useless anyway once they recover. Several psychics said this when they'd been attacking earlier. They deliberately targeted vital areas. It was a total disaster. What? They can't take a beating? They're about to die after just 10 or so minutes. The dozen or so men, though reluctant, had no choice but to stop. Some put away their steel rods. Some put away their spiked clubs, some their spatulas, and some their soy sauce bottles. When the commotion died down, the security guard finally walked inside and saw the guys lying on the floor, barely clinging to life. In my opinion, we should hand this over to the embassy. No sooner had he finished speaking than several more people from the island nation arrived, staff from the embassy on Guadu Island. The men from the island nation who had been here earlier had already sent messages to their embassy via cell phone. What happened? The leader was Abe, the scoundrel from the island nation's embassy. Upon seeing the scene on the ground, his expression turned grave. Who did this? How could they have struck so hard? He scanned the area, trying to identify the perpetrator. Exactly. Who did this? How could they have been so brutal? The ones who struck the hardest chimed in as well. They'd already hidden their weapons earlier. So now, everyone looked innocent. Their hands no longer held spatulas or steel bars, but rather Kennedy's chicken burgers, chicken wraps, and the like. After all, they were exhausted from the beating and needed to recharge their energy. They'd see how things went later and decide if they could beat up that so-called ambassador and that little punk Abe together. TSK. That's terrible. Who on earth did this? No idea. I just walked in and found the floor like this. How about it, Ambassador? Why don't you wake them up and ask who the culprit is? Faced with the crowd's remarks, the Japanese ambassador, that little scoundrel Abe, immediately flew into a rage. You lot, are you seriously messing with me? Is there anyone else here besides you? I think you're the ones who did this. Besides, they're all on their last legs. How are we supposed to wake them up to ask? As soon as he said that, the crowd chimed in again. The master here has a brilliant idea. Since they're on their last legs, let us haul them back for treatment. Don't let this drag on. It'd be a shame if they died here. We won bury you bastards on Sia's soil. What did you say? You dare call this ambassador a bastard? Don't get me wrong, I'm not singling you out. I mean all of you are bastards. Don't insult dogs. Dogs don't spew crap like that. Ambassador Abe, that little scumbag, was instantly livid. He pointed at the security guard and said, I want to see the surveillance footage. As long as we pull it up, we'll have proof. We'll see who did this. Surveillance? The security guard glanced around the shop, silently panicking. After all, Kennedy's Chicken had all-around surveillance. If they actually pulled it up, that would be bad. Surveillance? Sorry, our store's cameras are broken, the shop owner stepped forward and said. He'd already thought of this during the fight. So he deliberately damaged the cameras and deleted all the previous footage. With today's technology, reinstalling the system would only cost a few hundred anyway. He could easily afford that small amount. What? Broken? Damn it, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Ambassador Abe, that little scumbag, snapped angrily. Why did all the bad luck have to fall on him today? I don't have time to play games. If you don't believe me, check for yourself.
After the shop owner said that, the guys from the Japanese embassy went to inspect the system and found that it was indeed broken. Hurry up and haul these pieces of shit back. They'll die if they don't get treated soon. If it were me, I wouldn't bother treating them, it's a total waste of resources. Faced with everyone's remarks, Abe the little scoundrel had no choice but to arrange for his men to take the guys lying on the ground back. With no evidence at hand, his only option was to return and revive them. He'd ask them questions later. Once he obtained evidence, he would use the embassy to put pressure on Xia State, thereby gaining the upper hand in international public opinion. By smearing Xia State, he was certain they'd have no choice but to hand over the culprits. After wrapping things up, the security officer naturally drove back. Of course, the equipment that had been scattered around was also collected, though it was all covered in blood, so it would likely need a thorough cleaning. Everyone dispersed and went about their business. Those freshmen from Elemental University approached Zhang Tian. No need to thank me. Wait a minute, you look familiar. Are you Zhang Tian? Oh my gosh, are you really Zhang Tian? The girls exclaimed. They were also examinees from Pingjiang province, though they hadn't been in the same exam room as Zhang Tian earlier. But they watched his live streams and were thrilled that Pingjiang province had such a big shot, so they all become his little fangirls. It really is Zhang Tian. The people nearby had been too busy fighting to take a good look earlier, so they only recognized him now. By the time Zhang Tian emerged from the Kennedy chicken shop, an hour had already passed. There was nothing he could do, his little fangirls were just too enthusiastic, all wanting to take photos with him. Some even asked to meet up with Zhang Tian that evening to watch a movie or go shopping. Zhang Tian told them he didn't have any free time to spare at the moment. The shop owner also gave Zhang Tian a Supreme VIP card. Have you guys heard? The Wanbao store on Commercial Street has opened. As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Tian saw a group of students discussing this, and many were heading toward the shopping district. As for this Wanbao store, Zhang Tian was familiar with it. It was an international chamber of commerce, rumored to have deep pockets and strong backing, with branches in various countries. The branch in Xia had been under renovation and preparation for several months, and now that it had finally opened, it was naturally drawing large crowds. I heard everything is 20% off for the grand opening. That's nothing. Customers who sign up for a VIP card on the first day also get a chance to enter a raffle, and they say the grand prize is quite mysterious. Although the exact details haven't been revealed yet, given the Wanbao Guild's history of going all out, it's at least a key to a dungeon, or more likely, a second talent awakening stone. A second talent awakening stone? You can't buy that with money. They say it has a 50% chance of helping someone awaken a second talent. That's really tempting. After all, having a second talent makes you way stronger in combat than those psychics who don't have one. Well, you have to be level 70 to awaken a second talent. We're all just freshmen, that's way too far off for us. It's all about planning ahead, right? What if I'm the lucky one? None of that matters. I heard that this time, silver VIPs are getting a robot girlfriend for free. Wow, have you guys seen the promotional poster? That realism, that texture, that thoughtfulness. Holy crap, is that for real? We gotta get one of those. It's true. My fourth uncle's third son's second daughter-in-law's older cousin is frying dough sticks right outside the Wanbao Guild entrance. He heard it with his own ears. I can vouch for that too. My eldest aunt's second cousin is selling beetle nuts right there. Zhang Tian was also planning to head over there to try his luck. After all, the commercial district was huge, and tomorrow was teacher Lily's birthday party. He couldn't very well show up in his battle gear, could he? He needed a decent suit, not to mention he hadn't even bought a birthday gift for teacher Lily yet. But what on earth should he get her? Zhang Tian fell deep in thought. Teacher Lily didn't seem like the type to be short on money, so the gift had to be unique, and besides, anything too expensive was beyond his means. Even though he currently had over 10 million in his bank account, some advanced items in the commercial district might still be out of his reach. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Tian found himself at the street before he knew it. It had to be said that while it was usually bustling, today it was truly packed. Especially in front of Wanbao store, it was crammed with people, many of whom were waiting in line.
Everyone, please stay calm.
We still have plenty of VIP cards at Wanbao store, so there is no need to crowd together, the store manager called out from time to time, maintaining order at the entrance.
Zhang Tian took a look.
There were 2 lanes for applying for VIP cards. One was for those willing to spend big, like the bronze VIP card, which wasn't too expensive at all. A top-up of just 1 million would do. Moving up the tiers were the silver, gold, purple gold, diamond, and supreme cards, each one, of course, more expensive than the last. Take the supreme card, for example, only 3 were available.
And the top-up amount was astronomical, a staggering 3 billion.
Of course, for the major aristocratic families of the capital, this wasn't a huge sum, but for the vast majority of people, it was more money than they could ever earn in a lifetime. Zhang Tian was confident he could earn that much, but even if he did, he wouldn't spend it on a membership.
Wouldn't it be much more enjoyable to use that money to buy a seaside villa and watch bikini-clad girls swimming in the ocean every day?
As for the second VIP membership track, it's reserved for promising talent recruited by the Wanbao Guild. Although it's a merchant guild, the Wanbao Guild understands that having money and resources isn't enough, one must also possess formidable strength.
That's why they always sought out all kinds of talent. Starting at level 50, as long as you meet the Wanbao Guild's requirements at each tier, you'll be recruited.
Once you successfully join the Wanbao Guild, not only do you permanently enjoy a 20% discount on purchases, but you'll also receive priority access to the Guild's resources. When traveling abroad or on business trips, you can visit local Wanbao Guild branches. You'll enjoy free stays at their 7-star luxury hotels, along with services from dedicated technicians. It's safe to say they have everything you could possibly need. Even before his reincarnation, Zhang Tian had always thought, the world is so big, I've got to go see it, but unfortunately, his wallet was too thin to take him anywhere. But now that he had both the strength and the financial resources, Zhang Tian figured he'd definitely travel abroad someday, since there were plenty of dungeons and monster battlefields overseas. Those places were also great for farming energy points. So Zhang Tian decided to become a VIP of the Wanbao Guild through the second VIP passage. Currently, Zhang Tian was the only one to have entered this passage.
Whoa, someone just entered the second VIP passage over there. No way, they already reached level 50 at such a young age? I thought the Wanbao Guild's minimum level requirement was level 50. Maybe they just took a wrong turn? I think so too.
And even if they did go in, there is no way they could become the second type of VIP. After all, disciples from several prominent clans in our country have tried it.
And not a single one succeeded.
You all know how difficult it is in there. It's practically pushing the limits of human capability, almost matching the maximum stats of a divine blessing dungeon. The only ones who can clear it are stat-boosted monsters.
That's true.
Otherwise, the second VIP tier wouldn't be called honorary guest. As the group chatted, Zhang Tian had already entered the VIP passage. He was greeted by a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes.
Hello, my name is Annie. How may I assist you?
The receptionist had undergone specialized training, so her tone was exceptionally pleasant.
Zhang Tian took a good look at Annie from head to toe.
He had to admit, Annie's figure was even better than Lin Jin's.
Zhang Tian estimated she was on par with Teacher Lily.
On top of that, her unique eyes were like a clear spring, and her long, white eyelashes exuded a charming allure. Even standing perfectly straight, the curve of her pert behind was still clearly visible.
Hello, I'd like to become a guest member of the Wanbao Guild. Zhang Tian said.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Annie exclaimed happily.
She'd been working here for so long, and no guest member had ever come through her hands before.
If this went well,
she'd be promoted to a guest member's exclusive attendant, meaning she'd be assigned to serve just that one guest member.
Come on, I'll take you to the testing area. Annie's tone was extremely polite.
She quickly led Zhang Tian to a piece of equipment, a device built by the Wanbao Guild using the latest high-tech, capable of testing the stats of any talent.
Here are the level and talent stat requirements.
You can take a look first, then decide which type of guest member you want to become, Annie said, pointing to a chart.
Zhang Tian glanced over at it.
Zhang Tian skimmed the table, which contained detailed descriptions, for example, the categories of Wanbao Guild guests, which were similar to the tiers of VIP cards. First was the bronze guest. The level requirement for this category was just level 50, and there were no restrictions on talent type. Strength-based, agility-based, and so on were all acceptable. However, regardless of the talent type, the required stats must be met. After all, the Wanbao Guild doesn't accept subpar candidates.
Zhang Tian took a closer look at the stats.
For a level 50 candidate, strength must reach 420,000 gene according to extreme research. The maximum for this level is 450,000 gene of strength. Of course, other types also have specific requirements. For example, a level 50 agility must be 450 points. No matter which one, it was a piece of cake for Zhang Tian, so he skipped right over the bronze guest, the lowest and most worthless rank. Since he was going for guest status, he might as well aim for the most prestigious one. He then looked at the silver, gold, purple gold, and diamond guests, and finally, the supreme guest. Supreme guest members enjoy the highest privileges, a 30% discount on services at the Wanbao Guild, and wherever they go, the branch leaders must treat them with the utmost respect. Zhang Tian decided to go for this, but upon checking the requirements for a supreme guest member, he saw that a minimum level of 70 was required.
He fell into deep thought. He wasn't a psionic, he didn't have a level. What was he supposed to do? However, the numerical requirements for the supreme guest assessment weren't particularly difficult for Zhang Tian. He took a look at the requirements for a strength-type supreme guest. For a level 70 assessment, strength needed to reach 3 million gene, which was roughly the limit for a strength-type talent at level 70, and the talent had to be at least an A+ grade. This might be a challenge for others, but for Zhang Tian, it was a piece of cake. His current strength stood at 1.43 million gene. Although he was still 1.57 million gene short of the 3 million gene requirement, he could always modify it. Now at level 15, after a day and a half of accumulation, his modification points had already reached 1,950,000. He opened his stats panel. Host, Zhang Tian.
Available modification points, 1,953,478.
Plus 15. Plus 15.
Strength boost, 1,430,000. Armor boost, 25,000.
Crit boost, 100%. Magic resistance boost, 120%. Other attributes yet to be unlocked. System level, 15. Energy points, 2,358, 180,000.
System skills, 3-meter golden body, 10,000x critical probability, magic damage absorption and conversion. After briefly glancing at his stats panel, Zhang Tian decided that since the assessment was based on strength, he might as well allocate all his points to strength boosts. He increased his strength in quite a while anyway. System, add 1.95 million gene of strength. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 3,380,000. Zhang Tian felt an immense surge of strength welling up inside him. Instantly, his flesh and meridians pulsed with vitality, and he felt as though he had an endless supply of energy. Annie, I'm going to take the Supreme Guest Expert exam, the one for level 70, Zhang Tian said.
What the hell are you talking about? Annie was instantly baffled. What the hell kind of outrageous claim was that? She'd seen it all at the Wanbao Guild and encountered plenty of big talkers, but this was the first time she'd encountered someone this brazen, so she was taken aback. Is this guy's strength that insane? Ha, kid, stop blowing your own horn. However, just as Annie was reeling from the shock, another blue-haired foreign woman walked over from the side. Judging by her attire, her rank was likely higher than Annie's. This blue-haired woman was Annie's superior and the head waitress, named Monica. She had just finished serving a VIP guest and, out of boredom, had come out to take a look around. As soon as she stepped out, she heard that someone was attempting to qualify as a supreme guest. It wasn't that she underestimated Zhang Tian, it was just that, over the years, across the entire Wanbao Guild, not just in Xia Kingdom,
but globally only 7 people had ever successfully qualified as supreme guests.
Guarantee they all big shots at level 90 or above. And now, a student was trying to qualify as a supreme guest? You don't even have any supernatural abilities, and you're here to take the guest master exam? Are you kidding me? Security, get him out of here. Monica shouted. What a pain. Running into a hothead on our opening day. Annie, you're just as bad. This guy doesn't have any supernatural abilities, he is clearly just an ordinary person and you still brought him here to take the exam?
I can tell you don't want to keep working at our Wanbao guild anymore.
Don't be so sour.
Monica snapped at Annie with disgust. Annie had no connections, and to make matters worse, she was even prettier than Monica.
Monica had long resented Annie and wanted to fire her.
Only then did Annie snap out of her daze caused by Zhang Tian's bold claims. She sensed Zhang Tian herself and realized he truly didn't seem to possess any supernatural abilities. But seeing how confident Zhang Tian looked, it was clear he wasn't just spouting empty boasts. She concluded he must truly believe in himself. So she spoke up on his behalf. Manager, our guild has no rule stating that only people with supernatural abilities can be assessed as guest members.
My guest has the right to take the assessment. Besides, I haven't violated any guild regulations. Even if you're the manager, you can't fire me. With that, Annie led Zhang Tian straight to the assessment equipment. Annie's words made Monica even angrier. Fine. I'll see if it's really as you say. Since you two are going to take the assessment, go ahead.
I'll watch and see how you fail and make fools of yourselves.
Ha, a supreme guest member? You're really dreaming. Annie and Zhang Tian arrived at the testing equipment. Zhang Tian was taking the level 70 supreme guest assessment, specifically the strength test, so they approached a piece of memory metal. This memory metal was crafted using the Wanbao Guild's most advanced technology and could precisely measure a candidate's strength, reportedly accurate to the 100th decimal place. Moreover, no matter how hard it was struck, the memory metal would never deform, demonstrating its extraordinary toughness. Use all your strength and throw a punch at the memory metal, Annie said. Got it. Zhang Tian stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch.
Ding, 10,000x critical hit triggered.
Boom.
A massive explosion echoed through the room. The shape memory alloy was punched right through, and the surrounding walls were completely shattered.
Unidentified strength intrusion detected. Suspected deity. Super defense system about to activate. Immediately afterward, the Wanbao Store's technological system issued this announcement. The Wanbao Guild's technological defense system had been crafted by psychics with the intelligence talent. It was designed to activate only in the event of an emergency surprise attack, typically triggered only by an attack from a powerhouse of at least level 85 or higher. Now, it had been triggered by a single punch from Zhang Tian. Meanwhile, outside the Wanbao Guild, a crowd was lining up. Boom! Holy crap, what was that sound? Look, did a room over at the Wanbao Guild just collapse? My god, what kind of master is this? To actually dare attack the Wanbao Guild, even if it's just a branch, anyone targeted by the Wanbao Guild's bounty hunt basically has nowhere to hide on the planet. Who on earth is this brave soul? Whose subordinate is this person? Just as the room at the Wanbao store collapsed, the branch leader, Okani Gil, who had been in the lobby receiving guests who had come to offer congratulations, was instantly stunned. A combination of psychic powers and a high-voltage electric fence generating millions of volts instantly enveloped the entire Wanbao Guild. After confirming that there were no further attacks from outside, Gil notified the military in the vicinity of Xia country before rushing to the site of the collapsed room. Fortunately, as the room collapsed, intelligent robots had already caught the falling ceiling in time and immediately began repairs, such as the benefit of high technology. As a result, it didn't take long for the collapsed room to be restored. However, the intelligent robots were currently unable to repair the high-tech shape memory alloy. My god, what on earth happened here? Even the shape memory alloy is shattered? Gil trembled with astonishment at the sight of the shattered alloy. When he had come to establish a branch in Xiagua, the scientists at headquarters had told him that,
barring an attack by a deity itself, no one in the world had yet been able to shatter this alloy. Gil looked around and realized that, aside from Annie, Monica, and an unfamiliar young man, there was no one else there.
Annie, now you tell me what's going on.
Chairman, this man from Xiaogui named Zhang Tian said he wanted to take the Supreme Guest Scholar exam, so I brought him here.
Then he punched the shape memory alloy, and this is what happened. Annie's explanation was simple and to the point. Monica, is that really what happened? Gil turned and asked Monica.
Yes, Monica said, her voice trembling. Moments ago, she'd been so terrified she'd nearly wet herself. Now she was clenching her legs together, trying desperately to compose herself.
Did you really do that just now?
Gil walked over to Zhang Tian and asked respectfully.
Or did you do it?
Gil still found it hard to accept. After all, the young man standing before him was, at most, a college freshman, yet shattering the memory metal was simply impossible for someone like him. Bard, please pull up the surveillance footage from here, Gil called out. Bard was a high-tech AI independently developed by the Wanbao Guild, similar to Xiaogui's Shachang.
Naturally, this area was under Bard's surveillance. Since Bard operated as an independent system, the footage remained intact even after the memory metal was destroyed and the room collapsed.
Soon, a video projection appeared before Gil's eyes.
Oh, my God, this can't be real. Even after watching the footage, Gil's mind went blank.
Only the strength of a deity could shatter the Wanbao Guild's memory metal.
Could the guy standing before him be a deity?
But he didn't look like one. He didn't possess any supernatural abilities. Regardless, he had passed the Supreme Guest Assessor exam with flying colors, and Gil was overjoyed. Whenever a branch produced a Supreme Guest Assessor, the branch leader was to be commended, and this achievement would grant extra points toward future promotions. This is the Supreme Guest Honor Badge of our Wanbao Guild, Gil said, handing it over with trembling hands.
Thank you, Zhang Tian replied as he accepted it. Please enter your information into the Bard system. Gil became exceptionally courteous.
It couldn't be helped. Including this new addition, there were only 8 Supreme Guest members in the Wanbao Guild, while there were nearly 100 branch leaders. It was obvious who held the higher status and position.
Hello, Supreme Guest member.
If you have any questions about your permissions or the Wanbao Guild, please feel free to summon Bard at any time. Bard will be happy to assist you.
Gil explained.
The Supreme Guest Honor Badge was actually a high-tech device. Aside from signifying status, it also transmitted the wearer's location to the Guild, allowed them to request assistance, and provided real-time updates on the Guild's latest activities. For example, it would notify them if a shipment of the latest resources had arrived in a certain country, whether it was scheduled for auction or direct sale. In short, this badge was incredibly powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary cell phone. Honored Guest Jiang, in accordance with the privileges of a Supreme Honored Guest, I am now assigning a dedicated attendant to you. Rest assured, our attendants will comply with your every request.
No matter what your needs may be, there are no exceptions.
This came as no surprise to Zhang Tian. After all, the female attendants at the Wanbao Guild were all hand-picked for their good looks and lack of family connections. Given their status, simply being able to work at the Wanbao Guild was already an extraordinary feat, and serving as Supreme Guest would instantly elevate their status even further. Moreover, if they were lucky enough to become a Supreme Guest's personal attendant, it would essentially be like a Cinderella story, rising from obscurity to become a princess.
Monica, from now on, your Guest Jiang's personal attendant.
You don't need to do any other work. I'll have someone else take over your duties.
Really?
That's wonderful. Monica had just recovered when she heard this earth-shattering news. Given her looks, no matter how much she flirted, she'd likely never rise above the rank of floor manager at the Wanbao Guild. But now, as the personal attendant to the Supreme Guest, her status was, in a sense, no different from that of a branch manager. She wouldn't have to do a thing, yet her salary would be more than 10 times what it was before, and her guild benefits would also be significantly upgraded. For a moment, Monica felt as if she were in a dream.
Wait a minute. However, Zhang Tian interrupted her. As a Supreme Guest, I have the right to choose my own personal attendant, don't I?
Yes, of course. If you just don't like me, you can replace me anytime, Gil said.
Good. She'll be my personal attendant, Jiang Tian said, pointing at Annie.
The reason he chose Annie wasn't because she had the best looks or figure. It's not because of that reason equals it is because of that reason. Of course, those qualities were a factor, but what mattered most was that Annie's demeanor and interpersonal skills were far superior to Monica's, and that was what Jiang Tian valued. Besides, Annie was more to his liking. If he ever needed anything in the future, Annie would be able to help him.
Me?
Annie was still a bit skeptical after all. She was just a regular server and hadn't gone out of her way to curry favor with management.
Since guest Jiang says it's you, then it's you.
You'd better do a good job from now on, Gil said meaningfully. Also, fire her, Jiang Tian ordered again. If even the guild master could be replaced, then firing a server who was just a shift leader would be a piece of cake.
Sure enough, the supreme guest is just that awesome. All right, Monica.
As of now, you're no longer a member of the Wanbao Guild.
Go collect this month's paycheck, then get the hell out.
Although Gil and Monica had engaged in some unspeakable dealings, Gil wasn't about to offend the supreme guest over a one-night stand.
Besides,
after their initial deal, he'd given Monica everything he was supposed to, whether it was money or the head waitress position. They were just business partners, each getting what they wanted. There were no feelings involved.
Don't fire me, please. Monica immediately dropped to her knees and began sobbing. If she got fired from the Wanbao Guild, where else could she possibly work?
Where could she find such a great job?
Where as security? Throw her out. Jiang Tian repeated Monica's earlier words of fitting tit for tat.
Watching Monica's remorseful figure as she was thrown out, Jiang Tian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He hadn't expected this assessment to be so successful. It had triggered a 10,000x critical hit. After all, the probability of a 10,000x critical hit was extremely low. He'd killed so many monsters on the monster battlefield before without ever triggering one, yet now, with just a single punch, he'd done it. His strength was originally 3.38 million gene with the 100% critical hit multiplier, that became 7.76 million gene. Triggering a 10,000x critical hit that damaged wow. No wonder the Wanbao Guild's technological defense system had classified it as a divine attack. Supreme guest, you're from the Xia Kingdom, aren't you? Coincidentally, today marks the grand opening of our Wanbao Guild, and many prominent families from your Xia Kingdom have arrived. Let me introduce you to them, said Volcani Gil. Though he was merely the head of a branch, his family background placed them among the world's top-tier clans, so it was only natural that noble families from Xia Nation had come to offer their congratulations. All right. Jiang Tian thought to himself. Since he was already here, he might as well meet them. Annie followed close behind Jiang Tian. After all, she was now his personal attendant, tasked with serving him at all times. Soon, Jiang Tian, Gil, and the others arrived at the Wanbao Guild reception hall. There, Jiang Tian saw many noble families, including clan, and clan. There were also clan and clan, among others. Among them, Jiang Tian spotted two familiar figures: Lily and Linjin. Lily was wearing an evening gown that fit her perfectly. The unique design highlighted her figure and poise. Linjin was also dressed in an evening gown. Despite her tomboyish demeanor on the monster battlefield earlier, clothes truly make the man, and in this custom-made gown, Linjin's charm and elegance were undeniable. Chairman Gil, what just happened? Was the Wanbao Guild attacked by some powerful expert? Asked the heads of numerous noble clans, given the commotion. Moreover, they were all ready to step in as soon as Gil called for their help. They could ensure the Wanbao Guild owed them a favor, which was a rare opportunity indeed. It's nothing serious. Someone has simply passed the Wanbao Guild's Supreme Guest assessment. The commotion just now was caused by our newly appointed Supreme Guest striking the memory medal with a single punch. Let me introduce him to you. This is Jiang Tian, the 8th Supreme Guest in the history of our Wanbao Guild, Gil announced solemnly. What? The three clan heads clan, and clan nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. In their hearts, they cried out, "This is bad. We're done for." After all, they had previously hired assassins from the Wuchang Guild, and it was likely that the Wuchang Guild had already dispatched them by now. If this had happened earlier, they might not have been so worried, but now, it was a different story. The supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild, not to mention his formidable strength. Moreover, targeting a Wanbao Guild guest advisor meant declaring war on the Wanbao Guild. Although Wuchang Guild assassins wouldn't betray their clients' information, what if they did? Given the Wanbao Guild's resources, they might very well track down the slightest clue. If that happened, facing off against this global merchant guild would spell disaster. Moreover, rumor has it that the head of the Wanbao Guild seems to have ties to a deity. Given that, I need to contact that guy in the Wuchang Guild immediately to cancel the assassination mission. It doesn't matter if I can't get my money back, but I certainly don't want a court disaster. Oh my, what a young hero. Congratulations, congratulations. But these three clan heads quickly caught on and immediately put on smiling faces to offer their congratulations. These clans were also major aristocratic families. Although Jiang Tian's livestream had caused quite a stir earlier, the clan heads held him in high regard after all, compared to their own clans with their deep-rooted heritage. Jiang Tian was little more than an internet celebrity. As wealthy tycoons, they naturally looked down on him. But now, things were different. They knew just how difficult the Wanbao Guild's guest expert assessment was. Within their own clans, there was only one silver-ranked guest expert to date, and even a silver-ranked guest expert was already an incredibly formidable figure. Not to mention a supreme-ranked guest expert, only the 8th in the guild's entire history. The Wanbao Guild had existed for several hundred years, which only served to highlight just how prestigious this title was. Congratulations, guest Jiang. We should definitely stay in touch and get to know each other better, said the head of the clan, speaking politely before stepping forward excitedly to shake Jiang Tian's hand. I hear guest Jiang is a freshman at War God University. My daughter is a professor in the resource management office there. I wonder if you two know each other? The speaker was the clan head, Luo Quang. The daughter he mentioned was none other than Professor Lily. Hello, Jiang Tian. Lily stepped forward to greet him. I didn't expect you to become the supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild so easily. Congratulations. You know me for me, that's a piece of cake, Jiang Tian replied without a trace of modesty. Honored guest Jiang and my daughter know each other? That's wonderful, that's wonderful. You two should definitely grow closer in the future. Luo Quang said meaningfully. Anyone could see what he meant. A teacher and student are, after all, just that, but my daughter is different. I hear Linjin and honored guest Jiang have the same teacher, said clan head Linji. In his view, although Lily was a bit more mature than his own daughter, she was, after all, already 26, while his daughter, Linjin, was only 19. Yes, Linjin is my senior sister in the martial arts. Oh, that's wonderful. You're always welcome to visit the clan, guest Jiang. Lin, she said ingratiatingly. This scene filled the surrounding members of smaller and medium-sized clans with envy. They rarely even had the chance to exchange a few words with these major clans, let alone curry favor with them. But now, with so many major clans fawning over Jiang Tian TSK, it was a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Especially clan leader Gil, his politeness and respect seemed to come from the very core of his being. Also, guest Jiang, tomorrow is my daughter's 26th birthday. We at the clan have prepared a banquet. I wonder if you would do us the honor of attending? Luo Quang said. As soon as these words were spoken, those around them were once again filled with envy. Many people couldn't even get an invitation despite offering lavish gifts after all, at the clan's birthday banquet. It's a prime opportunity to curry favor with the bigwigs. If they could just win over one of them, their small or medium-sized clans could skyrocket to prominence overnight. An opportunity they could never have earned on their own, and now the head of a major clan is personally extending an invitation, even fearing a refusal. What treatment? TSK. Just think, Jiang Tian is only 18 years old. When I was 18, I was just setting up a street stall. I had it even worse, I was still delivering water at 18.
There's absolutely no comparison to guest Jiang.
Comparing ourselves to others is enough to drive us crazy. Guest Jiang has a bright future ahead of him. I heard that supreme guests have their own personal attendants. I'm sure the one by guest Jiang's side is one of them.
That beauty, that figure. Do you think guest Jiang might ask her to do something special? Like what? It's not something you should say out loud.
It's possible.
Guest Jiang is young and impetuous, but it's certainly a lucky break for that attendant.
The crowd buzzed with speculation, filled with envy. Amid the chatter, outside the Wanbao Guild, the customers who had been waiting in line to make purchases were all being protected. The military commander of the Xia Kingdom's capital had already mobilized the strongest troops to the scene. After all, the capital is the face of the Xia Kingdom, so the caliber of this military force was exceptionally high. The soldiers within all possessed a minimum combat strength of level 45. In addition to the military commander, a major figure in his own right, 4 university presidents from Xia were present: Yan Nantian, president of Tianshan University; Zhou Yun, president of Elemental University; Han Yuan, president of the National Defense University; and Mu Qing, Zheng Tian's teacher. There was no other choice. The complete paralysis of the Wanbao Guild defense system caused by Zheng Tian's single punch had created a massive commotion, and Gil had exaggerated the situation somewhat when he reported it to the authorities. So the army commander had summoned all 4 of Xia Nation's top combat experts.
Chairman Gil, were you under any threat to your safety while inside? Army Commander Zhou Wu shouted.
For a moment, none of them dared to go in, fearing there might be some kind of trap waiting inside.
So it was better to call out and confirm the situation first. Gil, who had been chatting and laughing inside, furrowed his brow upon hearing the shout. Oh no, I completely forgot about the police call. Everyone, I'll be right back.
Gil quickly walked to the door and saw the solemn lineup and the impressive array of high-ranking officials. He marveled at how efficient Xiaogui was in handling matters, and broke into a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly sorry about the commotion earlier.
It was caused by the assessment for the Wanbao Guild's new supreme guest. Everything is fine now. It was a false alarm.
However, to make it up to you all and to all the guests who come to the Wanbao Guild today, I've decided to offer a 30% discount on all merchandise today. Gil spoke loudly, and as soon as he said this, the guests quickly cheered in approval.
That's great. A 30% discount that's never happened before at the Wanbao Guild.
You know, a 30% discount is a privilege reserved exclusively for Supreme Guest Masters. That is for sure. This time, we're reaping the benefits thanks to that newly appointed Supreme Guest Master.
I wonder who the Supreme Guest Master is. Could it be one of Xia Kingdom's hidden super elite masters?
I think it's possible. After all, even the principals of the 4 great academies failed to meet the required standards during their evaluations for Supreme Guest Scholar status.
Why don't we ask President Gil?
Consequently, many in the crowd began asking questions. It wasn't just them. The military commanders, the principals of the 4 great academies, and others present were also brimming with curiosity. After all, a Supreme Guest Scholar is a truly formidable figure. This 8th Supreme Guest is none other than Zheng Tian, Gil proudly announced. But the moment those words left his mouth, they immediately caused a huge stir.
What did President Gil just say the Supreme Guest's name was? I think he said Zheng Tian? Zheng what? Zheng Tian. This has to be a joke, right? Many people refused to believe it.
They scrambled to scratch their ears, thinking they were clogged, while others rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. Some even went so far as to slap the person next to them.
Why did you hit me? That hurt?
So it's not a hallucination, it's real, the person shouted, then slapped them a few more times.
Zheng Tian? The one who was the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province, and then went on a killing spree on the Tier 5 monster battlefield? Yeah, that's him. I've watched his live streams too. Holy crap!
Everyone felt their minds go completely blank.
This Zheng Tian is only 18, right? How is he pulling off one sensational feat after another? He accomplished so easily what even the 4 school principals couldn't do. For a moment, everyone forgot why they were even there.
Even the army commander and the principals of the 4 major schools were momentarily speechless. One of them was an 85-level powerhouse, while the other 4 were all big shots above level 90. Yet upon hearing this news, they still fell into a brief state of stupor. It was simply too shocking to process. Mu Qing had assumed he was a reclusive master from Xia Kingdom, but never imagined he was actually her own student. Her cherry red lips parted so wide she could practically fit a fried dough stick inside.
Plus 2 eggs. Principal Mu, Zhang Tian is your student, isn't he? Congratulations!
The army commander and the other 3 principals also cast congratulatory and envious glances her way. If Zhang Tian's previous performance on the college entrance exam and the monster battlefield hadn't been enough to earn the favor of these principals, then his current status as a supreme guest was certainly enough.
Moreover, they had to treat Zhang Tian with the utmost respect.
The general and the 4 principals had to treat Gil with respect, and Gil had to treat Zhang Tian with respect. The difference between the two was no small matter.
Let us go. We'll talk inside.
Gil instructed the sales clerk to resume their duties, then led the division commander and the other 4 principals inside.
Is it really him?
Mu Qing's body trembled slightly as she walked. She still found it hard to believe, but Gil would certainly not lie. Before long, the group arrived at the hall, the advanced reception hall.
As a place frequented only by the wealthy and powerful, those present were all prominent figures in the Xia Kingdom.
They all knew one another. As soon as the general and the 4 school principals entered, they saw the heads of the prominent families gathered around Zhang Tian.
Honorable Jiang, my daughter has just turned 18, and since you are also 18, isn't this fate?
I wonder if you'd mind. If not, I'd be happy to act as a matchmaker.
The speaker was none other than Niu Isho, head of the Niu family.
Well, head of the Niu family, that doesn't sound like something you'd usually say.
Not long ago, when I went to your family to propose marriage, you refused outright.
Now you're willing to part with your precious daughter, said the head of the Li family.
How could your son possibly compare to guest Jiang's status? In any case, my daughter will marry no one but guest Jiang. Guest Jiang, don't listen to this fellow. His daughter isn't nearly as pretty as mine.
My daughter is 21 now, though she is 3 years older than you, guest Jiang, but as the old saying goes,
a wife 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. As long as you're willing, guest Jiang, I'll arrange your engagement right now.
Faced with the polite matchmaking efforts of a group of prominent clan heads, Zhang Tian was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ever since Gil had left, he'd been constantly surrounded by them. He was quite skilled at fighting, but when it came to socializing, that was definitely a weak spot for Zhang Tian. Oh, it seems the clan heads and guest minister Jiang are having quite a lively conversation. Gil walked in and, seeing the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. General Zhou, the university presidents have arrived as well, the head of the distinguished family said politely to Zhou Wu and the others.
It's better to meet someone in person than to hear about them. Guest Jiang is truly in high spirits these days.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yan Nantian, president of War God University.
Following Yan Nantian, the other 2 university presidents also stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. I wonder if guest Jiang would be interested in joining our Heavenly God University? While making small talk, Yan Nantian began poaching talent right then and there, which left Mu Qing with a look of exasperation. Are you pretending I don't exist?
Oh, sorry, I forgot you came along too, Yan Nantian said awkwardly.
Zhang Tian, our Element University isn't half bad either. As long as you're willing to transfer, we'll offer you twice the compensation you'd receive at War God University. How does that sound? Said Zhou Yun, the president of Element University. Twice as much? That's nothing. Come to our National Defense University, you can name your price, said Han Yuan.
The remarks from these 2 presidents instantly made Mu Qing's face cloud over with anger. She was on the verge of launching into a tirade and starting an argument. It was Chairman Gil who sensed the tension and stepped in to smooth things over. Today marks the grand opening of our Chamber of Commerce. I invite you all to take a look at the high-end resources we have on display. I'm sure you'll find them very interesting. As for other matters, please discuss them outside the chamber. I don't want a single wrong word to spark a fight right here. After saying this, Gil gave another command to the AI, Bard.
Bard, bring out the collection. Soon, display cases appeared on the walls surrounding the lounge.
Inside were the Wanbao Guild's top-tier resources, and the cases were encased in high-tech superglass. This superglass was virtually unbreakable in a short amount of time by any single person unless several level 90 experts attacked it together. As the various exhibits were revealed, they immediately caught everyone's eye. As expected of the Wanbao Guild, they really do have a vast collection. The crowd took a look. The lowest tier resources were all tier 7, meaning they were intended for psychics level 60 and above. Among them were several level 90 resources, though some were labeled limited edition, and a few were even marked not for sale.
What's that?
Lily spotted an item. It was huge and her heart immediately began to race.
She walked over to take a closer look.
The moment she saw it, she clenched her teeth, overcome with excitement. For before her lay the massive inner core of a gold-devouring beast king. It's the inner core of an 8th tier gold-devouring beast king. Lily stared at it, wide-eyed. The last time she received a boost, it was from the gold-devouring beast core that Zhang Tian had brought back for her. But that had been from a mere tier 5 gold-devouring beast. The higher the tier of a gold-devouring beast, the rarer it is, and the lower the drop rate for its core. She dreamed of owning a tier 7 or tier 8 gold-devouring beast core. This determined whether she could awaken her second talent. After all, Lily was already level 72, but she hadn't yet begun the process of awakening her second talent, since it could be awakened anywhere between levels 70 and 75. Awakening a talent depended not only on luck but also on certain aids. As a gold elementalist, the gold-devouring beast's inner core was the perfect item for her. And this tier 8 gold-devouring beast core was a perfect match for her. Even through the superglass, Lily could feel her gold elementalist talents stirring within her. This indicated that this gold-devouring beast core would definitely help her awaken her second talent. "Guildmaster Gil, could you sell this gold-devouring beast to me?" Lily asked.
"I'm afraid not, Miss Luo.
This gold-devouring beast's inner core is not for sale to the general public. It's reserved exclusively for our internal guest masters, and only those of at least the purple gold guest master rank are eligible."
Gil replied very politely.
Not all of the Wanbao Guild's resources are for sale, and simply having money doesn't guarantee access to everything here. On the contrary, to attract and retain powerful guest members, the Wanbao Guild specifically provides many rare resources exclusively to them.
This tier 8 gold-devouring beast core was one of them.
"I see." Lily shook her head in disappointment. Her clan didn't have any purple gold rank guest members. But Linjin, standing beside her, chimed in, "Sis Lily, isn't there a supreme rank guest member here, hee hee."
Linjin's remark hit the nail on the head, and Lily's eyes lit up. That's right, wasn't he the supreme guest right in front of her?
She even played video games with this supreme guest before, and as his teacher, she helped him out quite a bit. Come to think of it, asking Zhang Tian to buy it for her wasn't out of the question. She wouldn't skimp on the payment. "Zhang Tian," Lily called out as she stepped forward.
Zhang Tian had actually noticed everything.
After all, Lily had been staring at that gold-devouring beast's inner core for quite a while, and when a girl stares at something for that long, it usually means she really wants it. It worked out perfectly. Zhang Tian was going to Lily's birthday banquet tomorrow anyway, so he could just treat this as a gift for teacher Lily. After all, she was the very first teacher he met at Wargod University. Teacher Lily was actually quite nice.
President Gil, could you sell me this tier 8 gold-devouring beast core?" Zhang Tian asked.
Of course. As a supreme guest, the original price of this tier 8 gold-devouring beast core is 100 million, but I'll give you a 30% discount, 70 million.
After Gil finished speaking, he verified his fingerprint with Bard.
The cabinet containing the tier 8 gold-devouring beast's inner core was then opened. Annie stepped forward on her own initiative, placed the inner core in a top-quality gift box, and handed it to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian had intended to pay, but he only had a little over 10 million in his account, so he had no choice but to walk over to Lily and glance between her breasts. Then he whispered,
"Teacher Lily, I don't have that much money."
"I know you're rich, and you like to hide things in your usual spot.
"Should I pay, or will you?"
"I'll pay for it myself." Lily blushed deeply, then turned her head away and pulled out a bank card with a bit over 100 million on it.
"Here." "No pin."
After Jiang Tian paid, he turned and handed Lily the golden devouring beastess in her core. He figured he'd be giving it to her tomorrow anyway, it was bound to happen sooner or later, so he might as well give it to her early, he was too lazy to keep it himself. It wouldn't be good if he lost it. Of course, he returned the bank card as well.
"Thank you,"
Lily said gratefully. Although she paid for it herself, she knew she wouldn't have been able to get this item without Jiang Tian's help, and she understood the favor he'd done her. She was already thinking about how she could repay Jiang Tian. But before she could figure it out, clan head Luo Kuang spoke up loudly. "Well, I never would have guessed that guest Jiang and my daughter are so close.
Young people really should spend more time getting to know each other in private."
Luo Kuang flashed a satisfied smile. He spoke quite loudly, instantly drawing the attention of the other clan heads, military commanders, and school principals who were browsing the resources.
"My daughter, how do you plan to repay guest Jiang?" Hearing this, Lily's face flushed crimson.
After all, so many people were watching, and she knew her father wanted her to save face in front of everyone, so.
Muah! A sweet kiss landed right on Jiang Tian's cheek. This scene left everyone speechless. Wasn't Lily being a bit too forward?
But then again, if their own daughters were there, they'd probably be even more forward. After all, with guest minister Jiang's status and good looks, how many young girls would he charm? Jiang Tian rubbed his cheek in surprise. He truly hadn't expected Lily would suddenly pull a stunt like this.
"Are you serious?"
To be honest, in Jiang Tian's eyes, even though Lily was dressed in an innocent, lowly-style outfit, she was, after all, 26 and already possessed a mature aura.
A mature Lily who could resist that? Lin Jin stood nearby, feeling a bit uneasy.
Although she'd come up with the idea to help sister Lily solve her problem, she couldn't shake a pang of jealousy.
"Oh my gosh, am I falling for my junior classmate?"
Lin Jin thought shyly to herself. At that moment, Jiang Tian was also feeling a bit awkward. He didn't dare look at Lily anymore, because after being so close to her just now, he'd almost lost control and started nosebleeding again. After all, seeing her from a distance and examining her up close were two completely different experiences. Jiang Tian turned his head away and had no choice but to focus on the advanced collection on his own. He spotted a few rare items that caught his eye, such as a spatial bead crafted using a spatial talent. Once activated, it could teleport him to any location within 1,000 li radius, but the destination couldn't be chosen, it was random.
Jiang Tian thought it was a bit of a mixed bag, so he didn't buy it.
Mainly because it was too expensive. Later, he spotted a box of golden pills called something like Vajra pills. Jiang Tian glanced at them and moved on. Just from the name, he could tell they weren't legitimate. There were also some foreign skills and the like. Jiang Tian looked over the skill descriptions but found that many weren't suitable for him.
"Annie, I'm going to teacher Lily's birthday party tomorrow. What do you think I should wear?" Jiang Tian asked.
After all, Annie had undergone training through the Wanbao Guild system. In addition to various sales techniques at the expert level, she was also quite knowledgeable about fashion coordination and the finer points of dressing.
So Jiang Tian sought her advice. "Honored guest Jiang, follow me."
Annie led Jiang Tian to a room dedicated to custom-made clothing, reserved for the Wanbao Guild's senior executives. As a supreme guest, Jiang Tian was naturally eligible, and the custom-made attire was free of charge. Jiang Tian took a quick look at the materials there and discovered they were all world-class, top-tier fabrics. Take, for example, the men's tuxedos right in front of him. If sold at list price, they'd start at $1 million at the very least.
He was thrilled to score a set for free. Free stuff makes me happy.
Later, with Annie's expert guidance, Jiang Tian's tuxedo was finally completed. After putting it on and stepping in front of the mirror, Jiang Tian felt like a bona fide prince.
He wondered just how many young girls and women he'd charm at tomorrow's clan banquet. Man, why am I so damn handsome? After scoring the free outfit, Zhang Tian decided to head back. After all, the custom fitting had taken nearly 2 hours, and the military commanders outside had all gone home by then. Today's stock at the Wanbao Guild had long since sold out. "Honored guest Zhang, here is your private car," said Guildmaster Gil. The Wanbao Guild's supreme honored guests all had dedicated transportation, in this case, a Rolls-Royce. This was Zhang Tian's personal vehicle. Rolls-Royce was the Wanbao Guild's own exclusive car brand and one of the world's most luxurious automotive brands. However, the Wanbao Guild's Rolls-Royce were restricted to internal members only. No one else could purchase them, even if they wanted to. Even the cheapest Rolls-Royce started at 100 million, and Zhang Tian's model was even more opulent, priced at a whopping 10 billion. Such is the treatment reserved for a supreme guest. Once inside the car, he naturally took a seat in the back. With today's advanced technology, a driver is no longer necessary. The automaker has developed its own artificial intelligence system. "Bard, take me to War God University." Zhang Tian simply had to call out to the AI. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Bard would automatically drive the car and take him to his destination. This way, he didn't have to worry about things like DUI checks. Zhang Tian could even sit in the back seat and leisurely enjoy a drink. "Annie, why are you in here too?" Just as Zhang Tian was about to open the in-car refrigerator to see what kinds of alcohol and beverages were inside, he noticed that Annie had also gotten into the car. "Honored guest Zhang, you're joking." "I'm your personal attendant. Naturally, I'm here to serve you exclusively, at any time, anywhere." "Wherever you go, Annie goes." "I wouldn't want you to need my service and find that I'm not there." Zhang Tian checked his permissions again using the Supreme Guest Honor badge and found that this was indeed the case. The attendants of a Supreme Guest are always by their side, ready to assist at any time and place. Although they aren't particularly useful in combat, they handle all the little details of daily life with great care. "Bard, stop for a moment." Zhang Tian called Bard to a halt. "All right, Annie, I don't want you following me around. You just need to take good care of me when I come to the Wanbao Guild. Otherwise, if others see you sticking close to me every day, they'll think I'm..." Zhang Tian motioned for Annie to get out of the car. He really didn't need her, and besides, a senior sister was living on the second floor. With 2 women and himself in the same villa, what if they got into a fight? He wasn't exactly good at arguing. "Sniff, sniff, are you turning your back on Annie, guest Zhang?" Unbeknownst to him, the moment Zhang Tian said those words, Annie's tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Guest Zhang, you may not be aware of this, but as the exclusive attendant to the Supreme Guest, once I'm sent back, the Wanbao Guild will never hire me again, and I'll be blacklisted from the profession. Annie still needs this job, so please don't send me away, guest Zhang." Annie's face was streaked with tears, and in fact, what she said was true. "Annie's service is very attentive. I'm sure you'll like it. Please don't send me away." Annie pleaded once more, looking so pitiful that it was impossible to refuse her. Zhang Tian fell deep in thought. Annie did have a bedroom in the villa, but would she stay on the first floor or the second? He wondered if she'd get along with his senior sister on the second floor. As for the first floor, the house was large enough. 800 square meters should be plenty. But sending her away really wasn't right. It would be like cutting off her livelihood. "All right, then. Come with me. Stop calling me Minister Jiang all the time. It doesn't sound right. Just call me Zhang Tian. Isn't that inappropriate? It'll make Annie seem disrespectful. Don't worry about so many rules around here." "All right, Zhang Tian." And so, Annie had no choice but to call him by that name. "Thank you, Zhang Tian. Let me pour you a drink. After all, it'll take Bard quite a while to drive back." Annie took a bottle of chilled drink from the car's cooler. This drink was no ordinary beverage. It was brewed from magical fruits obtained from the dungeon. Drinking it not only refreshed the mind but also quickly restored stamina. Zhang Tian took a small sip and found the taste was indeed pleasant. After finishing the glass, he felt his energy surge. You should have a glass too. No, no, no. This is reserved exclusively for the supreme guest Annie isn't worthy of drinking it.
Annie's face paled slightly for a moment, her tear-stained cheeks from her recent crying adding to the effect.
That pitiful, endearing look was instantly laid bare. If you don't drink it, don't follow me around anymore.
Jiang Tian feigned anger.
Okay, Annie will drink it.
Back at the villa, Jiang Tian noticed that Lin Jin hadn't returned. He figured his senior sister must have gone back to the clan after all. As a member of a prominent family, she couldn't stay at the school villa indefinitely.
Next, it was time to find a place for Annie to stay.
The first floor of the villa was laid out as 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with a total area of about 800 square meters. This meant each of the 3 bedrooms was nearly 100 square meters in size, making it very convenient for Annie to unpack her belongings. When Annie arrived, she naturally brought her own personal items, but she was too shy to take them out in front of Jiang Tian after all. They were mostly cosmetics and the like. As for bedding and other such items, there was no need for her to bring them, since the villa was already fully equipped.
Jiang Tian, are you hungry?
Annie put her suitcase inside, fiddled with it for a bit, then came out and sat down with Jiang Tian in the living room. The living room was very spacious, the sofa was even big enough to sleep on. Jiang Tian was playing a video game at the moment he'd just gotten back when Lily sent him a party invite. Ever since they'd beaten Miracle Alliance last time, Lily had found another game called Adventure Quest. And to be honest, it was pretty good. Jiang Tian had only played it a few times before getting hooked. I'm a little hungry, Jiang Tian replied. After all, it had been several hours since they left Kennedy's chicken, and with his current constitution, he got hungry easily.
Should I cook something? You know how to cook?
Jiang Tian asked, but he immediately realized that the hostesses trained by the Wanbao Guild were basically jacks of all trades except for fighting. They could hold their own in formal settings, handle the kitchen with ease, and were even more impressive in other areas.
Sounds good.
I'll redeem some ingredients. Jiang Tian opened the school's resource management office exchange shop. They had everything here. Buying groceries was a breeze, it was that convenient.
Annie, take a look and see what ingredients we need.
Jiang Tian had Shachang project the exchange panel, which was filled with dishes, while Annie focused intently on her selection.
This one, and that one too. As soon as Annie saw the dishes, she became incredibly happy. It was about time for her to show off her skills.
As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. After completing the exchange, the teacher from the resource management office delivered the items shortly afterward.
Since Lily wasn't there, another teacher brought them over. Once the items arrived, Jiang Tian didn't lend Annie a hand.
She bustled about on her own, moving with the skill of a seasoned homemaker, while Jiang Tian silently watched her from behind. Beautiful, elegant, with a great figure, and a talented cook, this must be the dream of countless otaku.
Before long.
Okay, Jiang Tian, that's it for our team session today. I'm off to set up for tomorrow's birthday party, Lily said in a voice message.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Just then, Annie had finished cooking, and Jiang Tian sat down to eat. He wolfed down his food, completely disregarding his manners, while Annie took small, delicate bites, appearing incredibly refined.
This tastes great.
After a few bites, Jiang Tian realized it tasted even better than a 7-star restaurant.
You could open your own restaurant. After dinner, the robot butler took care of the cleanup.
As for Jiang Tian, since he was bored anyway, he started playing a video game with Annie. The two logged into a 3D adventure game and picked up right where they left off with Lily earlier.
I'm not very good at this, Annie said, a little embarrassed.
It's okay, the controls are really simple. And so the two of them began their in-game battle. An hour later, they had already reached level 78, clearing 45 levels in a row. Basically, Annie was leading the way. She wasn't very skilled at first, but after a few levels, she got the hang of it.
Jiang Tian was a bit speechless inside. Was this really what she meant by not good at it?
Still, it wasn't all bad. At least it made it easier for him to play through the levels on his own. The game had a whopping 1,000 levels in total, and its realistic 3D graphics made it truly immersive. Plus, with a new map for every level, Zhang Tian found himself getting more and more excited the longer he played. And so, the two of them played straight through from 6:30 p.m. until 3 a.m. The next day, while Zhang Tian was still fast asleep, he heard someone calling his name affectionately.
Zhang Tian, it's time to get up, or you'll be late for the party. Zhang Tian opened his eyes groggily and saw Annie standing by the bed.
She was already fresh and dressed for the day, wearing a form-fitting business skirt, high heels, and black stockings, looking very professional.
You're up this early? Aren't you going to sleep in? Zhang Tian, you're attending Miss Lily's banquet today.
If we get up now and head over, we'll arrive right on time, Annie said thoughtfully.
Right. Zhang Tian quickly got out of bed and freshened up, then contacted the AI Bard.
His personal Rolls-Royce pulled up right in front of his villa. After they got in the car, Zhang Tian gave the destination, and Bard began automatically navigating the route to Clan.
At Clan at that moment.
Located north of the capital of Xia, Clan covered a vast area. To call it a mirror state would be an understatement. It was more like a princely palace or a grand garden. At the entrance to Clan, countless luxury cars were parked, and more kept arriving on the road. Naturally, everyone present was a prominent figure from the capital or other cities. The hostesses in charge of reception at the entrance also carried themselves with an air of nobility, as if serving as hostesses at the Clan had somehow elevated their very essence.
Oh, look, it's a BMW.
That's a rare sight. I hear they start at 10 million. As a BMW pulled up, several hostesses immediately began chatting.
The car behind it is even better, it's a Benz.
They say it costs over $1 million. We could never afford one even if we worked our whole lives, another hostess remarked enviously.
If I could just ride in one once in my life, I'd be willing to do anything. Didn't your boyfriend just buy a car? Ugh, that beat-up little car he bought? It's so embarrassing. If the ride weren't so long, I wouldn't even bother getting in.
Wow, a gemstone Jia, 5 million yuan gemstone Jia. And there's a Ferrari sports car behind it too. Even though the guy who got out was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look, he was incredibly handsome. Several hostesses were daydreaming. They dreamed of taking a ride in that Ferrari. Even just once would be enough so they could take a photo and post it on their social media. Just as the hostesses were still marveling, a Rolls-Royce that caught everyone's attention outside slowly pulled up to the entrance. Then, an incredibly handsome young man stepped out of the car. At that moment, even the guests who had arrived in luxury cars like BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and gemstone Js all turned their gaze toward this handsome young man.
Holy crap, a Rolls-Royce! Isn't that the exclusive car brand of the Wanbao Guild?
And judging by the model, it must be the Rolls-Royce goddess, worth 100 billion.
100 billion? Oh my god! Is that for real?
Even if we added up all our family's assets, we wouldn't come close to 100 billion.
Who on earth is this handsome guy?
No idea, but he is definitely a big shot in the Wanbao Guild. I mean, not even Guild Master Gil has a Rolls-Royce this luxurious.
Wow, wow, wow.
The Clan really is the Clan. They actually managed to invite such a big shot. For a moment, the bigwigs arriving in their luxury cars were all abuzz with speculation. As for the hostesses in charge of reception, their hearts had already been set aflutter. The priciest luxury cars and the most handsome face, there was no doubt their hearts had already been captured. This handsome guy was, of course, Zhang Tian. After he got out of the car, Annie followed right behind him. Seeing such a stunning beauty accompanying Zhang Tian, the hostesses instantly felt a chill run down their spines.
Once the two entered Clan, Annie headed straight for the restroom, while Zhang Tian turned his gaze toward the array of delicacies displayed beside the main hall. He was hungry, so he headed over to the food and started showing off. The guests in the hall were engaged in lively conversation. They were all glamorous and dressed in luxurious attire, but upon listening closely to their discussions, Zhang Tian realized they were all talking about just one thing. That was the rumor that Miss Lily seemed to have a close relationship with a supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild. Zhang Tian had become a supreme guest yesterday. Of course, this was an internal matter for the Wanbao Guild, so it hadn't been widely publicized,
and the clan had also maintained an air of mystery.
"You've heard, right?
Miss Lily even kissed that supreme guest yesterday," said one guest, holding a glass of wine and looking quite smug.
"Is that true? Miss Lily is usually so aloof with us, she actually kissed someone on her own? Of course she is aloof to a loser like you.
Look who he is the supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild.
There are only 8 of them in the whole world. How could you possibly compare to that?"
"You're right. But I heard they didn't kiss on the cheek, they kissed on the lips."
"Yeah, I heard that too. They kissed for a full minute. Do you guys think that at Miss Lily's birthday party today, she might actually get engaged to that supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild? Now that you mention it, I think you're right.
With such a grand occasion, an engagement is practically inevitable." Zhang Tian listened to the crowd's chatter while he ate, and he was left speechless.
What the hell were they even talking about? Gossip, absolute gossip. Rumors, absolute rumors.
Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Lily's older sister, Luo Ting, listened to the discussions and naturally felt a pang of envy. It was impossible not to feel that way. Among the younger generation of the clan, there were only Lily and Luo Ting. If Lily really ended up marrying a supreme guest, she feared she'd have no share in the clan's estate in the future. The more Luo Ting thought about it, the angrier she became. Why was Lily the one who got to find such a great man?
Why couldn't she, Luo Ting, find one? Compared to her, what did Lily have that was so special?
Wasn't it just that her breasts were a bit bigger, her butt a bit perkier, her waist a bit sexier, and her talent a bit higher?
Aside from those 100-odd points, in what other way was Lily better than her? If you can find a good man, why can't I, Luo Ting? Luo Ting thought to herself.
With so many clans in attendance today, if she played her cards right, she might just snag a young master from a prominent family. Luo Ting kept scanning the hall, taking in one man after another, but few caught her eye. Either they were from a different social class, or they weren't good-looking enough. But soon, near the dining tables, she spotted a handsome guy wolfing down his food. This guy was the best in the room in terms of both charisma and looks, so Luo Ting's heart instantly began to flutter. Luo Ting took a glass of fine wine from a server and walked over to Zhang Tian.
"Hello, handsome."
"Hello." Zhang Tian was buried in his meal when he suddenly heard someone greet him from behind. He politely turned around to respond. "Hey, handsome, as soon as I saw you, I just had to come over and say hello. You're just so charming," Luo Ting complimented him.
"Thanks,"
Zhang Tian replied again, but he'd already figured out that this woman was probably trying to flirt with him.
And based on his understanding of the clan,
this woman was likely Lily's older sister, Luo Ting.
"It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself, I'm Luo Ting. May I ask, handsome, which prominent family are you from?" Luo Ting asked eagerly. "The Zhang family." "The Zhang family?"
Luo Ting mentally ran through the list of the nation's renowned aristocratic families, but it seemed there was no such family as the Jiangs. As a result, a hint of unmistakable disappointment flashed across Luo Ting's beautiful eyes.
After all, the clan was made up of prominent families. How could some obscure, unknown family possibly be a suitable match for her? That was out of the question. "What do you do for a living, handsome?" "I'm just a freshman in college. I don't really have a job." "If you insist on knowing, does running a street stall count?"
Zhang Tian said he had, in fact, run a street stall before.
Running a street stall?
The moment she heard those 3 words, Luo Ting immediately grew impatient.
"How did a street vendor like you manage to sneak into my clan?"
Luo Ting looked at him with utter disdain. She'd expected a young master from a distinguished family, but instead, he turned out to be a lowlife.
"Damn it. Just get lost."
Luo Ting looked at him with utter disdain, as if she were shooing away a beggar. At that moment, Luo Ting realized she was surrounded by a crowd and acknowledged that her voice had indeed been a bit too loud just now, not quite in line with her usual ladylike image. So she regained her noble and elegant demeanor and addressed the guests around her with a smile.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize.
A freeloader has managed to sneak into our clan's birthday banquet today, spoiling the fun for everyone." After saying this, Luo Ting turned her gaze back to the security guards approaching them.
Security, it's him, this good for nothing. Get him out of here right now.
The two security guards were momentarily taken aback. They had seen Jiang Tian at the entrance earlier. There was no way around it that Rolls-Royce goddess was simply too dazzling. With only one in the entire venue, it was impossible not to remember Jiang Tian. Upon hearing Luo Ting's words, the two security guards exchanged glances, looking somewhat incredulous. What did the young miss just call that handsome guy? A freeloader? Is there a freeloader driving a Rolls-Royce goddess? That's a luxury car worth 10 billion. Has the young miss gone crazy today? Did she take the wrong medication? What are you two standing there for? Get to work. Don't you want to keep your jobs at clan anymore? Luo Ting glared at the motionless security guards and barked at them once more. Just then, Luo Kuang, Chairman Gil, clan head Lin Ji, and others walked over. As soon as she saw her father arrive, Luo Ting immediately more confident and pointed at Jiang Tian. Father, some freeloader has snuck into our clan today. It's absolutely infuriating. And these two security guards won't even follow orders. With her father present, Luo Ting felt even more emboldened. It wasn't until Luo Kuang, Gil, and the others pushed their way to the front of the crowd that they could clearly see it was Jiang Tian who had arrived. Wait a minute, something didn't seem quite right. Luo Kuang thought for a moment. Could the freeloader Luo Ting was referring to actually be Guest Minister Jiang? Guest Minister Jiang, it's so wonderful to see you here. Why didn't you let us know? I would have gone to the entrance to greet you personally. Luo Kuang said with a smile. Gil also stepped in to ease the awkward atmosphere. Guest Minister Jiang, it's truly a pleasure to see you again. The other clan heads also stepped forward one by one to shake hands with Jiang Tian. Honored guest Jiang, you've become even more handsome since I last saw you. This scene left some members of the surrounding mid-tier clans as well as Luo Ting stunned. They'd come hoping for a spectacle after all. A good-for-nothing had joined the clan. Something interesting was bound to happen. But now it seemed things were getting even more interesting. Father, Chairman Gil, what did you just say? Guest Jiang, is he really the Wanbao Guild's 8th Supreme Guest? He is not a fraud? Luo Ting's face instantly turned pale. She felt as sick as if she'd swallowed a piece of dung. But no matter how clueless she was, she knew her father and the others wouldn't joke about something like this. Could this man really be Guest Jiang? But how could that be possible? Every supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild is a legendary old monster. And now, a college freshman running a street stall is the 8th Supreme Guest? That's ridiculous. It's as absurd as Trump. You brat! Luo Kuang pointed at Luo Ting in a rage. This is the esteemed Guest Jiang, not some freeloader. Apologize to Guest Jiang immediately. Gil also stepped forward at that moment and spoke up. Clan leader, the supreme guest of our Wanbao Guild has actually been treated like a freeloader in your clan. It seems your clan is quite dissatisfied with our Wanbao Guild. Therefore, I must reconsider the cooperation between your clan and our guild. As soon as Gil spoke these words, Luo Kuang and Luo Ting were terrified out of their wits. After all, ever since Lily kissed Jiang Tian yesterday, Gil had been preparing to hand over the cooperation project he was handling to the clan. That was a project powerful enough to make the clan the leader among the noble families. The profits and resources involved were unimaginable, and it was also the clan's first step toward going global. And now it was just gone like that? I'm sorry, Guest Jiang. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. Luo Ting's face had gone pale with fear. Kneel down and kowtow to Guest Jiang to apologize, Luo Kuang continued. Kneel? Luo Ting thought she must have heard wrong. After all, even though the clan wasn't the leading family, it still held considerable prestige, and now, with so many people watching. As the proud young miss of the clan, was she really supposed to kneel before someone else to apologize? Smack! Luo Kuang slapped Luo Ting across the face. What's the matter? Do my words no longer carry weight? Luo Kuang said, his face contorted with rage. Thud! With a thud, Luo Ting knelt on the ground and kowtowed in apology. Although she valued her pride, she knew that her own dignity was nothing compared to the clan's future.
Moreover, without the Supreme Guest Minister's forgiveness, the clan might well fall into decline, and by then, what good would her pride do her?
Please forgive my offense, Guest Jiang.
Luo Ting knelt on the ground, not daring to get up.
Forget it. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to make a big deal out of it.
A dog had bitten him, he couldn't very well bite back, could he? Otherwise, it would ruin his appetite. Did you hear that? Guest Jiang has forgiven you.
Now get the hell out of here, you disgraceful piece of trash. Luo Kuang roared, and Luo Ting hurriedly got to her feet and ran off.
Honored Guest Jiang, Lily has already changed into her evening gown.
I'll have her come down to see you.
No sooner had Luo Kuang finished speaking than Lily was seen descending the spiral staircase from the second floor to the first.
Lily was walking down the spiral staircase leading from the second floor to the first.
Today she was wearing a golden evening gown.
Although the gown was quite loose-fitting, it could hardly conceal Lily's natural grace, and her exquisite makeup further highlighted her elegance. Jiang Tian found himself somewhat mesmerized by the sight. It really is true that clothes make the man.
Wow, Miss Lily looks absolutely stunning today. Tisk, TSK. Whoever marries Miss Lily will truly be a lucky man.
Rumor has it Miss Lily's talent is quite impressive. She is already at level 72.
A powerhouse, definitely a powerhouse.
The crowd continued to shower her with praise. That poise, she is a perfect match for that guest minister Jiang. You're right, a beauty paired with a handsome man, a perfect match.
In my opinion, today is definitely both an engagement party and a birthday celebration.
Lily walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed 4 people entering through the door. These 4 weren't dressed in the typical attire of the Xia kingdom, but rather in the garb of samurai from the island nation. Lily's heart sank instantly. What she feared had finally come to pass.
Clan leader, it's been a long time.
The 4 men from the island nation were led by an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. 2 long katana were sheathed at his waist. Seeing this, everyone grew puzzled.
Why are people from the island nation here? They're not here to attend the banquet, are they? I don't think so. Look at their demeanor, they seem more like they're here to kill someone. Kill someone? That can't be.
There are so many martial arts experts here, and the clan has plenty more lying in wait.
Besides, the principals of the capital's 4 great academies could arrive to provide backup at any moment. To attack people?
I doubt they have the guts.
So you've finally shown up. Luo Kuang seemed not the least bit surprised by their arrival.
Clan leader, who are these people?
In response to Gil and the others' questions, Luo Kuang explained calmly.
It turned out that 30 years ago, the Yagyu clan, a family of swordsmen from the island nation, had come to the Xia kingdom to issue a challenge. Claiming they would defeat every sword-fighting clan in Xia, they set up a challenge arena in the capital to quickly gain fame. Many of the clans that stepped forward to face them were defeated. At that time, Luo Kuang was not yet the clan head, but since the clan was also a sword-fighting lineage, they sent Luo Kuang to take on the challenge. Luo Kuang, of course, defeated the challenging Yagyu clan, but their clan head, Taijima, insisted that it was merely his own defeat, not a sign that the island nation's swordmaster clans were inferior. So he made a pact with Luo Kuang. 30 years later, the next generation of their respective clans would face off to test their swordsmanship and skill. And the old man standing before him now was none other than Taijima, the very man defeated by Luo Kuang all those years ago.
Luo Kuang, cut the nonsense. Hurry up and send your successor to face me. Taijima was unwilling to continue the conversation this time. He was certain he would win.
Among his descendants, 2 exceptionally talented swordsmen had emerged. One was his son, Ichiro, an S-rank swordsman with talent. The other was his daughter-in-law, who hailed from the renowned Moni family of swordsmen. His daughter-in-law's name was Naiko, an A+-rank swordswoman with talent. Moreover, the 2 had trained together to master a coordinated sword-fighting technique, which was said to be incredibly powerful. Neither of my daughters are swordsmen, but I'll send them into battle as well, Luo Kuang said. Although he was a swordsman himself, his talent wasn't genetically inherited. A father's talent doesn't determine his offspring's talent, so Lily is a gold elementalist, and Luo Ting has a support talent naturally.
She possesses little combat ability. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? We agreed to a sword fighting duel, and now you're telling me your clan doesn't have any sword wielding talents? Taijima was momentarily furious. What are you so cocky about? Instantly, the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. Weren't these Japanese good-for-nothings being way too arrogant?
I may not be a member of the clan, but my talent is that of a swordsman.
Let me take you on.
A young man stepped forward. Judging by his age, he was about the same as Ichiro. His name was Ma Yuan, the young master of the Ma family, a family of moderate standing. Although he hadn't graduated from one of the 4 great academies, he was still a graduate of a prestigious university, so he stepped forward immediately.
You, a worthless piece of trash? Ichiro looked at Ma Yuan with utter disdain. A mere level 42, and you dare challenge me? What, you don't dare? Then bring it on.
Ma Yuan drew his battle blade from his spatial watch, a blade forged from super alloy, weighing over 20,000 gene. This alone showed that Ma Yuan's strength was no mean feat.
Sword Chi unleashed.
Ma Yuan roared, unleashing a tier 5 advanced skill, and instantly, a surge of sword Chi slashed toward Ichiro.
Petty tricks.
Seeing the attack, Ichiro swiftly drew a short sword from his waist and unleashed an even more powerful blade aura.
Bang! Ma Yuan's blade aura was severed, and he himself was struck in the right shoulder by the opposing aura.
The wound was deep, and he immediately lost consciousness. Fortunately, the clan had a dedicated healer with medical talents.
Thus, Ma Yuan received prompt medical attention. Sorry, I went a bit too hard.
I didn't expect him to be so easy to take down, Ichiro sneered. In fact, he was currently at level 76. Sending a level 42 opponent against him was practically a suicide mission.
Well then, anyone else want to challenge me?
I hope there is someone among you with the strength to make me draw my long sword. It wasn't until after Ichiro's strike that the people around him truly sensed just how terrifying this guy was.
This guy is actually level 76? You have to admit, having that kind of strength at his age is pretty impressive.
And that blade aura he just unleashed, it looked like a tier 7 skill, and not a low tier 1 at that.
At least an advanced skill.
As the crowd murmured these remarks, Ichiro continued. Never mind those of you here, even across the entire Xia kingdom, there is probably no one my age who could defeat me.
Ichiro continued mockingly.
He wasn't exactly bragging before coming to Xia kingdom to challenge others. He had already challenged every swordmaster clan in the island nation and visited other talent clans as well. He had challenged everyone his age. In other words, every 25-year-old psionic in the island nation had been defeated by Ichiro, and this record was something he was rightfully proud of.
I'll give it a try.
A few more young men from middle-tier families stepped forward, but without exception, they were all severely injured by Ichiro in essentially a single move.
Zhang Tian couldn't help but admire them secretly.
Although these guys were only in the 50s in level, they still had the guts to step up, which showed they had some backbone.
Father, let me handle this.
Lily sensed things were taking a turn for the worse and prepared to face them. Although she was currently 3 levels lower, her dual talents shouldn't be a problem. However, she needed to change her outfit first. The evening gown looked beautiful, but it wasn't suitable for a fight.
Wait a minute.
You look great in that dress, and changing clothes is a hassle.
I think I'll just deal with these Japanese nuclear waste scum myself. I've just finished eating, so it'll be good to stretch my legs a bit. Zhang Tian stepped forward and spoke, but the moment he finished, Taijima and his gang of nuclear waste became even more enraged. Are you looking down on us? Sending such a youngster to challenge us? This guy doesn't even have any supernatural abilities. What if I split him in 2 with a single slash?
Then you can have the Xia state military arrest us for intentional homicide. It'll give you a perfect excuse to lock us up.
Pfft, you Xia people really are sneaky. Don't worry, father. I'll just leave him breathing for a bit. Ichiro laughed loudly, then walked over to Zhang Tian's side. Kid, how about a sword fighting duel? Are you up for it?
Nope, but I'll just learn on the spot.
As soon as Jiang Tian said this, Ichiro laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha, learn a skill on the spot? Are you kidding me? What kind of clown are you?
But Jiang Tian paid him no mind.
Clan leader, as a family of swordsmen, your clan must surely have high-tier swordsmanship skills, right?
Tier 8 or Tier 9 will do, no need for Tier 7 that is too low level.
I don't need much. Just bring me a few manuals.
I'll take a quick look and then take care of these useless fools.
When Jiang Tian said this, everyone in the room froze instantly. 8th and 9th tier skills, just grab a few at random and take a quick look? Listen to that, what kind of outrageous claim is that? You think you can master such high-tier skills just by glancing at them? Even a god-tier enlightenment talent wouldn't be this absurd, right? Could it be that Jiang Tian is trying to show off in front of everyone? But this show-off act is practically doomed to fail. If he couldn't pull it off, he'd be publicly humiliating himself. For a moment, everyone was filled with doubt. What exactly was Jiang Tian up to?
Learning high-tier skills on the spot was clearly unrealistic. But Lily had witnessed Jiang Tian's terrifying ability. He mastered the Tier 7 skill, walking on air, in a single second. She figured Tier 8 and Tier 9 wouldn't be a problem either, so she stepped forward and said, "Father, trust Jiang Tian. He's really impressive. Jiang Qiqing is really something?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. That statement carried a lot of weight. Could it be that Jiang Qiqing and Miss Lily had already done that? Otherwise, she wouldn't have described him as really something. Yes, that must be it, everyone speculated inwardly. Will this really work? Luo Kuang asked doubtfully. Tier 8 and Tier 9 skills were no joke, especially swordsmanship skills, which were notoriously specialized and difficult to grasp. But since his own daughter had spoken up, and given Jiang Qiqing's status, he couldn't very well refuse, could he? Fortunately, it was all for the sake of defeating the islanders, so Luo Kuang ordered his men to go to the skill library and retrieve all the Tier 8 and Tier 9 swordsmanship skills. Before long, several of his men stood there, each holding a dozen or so skill manuals. There were 5 of them in total, and based on the levels of the skills they held, they were carrying low tier, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate skills, respectively.
Minister Jiang, these are the Tier 8 and Tier 9 basic skills. Why don't you take a look at these first?
Luo Kuang stepped forward and said, but Jiang Tian simply skipped right past them. He made his way to the ultimate skills. In his view, if he was going to learn, he might as well learn the most powerful ones. Only ultimate skills had real prestige. After all, thanks to his accumulation over the past night, his modification points had already surpassed 1 million. Even an 8th or 9th tier ultimate skill could be modified to the master realm in a single second. After a careful look, Jiang Tian selected 2 ultimate swordsmanship skills. One was a single target attack called the Heaven Breaking skill, an 8th tier skill, and the other was an area of effect skill called the Immortal Slaying skill. Jiang Tian flipped open the covers and began reading on his own, a sight that had the others exchanging puzzled glances. But none of them dared to disturb Jiang Tian. Gil was also watching him with keen interest. He wanted to see exactly what tricks Jiang Tian was up to, even he, who had seen so much in the Wanbao Guild. He simply didn't believe Jiang Tian could master these 2 ultimate skills to the novice level in just a short while. The 3 men over by Taijima were even more furious. You despicable Xia nationals, are you making fun of us? We have copies of these Tier 8 and Tier 9 skills right here on our island nation. I've even trained in them myself. It takes a whole month just to barely reach the novice level, and that's considered fast.
Now you want a guy with no special abilities to train them? Doesn't that mean we'll be waiting until the cows come home? Humph, how despicable.
I think you're just afraid of losing and don't want to compete, Ichiro said.
His wife, Naiko, also furrowed her delicate brows, looking quite angry. If you don't dare to compete, just admit defeat. It's not really a disgrace. Meanwhile, in Jiang Tian's mind. Ding!
Detected a modifiable Tier 8 ultimate skill, Heaven Breaking skill.
Ding!
Detected a modifiable Tier 9 ultimate skill, Immortal Slaying skill.
Modify them directly to perfect.
At Jiang Tian's command, both skills were modified to the master realm. However, due to their high tiers, the cost in modification points was staggering. The Tier 8 skill cost 150,000 modification points, while the Tier 9 skill cost 200,000 modification points. But Zhang Tian didn't bat an eye after all. Once he learned these skills, they were his to use forever. As the saying goes, the more, the merrier. Alright, I've mastered them. Does anyone have a knife I can borrow to give it a try? Zhang Tian put the 2 skill books back on the shelf, then looked around and said, "Ha!" At those words, everyone froze in place. He learned them that fast? Could guest Jiang possibly be joking? He didn't even finish flipping through the skill books just now, he only looked at the cover in the first page. Yeah, I saw that too. Given guest Jiang's status, it doesn't seem like he is joking. But to master a skill without even finishing the book? Not even a god could do that. Although the crowd was skeptical, someone still pulled an alloy battle knife from their spatial watch and handed it to Zhang Tian. Thanks. Zhang Tian walked up to Ichiro and Naiko. You two can come at me together, I'm in a hurry. As soon as he said this, Ichiro and Naiko flew into a rage. As members of a renowned family of swordsmen, being treated with such contempt felt like a profound humiliation to them. You really look down on us. Fine. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll grant your wish. Ichiro drew his short sword, and Naiko joined the fray as well. Honey, let us attack together and end this quickly. The two attacked from the left and right. Heaven-breaking skill. Zhang Tian swung his battle blade, unleashing 2 massive streams of blade energy that slashed down a full 10 meters long, incredibly fierce, and radiating boundless killing intent. Holy crap! The moment those 2 streams of blade energy appeared, everyone froze in shock, including Ichiro and Naiko, who had been charging forward but suddenly slowed their pace. Has guest Minister Jiang really done it? The crowd shouted. After all, the master level of the Tier 8 ultimate skill, Heaven-breaking skill, was defined by unleashing a 10-meter-long, razor-sharp blade aura. Now Zhang Tian had not only achieved this, he effortlessly unleashed 2 of them? What kind of monster was this? They seen that Zhang Tian hadn't even finished flipping through the book, he only glanced at the cover in the first page. What? Faced with this fierce attack, Ichiro and Naiko had no choice but to grit their teeth and block it, but the moment their battle blades made contact with the blade aura, they were instantly knocked flying, and the blade aura slashed straight down. Honey, hurry up and use our combo skill. Ichiro nodded. He and Naiko drew their long swords simultaneously and unleashed it. Godslayer S/. Both were level 76, so their combo skill was executed exceptionally well. Unfortunately, however, it was only a Tier 7 combo skill. Moreover, its rarity was nearly super, no match at all for a Tier 8 ultimate skill. Consequently, the moment the Godslayer S/ clashed with the Heaven-breaking skill, it was instantly obliterated. Put. The next second, Ichiro and Naiko were both split in half, their blood splattering all over the ground. Damn it, how dare you kill my son? Taijima's heart ached at the sight. Ichiro was his most outstanding descendant and he'd been taken out in an instant? No matter what, he was going to avenge this grudge today. So he drew his katana and swung it at Zhang Tian. This is the perfect chance to test the power of the immortal slaying skill, Zhang Tian said, swinging his battle axe. The next second, Taijima was sliced to bits. Pfft, I thought they'd be something special. Is that all? Zhang Tian was a bit speechless. Earlier, these guys had looked so imposing that he expected a thrilling, all-out battle. Turns out they were no match at all. What the hell? Here, take your battle axe. Also, you guys figure out who's going to clean up the mess yourselves. Zhang Tian handed the battle axe back to the man. But at that moment, the entire arena fell silent. A deathly silence. No wonder a Tier 9 ultimate skill master instantly taking down 2 level 76 opponents and 1 level 80 opponent? Any one of those feats was something they couldn't easily accept. Everyone felt their minds were spinning. Guest Jiang is truly formidable. Only now did the crowd realize why Lily had said that earlier. Clan leader, I've heard that your clan's skill library is quite extensive. Rumor has it contains many lost classic skills.
I was wondering if I could take a look. Zhang Tian asked politely. In fact, this was another reason he'd come here today.
Of course.
Since guest Jiang is interested, my daughter, why don't you show him around? Luo Kuang's eyes immediately lit up.
He was giving Zhang Tian and Lily the opportunity to be alone together, to see if there might be potential for something more.
The people around them seemed to understand the implication as well.
Although the clan banquet usually selected 3 lucky winners to spend a day viewing the clan skill library,
this was still different from Luo Kuang proactively arranging for his daughter to accompany guest Jiang inside. Luo Kuang was treating guest Jiang as one of his own. One could even say he was treating him as a future son-in-law.
The crowd couldn't help but feel envious for quite a while. After all, the treasures inside the clan skill library were something they never even had the chance to see, let alone buy with money.
Alright, everyone, let us get back to discussing other matters, Luo Kuang said briskly.
Meanwhile, led by Lily, Zhang Tian arrived at the clan skill library.
Although the area here was slightly smaller than the skill library at War God University, it wasn't actually much smaller.
Zhang Tian made his way to the Tier 7 skill bookshelves. He only needed to flip open the cover and glance at the first page to see the bonuses he'd gain from cultivating a skill. If he decided to cultivate it, he could simply adjust it in his mind to master level.
Lily stood quietly by his side, not uttering a word to disturb Zhang Tian.
The collection of Tier 7 skills was quite extensive. Even just flipping through the covers took Zhang Tian over an hour, yet there weren't many skills suitable for him.
Next up were the Tier 8 and Tier 9 skills.
Among the Tier 8 skills, Zhang Tian spotted a halberd technique suited to him, the sky-piercing halberd technique. Paired with the 1 million gene of strength from his current purple Qing battle halberd, its power was immense, so Zhang Tian immediately upgraded it to the master level. Among the Tier 9 skills, Zhang Tian found several options, the most intriguing of which was a skill.
But before long, Zhang Tian's phone received another message. Fire Cloud Evil God, sorry, I made a mistake earlier. It's your dad I have. If you don't want him to die, hurry to Sin City and save him.
Attached to the message was a photo of Zhang Tian's father, Zhanghua, bound and gagged, along with a location tag.
Zhang Tian took a look. This was definitely no prank. Someone had actually kidnapped his father. He couldn't help but feel furious.
He'd been in this world for 5 years now. It was safe to say he had no other ties to this world. His father was his only connection. After all, having spent 5 years together, they developed a deep bond.
And this guy actually dared to kidnap his father. He was absolutely asking for it.
But Zhang Tian quickly regained his composure and began to think about who was behind this.
The sender was clearly using a pseudonym. Who the hell would be so bored as to call themselves Fire Cloud Evil God?
Moreover, the fact that this person dared to send a location image meant they had the strength and confidence to take him out. It was most likely a hitman organization. He hadn't caused any major trouble so far. If anything, it was the clan.
He killed 3 young members of the clan. So it was highly likely that one of these 3 families was behind this.
As for which one or whether all 3 were involved, he'd have to go to Sin City, meet that Fire Cloud Evil God, and ask him face to face. Then he'd rescue his father and come back to settle the score with that family. That's the plan, Zhang Tian thought. Besides, there's a divine dungeon in Sin City reportedly just released last month that hardly anyone has explored yet. Zhang Tian might as well check out what's inside that dungeon. After all, it's a Tier 6 divine dungeon.
What's wrong, Zhang Tian? Is something bothering you? Lily noticed Zhang Tian's brow suddenly furrow and sensed something was up. Nothing.
I just didn't sleep well last night. I was gaming too late. That's good, Lily said with a sigh of relief.
Esteemed Supreme Guest, please check your new guild quest.
At that moment, the AI bard inside Zhang Tian's Supreme Guest medal popped up again. It had also assigned Zhang Tian a quest. Your mission is to travel to Sin City, explore the Tier 6 Divine Dungeon Mirror Fairy and obtain and turn in 1 Divine Orb.
Zhang Tian read it carefully.
He was well aware that as a guest of the Wanbao Guild, he would receive missions after all. The Wanbao Guild couldn't afford to spend resources on its guests for nothing. So, every so often, the guild would assign tasks to the guests, with the difficulty varying according to their tier. The fact that they had assigned this Tier 6 divine dungeon to him, a supreme guest, spoke volumes about just how challenging it was. Moreover, since it was a divine blessed dungeon that no one had ever cleared before, the danger was even greater. However, it worked out perfectly. He was heading to Sin City anyway, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Sha Chang, book me one of the school's private jets. Zhang Tian had originally planned to fly to Sin City, but after checking the flight schedules, he discovered that the nearest available flights were already sold out. Clearly, there were quite a few psychics heading to Sin City, and they snapped up all the tickets. However, War God University had its own private jets, which could be reserved for a certain number of points. Zhang Tian, what do you need a private jet for? Lily asked. To go to Sin City. Are you going there on an expedition too? It's very dangerous there. Last night, I heard that Lin Jin's older brother, Lin Chang, disappeared after going there. Lin Jin's older brother? Zhang Tian pondered this. No wonder he hadn't seen Lin Jin today, and clan head Lin Ji didn't look too happy either. Zhang Tian, if you're really going, don't use the school's private jet, use our clan's instead. That way, you'll save 10,000 school credits. Lily said. As a teacher in the resource management office, she naturally knew that private jets cost a lot of credits. 10,000 credits was no small amount. Besides, using the clan's private jet would be a way to return the favor to Zhang Tian. Alright, then. Zhang Tian had Sha Chang cancel the school's private jet. Do you want me to go with you? Sure, Zhang Tian replied. On this trip to Sin City, his first priority was to rescue his father from the Fire Cloud evil god, and once rescued, his father would need someone to look after him. He certainly couldn't bring his father, an ordinary person, into the divine dungeon, could he? After all, he still had to complete the Wanbao Guild's mission. With that in mind, Zhang Tian walked into the grand hall. By then, the banquet was nearly over. Most of the guests had left, but a few remained. One was Guild Master Gil, another was clan head Lin Ji, and Lin Jin was there as well, though her eyes were red and swollen, as if she'd just been crying. Zhang Tian. Lin Jin burst into tears the moment she saw him. Zhang Tian remembered that his senior sister was usually very strong, while she hadn't even shed a tear when she was injured by monsters on the monster battlefield. Seeing her cry so bitterly now, it seemed that, just as Lily had said, her brother had either died in the Tier 6 divine dungeon or gone missing without a trace. Honored guest Jiang, have you received the mission the guild assigned you this time? Gil asked. Yeah, I've got it. I can set off right now. Does the guild have a private jet? Zhang Tian thought to himself, since it was a guild mission anyway, why not hit up the guild for a free ride? Of course we do. Your personal vehicle, the Rolls-Royce Goddess, is our guild's most advanced technological product. It can transform automatically whether into a plane or a tank, it's no problem. Gil said proudly. This was an area where the Wanbao Guild far surpassed other guilds and factions. Is that even possible? Zhang Tian was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected technology to be this advanced. Yes, all you need to do is give Bard a word. Lin Ji and Lin Jin also approached Zhang Tian. Honored guest Zhang, there is something we must ask of you. My son, Lin Chang, has gone missing inside the Tier 6 divine dungeon. We don't know if he is alive or dead. So, when you go in this time, please take a look inside the dungeon for us. Our clan will surely reward you generously afterward. Lin Ji wanted to go himself, but if he left, there would be no one to hold the fort for the clan, which would be very dangerous. Moreover, although he was level 80, once he entered the Tier 6 divine dungeon, his level would be capped at 60. At level 60, he didn't have any maxed out stats, so entering wouldn't give him any advantage. Alright, I'll help. Zhang Tian, I'll go with you too. Lin Jin stepped forward and said. You'd better not go, Zhang Tian refused. His senior sister wasn't even level 60 yet. Taking her into a Tier 6 divine dungeon would only be a liability.
He wasn't stupid. Let us go. We're setting off. Zhang Tian called out.
By then, Lily had already changed into her gear, and Annie was right on Zhang Tian's heels.
You're coming too? Annie is your personal attendant.
Naturally, wherever you go, she'll follow to ensure there are no mishaps in your daily life that might upset you. But rest assured, Annie won't go into the dungeon and hold you back. Annie said thoughtfully she knew her own limitations. Although she did have some abilities, her psychic powers weren't exactly up to par. She was tagging along with Zhang Tian simply to take care of his daily needs, things like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation.
Alright then. Zhang Tian didn't refuse.
There was a branch of the Wanbao Guild in Sin City, and with Annie around, once he rescued his father, he could entrust him to her care.
Having them stay at the Wanbao Guild would ensure their safety.
After getting everything ready, Zhang Tian, Lily, and Annie set off.
Daughter, do your best. Luo Quan couldn't resist offering a parting word of encouragement.
Once they left the clan, the three of them got into the Rolls-Royce Goddess.
Lily was quick on her feet and took a seat in the back with Zhang Tian, leaving Annie with no choice but to sit in the front.
Bard, head to Sin City, Zhang Tian ordered.
Roger that.
Since Sin City is quite far away and the vehicle would take a long time to get there, I'll now switch the vehicle S form to an airplane. As soon as Bard finished speaking, the Rolls-Royce Goddess began transforming into an airplane. The transition was incredibly smooth, none of the three felt even the slightest bump or tremor. Soon, the plane soared high into the sky. Zhang Tian assessed the plane's agility. It was even faster than the military aircraft he'd ridden when he went to the monster battlefield. And that was a Xia state military aircraft, after all, which embodied Xia's cutting-edge technology. Yet now it couldn't even compare to his own aircraft, a clear indication of just how formidable the Wanbao Guild's technological capabilities were. Truly a global-class merchant guild. Naturally, the aircraft was larger than its vehicle form, offering more space. This was due to the metal used to construct the Rolls-Royce-shaped memory alloy. Even if it were to expand dozens of times in size, it wouldn't affect the metal's quality, which is why the Rolls-Royce can transform into various forms. While Zhang Tian was flying to Sin City, inside the Wuchang Guild, the three clan heads clan, along with the local director, had all gathered together.
We just wanted to ask about that order we gave earlier to kill Zhang Tian.
Can we still call it off now? The three clan heads said cautiously.
Call it off?
What, do you lot look down on our Wuchang Guild? The head of the guild said, sounding a bit annoyed.
Who is the Wuchang Guild? It's the most formidable assassin organization in Xia Kingdom. Who wouldn't tremble in fear at the mere mention of its name?
No, we definitely trust your organization's capabilities. It's just that we decided to call it off ourselves. We don't want to go through with the assassination.
We don't care if you refund the money or not.
Upon hearing that the money didn't have to be refunded, the head's expression immediately softened. I've already given the order for this, but I'm not sure if the assassin has been dispatched yet.
Let me check. The head made a quick call.
It didn't take long for him to finish the call.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. That hitman didn't go straight after Zhang Tian.
The head's words calmed the three clan leaders' racing hearts considerably.
That's good, that's good.
The three clan leaders picked up their teacups and took a sip.
However, he kidnapped Zhang Tian's father and is trying to use him to threaten Zhang Tian.
Put. The tea the three clan leaders had just sipped spurted out simultaneously, spraying the person in charge.
The person in charge?
Hurry up and get that assassin to release Zhang Tian's father.
Don't let this escalate.
So what if it's just Zhang Tian? The president of War God University ISNT, all that impressive?
Our organization's leader isn't afraid of Mu Qing.
The head of operations picked up his teacup and took a sip. Yes, you may not fear War God University, but he has a new title now. He is a supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild. As you know, there are only 8 of them in the entire world.
Put.
What did you say? Upon hearing the words supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild, the head of operations sprayed a mouthful of tea onto the face of the clan head standing closest to him.
Supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild. The clan head wiped his face and repeated. Crash.
The teacup in the leader's hand began to shake violently, then fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. His whole body began to tremble slightly, and after a moment, he hurriedly tried to contact the assassin, only to find he couldn't reach him.
It's over.
The head immediately lost even the strength to shout. After all, while the Wuchang Guild was a reputable assassin organization in Xia Kingdom, it also had its own blacklist. The so-called blacklist consisted of entities that must not be provoked, entities none of them could afford to offend, and the Wanbao Guild was right there on that list. Not to mention the status of Supreme Guest itself. Now he could only hope that Zhang Tian had taken out the assassin outright. But the chances of that were slim to none. After all, the assassin had been recruited from within the Wuchang Guild itself. Expecting absolute loyalty and zero information leaks was simply impossible. With today's technology and various tools, it was quite easy to force an assassin to tell the truth. Sin City is a modern metropolis located in the northern part of Xia Kingdom, beyond the border. It belongs to no country and is a free zone, which is why many factions have come here to establish a foothold. After all, there are no national laws to constrain people here. As long as you have the power, you're at the top of the heap. Consequently, fugitives from various countries often end up here, making the place quite dangerous. It took Zhang Tian and his group only about 2 hours to fly to Sin City. Then, Bard transformed the aircraft into a sedan and drove into the city. Their first stop was, naturally, the Wanbao Guild branch. For one thing, Zhang Tian held the title of Supreme Guest, a status valid worldwide. For another, the Wanbao Guild here was essentially a local organization. Since they were fairly familiar with the local areas and factions, Zhang Tian planned to inquire there. Bard quickly navigated them to the entrance of the Wanbao Guild. To avoid trouble or taunts from the guards, Zhang Tian, wearing his medal and accompanied by Annie and Lily, prepared to enter directly. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, the branch's president had already come inside to greet them. There was no way around it, as the high-tech Merchant Guild identification system at the entrance automatically scanned everyone. When Zhang Tian had previously become a Supreme Guest, his information had long been on file, so as soon as he appeared at the entrance, the AI Bard notified the local president. The branch president was from a family belonging to a Han Kingdom conglomerate. The family's South surname was Park, and the president's South name was Park Guochang. You must be Supreme Guest Zhang Tian. A warm welcome, said Park Guochang, flanked by a squad of hostesses standing in 2 rows. Other customers nearby who had come to purchase resources couldn't help but be drawn to the scene. Who is that young man? And he has got 2 such beautiful women following him. Wow, 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 they're so beautiful, said a man with a scar on his face. He was a fugitive. I don't know, but anyone who gets such a grand welcome from Chairman Park can't be just an ordinary person. In my opinion, he must be a young master from Chairman Park's family, or perhaps a superior who has come down for an inspection. A superior? Does that mean Chairman Park's superior is someone from the Wanbao Guild headquarters? To have achieved so much at such a young age? Impressive, impressive. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but everyone was envious of Zhang Tian, first for his status, and then for Lily and Annie, 2 women whose figures and looks were simply stunning. Chairman Park, you're too kind. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to find a place called Lava Valley. Do you happen to know where it is? The Lava Valley Zhang Tian referred to was the location sent to him by the Fire Cloud evil god, the Wuchang Guild assassin who had kidnapped his father. The message instructed Zhang Tian to go to Lava Valley to rescue his father. Lava Valley? Never heard of it. However, Park Guochang's response took Zhang Tian completely by surprise. From the looks of it, Park Guochang didn't seem to be lying. Besides, as a Supreme Guest, he had no reason to deceive him. Yet the Fire Cloud demon god had explicitly stated that Lava Valley was located here. Guest Zhang, our Wanbao Guild isn't one of Sin City's ancient factions, so it's only natural that we might not be familiar with certain place names. After all, some locations have changed their names over time. However, there is one faction here that is quite old. This faction is called the Phantom Tower. I think it would be best for you to go there and ask, Park Guochang said. Alright, then I'd appreciate it if Chairman Park could take me there. Please also make arrangements for their accommodations, Jiang Tian said, pointing at Lily and Annie. These two will stay here. Of course. Since they're your people, Jiang Tian, will treat them with the utmost respect. Park Guochang instructed his men, then led Lily and Annie downstairs.
Jiang Tian, please be careful.
The two women quietly took their leave. They knew that staying here to wait was the best choice.
Let us go. With Park Guochang leading the way, the two boarded a private Leslie and headed straight for the Phantom Pavilion. It wasn't too far. They arrived in just 5 minutes. Jiang Tian looked at the building before him.
It was a structure that seemed completely out of place in modern society, entirely made of wood, with an antique charm, just like the ancient brothels of the Xia Kingdom.
Jiang Tian suspected this was the place. The Phantom Pavilion was divided into 3 floors.
The first floor was relatively secluded, while on the second and third floors, one could see many young women in traditional attire, smiling and fanning themselves. However, as soon as they spotted Jiang Tian standing at the entrance, they simply covered their mouths and giggled softly.
This only made Jiang Tian even more puzzled. Wasn't he anyone going inside the Shadow Pavilion to have some fun?
Ever since he got out of the car here, he hadn't seen a single person go in or come out. Among the passers-by walking past the Shadow Pavilion were quite a few burly, muscular men, all of whom were gazing from a distance at the young women on the second and third floors. But they all dared only to look, none dared to go inside.
This struck Jiang Tian as incredibly strange. However, he didn't dwell on it.
His purpose in coming here was simply to find out where Lava Valley was. Honorable guest Jiang, for certain reasons, please go in on your own from here.
I'll wait for you outside.
Pu Guochang kept his distance from the entrance at all times, as if the doors of the Phantom Tower might kill him on the spot.
In fact, once you step through the main gate, you really would be killed.
Jiang Tian walked in with his head held high and chest puffed out.
Hey, this young guy actually dares to walk in like that? Well, he is clearly not from around here. He is probably an outsider visiting the Phantom Tower for the first time.
There have been hot-headed young guys like that before. They didn't believe the warnings and walked right in.
The result?
They were depressed for the rest of their lives after they came out. As soon as Jiang Tian stepped into the Phantom Tower, the young ladies on the second and third floors all turned their heads to look at him. Jiang Tian felt an extremely intense mental assault wash over him.
Moreover, this mental assault made him feel dizzy and feverish.
But immediately, Jiang Tian dispelled that sensation and the mental shock, replacing it with a cooling sensation.
Jiang Tian concluded that these mental shocks were magical attacks.
His 120% magic resistance had kicked in just now. If not for that magic resistance, he would surely have become a puppet of those young ladies by now.
This couldn't help but remind Jiang Tian of a strange talent in Ji.
The Yin Princess talent specializes in mental attacks. Once charmed, a person is driven to act against their will and eventually loses their sanity. Jiang Tian thought to himself, perhaps this was the reason no one ever entered the Shadow Pavilion. If that were the case, wouldn't the landlady's power of seduction be even greater?
Ignoring the young lady's mental attacks, Jiang Tian walked straight through the front courtyard and into the antique-style back courtyard, the domain of the Shadow Pavilion's mistress, Fox Charm. Oh my, I never expected you, young man, to be able to withstand the sister's onslaught?
At that moment, a soft voice rang out, and Jiang Tian immediately felt an even more intense mental assault. It seemed that this landlady, Hume, was indeed formidable. But as long as these were just magical attacks, they had no effect on him. After all, he had 120% magic resistance. Soon, Jiang Tian caught sight of Hume herself. She was a delicate woman with fluffy ears. She was barefoot, her dainty feet like jade, and behind her were 9 white fox tails.
But those weren't real fox tails. Fox may just liked to cosplay, and today she was dressed as a fox. Enough small talk. I've got one question for you, where is Lava Valley?
Jiang Tian cut straight to the chase. He had no interest in playing along with Fox May's role-playing.
Oh, young man, you're in such a hurry? Why not chat with Fox Charm for a bit first?
Fox Charm strolled slowly toward Jiang Tian. With every step she took, the mental assault grew more intense. Zhang Tian judged that mental attacks of this caliber could only be withstood by someone at level 85 or higher. The woman before him was no ordinary person. She was at least level 88. The ENG's unique allure made Zhang Tian wonder, besides himself, who else could possibly resist this fox beauty? How many others had she already bewitched? Stop beating around the bush. Zhang Tian grabbed Fox Beauty by the throat and pinned her against the table. Tell me, where is Lava Valley? So, you're this rough, are you? Fox Charm chuckled. Not going to talk? Zhang Tian tightened his grip even further. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fox Charm wriggled free from Zhang Tian's grasp like an eel, and in a flash, she appeared on the second floor. You really don't know how to treat a lady with gentleness, young man. But since you're so eager to find out where Lava Valley is, why don't you try catching Hume first? Once you've caught her, she'll definitely tell you. After saying this, Hume giggled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. With her strength and abilities, teasing a hothead like Zhang Tian was second nature to her. However, she had underestimated Zhang Tian's strength. Although her phantom step technique was fast, it was still far inferior to Zhang Tian's Tier 7 ultimate skill, treading the void. Moreover, with Zhang Tian's agility now at 2,550 points, he could teleport anywhere he wanted within this phantom tower. Cough, cough, cough. The very next second, Fox Charm, who had been covering her mouth and giggling, was once again grabbed by the throat by Zhang Tian. And this time, he was squeezing with such force that it seemed he was about to kill her on the spot. What? That fast? The group of young women standing nearby were stunned by Zhang Tian's agility. After all, inside the Phantom Pavilion, catching Fox Charm with her Phantom Body technique. It was nearly impossible to catch her. In the past, several powerful male psychics had tried to grab Hume but all failed, including one level 89 guy, who was practically at level 90. Even a powerhouse of that caliber couldn't catch Hume, yet here was a young man not even 20 who managed to grab her. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? Cough, cough, let go, I'll tell you what you want to know. Seeing that Fox Charm had relented, Zhang Tian let go. This is the first time I've met a man so clueless about romance. You're such a killjoy. Fox Charm softened her tone slightly before continuing. I can't explain the details about Lava Valley, but here is a map, take it. After saying this, Hume handed him a scroll containing a map, which Zhang Tian accepted. Thanks. Sorry for offending you earlier. Zhang Tian grabbed the map and ran off. Sis, that guy actually managed to resist all of our charms. He's really something else. But from what I can tell, he doesn't have any supernatural abilities. It is a bit strange. A group of young ladies giggled softly, covering their mouths. Meanwhile, Hume watched Zhang Tian's retreating figure with keen interest. Elsewhere, at the entrance to the Shadow Pavilion, Park Guk-chang grew a little worried when he saw that Zhang Tian hadn't come out yet. What's going on? Guess Zhang hasn't come out yet. Could he have fallen for the charm too? That shouldn't be possible. A supreme guest's strength is terrifying. As a branch president, Park Guk-chang had the authority to view the preliminary information on supreme guests. The previous 7 supreme guests all possess strength of at least level 95. Guest Jiang must be no ordinary figure either, so he is bound to come out. That's what he thought to himself. But since ancient times, heroes have struggled to resist the allure of beauty. How many dashing men have fallen at the feet of fair ladies? What if guest Zhang couldn't keep his composure? Just then, however, Zhang Tian strode out with his head held high and chest puffed out. Seeing this, Park Guk-chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Honored guest Jiang, I'm so glad you're okay. Did you find the place? I did. Would you like me to accompany you? No, thank you. Zhang Tian was holding a map and didn't take a vehicle. He had previously asked Bard to navigate, but Bard's positioning system couldn't locate Lava Valley, so Zhang Tian had to go there himself. Holding the map, Zhang Tian teleported through the air to save time. Each teleportation covered a distance of 2,550 meters or 2.5 kilometers, and it took Zhang Tian just 1 minute to arrive at Lava Valley. The place was called Lava Valley because it was the site of a volcano, located deep beneath a massive mountain range and quite far from Sin City. As a result, very few people knew of its existence.
Zhang Tian, you're here. Upon entering the center of Lava Valley at the volcano's crater, a figure appeared opposite Zhang Tian.
It was a man with a slightly receding hairline, wearing a white lab coat and a pair of tattered flip-flops. He, too, was floating in midair. Zhang Tian surmised this was likely the result of practicing some kind of skill. Or perhaps it was his innate talent.
Where is my father? Zhang Tian's gaze turned icy. Who ordered you to kidnap my father?
Beat me first, said the fire cloud evil god across from him. This man was a martial arts fanatic who had awakened the fire elementalist talent later. At level 70, he had awakened dual talents. His second talent was strength, and both were a plus rank, making the fire cloud evil god exceptionally powerful in combat. He had virtually no equal among players of the same level. He had joined the Wuchang Guild solely to find an opponent capable of defeating him. Having heard that Zhang Tian was a master, the fire cloud evil god had accepted this quest for free. It was all so he could test his skills against Zhang Tian.
Lava giant!
Fire cloud evil god roared, and his entire body began to swell as flames engulfed him, his fire element talent and strength talent merging into one. This was a skill he had developed on his own, proving that this guy was indeed quite capable. Instantly, fire cloud evil god transformed into a 10-meter tall lava giant, with the volcano beneath his feet continuously supplying him with fire elemental energy.
Although he was currently only level 82, his actual combat power was nearly on par with that of a level 85 character. He towered over Zhang Tian, looking down on him as if he were an ant. Boom! However, in the very next second, Zhang Tian vanished right before his eyes.
When he reappeared, he was already standing directly in front of the fire cloud evil goddess' massive form.
What? That fast? Smack!
Zhang Tian delivered a resounding slap straight to the fire cloud evil goddess' face. The fire cloud evil goddess' massive body was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away, as if it were a mountain.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
The fire cloud evil god steadied himself, his face filled with disbelief. He was protected by fire elemental energy, which provided him with a high armor bonus. Zhang Tian's strike carried at least 2 million gene of strength.
Good heavens, this kid doesn't even possess any special abilities. How did he pull that off?
He himself had an A+ rank strength talent, yet even at level 82, his strength had barely surpassed 600,000 gene.
For a moment, fear began to creep into the fire cloud evil goddess' heart.
He heard that this Zhang Tian actually possessed a skill. If he were to unleash it, would he still stand a chance?
Boom!
But before he could finish his thought, Zhang Tian's iron fist slammed directly into him. His entire body plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Cough, cough. The fire cloud evil god coughed a few times, feeling pain all over his body. Moreover, the fire elemental energy shield surrounding him had been shattered by a single punch. You should know that if I weren't afraid of killing you and then being unable to find my father, you wouldn't be able to withstand the full force of my punch.
Zhang Tian stood in midair, like a judge.
In fact, that was exactly the case. The two strikes he just landed were both limited to 2 million gene of strength. He hadn't even unleashed his 3.38 million gene yet. If he had, that guy would been killed by a single punch. Not to mention that terrifying 9th tier ultimate skill, heaven-reaching skill, which granted a 100-fold strength bonus. Listen, the fire cloud evil god struggled to his feet. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly at this point, he would have lived all those years in vain. He understood that there was no way he could defeat Zhang Tian. The fire cloud evil god waved his hand, and instantly, a cage formed from fire elements flew out from beneath the crater. Inside the cage was none other than Zhang Tian's father, Zhanggua.
Father. Tian, I'm sorry. I've been a burden to you.
Zhanggua's face was weathered and filled with guilt. In his view, his son's time at the War God University must be incredibly precious.
Coming to rescue him this time must have caused him to miss quite a few classes. How on earth would he ever catch up once he returned? The cage landed and unlocked automatically. The fire cloud evil god spoke.
I'm a Tier 9 bronze assassin from the Wuchang Guild. My mission this time was to kill you, but given your status in Xia Kingdom, I couldn't touch you, so I kidnapped your father instead. I lured you here to Sin City to finish you off, but I never expected you to be even more terrifying than those people said. As the fire cloud evil god spoke, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been torn apart. In reality, although Jiang Tian had held back and not killed him, his strikes were still imbued with a significant amount of internal energy that would damage his internal organs and disrupt his qi and blood flow. Although the fire cloud evil god was a man of his word, Jiang Tian still had to kill him. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his father deserved only death. Besides, Sin City was a place beyond the reach of the law. As for who wants you dead, I'm sure it's not hard for you to guess it's the Chen, Zhou, and Zhang families.
Put.
The fire cloud evil god had barely finished speaking when he could no longer hold on and collapsed. He was dead in an instant.
Tian is he dead? Zhang Gua asked in disbelief.
When he'd been captured, he'd been protected by elite fighters arranged by Sealy City and the military 70th level bodyguards, no less. There were several of them, yet none could last even a single move against the fire cloud demon.
But now, his son had killed the 82nd level fire cloud demon with just 2 strikes? Didn't that mean his son's current strength was enough to effortlessly insta-kill an 82th level opponent? A wave of emotion surged through Zhang Wei.
It had been less than a month since his son finished his college entrance exams.
While other students might have just returned from vacation, his son was already capable of instantly defeating a Tier 9 opponent. Was he truly that extraordinary?
The more he thought about it, the more shocked and excited he became. His son's achievements filled him, as a father, with immense pride. He had always hoped his son would become a dragon.
Father, let us go back.
Jiang Tian led Jiang Gui as they walked on air, returning to Sin City in just over a minute before heading to the Wanbao Guild. As for the scores to settle with clan, he'd deal with that after he'd cleared the Tier 6 Divine Dungeon. They couldn't run away anyway, but just to be safe, he'd better contact his mentor first and ask him to keep a close eye on the movements of those 3 clans. If any signs of them trying to escape were detected, his mentor would surely have the means to deal with them.
Oh, guest Jiang, you're back so soon. This must be your father.
Park Guochang approached politely. After all, anyone whom Guest Jiang would support must be someone with whom he has a deep connection, and this man's age was just right to be Guest Jiang's father. As the branch president of the Wanbao Guild, Park Guochang certainly possessed that level of discernment.
Yes, this is my father, Zhang Gua. Jiang Tian turned and introduced Zhang Gui. This is Park Guochang, the branch president of the Wanbao Guild here. Branch president of the Wanbao Guild?
Zhang Gui was instantly shaken to the core.
Although there was no Wanbao Guild in Sealy City, he often watched international news and knew just what a colossus the Wanbao Guild was. It was a global merchant guild. Moreover, it was the #1 chamber of commerce. Countless business families from various countries longed to join but lacked the qualifications, either because they weren't powerful enough or didn't have enough money.
Zhang Gua had once calculated that even with his entire lifetime as salary, he wouldn't be able to afford even the lowest tier bronze membership card in the Wanbao Guild.
And yet, the branch president of the local Wanbao Guild was actually being so polite to his son, even addressing him with the honorific you?
For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around it. After all, even his status as the president of War God University paled in comparison to someone at the branch president level. Yes, Mr. Jiang, your son, Jiang Tian, is now a supreme guest of our guild. However, before Jiang Gua had even finished processing his astonishment, Park Guochang's next sentence made him question his very existence.
A supreme honorary guest of the Wanbao Guild? No way. Did I hear that right? Am I dreaming?
He couldn't even afford a bronze membership card, let alone that seemingly unattainable supreme membership card, and the status of a supreme honorary guest was said to be even higher than that. In that moment, Jiang Gua realized why Park Guochang had been so polite to both Jiang Tian and himself.
Chairman Park, hello.
Once Jiang Gua had regained his composure, he greeted him politely. He never imagined that one day he'd actually get to meet such a big shot.
Honorary guest Jiang, Miss Lily and Annie are waiting for you in the suite reserved exclusively for supreme honorary guests. After saying this, Park Guo-chang led the way. Indeed, as the world's leading merchant guild, the Wanbao Guild to put it simply possessed immense financial resources. The perks afforded to supreme guests were the envy of countless people. In addition to an exclusive Rolls-Royce, there were numerous other exclusive privileges, and the suite was one of them. The standard of such a suite was, without a doubt, several times higher than that of any high-end hotel in the world, and it was equipped with every conceivable amenity. Before long, the group arrived at the exclusive suite. To call it a suite wasn't quite accurate estate would be a more fitting description. After all, with only 8 supreme guest members, an entire estate was actually quite modest. Looking at the estate before him, Jiang Tian couldn't help but be utterly amazed. Honored guest Jiang, every branch of our Wanbao Guild has its own supreme guest manor. This one here has been ready for quite some time, but we've never had the honor of hosting a supreme guest before. Now, you are the first. Park Guo-chang's tone was brimming with pride. They walked through the manor's main gate. Hello, Minister Jiang, Chairman Park, and Mr. Jiang. On his way here, Park Guo-chang had already used the AI bard to inform everyone at the estate of this matter, so everyone here was fully prepared. First to welcome them were 2 rows of maids in black stockings. These maids were no ordinary hostesses, they were a cut above the rest. They had been carefully selected by the Wanbao Guild, each one was roughly the same height and build, so they looked very uniform. All dressed in matching maid uniforms, they were beautiful, with long legs and black stockings. They represented a variety of ethnicities, which made them even more attractive. Since it was his first visit, and Jiang Tian still needed to tackle the Tier 6 Divine Dungeon later, he would be staying here for quite some time. So, Jiang Tian decided to take a stroll with Park Guo-chang and the others to get familiar with the estate. The estate was quite large, and after exploring it, Jiang Tian and Jiang Guo's legs were sore from all the walking. Finally, the group arrived in front of the grand villa at the very center of the estate. This was where Jiang Tian would be staying. Jiang Tian walked in step by step, taking in the surroundings. This place was much larger than the villa at the God of War Academy, not to mention whether any luxury hotels around the world could even match the standard. Even if they could, a single night's stay would cost at least $1 million, but as a supreme guest, he could stay here for free. Jiang Tian, you're here. As soon as he walked in, Lily and Annie came to greet him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. They then turned to look at Jiang Guo. The 2 women knew about the incident where Jiang Tian's father had been taken away. So they deduced that this middle-aged man must be Jiang Guo. Father, let me introduce you. This is my professor from the Resource Management Office at War God University, Lily, and this is my personal attendant, Miss Annie. Hello. I'd appreciate it if you could look after Tian from now on. Mr. Jiang, don't say that it's Jiang Tian who has been taking care of us all along, the 2 women replied politely. After that, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Before long, the leader of the maids in black stockings, a maid named Lisa, stepped forward. Honored guest Jiang, the exclusive welcome banquet prepared for you and your friends is ready. Please follow me. Lisa led Jiang Tian and the others to the basement level of the large villa. This was a private kitchen staffed by talent-possessing chefs who specialized in cooking here. These chefs were all of a high rank. The lowest was level 50, while the head chef was a level 79. Although they weren't skilled in combat, they were masters in the kitchen. The dishes they prepared left diners feeling energized and full of vitality. Everyone sat down. In truth, Jiang Tian and his group had been hungry for quite some time, so they began to eat heartily. There were many dishes, most of which Jiang Tian had never even seen in the War God University cafeteria. There was also some rare monster meat and exotic fruits, items that couldn't even be exchanged for in the War God's resource repository. This clearly demonstrated just how abundant the Wanbao Guild's resources were. Annie, why are you standing there? Come sit down and eat with us. Jiang Tian said, noticing Annie standing beside him. No. Annie isn't qualified. While Annie wasn't so particular about such things at Jiang Tian's villa on campus, in front of so many people, she had to be clear about her status. She knew very well that she was just a waitress. Oh, come on, don't be so formal. If I ask you to do something, just do it with me. Zhang Tian pulled Annie down to sit beside him.
Annie, don't turn down guest Jiang's kind offer.
Park Guochang chimed in.
He could tell that Zhang Tian's feelings were genuine, not just a pretense.
Well, all right. Annie finally sat down. This scene filled the maids in black stockings with envy. They, too, hoped to become a guest's personal attendant, even if not a supreme guest, but just a bronze guest would do. Envy aside, they still had to do their job well. After all, they'd undergone professional training in all aspects of service and were certain they could make Zhang Tian feel right at home. By the way, Chairman Park, a Tier 6 Divine Blessing dungeon has appeared here in Sin City. I imagine it's drawn quite a crowd, hasn't it? During the meal, Zhang Tian casually asked Park Guochang about it. After all, he was a local, so it was convenient to ask him. Besides, since this dungeon had been around for quite some time, many adventurers must have ventured inside, and there were bound to be some rumors circulating. Just as you said, guest Jiang, a large number of people have gone in, and quite a bit of information has come out. It's said that the 3 most powerful monsters dwell inside this dungeon. These 3 monsters are the bosses. They each possess 2 or more Tier 6 maximum stats and control all the resources within the dungeon. What kind of resources? Although they're all just Tier 6 resources, they're all rare things like Fire Dragon Ginseng, Imperial Lotus, and the like. Upon hearing the names of these resources, Zhang Tian couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had never even seen them in the War God University's resource repository, which proved they were indeed rare Tier 6 resources. After all, many resources, though low in tier, possess powerful effects but require harsh growing conditions. The ones mentioned above are prime examples, as they can only grow within the Divine Dungeon. Through the Wanbao Guild's operations, the value of these rare Tier 6 resources starts at no less than 100 million. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Tian heard this, he decided to secure every single resource inside. Are those 3 monster bosses very powerful? Zhang Tian asked further. I don't know. No specific information about them has come out. I suspect that anyone who has fought them must have died, but your mission this time, guest Jiang, is to obtain a single divine orb. Don't worry about those resources. If we can avoid conflict, let us do so. After all, there are many fugitives from various nations in there. They're all desperate criminals. Every extra minute we stay means 1 more minute of danger. Park Guochang advised. Do you have any maps? There are a few, but they're incomplete. They're practically useless and won't be much help. Zhang Tian, do you want me to go with you? After all, I've successfully awakened my second talent, Lily said. With the help of the inner core of that gold-devouring beast king, she had successfully awakened her second talent. She had been meaning to thank Zhang Tian, and now was the perfect opportunity. It would also give her a chance to test her combat prowess. Sounds good, Zhang Tian nodded. If Lily entered the Tier 6 dungeon, she'd be capped at level 60, and her dual talents with elemental attributes would provide a significant boost. Afterward, the group chatted for a while longer. By the time the banquet was over, night had already fallen. Zhang Tian decided to rest for the night and head to the Tier 6 Divine Dungeon Mirror Ferry the next day. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Tian and Lily set out, having packed plenty of supplies into their spatial watches. The entrance to the Mirror Ferry dungeon was located east of Sin City, requiring them to cross a stretch of ocean, so their personal Rolls-Royce instantly transformed into an airplane. It took about a quarter of an hour to fly to the entrance of the Mirror Ferry. The entrance wasn't located on land or at sea, but rather at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There was only a single spatial passage leading to it, and inside this passage, all technological devices would malfunction. In other words, it was impossible to enter the passage and reach the entrance using an airplane or similar technology. This strict requirement alone eliminated many who wished to enter the Mirror Ferry dungeon. After all, without an airplane or other technological aids, one would need to rely on their own exclusive flight talent skill. Alternatively, one must possess a flight type skill to enter, and the lowest tier for such skills is Tier 6.
This effectively means that only psychics of level 50 or higher can enter this dungeon. After Jiang Tian and Lily arrived at the spatial passage, Lily immediately activated her gold element talent, transforming herself into a metallic helicopter to fly up to the entrance 10,000 meters above.
Jiang Tian, do you want to come into my cockpit? The helicopter formed by Lily's transformation opened a gap in the passage. Jiang Tian nodded. He was eager to get into the cockpit.
Although he possessed a Tier 7 skill called Skywalk, sitting inside Lily's cockpit and experiencing it firsthand would be a unique sensation. As they flew upward, large groups of psychics kept pouring into the passage from time to time. If not for the passage's restrictions, there would be even more. Soon, the helicopter entered the dungeon's entrance. After a burst of blinding white light, Lily and Jiang Tian found themselves in the midst of a mountain range. Without a map, they had to rely on their own instincts. Jiang Tian piloted the helicopter higher and higher, hoping to use the view to locate the dungeon's center, but the upper atmosphere was shrouded in mist. They couldn't see a thing, so the two had no choice but to land and explore slowly on foot.
Jiang Tian, why don't we capture a few monsters and ask them? The monsters inside the dungeon are native to this place. Maybe they know the route to the Mirror Fairy dungeon? Lily suggested. That makes sense. Jiang Tian nodded.
It seemed that even though Lily had a generous bust, she wasn't brainless. She'd actually come up with a solution so quickly.
You really can't underestimate this woman. But how are we supposed to find them?
Jiang Tian was stumped. The fog high up made it impossible to see clearly.
Watch this. Lily's second talent was that of a wood elementalist in S-rank 1, no less.
They were currently deep in the mountains, surrounded by forests, all of which were made of wood elements. As long as Lily summoned wood elements to act as her eyes, every spot where the forest stood would fall within her field of vision, and these wood elements would also boost her combat power. Soon, a vast net woven from wood elements appeared in Lily's mind.
Dotted across the net were numerous red dots, each representing a monster.
Unfortunately, these red dots were all quite far away. Even the closest one was several hundred li away. There was nothing to be done. This was a Tier 6 divine dungeon, not a Tier 1, so its area was vast.
But a few hundred li was no problem for the two of them.
Plus, the lowly knew the route, so she immediately transformed into a helicopter and loaded Jiang Tian inside. Then they set off toward the nearest monster. Meanwhile, as more and more people entered the Mirror Fairy dungeon, an increasing number were teleported to various locations within it. Some were lucky. Some arrived in a safe spot right away. Others were a bit unlucky and were chased by monsters the moment they entered, and the unluckiest ones found themselves face to face with a monster boss the instant they stepped inside.
They were taken out immediately.
In a cave somewhere, a gathering place for monster bosses.
3 monster bosses were discussing matters. The opening of this dungeon is a golden opportunity.
As long as we devour enough psychics, we'll be able to break the dungeon's shackles and escape this hellhole.
You're right.
That despicable Mirror Fairy has kept us locked up for so long. That bitch, I hate her with a passion. Once we break free, let us go destroy the items she left behind first.
We monsters can't use them anyway, so let us not let those humans get their hands on them.
While the 3 monster leaders were talking, a subordinate ran into the cave from outside to report.
Boss, according to our surveillance, a helicopter is heading this way.
The helicopter the subordinate was referring to was the one carrying Lily and Jiang Tian. As the two pressed forward, Lily continuously activated her wood elementalist talent skill, allowing them to quickly locate the 3 leaders' lair. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to search for resources anymore.
Catch the king to catch the thieves. Why not just take out the monster leaders directly and make them gather resources for us? Wouldn't that be much easier? Oh. Who is it? So powerful? Just what I needed, an appetizer before dinner.
The 3 bosses exchanged smiles. Since someone had come knocking to meet their doom, they certainly didn't mind devouring them. Inside this dungeon, they had all reached their maximum stats. They were truly at the pinnacle of combat power.
Meanwhile, over at Jiang Tian's side,
the helicopter Lily had transformed into was wobbling slightly. After all, prolonged flight took a heavy toll on her psychic energy, and with Lily capped at level 60, her energy reserves were running low. Jiang Tian, come out quickly, I can't sustain this any longer. The helicopter landed on the ground, and Lily opened the cockpit. Jiang Tian had been inside the whole time, and his psychic energy was severely depleted. Fortunately, however, they were now not far from the monster leader's lair. No way, Teacher Lily. You've already used up your magical energy after just this short time? Jiang Tian asked in surprise. It seemed like they'd only been flying for a dozen or so minutes given Lily's level and magical abilities. That shouldn't be possible. Few Lily gasped for breath. The metal transformation of a gold elementalist is extremely draining on my energy, and since I've cast wide range with element talent skills multiple times, I'm down to about 10% of my energy now. After saying this, Lily took a vial of ability potion from her spatial watch and drank it. The potion could restore 30% of her maximum ability points within 3 minutes. Park Guk-chang had given her this for free before they set out. If she had to buy it, it would cost at least $1 million per vial, and even at that price, supply couldn't keep up with demand these days, given how many people were heading into the dungeon. Everyone needs this stuff. Alright, you should recover a bit, Jiang Tian thought. He considered whether to simply pick Lily up and teleport forward, but after a moment's thought, he decided it would be better to let her recover first. Oh my, look at us, we've actually run into 2 lucky chaps? Just then, a lecherous voice rang out from nearby, and a man with a scar across his face stepped forward. Behind him was a group of accomplices, each radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Just by looking at the scar-faced leader, Jiang Tian recognized him as a fugitive wanted by many factions in Sin City, a man guilty of murder, arson, and burglary. He committed every imaginable crime, and Jiang Tian never expected this guy to actually show up in the dungeon. Hand over all the resources you found, or we'll kill you on the spot, the scar-faced man sneered, and several of his accomplices immediately surrounded Lily. Whoa, you're such a... Bang, bang, bang. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Tian instantly teleported in, delivering just a light slap to each of them, and yet those guys fell to the ground, feigning injury, and unable to get back up. They made it clear, without 50 million today, they wouldn't even open their eyes. Am I dead? The scar-faced man's head rolled onto the ground. Still clinging to a faint glimmer of life, he watched his body collapse, unable to believe what had happened. His group of 7 were all level 52 fugitives, extremely brutal in their methods and combat prowess, and yet they'd been wiped out in an instant? This guy looked so harmless, yet his attack was so ruthless? Before dying, the man with the scarred face was filled with regret. He'd been on the run for so long without getting caught. Countless cops had tried to kill him, only to be killed by him. In return, countless factions had tried to take him down, but all had failed. And now he'd met his end right here? Unfortunately, there was no way to turn back time, and even if there were, he wouldn't be alive enough to take it. After dispatching these scumbags, Jiang Tian searched their spatial watches and found that aside from a few potions, they had absolutely no resources to speak of. Bunch of broke-ass losers. Jiang Tian cursed. By then, Lily's first vial of potion had fully restored her abilities, so she immediately downed another vial of ability-restoring potion. Jiang Tian took a closer look at the potion. It was an emerald green liquid. It looked as if it were made from grass. Gulp, gulp. Lily finished drinking it, wiped the corner of her mouth, and felt thoroughly satisfied as her abilities were restored. Let us go. Lily led the way. She was almost fully recovered now, and by the time they reached the monster leader's lair, her second vial of potion would be fully replenished. She'd have about 70% of her abilities back, so she wouldn't hold Jiang Tian back during the fight. The monster leader's lair was also located deep within a forest, which was why Lily had been able to track their location. It was a massive cave. At that moment, 3 monster leaders of varying heights stood at the entrance. One was a humanoid gorilla, about the same height as Jiang Tian. Another was a stone golem, exceptionally tall, a full 7 or 8 meters. The third was a giant serpent with 9 heads. All 3 were currently staring at Jiang Tian and his group. This came as no surprise to Jiang Tian. Monster leaders had numerous subordinates and maintained near total surveillance over the dungeon, so they naturally knew who was approaching them.
"Ha, you've got some nerve," said the stone golem. "Cut the nonsense. I hear you know the location of all the resources in this dungeon. Now, have your minions gather them all here?" Jiang Tian said bluntly. This left the three monster leaders completely flummoxed.
Normally, when people saw them, they either fled for their lives or were overcome with fear. Those who couldn't escape were forced to fight.
But this young man was actually treating them like underlings? Did he think of himself as one of their minions?
After all, it was always them who gave orders to their underlings. Ha ha ha! The stone man burst into laughter, clutching his sides.
"Why don't you take a punch from me first?"
No sooner had he spoken than the stone man's fist, as massive as a large truck, came crashing down. One of this creature's peak stats was strength. It was what he took the most pride in.
Boom!
Faced with a punch powerful enough to level a 6-tier divine dungeon, Jiang Tian simply extended his little finger and effortlessly blocked the stone man's attack.
"Is that all?" Jiang Tian scoffed.
The stone golem's attack must have reached the tier 6 monster limit of 1.5 million gene in strength. If any other psionic had faced it, no matter who, they would have been turned into mincemeat on the spot. Unfortunately for the stone golem, he possessed 3.38 million gene of strength, combined with a 100% critical hit rate totaling 7.76 million gene of strength.
Blocking this blow was a piece of cake. Ha!
The stone golem watched in disbelief as his full power strike was caught by the opponent's little finger, instantly questioning the meaning of his existence.
The other two monster leaders were also left dumbfounded.
"Stone, are you holding back?" the two leaders snapped.
"At a time like this, you're still holding back? Hold back my ass. I just hit you with everything I've got, okay?"
The stone man flew into a rage and enthusiastically sent a few choice insults the way of the two leaders' mothers. Seeing the stone man's grim expression, the other two leaders knew this was no ordinary situation. The teenager standing before them and the human woman with the ample bust were definitely no ordinary beings. Even a human at the peak of tier 6, with the highest tier divine level talent, would have a strength of barely over 800,000 gene at most, which clearly wouldn't be enough to block the stone man's powerful punch. Yet the human before them had blocked it so effortlessly. This made them wonder if Jiang Tian was actually a deity wandering the mortal realm.
Could this guy be a deity? The gorilla chieftain asked in confusion. "Why worry about that? Ambush him," roared the Hydra.
Then, 9 beams of light shot from its 9 heads. These death rays were the Hydra's monster skill. A single beam was enough to kill a group of humans in the 50s. If all 9 beams were concentrated on a single target, no one in tier 6 could withstand the assault.
Wood element, wood shield. Lily activated her second talent skill.
Instantly, thick tree trunks began surging up from the ground, forming a barrier in front of Jiang Tian.
Boom!
The 9 beams of light quickly pierced through the wooden shields, but more kept surging forth, one after another, leading to a stalemate between the Hydra and Lily. However, as a native beast, the Hydra possessed slightly greater abilities and strength than the suppressed Lily, so it gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, the humanoid gorilla spotted an opportunity for a sneak attack. Small in stature but incredibly agile, it vanished from sight in the blink of an eye.
The next second, it reappeared right behind Jiang Tian.
It knew the busty woman would be easy to deal with, but this man was a different story. So if there was a chance for a sneak attack, it had to target him. "Got him," the ape leader said smugly, then fired a green beam from his mouth, shooting straight at Jiang Tian's back.
Whoosh! What? He's actually faster than me?
The ape leader's pupils contracted. But just as the beam was about to strike Jiang Tian, his figure vanished in a flash. A fist then struck the gorilla leader from behind, sending him flying into a boulder and shattering it to pieces. Cough, cough! The gorilla leader emerged from the pile of rubble, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Agility was his strong suit, but defense was not.
Thud! Thud!
At that moment, Jiang Tian lifted the entire Hydra by the scruff of its neck, then slammed it hard to the left and then to the right, leaving all 9 snake heads seeing stars.
"Stop hitting us! Stop hitting us!
We surrender," the 3 leaders pleaded.
They thought this guy had come to die, but his strength was this formidable?
In just a moment, the strength they'd been so proud of had been completely crushed. It seemed their opponent had even gone easy on them, otherwise, they might very well have been killed. Have your underlings gather up all the resources and hand them over. Remember, I mean every single tier 6 rare resource here, including those already snatched by certain intruders. Jiang Tian emphasized. Since he was taking them, he might as well take them all. He didn't care who was good or bad. There were no rules inside a dungeon anyway. Yes, yes, yes. The three leaders nodded, then sent out a special communication signal to their subordinates, ordering them to gather the resources. Consequently, at various resource sites, many monsters lying in ambush ready to ambush humans simultaneously received the same message. What? The boss wants us to call off the ambush? Gather the resources and bring them back? In many locations, monster captains were completely baffled when they received the message. We've been lying in wait for so long. The humans are about to arrive, they're about to take the bait, and now you're telling us to go back? What's this all about? My men and I had just cornered a group of people and were about to capture them when we got the boss's order. The boss and his crew don't even need these resources. Why are they making us bring them back? The monster captains grumbled among themselves. If they went back, all their days of lying in wait and setting up ambushes would be wasted. But that's just how monsters are. They obey their leaders absolutely. Even if they don't understand, they still have to follow orders. And so, hordes of monsters began gathering resources. And that wasn't all, they even reclaimed resources that had already been taken by others. To be on the safe side, while retrieving the resources from those people, they also took their spatial watches and other items. And so, half a day later, the entrances to the three monster leaders' caves were swarming with monsters, surrounded by mountains of resources, and not just one mountain. There were a full 3 small mountains. The first small mountain was piled high with tier 6 rare resources, such as fire dragon ginseng and imperial lotus. The second pile consisted of non-rare resources, items commonly found outside but still quite pricey. Since they'd been collected, Jiang Tian naturally took them as well. The third small mountain was made up of the spatial watches the monsters had looted. Judging by the quantity, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Jiang Tian hadn't expected this group of monsters to be so efficient. First, he used spatial watches to pack the 2 piles of resources away. It took a full 10 spatial watches to finish. Next, it was time to inspect the spatial watches. Jiang Tian figured going through them one by one would be too time consuming, so he had the monsters dump everything from the spatial watches all at once. There was a lot of stuff, all kinds of things. The most common were various ability enhancing potions, but these were useless to Jiang Tian. He didn't rely on abilities, so he gave them directly to Lily. Since he already had plenty of spatial watches, he figured he might as well let Lily hold on to them and give himself a break. Aside from the potions, there were some weapons forged from alloys. Jiang Tian gave them a quick glance but decided none were suitable for him. They were simply too light. None of them could hold a candle to his own purple-blue alloy battle spear. There were also battle armors. Jiang Tian even spotted several tier 7 and tier 8 sets, but after glancing at their stats, he couldn't be bothered to take them. They weren't even as good as his own sky-shattering battle armor. There were skills as well, but most weren't particularly appealing. Compared to the skill libraries of the war god and the clan, these skills were child's play. Then there were some unusual items, like toys and the like. Jiang Tian was speechless, and Lily even blushed. What the hell kind of people are these? This is the Divine Dungeon, not a dating dungeon. Why are they bringing this stuff here? Some had even brought pretty action figures. What a bunch of geniuses! Jiang Tian exclaimed. He certainly won't want any of these things. By the way, since you're local beasts, you must know what's inside the Mirror Fairy Dungeon, right? Jiang Tian asked. We do. What remains inside is one of the Mirror Fairy's items, called the Shadow-Splitting Mirror. Rumor has it that if you look into it, you can create a clone of yourself. As for how powerful the clone is compared to the original, we don't know. We can't enter the innermost chamber. Great, take us there now. Jiang Tian said, immediately using the monster leader as a mount. Jiang Tian and Lily stood on 2 of the 9-headed serpent's heads, with the gorilla and the stone golem following behind them as they rushed toward the core area. Having a mount was great, it saved them from expending their own stamina or supernatural abilities, and it looked pretty cool along the way, helping them avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, these creatures knew the way, saving them the trouble of finding their own path. Along the way, Zhang Tian saw many twists and turns. Some areas even resembled a massive maze. With deserts, oases, and canyons dotting the landscape, finding the core area without a map or a local beast as a mount would have relied solely on luck and special items. Holy crap, the monster leaderess out there.
Everyone, run! Is that Hydra? One of the 3 great monster leaders? How come there are 2 people on its head? Am I seeing things?
The others rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. After all, they heard that some major factions in Sin City whose elite fighters refused to accept defeat had sent a team of experts to challenge the 3 leaders. In an attempt to subdue these 3 beasts, the experts sent were all between levels 75 and 85. Even though they were capped at level 60, their combat prowess remained formidable. Yet even this massive team, 10 people in total, never returned after setting out.
Not a single one came back.
Ever since then, anyone entering the dungeon would generally steer clear of these 3 bosses at the first sight.
But now, these 3 beasts have become mounts? It really looks like 2 of them? Oh my god, have they really become mounts? Then what are we waiting for? Let us follow them.
These native beasts must know the way to the core area, which will save us the trouble of finding our own path.
That is true.
Just in that desert area a moment ago, it took me nearly a whole day to make my way out. Instantly, quite a few people fell in behind Zhang Tian and his group. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the dungeon's core area, several groups had gathered, roughly 30 people in total. Those who managed to find their way here were all early entrants into the dungeon, and these groups were major factions from Sin City. Having suffered heavy casualties earlier, they were now using the pretext of forming teams to recruit newcomers to the core area, ensuring they wouldn't run out of cannon fodder.
The Black Dragon Gang is recruiting.
Just join us, and we'll supply you with all the potions you need.
Plus, the Black Dragon Gang's second in command is stationed here. You'll feel completely safe, several Black Dragon Gang henchmen shouted. Don't let the term henchman fool you. Their combat prowess was no joke. Even the weakest among them was level 54.
Their shout instantly drew the attention of quite a few people. The Black Dragon Gang is recruiting. Haven't they always operated alone? Someone asked in confusion, and the crowd that had gathered began to discuss the matter. Those who had made it to the core region had naturally gone through rigorous screening. Aside from luck, they weren't exactly lacking in intelligence, and since they were all locals, they were well aware of the Black Dragon Gang's reputation. It was a gang known for its extreme brutality, capable of slaughtering an entire family over a mere scrap of resources. Their current recruitment drive was likely just a ploy to recruit cannon fodder. Don't go to the Black Dragon Gang under any circumstances. When I came in, I saw that group. There were 20 of them at the start, and now there are only 6 left. That means the other 14 are all dead. Those 14 weren't even Black Dragon Gang members to begin with. They were just scapegoats they recruited. Hearing this, the others naturally had no desire to join the Black Dragon Gang.
The Green Dragon Gang is recruiting.
You'll get $1 million up front just for joining, and once the job is done, the reward starts at 100 million, said Nie Xiao, the Green Dragon Gang's second in command. I think the Green Dragon Gang sounds good. Their reputation isn't too bad, and they seem pretty trustworthy, someone mused.
Come check it out. Don't miss this opportunity.
The Red Dragon Gang is recruiting members to enter the core zone together. Join now and get a free set of Tier 5 battle gear. It's on the house. And it's yours to keep forever. As soon as these words were spoken, some were tempted. After all, a Tier 5 battle suit couldn't be bought for $1 million, and gear of this caliber was incredibly useful.
We're in. We're in.
Quite a few people joined the Red Dragon Gang, and in an instant, its ranks swelled from the original 7 to 20 members.
The rest joined the Blue Dragon Gang. Since they were going in anyway, they might as well pocket $1 million first, and going in alone was no easy feat. Who knew what dangers lurked inside?
Once both the Blue Dragon Gang and the Red Dragon Gang had filled their quotas of 20 members, they entered the core area.
Only the Black Dragon Gang remained there, having failed to recruit a single person so far. Well then, there are no other factions left. You might as well join our Black Dragon Gang, said the Black Dragon Gang as second in command. In his view, the remaining group had no other choice. The Yellow Dragon Gang is recruiting. Just then, another faction arrived on the scene. It's the Yellow Dragon Gang. Let us join them right away.
Immediately, the group from earlier all joined the Yellow Dragon Gang.
This infuriated the Black Dragon Gang. They were about to recruit people themselves, and now someone was suddenly butting in like this? Was this really okay?
Hey, Yellow Dragon Gang, are you deliberately looking for a fight? The Black Dragon Gang as second in command demanded angrily.
Ha, don't you know your own ways? Do I really need to pick a fight with you?
Li Henuan, the Yellow Dragon Gang as second in command, sneered.
Even if you handed out money and battle gear, I doubt anyone would join you.
Faced with the Yellow Dragon Gang's words, the Black Dragon Gang was truly at a loss for words. They knew full well just how terrible their reputation was. In the past, mothers used to scare children with the big bad wolf. Now they just use the words Black Dragon Gang, and it works even better than the big bad wolf. Watching as several gangs gathered enough members to enter the core zone, the Black Dragon Gang as second in command was pacing back and forth in a panic. Second in command, we should go in first, one of his subordinates suggested.
No way. We've already faced so many dangers just getting here. There are bound to be even more inside the core area.
We're not going in without some cannon fodder, the second in command said. Though he was anxious, he remained composed. If all else fails, we'll just force the people passing by to join us, the second in command said, dropping the pretense and reverting to his usual style. Second in command, someone is coming, the henchman exclaimed joyfully.
Looks like a man and a woman. The man seems to be a student? Doesn't he have any supernatural abilities? The Black Dragon Gang members stared in bewilderment. How could someone without supernatural abilities have made it this far? But they didn't care.
As long as they had cannon fodder, that was enough, especially since there was a busty young lady behind him, whose supernatural abilities were quite substantial. Second boss, we'll go recruit them right away, the henchman said with lecherous grins. Remember, don't scare my eighth wife, the second in command said with a lecherous smirk. He already had 7 wives, and now that he saw Lily, he felt she was destined to be his eighth.
Looks like his luck was pretty good today. Cannon fodder and a new wife. Kid, we're from the Black Dragon Gang. We're recruiting a team to enter the core zone. Interested? Don't you dare say no. Although the henchmen spoke politely, their tone left no room for refusal.
Just by looking at the group's attire, Lily knew these guys were the notorious thugs from the local Black Dragon Gang.
What element? Parasitic vines. Lily activated her talent skill.
One by one, tough, blood-red vines surged up from beneath the men's feet, then wrapped around them in the blink of an eye. They were bound tight, and the red vines were studded with sharp thorns that pierced the men's skin, sucking their blood. In the blink of an eye, these henchmen were drained into nothing more than desiccated corpses. Lily had discovered these parasitic vines on her way here.
As an S-rank wood element talent, she could manipulate any plant and its properties.
Parasitic vines were no exception, and this particular species was exceptionally tough, with spikes that possessed strong penetrating power, making them an extremely powerful ally in battle.
What? In the blink of an eye, only the Black Dragon Gang as second in command remained standing.
But don't think that just because you've beaten these useless fools, you can defeat me, the second in command said. His clothes ripped open, and his entire body transformed into a towering black gorilla. This was his talent beast transformation. He could freely take on the form of any monster and harness its abilities, though he could only maintain one form at a time. Lily manipulated the blood-red vines to wrap around him, but even after growing larger, the second in command's agility remained impressive. He effortlessly dodged the vines. But he had underestimated the power of an S-rank talent. Lily immediately unleashed a massive swarm of parasitic vines, which spread across the ground so densely that there was virtually no space left untouched. The long vines even covered the air.
With nowhere to hide, the second in command was tightly bound, though the spines on the parasitic vines failed to pierce his skin easily.
He transformed once more into a water beast, his entire body becoming soft and supple, like liquid.
This was the water beast's ability, to ignore physical attacks. Only psychic attacks were effective against the water beast, so the parasitic vines were clearly of little use. Moreover, Lily's first talent Gold Elementalist was also a physical attack. So, for the moment, there was nothing they could do about the second in command. Unless it was a psychic talent or skill, or a water elementalist, no one could inflict damage on the water beast, otherwise, the second in command would simply escape. Roar! At that moment, Jiang Tian let out a mighty roar. After that single roar, the water beast immediately spat blood, reverted to its original form as the second in command, and was then bound by Lily. This was precisely the mental attack skill Jiang Tian had obtained earlier from the loot. He never expected it would actually come in handy. Damn it! If only I could unleash my full power here, you lot wouldn't stand a chance. Though the second in command was reluctant to accept his defeat, he had no choice. He fished a shattered orb out of his spatial watch. The orb flashed with light, and the second in command vanished from the scene. It's a spatial orb used by spatial ability users, Lily said. Only those with a spatial talent at level 70 or higher could craft such an item, and the materials were extremely rare. Anyone who could get their hands on this was definitely a big shot in Sin City. However, the two of them already knew he was a member of the Black Dragon Gang. You can run, but you can't hide. Once they left the dungeon, they'd go straight to the Black Dragon Gang to demand his return. Oh no, they'd go wipe out the Black Dragon Gang. After all, these guys were a bunch of scoundrels who'd stop at nothing. Moreover, before he fled, that guy didn't seem to accept defeat. If they were right, he'd surely send men to ambush them at the dungeon exit. That worked out well. It saved them the trouble of hunting him down themselves. Jiang Tian and Lily officially entered the core area. Inside the core area stood another ancient giant tree, though it bore no transformation fruits, which Jiang Tian found a bit of a shame, since the ancient giant tree had already withered. Further ahead lay a palace. At that moment, several teams were entering the palace, so Jiang Tian and Lily naturally followed them inside. Once inside, Jiang Tian discovered that the people who had entered before him were all fighting him. That's right, fighting him. Because inside the palace, there was nothing else but mirrors all around. Whenever anyone looked into a mirror, another version of themselves would step out from within it. Jiang Tian and Lily were standing at the entrance and hadn't gone inside yet, so they hadn't been reflected in the mirrors. He decided to observe the situation first. He noticed that the duplicates emerging from the mirrors generally possessed combat prowess far superior to that of their originals, which was why the teams ahead had become embroiled in a fierce, stalemate battle. Everyone, don't panic. This is just a test set by the Mirror Fairy's artifact. Although these duplicates are just as strong as we are, we still have the spatial watch. We can wear them down until they're defeated, said the second in commands of the Azure Dragon Gang, the Red Dragon Gang, and the Yellow Dragon Gang. The battle raged on. Every skill unleashed by an original was replicated exactly by its duplicate and with far greater power. Everyone gritted their teeth and held on, attempting to outmatch their opponents in supernatural abilities. So they began unleashing skills one after another, and the duplicates did the same. 2 minutes later, the original's abilities were nearly depleted, and so were the clones. Ha ha ha, the three gangs second in commands burst into maniacal laughter. We've brought out rapid ability recovery potions. How are you going to deal with that now? The rapid ability recovery potions in their hands could restore 20% of maximum ability points within 10 seconds. Right now, their abilities were completely depleted. All they needed was another 10 seconds. Once their abilities were restored, they could turn the tide of battle. That's why they were so elated. As long as the three leaders won, the remaining clones under their command would pose no problem at all in their eyes, and with that, the Mirror's purpose would be rendered obsolete. Ha 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 ha, burp. However, the very next second, the second in commands could no longer laugh. That's because rapid ability recovery potions were continuously flying out from the mirrors all around them. After the clones quickly downed them, their abilities were restored as well. But the key point was that only the second in commands could afford to use the rapid ability recovery potions. There was no other way, they were simply too expensive. But now, each clone had a tube and there were far too many of them. The originals tried to snatch the potions, but they couldn't even touch them. Clearly, the items replicated by the mirror were effective only on the clones. In an instant, a chill ran through the hearts of those gang members. They had thought that producing the potions would be their winning move, but unexpectedly, it had become a weapon of their own destruction. What was even more terrifying was that when the clones drank those replicated potions, their superpower levels instantly restored to 100%. Watching their opponents become instantly brimming with superpowers, everyone from the three gangs felt their hearts sink. They didn't even have the courage to keep fighting. They couldn't win in a fight, they couldn't match their superpowers, and on top of that, there was the mirror, that game-breaking artifact. What was the point of even fighting? Retreat! Everyone, retreat quickly. As long as we make it back to the entrance, these clones will vanish, said the second in command of the Yellow Dragon Gang. After all, others had ventured inside before. So they had some hard-won experience to draw upon. Upon hearing the order, the group hurried back toward the entrance. Sure enough, the moment they stepped outside, the clones vanished. Damn it, the divine dungeon really is unsolvable. There's no way to get the loot inside. What a shame. This divine blessing dungeon just appeared. There must be plenty of loot inside, and there's definitely a divine orb, said the second in commands of several gangs, unwilling to accept defeat. But no matter how much they resented it, there was nothing they could do. That mirror rendered everyone helpless. In other words, their levels weren't capped, and their power remained at level 80. Facing this mirror, they would still be duplicated, and every talent and skill they used would be replicated and even more powerful. That's why it's unsolvable. Let us go. No one can clear this divine blessing dungeon. It's practically the trickiest one out there right now. The more people there are, the harder it gets. The group had already retreated back to where Jiang Tian was. Hey, kid, you don't have any supernatural abilities? The group eyed Jiang Tian curiously. To make it this far without any supernatural abilities, that's no small feat. But I still advise you not to go in. That mirror can't be broken. How about we all head out together? A group of people tried to persuade Jiang Tian. After all, he had seen just how hard they fought earlier. Surely, with their persuasion, this young man would back down in the face of such difficulty. Thanks for the well-meaning advice, but I'm confident I can make it through, Jiang Tian said confidently. Just then, another group arrived from behind, and, as soon as they reached the entrance, they couldn't wait to go in. The result was, of course, the same. They were duplicated by the mirror, fought until their powers were exhausted, and retreated dejectedly. Several of them were even killed by their own duplicates. Damn that mirror fairy! Setting up a barrier like this, who's even supposed to get through? Isn't this just her messing with us on purpose? The gods who designed the divine dungeon must be out of their minds. Can't they make it a little easier? Who is supposed to clear something this hard? This group's outburst was utterly lacking in decorum. More people trickled in one after another, and gradually, the entrance to the palace was packed. Some of the latecomers, seeing the dejected expressions on the faces of those ahead, gave up before even entering. What? Isn't that the second in command of the Yellow Dragon Gang? If even they can't get through, there is no point in us wasting our energy either. We don't want to risk our lives for nothing. You're right. If they can't get it, neither can we. We'll all walk out empty-handed anyway, so no one can say anyone else lacks ability. That's right. Some who were unwilling to try also said this with a clear conscience. Let me go check it out. At that moment, Lily said to Jiang Tian. She and Jiang Tian hadn't been swayed by the people around them since they'd come this far. They were definitely going in. Be careful. Jiang Tian nodded. This was for the best. He'd just observed some peculiarities, and now that Lily was going in, it would be the perfect opportunity to verify his suspicions. Lily stepped inside the palace. In the mirror, a clone quickly appeared, an exact replica of Lily. Big breasts, long legs and, of course, her talent. Gold element pistol.
Lily activated her first talent, the Gold Elementalist talent, and instantly, her right hand transformed into a metal pistol, firing several bullets. Lily launched her attack. Zhang Tian watched in astonishment. He hadn't expected Lily's Gold Elementalist talent to be so powerful. Gold Element Pistol. The clone across from her unleashed the same move. In an instant, both were caught in a hail of bullets. Wood Element Wooden Barrier? Lily activated her second talent, and instantly a wooden shield appeared before her, blocking the bullets. The clone across from her did exactly the same. Bang, bang, bang. Using her Wood Element talent's sensory abilities, Lily was now testing the strength of the clone's attacks against her wooden shield. Afterward, Lily used a few more talent skills. Once the testing was complete, she retreated to the doorway. How did the test go? Zhang Tian stepped forward and asked. Pretty much as you suspected. The clone's strength is 1.4 times that of the original, Lily replied. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. Sure enough, everything inside a divine dungeon was insurmountable. Take the Tier 1 divine dungeon from last time, for example. If he hadn't modified his stats to far exceed the Tier 1 limit, he wouldn't have been able to clear the Tier 1 divine dungeon. This Tier 6 divine dungeon was even more insurmountable, far more formidable than the previous one. With a strength 1.4 times that of the original, it would be impossible for anyone to defeat it. Unfortunately for the clone, however, it had run into him. Even though it could replicate the original, Zhang Tian still had a way to counter it. Having made up his mind, Zhang Tian stepped into the palace. Zhang Tian, be careful, Lily said with concern. Zhang Tian nodded. As Zhang Tian entered, the people around him watched with great interest to see what would happen next. After all, while they didn't dare go in themselves, they were more than happy to watch the spectacle unfold and to offer their 2 cents. What do you guys think? Will this young man make it through? Asked the second in command of the Yellow Dragon Gang. It's hard, really hard. It's even harder without any supernatural abilities. Make it through? Don't be ridiculous. He'll just end up killing himself, someone else said sarcastically. He was one of those who didn't dare to try it themselves. I agree. This is a Tier 6 divine dungeon, not some Tier 6 monster battlefield. Even if it were a Tier 6 monster battlefield, this guy would be trampled into mincemeat the second he stepped inside. The crowd buzzed with chatter, offering all sorts of opinions, but there was no doubt about it, aside from Lily, virtually no one believed Zhang Tian could make it through. Lily, of course, believed in Zhang Tian, though she did harbor a tiny bit of worry. After all, his true strength was 1.4 times his base stats. Even if Zhang Tian was a monstrous powerhouse far exceeding those numbers, he would still be replicated by the mirror. Go for it, Zhang Tian, Lily kept cheering in her heart. What's wrong with me? But then, Lily felt something was a little off. Zhang Tian was her student, and she was his teacher. Isn't it perfectly normal for a teacher to care about their student? Lily tried to reassure herself, but she couldn't tell whether her feelings toward Zhang Tian were simply those of a teacher for a student or something more. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian had already started fighting the Zhang Tian clone. Boom! Zhang Tian didn't use any skills. He simply struck out with his strength, knowing that if he used a skill, his opponent would use one too. Might as well save some stamina. Their fists collided. Zhang Tian was knocked back several meters, while the clone remained rooted in place. 5.15 million gene of strength. Zhang Tian assessed it for himself and discovered that the clone's strength was indeed exactly 1.4 times that of the original. It seemed Lily's test had been spot on. But a faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth. The original, can make modifications. You, the clone, cannot. Zhang Tian activated the system in his mind. Plus 15. Plus 15. Plus 15. Current modification points, 7,652,345. After accumulating points over this period, Zhang Tian's currently available points had reached a staggering 7.6 million. Since it had been a while since his last modification, he decided to make some adjustments to boost his stats.
System, add 6.62 million gene of strength. Ding, received. Strength has been increased. 6.62 million points spent.
After completing the modification, Zhang Tian carefully reviewed his stats panel once more.
Host, Zhang Tian. Modification points, increasing, plus 15. Available points, 1,032,345.
Strength increase, 10 million gene currently available for modification 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense increase, 25,000 currently modifiable 50 points equals 1 armor. Agility increase, 2,550 currently modifiable 100 points equals 1 agility. Crit increase, 100% currently modifiable 3,000 points equals 1% crit rate. Magic resistance increase, 120% currently adjustable 40,000 points equals 1% magic resistance. System level, level 15. Energy points required to level up, 23,874 180,000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect at the next level is a gain of 16 modification points per second.
Zhang Tian took a quick look and saw that his strength had already reached 10 million gene. As for agility and the other stats, they were sufficient for now, so he didn't make any adjustments. He set aside the remaining 1 million points for later, that way he'd have a bit more leeway when he needed them. After making his adjustments, Zhang Tian swung his fist once more. Boom! This time, he didn't just get knocked back a few meters, the replica was blown to pieces by a single punch. It was that brutal. After all, with 10 million gene against 5.15 million gene, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The instant the replica exploded, a white vortex appeared right where Zhang Tian stood, and he was sucked into it. The palace, too, vanished completely. That guy actually passed the test? As they watched Zhang Tian's figure disappear, those around him felt a sense of disbelief. Just moments ago, Zhang Tian had clearly been at a disadvantage during that strike. Who would have thought that on his second attempt, he'd obliterate his opponent with a single punch? That's impossible after all, the mirror was replicating the original. Could it be because he's an ordinary person, someone speculated? Probably. Well, that's good, a regular person without any abilities got off easy. If we'd known, we would brought a few ordinary people in back then. Bringing ordinary people in? You can't even handle the monsters in the outer, middle, and inner rings on your own, and you want to bring ordinary people too, someone countered. But that was the truth. After all, on the journey from the entrance to the core area, even their own companions with abilities had mostly perished, let alone an ordinary person. They could barely handle the monsters themselves. How could they possibly spare the energy to protect an ordinary person? But since that kid was teleported away, I think he must have entered the true legacy realm. He might already obtained a divine orb. No one knew who uttered those words, and the group immediately grew frenzied. That was a divine orb, after all, something capable of evolving one's talent into an even more advanced talent. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? I think we should split up now and look for that young man to see how many divine orbs he has. After all, this is a tier 6 divine dungeon, he is bound to have more than one. Maybe we can buy one from him. Buy one? I say we buy them all. That young man is just an ordinary person. Holding on to a divine orb is useless to him and will only bring him trouble. Selling them to us is the safest bet. We might not be able to buy them, and stealing them isn't guaranteed either. Maybe using a little trickery would be better. Some of them shot Lily suspicious glances, because Lily was with Zhang Tian, and judging by what had just happened, the two seemed to be on very good terms. They might even be a couple or perhaps a newlywed pair, who knows? In any case, capturing this woman would greatly increase their chances of getting the divine orb. Haha, sorry about that. A few second-in-commands from a Sin City faction also surrounded Lily the Mad Wolf Gang, a group whose reputation, while not as notorious as the Black Dragon Gang, was still far from clean. They weren't exactly upstanding citizens, and the Mad Wolf Gang was no pushover either, ranking 5th in Sin City. With their second-in-command present, they naturally felt confident enough to challenge Lily. Go ahead, all of you at once.
However, Lily didn't take them seriously at all. Everyone's level was capped at 60, and Lily possessed two talents. An A+ gold element talent and an S rank wood element talent, and since they were right in the middle of the forest, there was an abundance of wood elements for her to manipulate. For this group to fight her would be suicide. Elementalists are already powerful, and with the advantage of the terrain, they're practically invincible. Lily couldn't imagine how she could lose. "Humph, you dare to underestimate us." The second in command of the Mad Wolf Gang charged forward first, followed by a group of his subordinates, while the other factions nearby largely chose to stand by and watch, partly because they couldn't afford to provoke the Mad Wolf Gang, and partly because they also had their eyes on the divine orb. Wood element, 1000 armed Buddha. Lily activated her second talent, Wood Elementalist. Since she was in the forest, summoning wood elementals consumed virtually no mana, allowing her to fully leverage both the terrain and her talent. Elsewhere, Lily wouldn't have dared to use the 1000 armed Buddha. After all, even if her level weren't capped at 72, using the 1000 armed Buddha would last no more than 3 minutes, with mana consumption reaching terrifying levels. But now, she was right in the middle of the forest, the perfect opportunity to test the 1000 armed Buddha's power. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a massive wooden figure 100 meters tall appeared. Behind it were countless arms, each looking incredibly sinewy. Moreover, each arm held a weapon formed from wood elemental energy, and the arms could automatically extend or transform into various shapes. An S-rank wood elementalist? The group froze the moment they laid eyes on the 1000 armed Buddha. After all, the 1000 armed Buddha was a unique wood element skill, one that could only be unleashed by an S-rank wood elementalist at the very least. And this busty woman standing before them was actually an S-rank talent? Such a talent was extremely rare, especially since they just witnessed Lily unleash a gold elementalist's talent skill moments ago. Consequently, their fear only deepened. Dual talents, one S-rank, and the other surely no less powerful, and she was positioned on the opposite side of the terrain. If they continued fighting, they'd have no chance of winning. "Let us run," the second in command of the Wild Wolf Gang said without hesitation. The enemy's advantage was too great, he wasn't about to engage in a head-on clash. "Fire overpowers what I refuse to believe I can't burn this 1000-handed Buddha." The third in command of the Wild Wolf Gang roared. As a fire elementalist, he immediately activated his talent, unleashing a sea of flames. "Ha, I'd completely forgotten about you," the second in command said, turning back with a look of embarrassment. He'd been so startled moments ago that he'd forgotten his own team had a fire elementalist. "Fire overpowers wood. Guys, let us go all out." Seeing the fire elementalist appear, members of other factions nearby began to stir restlessly. "Who else wants to take me on? Come at me all at once." Lily stood atop the 1000 armed Buddha and declared she might as well let them all come at her at once. It would save her the trouble of dealing with them one by one. She'd just wipe them all out. "Everyone, charge together, don't be afraid," shouted the second in command of the Mad Wolf Gang. Instantly, the other factions nearby, the Azure Dragon Gang, the Red Dragon Gang, and the Yellow Dragon Gang, among others, threw caution to the wind. They all charged forward. After all, capturing this busty woman meant getting the divine orb. But they were all well aware of Lily's terrifying talent, so each faction took the opportunity to send one of their men out of the dungeon to notify their respective leaders. They were heading to block the dungeon's exit, fearing that Zhang Tian might abandon Lily and make a run for it. After all, once someone gets their hands on the divine orb, who is going to care about anyone else's survival? Escaping with their own skin intact was the top priority. Whoosh! A raging sea of fire engulfed Lily's 1000-handed Buddha. A smug look flashed across the face of the Mad Wolf Gang's third in command, but his smile quickly froze. He realized his sea of fire was utterly ineffective against the 1000-armed Buddha. The flames simply extinguished the moment they touched it. Damn it, is it still because of the huge gap in talent? The third in command sighed. He possessed only a B+ fire element talent, which lagged behind an S-rank talent by 3 tiers, A+, and S. Naturally, the fire element he unleashed couldn't compare to his opponent S.
Moreover, this was a forest where wood element energy flourished, effectively blocking most of his fire element.
Boom!
The other attackers began to surround Lily, attempting to destroy the thousand-handed Buddha first so that Lily would lose her support. But no matter how fierce their attacks were, the thousand-handed Buddha sustained nothing more than a few marks. There were no other wounds. And even when a wound did appear,
the wood element in the forest would immediately repair the thousand-handed Buddha.
Compounded by the wood element blocking the surrounding supernatural energy, the energy reserves within these practitioners dwindled with each attack. Combined with the intensity of the battle, they were all gasping for breath after a fierce skirmish. "Retreat," someone shouted, and the group scattered in all directions, believing that by spreading out, Lily would be unable to capture them one by one.
However, they had underestimated Lily. Wood element, wooden cage.
Lily tapped the thousand-handed Buddha's head with her delicate hand, and instantly, the forest began to grow wildly, quickly forming a sealed wooden cage. These giant trees were extremely resilient and possessed powerful regenerative abilities. Even as the attackers fought desperately, they couldn't break through the cage. Consequently, some of them began to beg for mercy.
"Mistress, there is no life or death grudge between us, just a minor disagreement. Is it really necessary to push this to the point of life and death?" The speaker was the second in command of the Wild Wolf Gang.
"Oof. You were the one leading the charge earlier. You were the one shouting the loudest.
Now you claim there is no life or death grudge?" Lily's murderous intent flared. "I'm the second in command of the Wild Wolf Gang. My men have already gone out to send word. If you kill me, once they get out, the Wild Wolf Gang will hunt you down. There is no level suppression out there, and without the cover of the forest, do you really think you can escape? Let us both back down a bit. You don't kill me, and I won't hold a grudge. How about that?" the second in command threatened. Though he said this, he was actually thinking that as long as he could get out, he would definitely kill her. Seeing this, the second in commands of several other factions followed suit. "I'm the second in command of the Green Dragon Gang. If you're willing to let me go, I'll hand over all my assets once I'm out, roughly several hundred million." "Several hundred million? That's nothing.
If you let me go, I'll give you my collection of battle armor once I'm out, including a tier 9 set.
That's a real rarity." Driven by a desperate will to survive, everyone was making all sorts of offers.
But though Lily had a generous bust, she wasn't brainless. She knew that the people of Sin City were mostly international fugitives who couldn't be trusted, so it was best to just kill them. Besides, why keep them alive only to have them ambush Jiang Tian once they got out?
Thousand-handed Buddha, annihilation.
At that moment, Lily was like the Grim Reaper incarnate. Elsewhere, after Jiang Tian vanished, he reappeared before a massive divine statue just as he had expected. Once he cleared the divine dungeon, he would arrive before the statue of the deity who had set up the dungeon. The statue before him stood nearly 50 meters tall. It was a goddess, and Jiang Tian surmised it must be the Mirror Fairy. She held an oval-shaped mirror in her hands and wore a jade crown set with 3 pearls. Other than that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her.
Jiang Tian first stepped through the air and landed directly at the jade crown. Those 3 pearls were the divine orbs.
Jiang Tian's heart fluttered slightly. These were tier 6 divine orbs, and the probability of upgrading his talent level was far higher than with a tier 1 divine orb. Unfortunately, the Mirror Fairy wasn't a supreme god, so she didn't possess a supreme goddess divine orb. Still, 3 was more than enough. Who knew how many people would go crazy scrambling for these once they hit the market? Jiang Tian removed the spirit pearls and stored them in his spatial watch, then walked over to the statue's hand and picked up the mirror. Since the mirror was an item, simply touching it would reveal its specific details. Soon, the detailed information appeared.
Item name: Shadow-splitting divine mirror broken. Rank: divine. Effect: when activated, summons a clone with strength equivalent to the user's.
The clone lasts for 1/4 of an hour, and the user can control the clone to cast all of their own skills.
Note: this item can be repaired.
After repair, the number of clones increases from 1 to 3, and the duration extends to 1 hour.
Repair requirements: 3 divine crystals. Holy crap, this is awesome. After reading the item description, Zhang Tian blurted out an expletive.
This clone was practically tailor-made for him, especially for his next trip to the monster battlefield. Creating a clone to hunt monsters alongside him would double his energy points, and his system level would skyrocket. Reaching level 20 or even level 30 would be a breeze, and then he could unlock the advanced attribute customization features.
Just thinking about it got him excited.
Besides farming energy points by killing monsters to level up, the clone was also a skilled fighter. Once a battle started, he could summon it to take on the enemy.
He could just stand back and relax. It was essentially a free bodyguard.
It was worth the trip. With a heart full of excitement, Zhang Tian put away the shadow mirror and checked to see if there was anything else around, but unfortunately, there wasn't. He had no choice but to turn and leave, opening the large door behind the statue.
Whoosh! The next second, Zhang Tian reappeared right in front of Lily. Ah! Lily let out a startled scream.
She hadn't left on her own, precisely because she was afraid Zhang Tian would teleport back, and sure enough, he did. But the teleportation was so sudden that it made her chest heave with shock.
Did you kill all of them?
Zhang Tian was slightly stunned by the scene around him. He'd seen firsthand just how powerful these people were. Now they were all lying dead on the ground. It seemed Lily was pretty formidable after all. She truly lived up to her reputation as a dual talent user.
The two retraced their steps and quickly exited the dungeon. However, once they emerged, they discovered the exit had been surrounded by the major factions of Sin City.
Moreover, the leaders of those factions were all present. Clearly, they had come to ambush Zhang Tian. For a moment, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Boss, it's her. She's the one who killed our second in command. And that kid by her side, he beat the Mirror Fairy dungeon, so he must have gotten the Divine Orb. A low-ranking member of the Mad Wolf Gang pointed at Lily, then at Zhang Tian, emphasizing the words Divine Orb particularly loudly. As soon as those words were spoken, the major factions that had rushed to the exit grew eager. Kid, you killed the second in command of the Mad Wolf Gang. That's an unforgivable grudge. Now, as the leader of this gang, I'm giving you a chance. Hand over everything you got from the dungeon. I swear on my honor as the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang, as long as you hand it over, I'll let the past go. The Mad Wolf Gang leader spoke with such conviction, as if he were a man of great integrity. Bullshit. But he was immediately interrupted by the leaders of other factions. My Blue Dragon Gang as second in command also died in there.
Handing everything over to you? You're dreaming.
The Blue Dragon Gang leader snapped angrily, then turned to look at Zhang Tian and Lily.
All the while, he wore a smile. Young man, the Blue Dragon Gang's reputation isn't as rotten as the Wild Wolf Gang's. I always keep my word.
So hand over the items, and I'll guarantee you both 1 die.
The guy pounded his chest as he spoke, swearing solemnly, but how could Zhang Tian possibly believe such a ploy? Handing over the items would likely mean certain death.
Besides, Zhang Tian, had no intention of handing it over. Since all the factions in Sin City had gathered here, he might as well wipe them all out.
Wouldn't it be better to let the Wanbao Guild dominate the city from now on? Don't listen to his nonsense, young man. My Yellow Dragon Gang has the best reputation here. You should hand the item over to me. No way.
My Black Dragon Gang has suffered the most casualties. If this kid doesn't hand over the Divine Orb today, I won't let him off the hook. More and more factions began to speak up, each one wanting the Divine Orb. But Zhang Tian didn't nod, he just smiled slightly as he looked at them. Young man, don't hesitate. I advise you to just agree. You're just an ordinary person. Even if that busty woman by your side has 2 talents, she is still only level 72. And besides, we don't have the advantageous terrain of the forest here. We've got plenty of experts above level 80. At least 20 of them. Think about it, do you really stand a chance? You'd better just hand it over. Seeing Zhang Tian hesitate, some tried to persuade him with kind words.
Move aside, move aside. But just then, a voice familiar to Zhang Tian rang out. It was Park Guochang.
He had brought all the elite members the Wanbao Guild had stationed here to back up Zhang Tian. There were about 9 of them, all between levels 80 and 87. Keep in mind that in Sin City, even the largest guilds only have 3 members above level 80. Yet the Wanbao Guild had a full 9, a clear indication of just how formidable their strength truly was.
Honored guest Jiang, are you alright? Park Guk Chang approached Jiang Tian.
From the moment he received the message that all those factions were rushing to the dungeon exit, Park Guk Chang had known.
Something important must be happening.
Combined with the fact that the supreme honored guest was going inside to retrieve the divine orb, he deduced that, given such a commotion, those factions must have gone to intercept Jiang Tian. They were attempting to seize the divine orb from Jiang Tian. As the deputy head of the Wanbao Guild, he had a responsibility and was obligated to do everything in his power to protect the supreme guest who had come here and help him complete his mission, so he had brought the guild's elite fighters with him. And sure enough, this carried a certain deterrent effect in an instant. The attention of all those factions was focused entirely on Park Guk Chang.
Chairman Park, why are you here? Upon seeing Park Guk Chang, the leaders of numerous gangs immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Why am I here? You dare lay a hand on our Wanbao Guild's supreme guest? You really don't take us seriously, do you? Park Guk Chang roared in anger. Supreme guest? Who is that woman? The representatives of the various factions looked utterly bewildered. Weren't the Wanbao Guild's supreme guests supposed to be old monsters above level 95? Who were these two before them? That couldn't be right. One was level 72, and the other had no special abilities. A supreme guest? It was simply inconceivable. He is our Wanbao Guild's supreme guest, Jiang Tian, Park Guk Chang said, pointing at Jiang Tian. So please, do not provoke the Wanbao Guild. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the various factions fell into deep thought. The Wanbao Guild is a global powerhouse. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare provoke them. Yet Park Guk Chang's words were riddled with inconsistencies. Chairman Park, we're all old foxes here. Stop playing these games. Don't you just want the divine orb too? Just say so outright. Why point at an ordinary person and call him a supreme guest? From within the crowd, the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, the others also had a sudden realization. Chairman Park, this is getting ridiculous. So many of our gangs, so many of our second-in-commands and subordinates have been killed by them, and now you, the Wanbao Guild, want to step in? To snatch the divine orb that belongs to us? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. If you insist on meddling today, then I'm sorry, but my Mad Wolf Gang won't be giving you any leeway. The Mad Wolf Gang leader shouted loudly. In reality, his faction alone was no match for Park Guk Chang, but with so many factions present, all of whom wanted the divine orb and had seen their members killed, his rallying cry immediately drew a response from every other faction. Members of the guilds whose people had been killed and even those who hadn't been killed joined the fray. Since they were usually cowed by the Wanbao Guild's oppression, today they wanted to push back against the Wanbao Guild and let off some steam. Exactly. It's one thing for you guys in the Wanbao Guild to lord it over everyone day in and day out, but now that our family members have been killed by them, you're going to step in and protect them? Let me ask you this, if your family were killed, what would you do? Some people's remarks grew increasingly outrageous. My wife went into the dungeon to look for something and was brutally murdered by those two. The method was truly horrific. If I don't avenge this today, I'm not Go Dongshi. My father was in the dungeon and couldn't stand the way those two were acting. He said just one thing, and they chopped him into mincemeat. It's utterly despicable. For a moment, all sorts of rumors swirled among the major factions. Since it was all just mudslinging anyway, they didn't mind adding to the chaos. With so many factions gathered here today, the Wanbao Guild stands no chance against them. By then, that kid will have items from the Divine Dungeon. He'll surely have plenty of resources. They'll get a cut of that, too. So, you're determined to go against our Wanbao Guild? Then I'll have no choice but to report this to headquarters and request they send down experts above level 90 to wipe you all out, one by one. Park Guk Chang said with a cold glare. In fact, those words did indeed startle the other factions. After all, there were no experts above level 90 here in Sin City.
They knew full well just how terrifying such experts were, and the Wanbao Guild certainly had no shortage of them. Chairman Park, there is no need to scare us, the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang stepped forward and said.
The Wanbao Guild should act reasonably, shouldn't he it?
They killed so many of our people, they're clearly in the wrong.
Exactly. Aren't you afraid this will tarnish the Wanbao Guild's reputation if word gets out?
Even if we take a step back, we're all fugitives, we're used to living on the run. At worst, once we get the divine orb, we'll just go on the run again. I don't believe it, the world is so big, how could you possibly find us? Chairman Park, I advise you to be reasonable.
The threatening tone and the voices of several guild leaders infuriated Park Guk-chang. Would these guys dare speak to him like this on any other day?
Sure enough, the divine orb had driven them mad. But Park Guk-chang would never let the divine orb be stolen. If anything happened to the supreme guest, he'd have to step down as guild master.
Even his Chaebol family back in Han Kingdom would be implicated.
For now, all I can do is buy some time until guest master Kong has fully recovered, Park Guk-chang thought to himself.
He knew full well that guest master Kong was the supreme guest master and possessed extraordinary abilities.
However, having just cleared the divine dungeon, he must have been severely drained and hadn't fully recovered yet, which was why Park needed to stall for time.
Gentlemen, the Wanbao Guild is willing to compensate you for your fallen subordinates. Name your price. Just because you've got a few stinking coins, you think you can start showing off, do you? Exactly. Our family's no amount of money will do. That kid has to hand over the item. If he doesn't hand it over, this one end peacefully today. Chairman Park, don't say we're not giving you face.
As long as you make that kid hand over the item, we won kill them.
The other factions chimed in.
After all, their goal was to get the divine orb. Whether their men lived or died didn't matter, they were all fugitives anyway. They banded together as a gang for profit. There was no real bond of affection among them. I do indeed have the divine orb, but only one.
How about this, whoever beats me gets it, okay?
At that moment, Jiang Tian, who had been watching the spectacle the whole time, suddenly stepped forward, pulled out a divine orb, and addressed the crowd.
It's a divine orb, it really is a divine orb.
The moment it appeared, the crowd went wild.
Whoa, holy crap, this is the first time I've ever seen one of these. Come on, this belongs to our Han Kingdom. Why Ruagudi? Just a tiny little orb like this can elevate our talent, it's unbelievable.
At that moment, Park Gu-chang also moved closer to Jiang Tian.
Have you fully recovered, guest minister Jiang? Is that why you're confident enough to pull out a divine orb and take them on? Recovered?
I don't need to recover, okay?
Why didn't you say so sooner?
You made me stall for you, and I almost lost face. But it's all for the best. Let us watch these guys tear each other apart, then we'll sit back and reap the rewards.
However, things didn't go as Jiang Tian had anticipated. These fugitives actually had some brains after all.
Everyone, this guy pulled out a divine orb. He is clearly trying to pit us against each other so the Wanbao Guild can come out on top in the end.
We can't fall for this.
A tier 6 divine dungeon. This is the first time one has appeared.
How could there be only one divine orb? Exactly.
Here's what we'll do. Let us team up to take down the Wanbao Guild first, then steal that kid's loot and split it evenly.
How about that? Stealing the loot is fine, but we can't afford to mess with the Wanbao Guild, can we?
Who cares?
Let us team up and raid the Wanbao Guild here too.
There is plenty of good stuff inside.
Once we got those resources, we can always go hide somewhere else. With a divine orb and our talents sublimated, do you really think we'll have trouble leveling up in the future?
Seeing how frenzied those people were, Park Guk-chang was slightly surprised, and he began to feel nervous. After all, there were far too many of them on the other side.
As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Is a fight about to break out?
In the distance, some onlookers began to murmur among themselves.
The show's about to begin. Let them fight.
The more who die, the better. The more, the merrier.
Who do you think will win? I think the Wanbao Guild is in trouble. Is there even a question? With so many factions united, how could the Wanbao Guild possibly stand a chance? Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, on Zhang Tian's side, Chairman Park, once Sin City is under your sole control, ruling it won't be too much trouble, will it? Not at all. Whoosh! At that moment, the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang was the first to charge forward.
He couldn't wait to snatch the divine orb from Zhang Tian's hands, and he was the closest to him. Seeing that the experts on Park Guk Chang's side weren't protecting Zhang Tian, a smirk spread across his lips. It looked like he was about to succeed. The Wanbao Guild sure knows when to back down. Even with so many factions present, none dared to intervene. Take this. The Mad Wolf Gang leader possessed two talents, strength and defense, both rated B class, making him one of Sin City's top fighters. He charged right up to Zhang Tian. Smack! However, Zhang Tian's agility was lightning fast. He teleported over instantly and slapped the Mad Wolf Gang leader right across the face. The Mad Wolf Gang leader went straight to the ground, knocked out cold. What? This scene made the gang leaders who were about to charge forward hesitate a bit. While the Mad Wolf Gang leader might not be the strongest fighter, his defense was undoubtedly the best in Sin City level 84, coupled with a B-ranked defense talent, and his defense buff activated. Even if they all teamed up, it would take them several minutes to take him down. But now, this kid had simply slapped him, no fancy moves at all, and the Mad Wolf Gang leader was knocked out cold? Even a level 90 character wouldn't be this absurd, would they? Most importantly, this kid didn't even use any special abilities, right? An ordinary person's strength is at most 200 gene, but that strike he just landed was at least 2 million gene and probably more.
Come on, why aren't you attacking? Zhang Tian sneered.
Humph, you must have used some powerful secret technique that harms both you and your opponent.
It can't last long, let us see how many times you can use it, said the Blue Dragon Gang leader.
Exactly, third and fourth chimed in.
Third and fourth, you two go. Take him down. Third and fourth, who? Me? Yes, you two.
With no other choice, the Qinglong Gang's third and fourth had no option but to steel themselves and charge forward.
Smack! Smack!
Two more slaps and third and fourth were lying dead on the ground for everyone to see.
Holy crap, is he that terrifying?
The crowd grew even more terrified, but the allure of the divine orb kept them from leaving so easily.
Fellow gang leaders, we can't split up, let us attack together.
At the Yellow Dragon Gang leader's call, more than a dozen gang leaders, all level 80 or higher, immediately surrounded Zhang Tian and launched a full-scale attack from all directions.
I'll attack the right side. I'll attack the right side. I'll target his lower body.
I'll steal his peaches.
Chairman, do we still need to help guest Jiang? With the 9 experts above level 80 standing beside Park Guk Chang asked earlier, they'd been worried Zhang Tian wouldn't be able to handle the situation.
I don't think so.
Half of their elite fighters have already died in the past few seconds, said Park Guk Chang.
Indeed, there was a reason why a supreme guest minister had reached the supreme tier.
Each one was terrifyingly powerful.
Meanwhile, the onlookers watching from afar were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped.
Is that young man really that strong?
If I were that strong, I would started my own guild here long ago. A dozen or so guild masters are ganging up on him, yet they can't gain the upper hand and one's already died.
2, 3, no, 6. All right, they're all dead. Amid the spectators' chatter, Zhang Tian had already wrapped up the fight.
It was no surprise these guys were only in the 80s, and with his strength now boosted to 10 million gene. Add in a 100% critical hit rate, and that is 20 million gene. Even without skill multipliers, just punching them in the chest with his bare fists, those gang leaders' chests simply couldn't withstand it.
Chairman Park, I've taken care of the leaders. The remaining scum are all yours. As for taking over their territory, I'm sure you're quite familiar with that, right? Zhang Tian said with a smile. Proficient. Park Guk Chang looked at Zhang Tian standing before him.
Although it was still a familiar face, at that moment, he struck him as even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. So much so that the unflappable composure he had cultivated over the years was now trembling ever so slightly. As for the group of level 80 experts behind him, they, too, found it difficult to breathe.
"What are you still standing around for?" Jiang Tian asked.
Oh. The group of experts finally snapped out of it and rushed toward the remaining scum from the opposing factions. Without their level 80 guild leader, they were like tigers among sheep.
Despite their numbers, the enemy was no match for them, and the Wanbao Guild quickly crushed them.
Park Guk-chang watched the major factions being wiped out before his eyes with excitement for a moment. It all felt a bit surreal.
He had never imagined that the Wanbao Guild could dominate this area all on its own. And now, with the arrival of a supreme guest like Jiang Tian, they managed to do it so easily? The next step was to send people to take over those factions' territories and major shops. As for Jiang Tian, although he knew those shops were profitable, he had no desire to take over their management himself. After all, he wasn't skilled at running businesses, and it would require too much effort. Better to let the professional, Park Guk-chang, handle it. All he needed to do was collect his share of the profits each time and, of course, that would be the lion's share. Let us head back. Jiang Tian turned around and, together with Lily, stepped into the Rolls-Royce Goddess. With Bard's automatic navigation, they quickly returned to the estate. "Jiang Tian, have you found Lin Jin's older brother?" Lily asked with concern. After all, one of their goals this time was to find Lin Chang. "No, he probably didn't die in the dungeon. But Park Guo-chang has been making inquiries these past few days. He'll let us know if he hears anything." Lily nodded, and the two entered the grand villa. Inside, Annie had made Jiang Guo quite comfortable, and the two were chatting cheerfully. "Tian, you're back." "Honored guest Jiang, Miss Lily," Annie greeted them. "The mission reception team sent from the Wanbao Guild headquarters has arrived." "Honored guest Jiang still needs to go submit your report," Annie reminded him. "Quests for supreme guests typically involve finding something extremely valuable, so once the quest is completed, a specially designated reception team comes to inspect it. After passing the inspection, the next step is submission. Once the AI Bard has entered the records, the quest is considered fully completed." "Father, you and Lily continue chatting. Annie and I will go submit the quest." "Okay." Jiang Guo and Lily replied. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Annie arrived at the mission submission center. Since the results of Supreme Guest Ministers' missions are typically quite valuable and easily susceptible to theft en route, the reception team consists not only of professionally certified experts but also of elite fighters from the Wanbao Guild headquarters. This group of 12 elite fighters, all ranked between level 90 and 95, possess diverse talents and specialized in different fields, working together with remarkable synergy. The 12 stood in 2 rows, their expressions stern. As soon as Jiang Tian reached the doorway, he noticed the looks on their faces as if he owed them money. "Greetings, guest Jiang." However, the moment Jiang Tian stepped inside, all 12 of them bowed at a 90-degree angle and greeted him warmly, their expressions changing as if by magic. The atmosphere instantly became warm and welcoming. Do these people have the talent to change their expressions on a dime? Jiang Tian muttered to himself. But upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, they were from the Wanbao Guild headquarters, where it was said there were 4 supreme guest advisors. Presumably, these 12 were accustomed to seeing supreme guest advisors. Fully aware of the supreme guest advisor's power, they naturally became very courteous. Standing in the center was a woman wearing open-work blue stockings. She had long blue hair obviously washed with head shoulders, as it was incredibly silky and large, round eyes that sparkled like blue springs. Her eyes were also blue, which, combined with her blue hair, gave her an even more alluring look. Even her eyelashes were blue, long, thick, and beautifully curled, like 2 little blue brushes. "Hello, guest Jiang. I'm the expert sent to collect the results of your mission. My name is Lena." After saying this, Lena warmly extended her slender, delicate hand. They were a pair of very delicate, dainty hands looking pure and clean, with slender fingers. The blue nail polish further accentuated this woman's alluring beauty. "Hello." Jiang Tian took her small hand in his. I've heard that expert Lena is from the United States.
According to your customs, shouldn't I kiss your hand and cheek? That won't be necessary, Lena said, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had met other Supreme Guest advisors before, but they had all been stiff and formal. This was the first time she met someone as handsome and humorous as Jiang Tian. As a result, she was instantly taken with him.
Let us not waste any time, let us get down to business, Lena said.
She pulled out a blue remote control, turned it on, and instantly, a large formation of condensed supernatural energy appeared atop the mission center building.
A massive formation, woven from concentrated psychic energy, appeared atop the mission center building.
This was a precaution to prevent anyone from launching a surprise attack while they were receiving the mission. This psychic formation was also reinforced with high-tech voltage of full 100 million volts. Anyone who touched it would be reduced to ash in a single second. Although she was protected by 12 elite agents from headquarters, it was better to be safe than sorry.
Just going through the motions.
Here you go. Jiang Tian pulled out the divine orb and handed it to her.
Lena's eyes immediately lit up.
She carefully took out an exquisite box and placed the divine orb inside.
So this is the divine orb. Lena stared at it in awe.
Since becoming an appraisal expert at headquarters, this was the first time she'd ever seen a Tier 6 divine orb.
The 12 headquarters experts standing in 2 rows also had their attention drawn to it.
A Tier 6 divine orb, the probability of improving talent quality was extremely high, making it incredibly tempting. Even a group of level 90 experts like them couldn't help but be captivated.
Honored guest Jiang, could you please go through the formalities now?
After staring at the divine orb for quite some time, Lena finally realized there was a supreme honored guest standing right beside her. She couldn't help it, she'd been completely mesmerized. Jiang Tian was also completely captivated, though he was staring at the orb itself.
Sure. Jiang Tian was extremely cooperative.
He recorded a short video with Lena, then opened the Quest Submission Center in Bard and uploaded the video. They took a few more photos and even had to record a separate video of just Jiang Tian and Lena together. In short, the process was rather tedious and took about 15 minutes.
The mission is complete, Lena exhaled deeply.
Wait a minute, guest Jiang, there is something else I'd like to discuss with you privately. Seeing that Jiang Tian was about to leave, Lena stopped him.
Is there something else? He asked. You two go ahead and leave,
Lena said, then took out the blue prop again. Wait, my mistake, it was a blue remote control. She used it to shut down the psychic voltage array outside. After all, now that the mission was complete, there was no need to keep it active.
Every extra second it remained on consumed resources worth at least 1 million.
Furthermore, she had something to discuss with Jiang Tian, something that could only be discussed between the two of them inside the room. It was best if others didn't overhear it. Concerned advanced resources.
Once the 12 experts from headquarters had left, Lena pulled Jiang Tian into a small room further inside and quickly closed the door. Jiang Tian had a bad feeling about this. What exactly was this woman up to?
Guest Jiang, Lena said with a smile as she sized him up. A Tier 6 divine dungeon, the first of its kind to appear.
I'm guessing there's more than one divine orb, right?
That's right.
What's the matter? Are you trying to snatch it from me?
Since Lena had figured it out, Jiang Tian might as well lay his cards on the table.
No, guest Jiang, you've misunderstood.
I wouldn't be foolish enough to steal from a supreme guest. That would be no different from courting death or bringing ruin upon my clan. I'm hoping to trade something else for one of your divine orbs.
Just one will do, Lena pleaded.
She desperately needed a divine orb to elevate her talent to S rank, which would secure her a higher position at the Wanbao Guild headquarters. Moreover, it would allow her to become one of the clan's decision-makers, giving her the authority to annul the arranged marriage her family had set up for her. Honorable guest Jiang, I really have no choice, Lena recounted her story.
But Jiang Tian showed little interest.
He didn't believe a word of it. After all, the temptation of a divine orb was too great. People would do anything to get their hands on one. Besides, a woman's words are as unreliable as a liar's.
Not to mention a simple trick like making up a story.
Honorable guest Jiang, please take a look at what I've brought before deciding whether to make the exchange, Lena said after finishing her story, producing a pair of spatial earrings. She didn't like the spatial watch, so she had a spatial elemental ability user craft them into earrings instead.
Zhang Tian took the earring and looked at its contents.
He had to admit they were quite valuable, but unfortunately, most of the resources were of no use to him. The few that were useful came in such small quantities that he simply tossed them back.
Sorry, not interested.
With that, Zhang Tian turned and walked away. He wasn't about to lose his head just because he was a fan of Lena S.
Honored guest Jiang, thank you.
Just then, however, Lena suddenly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Tian.
Thank me? This is the first time Lena has completed a mission record with an honored guest, so thank you for your cooperation.
Lena held Zhang Tian in her arms for a long time, and even when she finally let go, there were tears in her eyes. Those tears made her look like a little woman who'd been wronged.
Zhang Tian was a bit puzzled.
As an expert at the Wanbao Guild headquarters, she must have seen it all, especially since there were supreme guest masters right there at headquarters.
So why was she crying?
This wasn't normal, but Zhang Tian couldn't figure out what she was trying to accomplish with this gesture.
Guest Master Zhang, let us exchange contact information, Lena said.
Since they were both members of the Wanbao Guild, they could add each other through the AI Bard. Whenever they needed to get in touch, all they had to do was give Bard a command. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Tian walked straight out of the mission center, leaving Lena standing there alone.
He. Watching Zhang Tian's retreating figure, a mischievous smile played on Lena's lips. Meanwhile, as soon as Zhang Tian stepped out of the quest center, Bard's voice rang out. Congratulations on successfully submitting your quest.
You have earned 2,000 supreme points.
Supreme points? Zhang Tian asked.
Yes.
Guest members earn corresponding points for completing quests, ranging from bronze to supreme.
Once you've accumulated enough points, you can redeem the resources you need from the Wanbao Guild's resource repository. Bard then opened the resource store.
Zhang Tian took a quick look.
The Wanbao Guild's resource store corresponded to the guest S rank, ranging from the bronze store, silver store, to the supreme store. The higher the store level, the more resources available for exchange and the rarer they were. Of course, the higher the required points level, the higher the guest S status. For example, a bronze guest could only make exchanges in the bronze store, while a silver guest could access both the bronze and silver stores. As a supreme guest, he had access to all stores. Zhang Tian first browsed the bronze store. Even at the bronze level, the items inside were on par with the resource repository of the War God University. Next came the silver store and others. Zhang Tian also spotted some items he liked, such as various alloys. He continued browsing until he reached the supreme store, where the variety of items was much smaller, but every single one was among the most precious resources.
Memory extending alloy?
Zhang Tian quickly found exactly what he was looking for, an alloy even harder than the previous purple-blue alloy, with superior armor-piercing capabilities. Moreover, it could freely change its shape. He planned to use the memory-extending alloy to forge a battle spear. After all, with his strength now at 10 million gene, the purple-blue alloy had become too light and no longer suited him. Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. One downside of using a cheat was that his stats increased too rapidly, forcing him to replace his weapons frequently. Just a few days ago, his strength was 3 million gene. Now, it had jumped to 10 million gene.
Sigh, what a headache. 200 supreme points.
Zhang Tian had Bard replicate the shape of the purple-blue battle spear and replace it with memory extend metal. The conversion cost him 200 supreme points.
That was actually quite a bargain.
After the swap was complete and the points were deducted, Zhang Tian just had to wait for headquarters to send someone to deliver it.
Let us take a look at some other items. I wonder if there are any divine crystals in here.
If there are, I'll be able to repair the shadow split divine realm.
With a sense of excitement, Zhang Tian continued browsing.
As he scrolled through the Supreme Mall, the items became increasingly rare. Most of them were things he'd never seen before, but the points required to purchase them also kept rising. From a few hundred supreme points at the start, to a few thousand, then tens of thousands, and even resources requiring hundreds of thousands or 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 points was the cap for resources, and within that range, Jiang Tian spotted something he really wanted. Divine crystals. That's right, he was very tempted. But after deducting 200 points, he now had only 1,800 supreme points left, a vast gulf from the 1,000,000 required. He didn't have any quests at the moment, and even if he did, accumulating that many points would likely take hundreds of attempts. So Jiang Tian gave up on exchanging for divine crystals in the Supreme Mall. After browsing through most of the resource library, he came to the exclusive skill library. Most of the skills here belonged to foreign psychics, and some were quite novel. Jiang Tian decided to see if any were suitable for him. These are all pretty good, but unfortunately, I don't have enough points. He had indeed spotted several sets of skills, but since he only completed one supreme quest, his points weren't sufficient. He had no choice but to give up, but it didn't matter much. Having them would be a bonus, and not having them wouldn't affect his modifications. Honorable guest Jiang, you're out. Annie stepped forward and said, while you were inside submitting your mission just now, Chairman Park contacted me. He said he tracked down some information on that Lin Chang. Since Jiang Tian had been submitting a mission at the mission center, a highly important task, the signal from outside couldn't reach the interior due to the presence of a psychic formation. Let us go check it out. Jiang Tian and Annie headed toward Park Guochang's office. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Honorable guest Jiang, here is the video footage. Please take a look. Park Guochang got straight to the point, knowing how anxious Jiang Tian was about this matter. The video wasn't very long. In it, one could clearly see Lin Chang getting into an altercation with two men from the island nation, after which he was taken away by them. One of the Japanese men was one-eyed, with two katana swords strapped to his waist. The other was one-armed. He had only his left hand but was an extremely formidable fighter. The dialogue revealed little information from what Jiang Tian could make out. It seemed the group had been arguing over a certain object that Lin Chang had obtained. Chairman Park, do you recognize these two Japanese men? Jiang Tian asked. No, I don't. That complicates things, Jiang Tian said with a frown. If he knew who they were, he could demand Lin Chang's release and rescue him, but the problem was that he didn't know them. He didn't even know where Lin Chang had been taken. So, Jiang Tian decided to return to Xia first and bring the video back to Lin Ji and Lin Jin. The clan had business dealings with the islanders and was familiar with the region. He figured they should know the background of those two islanders. Also, guest Minister Jiang, we completed the takeover of all the shops belonging to other factions. The annual dividends will be transferred to your guest minister account via BARD. A rough estimate puts it at 300 billion a year. What? 300 billion? Jiang Tian was stunned by the figure. Was there really that much money? If this had been before he traveled through time, wouldn't that have meant he surpassed Jack Ma in a single year? Honorable guest Jiang, please don't think this is too little. Since we just unified those factions' territories, we haven't raised prices yet to retain customers. Once things stabilize and we monopolize market resources, we'll raise prices and annual profits will at least increase tenfold, if not more. Park Guochang said ingratiatingly. Don't let his lackluster combat skills fool you. He was a natural at business and making money. After all, his talent was merchant. That's plenty, Jiang Tian said, steadying his racing heart. Wasn't this money coming in way too fast? Beep, beep, beep. Just then, both Jiang Tian and Park Guochang received messages on their badges from the Wanbao Guild headquarters. They opened them to read. The message to Park Guochang essentially stated that, since Jiang Tian had helped the local Wanbao Guild unify Sin City, headquarters had decided to change Jiang Tian's annual profit-sharing ratio from 30% to 70% to 70% to 30%. Previously, Jiang Tian received 30% and the guild 70%. Now, it had been changed to Jiang Tian receiving 70%. In other words, Jiang Tian's 300 billion had instantly become 700 billion. As for Jiang Tian's messages, there were two. The first stated that, in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the Sin City Wanbao Guild this time, headquarters had decided to award him an additional 100,000 supreme points.
101,800. Zhang Tian looked at his supreme points and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
Normally, completing a single divine dungeon quest would only earn him 2,000 supreme points. Now, with a reward of 100,000 all at once, it was equivalent to completing 50 quests. With this, he could finally redeem and learn those few foreign skills he'd been eyeing. The second message was about the dividend the one Park Guk-chang had been reading.
Counselor Jiang, I assume you've already seen the message.
Your dividend has been adjusted to 70%, which amounts to 700 billion.
If you need the money urgently, I can arrange an advance payment for you. I don't think I'll need it for now. Zhang Tian currently had over 10 million on hand, which was more than enough.
As for those resources and skills, he wouldn't have to spend any money on them. Whether it was resources from War God University or the Wanbao Guild, he had accumulated plenty of credits. Honorable guest Jiang, since this is your first time here, I took the liberty of arranging a tour group to show you, your father, Miss Lily, and Annie around Sin City.
Rest assured, the entire trip is free at 1T cost you a single penny. I wonder if you have time. Park Guk-chang asked cautiously.
In reality, this was another attempt on his part to curry favor with Zhang Tian and strengthen their relationship. After all, it was a rare opportunity to meet the supreme guest. And once he had established a good relationship with Zhang Tian, it would have an extremely favorable impact on his future takeover of the conglomerate family behind him. So he paid for this free tour out of his own pocket. In fact, even if he hadn't paid for it himself, even if Zhang Tian were to travel on his own, it would still be free. The supreme guest's food, lodging, transportation, and all other expenses at any chamber of commerce were covered at no cost, and he was attended to by professional staff. Such was the prestige of the supreme guest.
Chairman Park, that's very kind of you.
Zhang Tian didn't refuse. His father had been traumatized by the kidnapping, and taking him out for some sightseeing would help soothe his mind. Besides, Zhang Tian had long wanted to see some of Sin City's attractions. He'd been a travel enthusiast even before his reincarnation, so he wasn't about to pass up this chance to get a free ride. It's truly wonderful that guest Jiang has honored us with his presence. In that case, let us rest for the night and officially begin tomorrow, Park Guk-chang said. After all, Zhang Tian had only just emerged from the divine dungeon today, and his body was still quite exhausted. If he were too tired, the young ladies he'd arranged might not be able to attend to him as thoroughly as they should. He had to let guest Jiang rest for the night first. It's important to note that these young ladies were all top-tier female celebrities from Han Kingdom. Not only were they exceptionally beautiful, but they were also highly skilled at winning people over. For the average person, a lifetime of hard work would barely be enough to afford a single ticket to one of these celebrities' concerts.
But Park Guk-chang was different.
As the chaebol that controlled everything in Han Kingdom, he could naturally secure these celebrities with ease.
While Zhang Tian was traveling, back in the U.S. capital of Tuan'ai City. Tuan'ai City, Wanbao Guild headquarters.
Inside the office, the top brass of the headquarters had gathered, including Guild Master Bailey Chris and his younger brother, Vice Guild Master Jilly Chris. Also present were the 4 Supreme Guest Masters who were permanently stationed at headquarters, the 4 most powerful Supreme Guest Masters of the Wanbao Guild, tasked with safeguarding the headquarters. They were Yorick Baran, level 99, with the talent of a lightning elementalist, a class unique to the United States. Next was Mary Trump, ranked 2nd and the only female Supreme Guest, at level 98, with the talent of a paladin. Ranked 3rd is Reese Mack, also a level 98 paladin, and finally, Luke Veli, a level 97 wind elementalist. This group of heavyweights is arguably the most elite and powerful in the world, yet at this moment, their faces were still etched with astonishment. This was because 2 videos were playing before their eyes, both featuring Zhang Tian as the protagonist. The first video showed Zhang Tian and the clan instantly mastering a tier 8, level 9 ultimate skill, and then instantly taking down those Japanese players. The second was the video of Zhang Tian's mission log. The videos weren't very long, but after they finished playing, the group of heavyweights fell into deep thought, their expressions one by one turning serious. After a long while, Guild Master Bailey spoke up. I recall we have a diamond guest at headquarters whose talent is enlightenment.
Wasn't he his fastest agility for learning a skill 7 days?
Yes, President. It took him 7 days to enlighten a tier 6 super skill to the perfect level.
I remember this person had an SSS level enlightenment talent, but guest Jiang mastered it in a single second. Could he possibly possess a god tier enlightenment talent?
Bailey speculated.
But Chairman, according to reports from Gil and Park Duk Chang, guest Jiang is just an ordinary person with no special abilities. An ordinary person? Everyone fell into deep thought once more. To call Jiang Tian an ordinary person was something they simply couldn't believe. What ordinary person could be this terrifying? Could an ordinary person clear a tier 6 divine dungeon in just 1 day?
Yorick, I recall your record back then was 15 days, said President Bailey. Yorick was this level 99 supreme guest back when he was young. He was hailed as the world's #1 genius, reaching level 87 at just 25 years old, and had even cleared the USS 6-tier divine dungeon single-handedly. To this day, no one has broken that record, and Yorick had always taken pride in it until now, that is, when it was shattered by an even younger prodigy. And it was a complete rout. Yorick took 15 days, while this prodigy did it in just 1. There's another piece of news regarding this guest Master Jiang. Recently, he exchanged for a memory metal battle spear at the Supreme Mall. Based on its size and the density of the memory extending metal, it weighs 10 million gene.
How much?
As soon as Bailey said this, everyone was completely stunned. 10 million gene, Bailey repeated. I know you're all surprised, but the real challenge now is, how do we transport the shape memory alloy from our headquarters to Xia Kingdom? The guild master explained that although the Wanbao Guild possessed outstanding technology, transporting 10 million gene of cargo from the United States to Xia Kingdom, a distance of several million kilometers, was no small feat. Even the most powerful strength-type psionic at our guild headquarters only has a strength of about 5 million gene. They couldn't even lift that battle spear. In that case, I'll transport it myself, said Yorick. As a lightning elementalist, he could electrolyze any metal and store it within a sea of lightning. Then, using lightning teleportation while carrying the sea of lightning, he could fly to Xia in just 1 day. A few days later, Jiang Tian finished his trip and returned to the capital of Xia with his father, Jianghua. Upon his return, he went straight to the clan, as he intended to arrange for his father to stay somewhere in the capital. After all, the capital's defenses were much safer than those of Sealy City. Moreover, given his standing, the capital's defense forces would also prioritize providing covert protection for his father. Fortunately, the clan owned a villa development within the security forces headquarters. The clan had directly gifted Jiang Tian a villa, which he naturally did not refuse. With that, Jianghua's safety was assured. After all, the security forces headquarters was home to many of Xia Kingdom's top martial artists, including no shortage of level 90 experts. Anyone who tried to make a move there would be courting death. After making arrangements for his father, Luo Kuang took out an exquisite box and handed it to Jiang Tian. Honorable Jiang, Lily told me you need this. Since I have no use for it anyway, I'm giving it to you.
What is this?
Jiang Tian opened it cautiously, and a familiar sensation washed over him.
A divine crystal? Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim excitedly.
After all, he'd only ever seen divine crystals in the Supreme Mall before. He'd never laid eyes on a real one. It was said that this substance was the primary material used by deities to craft divine tier items, as well as the material used to repair damaged divine tier items. Earlier, Jiang Tian had merely casually asked Lily about divine crystals. He hadn't expected her to take it so seriously.
Thank you so much. Jiang Tian felt a wave of warmth wash over him.
Divine crystals are extremely rare in this world. Aside from certain divine dungeons, they don't appear anywhere else. This particular divine crystal belonged to the clan. It had been passed down from their ancestors and was said to be the clan's heirloom. Even the clan head needed the approval of the clan elders to use it. For Luo Kuang and Lily to give it to him must have put them under considerable pressure. Regardless, Jiang Tian took note of this gesture of goodwill.
Jiang Tian, did you find my brother?
Just as he had accepted the divine crystal, Lin Jin and Lin Ji rushed in from outside. As soon as he returned, Jiang Tian had contacted Lin Jin and the others to come over. Here's the video. Take a look for yourselves. Jiang Tian had Bard play the video of Lin Chang. After watching it, damn it, it's actually the Ohashi clan from Japan. How despicable. As soon as the video ended, clan head Lin Ji exclaimed angrily. It turned out the clan had extensive business operations in Japan, and thanks to some proprietary potion-making technologies, the clan's potion business was virtually unrivaled there. However, this had also attracted the jealousy of other clans in the island nation, and the Ohashi clan was one of them. Initially, they had sent representatives to negotiate, but the clan had refused. Later, they had even issued threats. Unexpectedly, they had ultimately set their sights on Lin Chang and, taking advantage of his trip to Sin City, kidnapped him. Thank you, guest Jiang. I'll handle the follow-up negotiations with the island nation myself. Lin Ji hurried back as well. After all, it was best to get his son back as soon as possible. If clan needs anything, I'm here to help, Jiang Tian called out. After all, he and Lin Jin had studied under the same teacher. When faced with a situation like this, if he could lend a hand, he would. After Lin Ji and Lin Jin had left, Jiang Tian's expression turned icy. Clan, get ready to face my wrath. Those three families had joined forces to kidnap his father. This wasn't over yet. Honorable guest Jiang, let us go help too, said Luo Kuang. He knew Jiang Tian was going to seek revenge against those three clan families, so he wanted to lend a hand. Luo Kuang himself, along with several of clan's high-level experts in their 70s, plus Lily, set off together. Luo Kuang knew that, with this lineup, they wouldn't be much help against those three families, but as they say, it's the thought that counts. Alright, then. Jiang Tian didn't refuse. Soon after, Lily transformed into a metal helicopter and loaded Jiang Tian inside. The two of them went first, with Luo Kuang following behind. Of the three families, clan was the closest, so Jiang Tian headed there first. On the way, he contacted his mentor, Mu Qing. Mu Qing had been monitoring the three families all this time and had also instructed her older brother, Mu Chang, the commander of the National Capital Defense Force, to surround the three families and cut off their escape routes. As a result, none of them had managed to escape so far. Upon seeing the news, Jiang Tian was slightly moved. Before long, the group arrived at clan. At that moment, hundreds of military helicopters were hovering above the clan estate, each carrying specially trained military operatives. In addition to the helicopters, various military weapons were deployed on the ground, while Mu Qing and Mu Chang stood suspended in midair. For a moment, Jiang Tian felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't this lineup a bit too overwhelming for a single clan? But after glancing down below, Jiang Tian understood. The heads and elite fighters of the Chen, Zhang, and Zhou families had all gathered together. These three families weren't fools. Upon learning that the defense forces had surrounded them, they realized Jiang Tian had most likely rescued his father and was coming to seek revenge. Rather than scatter, it was better to band together. Commander Mu, are you really going to cut off our retreat? Qin Jun, the clan head, called out from below. You hired assassins to kill people and members of the War God University, no less. That is simply unforgivable. In fact, if Jiang Tian had merely been a student at the War God University, someone of Mu Chang's caliber would certainly not have intervened, because if it came to an all-out clash with the three families, his men would suffer heavy casualties. After all, those three families had considerable resources. But since Jiang Tian was his younger sister's student, it was a different matter. Most importantly, Jiang Tian was now the Wanbao Guild's 8th supreme guest. He had once dreamed of becoming a supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild himself, but unfortunately, his own strength wasn't sufficient. Moreover, he knew that supreme guests within the Wanbao Guild enjoyed full access to exchange resources from the guild's marketplace. If he ever needed some rare and hard-to-find resources in the future, he could ask Jiang Tian to help him exchange for them from the Wanbao Guild, and of course, he would pay for it. So this time, helping Jiang Tian wasn't so much because Mu Qing had invited him as it was because he'd come of his own free will. That way, Jiang Tian would owe him a small favor.
Ha, very good, Mu Chang, you little brat. You don't really think that with your meager strength, you can keep our three families in check, do you? Below, the heads of the three families roared with laughter.
Their faces were brimming with smug satisfaction.
Could it be that the old patriarchs of your three families aren't actually dead? Mu Chang asked in confusion.
If that were the case, then dealing with these three families would indeed come at a considerable cost.
But as far as he remembered, those three old men had long since passed away. He'd even attended their memorial services.
No, brother, I think the confidence they're talking about must come from the Wuchang Guild, Mu Qing interjected.
The only organization bold enough to accept the three families' contract to kill Jiang Tian was the Wuchang Guild.
Now that the plot had been exposed, the Wuchang Guild and the three families were inextricably linked. Therefore, this time, the Wuchang Guild would certainly come to the three families' aid.
Haha, Mu Qing, since you figured it out, we won't hide it anymore.
Several voices rang out from within the clan manor, followed by the appearance of two figures, one clad in black, the other in white, with a large contingent of Wuchang Guild assassins trailing behind them.
The black and white Wuchang Guild?
Mu Chang and Mu Qing's expressions turned grave. These two were the founders of the Wuchang Guild, and their strength had reached level 94, one level higher than his own. Moreover, assassins generally had experienced countless life and death battles, so their actual combat prowess was even more formidable, especially since the Wuchang Guild's advanced level assassins were all present.
Mu Chang recognized quite a few of the faces among the assassins behind them.
There were 3 at level 91 alone, and in the 80-89 range, there were a good dozen or so.
Each of them enjoyed considerable renown in the assassin community.
With the Wuchang Guild's lineup making its appearance, the balance of power between the two sides was instantly turned upside down, and the defense army's advantage had completely vanished.
Damn it! Mu Chang exclaimed angrily.
Now, even if he wanted to find more high-level fighters, there was nowhere to look, especially those above level 90, of whom his side had only 2. The opposing side, however, had 7 such fighters. I wonder if, with us included, we'll have enough. As the voice echoed, several figures were seen flying in from the direction of the capital's 4 major universities. First came the presidents of the other 3 universities: Yan Nantian, president of Tianshan University; Zhou Yun, president of Elemental University; and Han Yuan, president of National Defense University.
All 3 were above level 90. Among them, Yan Nantian was even a level 92 powerhouse.
In an instant, Mu Chang's side now had 5 top-tier level 90 experts, bringing their high-end combat strength to roughly equal that of the opposition. In addition to the presidents, all the highly skilled instructors from these 3 universities had also arrived, along with some close friends of the 3 presidents. This was, of course, thanks to Mu Qing's influence. She had surmised that the Wuchang Guild would most likely intervene on the side of the 3 universities, so she had notified the presidents of the other 3 institutions to come to their aid. As principals of the 4 great schools, they naturally owed each other a certain degree of courtesy.
Hello, teachers. Hello, principals. Hello, Commander Mu. Jiang Tian stepped out of the cockpit of Lily's helicopter and immediately greeted everyone warmly.
At the same time, the teachers from those schools all turned their gaze toward Jiang Tian. They wanted to see for themselves what the supreme guest of the Wanbao Guild defense system, the man who had racked up over 100,000 points in a 5-tier monster battlefield, looked like.
Boom!
He unleashed a punch that cut through the air, its force howling like the wind. However, the White Wuchang Guild didn't even try to dodge, letting Jiang Tian's punch hit him squarely. But just as Jiang Tian's fist was about to strike the Black-White Wuchang Guild, the figure vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 5,000 meters away from its original position. Haha, the supreme guest is indeed living up to his reputation, but you're still a bit too green to land a hit on me. Though the Black-White Wuchang Guild said this, deep down, he was quite shocked by Jiang Tian. He had just estimated Jiang Tian's agility at roughly 2,550 points. Although this was only half of his own, his second talent was an S-rank agility-based talent. Even with his high level 94, he only had 5,000 agility points. At Jiang Tian's age, he wouldn't have had 500 points of agility, let alone 2,550. But that's the advantage of being at a higher level.
Zhang Tian decided to boost his agility even further. System, boost my agility directly to 20,000 points. Ding, modification successful. 1,745,000 modification points spent. Current balance, 6,787,378. As for the other stats, Zhang Tian couldn't be bothered to adjust them right now. First, he take down that so-called black and white Wuchang guild. Ha ha ha, is my agility too fast? Are you feeling inferior?
Seeing Zhang Tian frozen in place, the black and white Wuchang guild assumed he'd been made to feel inferior by their actions and began to gloat.
Ha ha ha, he actually dared to fight our boss?
This kid really doesn't know his place.
Our boss's second talent is an S-rank agility type. This Zhang Tian is only fit to follow in our boss's footsteps and eat his dust. Ha ha ha, he can't hit him, he can't hit him.
Seeing their leader gloating, the assassins of the Wuchang guild immediately began to taunt him as well. On their side, Mu Chuang and Mu Chang were also a bit worried. After all, the Wuchang guild's agility talent was simply too fast, almost twice as fast as Zhang Tian's. If this guy used his extensive combat experience and agility to outmaneuver Zhang Tian, there was a chance Zhang Tian might end up defeated. He is still too young, he needs time to grow, Mu Chang said. But by then, Zhang Tian had already finished his adjustments. I'll let you run for 3 seconds first, Zhang Tian said. With his agility now at 20,004 times that of his opponent, fighting the black and white Wuchang guild was like walking a dog.
Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? You couldn't catch me just now, and now you think you can? You're even letting me run for 3 seconds first? What? Are you trying to lure me out of the battlefield so you can kill my Wuchang guild's elite fighters? Fine.
Since the dog wasn't running anymore, Zhang Tian decided to just go ahead and kill it.
Whoosh! Zhang Tian's figure vanished from where he stood. I won T. Boom!
Before the black and white Wuchang guild member could finish gloating, Zhang Tian's iron fist had already reached his face. However, Zhang Tian's punch didn't land on the black and white Wuchang guild member himself, but rather on one of his items, a tier 9 battle armor. When danger strikes, it automatically channels supernatural energy to form a protective shield.
Crack! Although the supernatural shield was thick, Zhang Tian possessed 20 million gene of strength.
Combined with a 100% critical hit rate, that amounted to 40 million gene, far too much for the tier 9 battle armor to withstand.
As a result, it shattered in a single second. Fortunately, the armor managed to hold Zhang Tian off for a second.
Seizing this opportunity, black and white Wuchang guild teleported away.
Boom! The very next second, Zhang Tian's figure reappeared right in front of him. What? That fast?
This scene left not only the black and white Wuchang guild but everyone around them stunned, because Zhang Tian's agility at that moment was in a completely different league compared to before. He had been unable to catch up to the black and white Wuchang guild earlier, but now he could handle them with ease.
Check his items.
Black and white Wuchang guild used another item, a pair of white boots, also a tier 9 item, which doubled his agility.
With this, my agility is now 10,000 points. I don't believe you can still catch up to me. Black and white Wuchang guild said smugly once more.
As a seasoned veteran, he might not have much else, but he certainly had plenty of items.
Let us see. Black-white Wuchang guild teleported 10,000 meters away in a single second.
2 seconds later, he turned to see if he'd shaken off Zhang Tian, only to find Zhang Tian still right in front of him.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Black-white Wuchang guild felt as if he'd swallowed a lump of dung. Over those 2 seconds, his agility had reached 20,000 points.
The fact that Zhang Tian only needed 1 second to catch up meant his agility had already reached 20,000 points. Wasn't this guy's agility supposed to be just over 2,500?
He couldn't understand how a person's agility could increase so rapidly. But there was no time to think. Zhang Tian's iron fist was already crashing down on him again. Having already shattered 2 items just now, Black and White Wuchang Guild knew that all his defense gear was useless. Throwing them away would only result in them shattering for nothing. If he couldn't outrun him, then he'd fight him head-on. Boom! Zhang Tian slammed a punch into the Black Wuchang Guild, but it seemed to have no effect, as if he struck a shadow. By the time Zhang Tian looked closely, the Black Wuchang Guild's figure had already vanished into nothingness. In this state, he was immune to all damage, both physical and magical. Zhang Tian then unleashed another punch at the White Wuchang Guild, but the result was the same. The moment his fist made contact, the White Wuchang Guild's form also dissolved into nothingness. Immune to damage? Zhang Tian was slightly taken aback. Didn't this special ability make their defense invincible? With Zhang Tian now engaged in combat with the Black and White Wuchang Guilds, a full-scale brawl had erupted between the two sides. The 3 factions in the Wuchang Guild faced off against the defense army and the opponents from the 4 great academies. Battle was imminent, and instantly, all manner of special abilities flew through the air. The scene was livelier than a fireworks display, and the commotion was naturally immense. It drew quite a crowd of citizens from the capital. Some onlookers, armed with sunflower seeds and spicy snacks, gathered around to watch with great interest. There were also some internet celebrities who, seeing this as a golden opportunity, seized the moment to go live, capturing as many details of the battle as possible. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Beggar Brother, and I'm currently near the battlefield. As soon as the feed went live, the stream instantly attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, and the numbers skyrocketed. In just a few short minutes, they surpassed 1 million. "Streamer, get a little closer," said a viewer. The distance was too far, and they couldn't see clearly. With no other choice, it was the first time Beggar Brother had ever seen such a massive audience. He steeled himself to move closer to the center of the battlefield to keep his viewers engaged. Just then, a shockwave rippled out. Bang! The next second, Beggar Brother was reduced to a pile of ash. The battlefield had descended into a fierce brawl. Zhang Tian was single-handedly holding off 2 leaders of the Wuchang Guild, so for the time being, the top players on both sides were locked in one-on-one battles. Mu Chang was doing all right thanks to his level 93 advantage. He was gradually gaining the upper hand, but the others were having a tougher time of it. After all, the assassins of the Wuchang Guild had been through countless life and death battles. Their execution of skills and mastery of combat tactics were undoubtedly far more ruthless than those of teachers who only taught in schools. So, as time went on, the Wuchang Guild actually gained a slight edge. Consequently, everyone watched Zhang Tian's side with bated breath. The outcome of that battle would determine the winner of the entire conflict. If the Black and White Wuchang Guild prevailed, then the clan and the Wuchang Guild would dominate Xia's future. If Zhang Tian won, the 3 families and the Wuchang Guild would vanish from Xia forever. Over on Zhang Tian's side. Ha, even with your incredible agility, it's still useless. Unless someone helps you, you won't be able to land a single hit on me with my talent. The Black and White Wuchang Guild let out a sinister laugh. Thanks to their talent, the Black and White Wuchang Guild, whenever either of the brothers was attacked, they would vanish into thin air. Coupled with their 5,000-point agility advantage, unless Zhang Tian summoned an ally who was at least level 90 and had over 5,000 agility, he would absolutely be unable to break through their talent skill. This was the Black and White Wuchang Guild's main source of confidence. Why did they dare to organize the Wuchang Guild in Xia Kingdom? Why was the head of state of Xia Kingdom powerless against them? Why does he dare to help an old lady cross the street? Isn't it precisely because of this advantage? But that doesn't mean Zhang Tian is helpless. After all, he still has a few foreign skills left to learn, though he has no intention of using them. Instead, he plans to test out a new item he has acquired. A god-tier item, the shadow-splitting divine mirror. A shattered mirror appeared in Zhang Tian's hand, instantly emitting a pink glow. Ha, you're at a loss against me, so you're just going to pull out a mirror to look at yourself? I suggest you take a piss on yourself instead, that I'll give you a clearer view. Black and White Wuchang Guild mocked him once more. In his eyes, how could Zhang Tian possibly break through his talent? Ha, burp. Black and White Wuchang Guild laughed wildly, but the very next second, when he saw a second Zhang Tian step out of the mirror, he instantly choked, feeling as if a screw were lodged in his throat. A clone skill, is it? Come to think of it, you don't have any supernatural abilities, so you can't learn supernatural talent skills, you're limited to regular skills. But a clone created by a skill can only possess a little over 20% of the original S power at most. Unless you've learned a tier 10 ultimate clone skill, it's useless. After reassuring himself this way, Black and White Wuchang Guild grew arrogant once more. But when he got a clear look at the item in Zhang Tian's hand, his pupils contracted. He hadn't noticed it earlier because he'd been too smug, but now he saw it clearly. A god tier item? As the Black and White Wuchang Guild shouted this, the brawlers around him immediately stopped fighting. After all, god tier items were incredibly rare. Only 2 people in the entire world possessed such an item, both having obtained them from the Divine Dungeon. Of course, god tier talent crafters could also create them. But the materials were simply unavailable. The amount of divine crystals required was simply too vast. That's why divine tier items had become such rarities. What's more, this particular item's capabilities were exceptionally powerful. Black and White Wuchang Guild suddenly felt a chill of death envelop him. A clone created by a divine tier item possessed at least 80% of the original S power. Given Zhang Tian's 20,000 agility points, the clone he summoned was more than capable of handling his own psionic skills. Cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, quickly turning into beads of sweat the size of soybeans that dripped down. That glow doesn't seem quite right. A true divine tier item should have a golden glow as the main color, with a pink glow as a secondary hue, shouted the second in command of the Wuchang Guild at that moment. This second in command was currently battling Mu Chang. Hearing this shout, the Black and White, the one hit was the White Wuchang Guild. At that moment, he felt as if his entire body had been shattered into dust. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to throw out another tier 9 defense item, which blocked half the power of Zhang Tian's punch. Otherwise, that single punch would have killed him for sure.